Chapter 1 Tsunade likes me. Lee Yi was almost beaten to death again today. There is only one reason. He is a crane tail. In compromising weight. Lee Yi is almost 20 years old this year, but he is still a genin. No, he's not even a genin. He's not a ninja at all. Konoha's official record of him is as follows. Open black lens bracket ability value close black lens bracket. Ninjutsu 0. Physical skill 1. Demonic illusion 0. Wisdom 7. Hand seal 0. Chakra 0. Total 8. Open black lens bracket task experience close black lens bracket. D 2 times, all fail. C 0 time. Class B 0 time. Class A 0 time. S class 0 time. Konoha, it is the lowest in history. No one, even the tail of the other crane, might die, is many times stronger than him. Like Lee Yi, living in Konoha is simply a shame for Konoha. This kind of waste that has nothing to contribute to the ninja world war but only eats empty wages. Damn it. Therefore, Lee Yi lived in Konoha and was beaten almost every day. Very stable. However, the people of Uchiha Fugaku will not kill Lee Yi. For them, it seems that torturing Lee Yi once a day is a very happy thing. Lee Yi was blue and purple all over, lying on the bed trying to sleep. When you fall asleep, you won't feel pain. However, the severe pain in his body made him unable to sleep at all. Gollum. A cry of protest came from his stomach. A strong hunger flooded into my mind. So hungry. Lee Yi was so hungry that his head was dizzy. Saw a few coins on the bedside table. That was 3 generations of Hokage's pension to him. Both his father and mother died in the Second Ninja World War, so as a son, he can receive a monthly pension. Uchiha Fugaku, they already beat me today, so I won't be beaten again today. Well, let's eat ramen tonight just to replenish our body. Lee Yi stood up in a hurry, took a few coins on the cabinet, and staggered out of the room. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Yo-Yo finished a bowl of hot ramen. Lee Yi had an expression of enjoyment on his face. Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is really delicious. No wonder Naruto ran here when he had something to do. Lee Yi leaned back, supported his hands behind him, and let out a long sigh as he looked up to the sky, and said with emotion, "Who is Naruto? Are you a friend? Does he come here often for ramen? Why haven't I met him?" At this moment, a gentle voice came into my ear, with a hint of fragrance. Lee Yi blinked, followed the voice and turned his head to look. I was a 15 or 16-year-old woman wearing a white turban, with a beautiful face and bright eyes. Ayame, the daughter of Uncle Ichiraku. At this moment, Ayame and Lee Yi were very close. When Lee Yi turned his head, their mouths almost kissed. Ayame didn't care at all, but leaned closer and asked with a sweet smile, "Brother Lee Yi, who is Naruto you just said? Why did you mention his name? She can't be a woman, right?" Naruto is just a friend of mine, not a woman of course. Lee Yi shook his head to explain. So it is. Ayame breathed a sigh of relief imperceptibly. Lee Yi is also imperceptibly relieved. Luckily it didn't leave. Who is Naruto? It is the male protagonist in Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. But right now, Uzumaki Naruto hasn't been born yet. After all, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina are not married yet. Lee Yi know this because Lee Yi is a traveler. 5 years ago, Lee Yi watched a video with some color, and then, after waking up, he found that he came to this world, the world of Hokage. Lee Yi was very happy at the beginning and felt that he would definitely make a difference in this world, with Rinnegan in the left eye, Tensegan in the right eye, Tsunade in the left, Terumi Mei in the right, kicking 4 punches and hitting all directions, unrivaled in the world of ninja. However, the ideal is very full, the reality is cruel. To be precise, it is cruel to the extreme. Lee Yi was reborn in the body of a peerless weight. Not only is there no chakra in the body, and he's still a sickly seedling with no strength at all. How can such a waste become a ninja? How could such a rubbish dominate the ninja world? Such waste will only last forever, ever, being trampled underfoot. Lee Yi originally thought that he was a traveler, and there should be a plug-in to help. However, he waited 5 years. 5 years. Been bullied for 5 years. During these 5 years, Lee Yi has been looking forward to the rising of the sun the next day every day. However, the next day the sun rose as usual, but even the shadow of the plug-in was not seen. Over the past few years, he has been beaten almost every day. He couldn't take it any longer. However, Lee Yi is not someone who just sits and wait for death. He has watched Hokage and knows the plot development in Hokage. So in the past few years, Lee Yi has become a big boss. One of the legendary Konoha Sani, the granddaughter of Hokage Senju Hashirama, a little Yuhi among Sanin. Tsunade. In the original book, Tsunade's lover is Kato Dan, because Kato Dan was seriously injured in the Second Ninja World War and his internal organs were blown away. Even Tsunade's medical skills could not save his life, so Tsunade felt guilty for a lifetime. Never married. However, in this world, Tsunade's lover is not Kato Dan. Neither is Lee Yi. Instead, she hovers between Kato Dan and Lee Yi, hesitating. People are fascinated whether it's a man or a woman. Tsunade liked both the gentle and kind-hearted Fujiden and the handsome Lee Yi who can flirt with girls, so she can't make a choice. Of course, Lee Yi didn't care, because he knew that Kato Dan would definitely die. No, just last year, Konoha 37, Kato Dan Dan died on the battlefield. As in the original, Kato Dan's internal organs were blown away, and Tsunade was unable to save his life, which also led to Tsunade's fear of blood. At the end of last year, the Second Ninja World War came to an end, and Tsunade, because of his guilt, left his hometown and embarked on a journey to save the world and heal people. He wanted to atone for his sin. However, Lee knew that Tsunade would definitely come back, because Tsunade has him in his heart. To be precise, his position in Tsunade's heart is no lower than Kato Dan. Lee was a standard rich second generation, with countless flirting girls. Therefore, in order to get close to the big guy Tsunade, Lee used all the trick he knew about flirting with girls. What do you like? It's all on Tsunade. It was 33 years of Konoha, and Tsunade was born around 11 years of Konoha. That is to say, Tsunade at that time was just a little girl in her early 20s. She had not yet become a Sani. Her experience was very shallow. How could she resist Lee's flirting, the fancy attack of the veteran sister? So, Tsunade fell in love with Lee. It's hard to extricate yourself. However, before that, Tsunade had fallen in love with Kato Dan. In other words, Lee is a latecomer. Why Tsunade hesitates between the two men? If Lee appeared a day or two earlier than Kato Dan, then Tsunade might have slept on the same pillow with Lee now. It's a pity. However, Lee didn't care either, because he knows that Tsunade has fallen in love with him. Sooner or later, Tsunade will come back for him. And when Tsunade comes back, it's the day he won't be bullied again. I just want to live. I don't want to be bullied anymore. I don't want to. Lee's nose is sore, and the tears in those eyes are hot. Yo, who am I drinking ramen? But at this moment, a very discordant voice, with 1 point of disgust, 2 points of disdain, 3 points of ridicule, and 4 points of indifference, suddenly came. It turned out to be the weakest scum in our Konoha history. Lee. Come on guys, let's teach him another lesson. As soon as these words came out, Lee trembled all over, and his face was instantly pale with fright. Chapter 2 Infinite Evolution System. This year is the 38th year of Konoha. Just last year, in Konoha 37, the Second Ninja World War ended. Konoha became the victor of the Second Ninja World War, and after the war, he entered a period of peace with rapid development. But it is precisely because of this that there are more idlers in peaceful time, especially the ninjas who made great contributions in the Second Ninja World War, and they are even more arrogant. For example, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku was born in Konoha around 16 years old. That is to say, he is only in his early 20s this year. In his early 20s, he was just a young and vigorous age. More, both of Uchiha Fugaku's eyes have evolved into 3 Tomo Sharingan. It is no exaggeration to say that Uchiha Fugaku's current strength has faintly surpassed that of Jonin. So, Uchiha Fugaku is even more arrogant and arrogant. Uchiha Fugaku's arrogant voice came. Brothers, let's teach this trash again. Lee trembled all over, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead instantly. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned his head extremely stiffly, like a rusted gear. However, before he could get over his head, the back collar was grabbed by a palm. Then, his thin body was lifted and thrown out. Lee only felt a gust of wind whistling past his ear, and then he fell to the ground outside the ramen restaurant, smashed a dog, and wiped a large piece of skin off his handsome face. The intense pain was afferent to the nerve, and Lee was suddenly in tears. Lee put his hands on the ground and wanted to stand up, but at this moment, a big foot suddenly fell from the sky and stepped directly on Lee's head. Boom! Lee's face was stamped on the ground with a bang, and the wounds on his face had all entered the sand. Disfigurement-like pain caused Lee to twitch slightly all over his body. Trash! Don't deserve to live in this world. A disdainful voice entered Lee's ear. Uchiha Fugaku and the other ninjas who followed Uchiha also stomped Lee with their feet. Bang bang bang. Lee couldn't stand up at all, and could only lie on the ground like a dead dog. No, the current Lee is worse than a dead dog. What are you doing? Why do you always bully brother Lee? Ayame's anxious scream came from his ear. He was pushed directly to the ground by a younger brother of Uchiha Fugaku. Lee wants to get up and fight back, but he can't do it. Intense anger and unwillingness flooded into my heart at this moment, like a volcano erupting. Why? I just want to live. I just want to live in peace. That's all. I don't want to go through it either. God, why are you doing this to me? Why do you want me to live less than a dog? Why did you let me come into this world but let me be bullied? Damn it. Damn these people. Lee was a Hokage fan in his previous life and respected the characters in Hokage. Therefore, after coming to this world, Lee did not deliberately destroy their friendship, love, family and so on. Tsunade slept in the same bed that night. Lee was not out of line. But now, Lee can't do it anymore. Never again. Good people being bullied. Ma-shan is being ridden. I will never be bullied again. I want to kill them all. Kill all. Kill them all. In my mind, there is a string called reason, which is broken. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unsealing the infinite evolution system. Ding. The system start pairing with the host. Ding. Pairing failed. Reason. The host is seriously seriously injured and endangered. Ding. The system start to help the host recover its life. Ding. Recovery is complete. Detect the host life status. Healthy. Ding. The system start pairing with the host. Ding. The system is paired with the host successfully. Ding. The infinite evolution system has been successfully opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Unblocking the system. Get the reward. 1 evolution ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. First shot. Task requirement. Kill a younger brother of Uchiha Fugaku. Show your strength and intimidate everyone. Ding. Detected an ordinary chopstick in the host's hand. Do you want to evolve it? There are a series of crisp voices in my mind. Endless. Li Yi's body has long since recovered. After hearing these words, his eyes narrowed slightly. Infinite evolution system. Is this my hack? 5 years. I have waited for 5 years. And finally I have waited for you. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Yi roared in his heart. Evolution. Evolve for Lao Su. Ding. Consume 1 evolution ability and start evolving. Ding. Evolution succeeded. Ding. Ordinary chopsticks have evolved into Dinghai Shenzhen. Ding. Dinghai Shenzhen wants to recognize the host as the master. Will the host agree? At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku clasped his arms and stepped on Li Yi's head, suddenly frowning. He has been on the battlefield many times, and he is keenly aware of a sense of danger. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately looked around, trying to find the source of danger. Uchiha Fugaku's younger brothers didn't seem to be aware of any danger. They still stomped on Li Yi's body, as if they wanted to stomp Li Yi to death before they stopped. Don't stop stomping to death. These angry youths felt that even if Li Yi died, it would be a waste of land. Li Yi, who was stepped on by 5 or 6 people, suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Smiled disdainfully, laughing wildly. Lol, crazy. Uchiha Fugaku and others frowned. This Li Yi laughing, wouldn't it be foolish? However, why does the laughter of this waste make me feel a little scared? Ha 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 ha. Li Yi's laughter is getting more and more presumptuous. Uchiha Fugaku's younger brothers all swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stepped back. If Li Yi is really crazy, then they will definitely be punished. After all, it was them who drove Li Yi crazy. Uchiha Fugaku also thought of this, and moved his right foot away, frowned and took a half step back. Brother Li Yi. Ayame let out a coquettish cry and wanted to run up to help Li Yi up, but it was pushed to the ground again by the little brother of Uchiha Fugaku. Quite no pity on Shangshiyu at all. At the same time, Li Yi suddenly stopped laughing, and then slowly stood up from the ground under everyone's attention. His left hand patted the clothes and brushed away the dust. He was holding a chopstick in his right hand, but the surface of the chopstick was already covered with cracks, as if it would be completely broken in the next moment. Uchiha Fugaku and the others all looked at Li Yi, and one of the flat-headed boys asked loudly, "Hey, the tail of the crane, are you crazy? If you're not crazy, just keep lying down on the ground and get beaten up honestly, otherwise don't do it. Blame is on our own hand." However, before the man had finished speaking, Li Yi suddenly grinned. Then, holding that chopstick, I slammed into the air in the direction of Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 3 Dinghai Shenzhen. Swish. The length of the chopstick has soared, and the explosion is so fast that it can't be captured by the naked eye. In just a split second, chopstick came to Uchiha Fugaku's eye. Potential like a broken bamboo. Uchiha Fugaku didn't seem to react yet, and was directly pierced through his head by the chopstick. But at this moment, a muffled bang sounded suddenly. White mist rises, but Uchiha Fugaku has turned into a wooden stake, which has been penetrated by chopstick. Substitute. However, seeing this scene, Li Yi was not surprised at all. Instead he grinned, and the corner of his mouth evoked an extremely hideous art. Mind moving again. Swish. The length of the chopsticks increased sharply again, shooting straight at the other person. The bastard who pushed Ayame down twice in a row just now. Because it all happened so fast, it only took a second or two before and after. So, that person has not recovered until now. Then, puff, a soft sound. That person's heart was directly penetrated. Yuck. He vomited out a large mouthful of blood, and as soon as Homo Sharingan opened his eyes, they returned to their original state. Their eyes quickly became dull, and the whole person fell to the ground with a thud. Vitality dissipated. Die. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. First shot. Get reward. 1 chance to evolve. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. World War I fame. Task requirement. Kill Uchiha Fugaku. World War I fame. Almost at the same time that the other party died, the crisp voice of the infinite evolution system sounded in Li Yi's mind. Da Shang. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku's shocked and angry shout came into Li Yi's ear. Uchiha Fugaku, who was wearing a ninja costume and had his hair parted on his forehead, came behind Li Yi at some point. His 2 eyes had already turned into Yuhi, and there were 3 black tomo in the eyeballs showing the left and right eye. Symmetrical form. Domineering Li. 3 tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku opened the 3 tomo Sharingan in time that he was able to use the substitute technique to avoid Li Yi's sneak attack just now at the critical moment. If not, the headshot is now, but it is him. Turning on the 3 tomo Sharingan, the enemy's action, in his eyes, will become extremely slow. Looked at the dead dead Uchiha Dashang with the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Because of shock and anger, blood seemed to ooze from his eyes, and his face gradually became distorted. Finally, "You, look, die." Uchiha Fugaku bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth, stammering every word, and roared angrily, "Lee Yi, I want you to be buried with me." Boom. Uchiha Fugaku was originally cradling his arm, but at this moment his left index finger was suddenly raised, and an extremely powerful momentum erupted from his body, causing a huge wind to sweep through him. Lee Yi didn't say a word, grabbed the Dinghaishin pin, turned around abruptly, and swept away towards Uchiha Fugaku. "Don't push, just do it." Call. The giant stick 20 or 30 meters long caused the wind to howl. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Lee Yi to be so straightforward. Without further ado, just start the fight. Lee Yi, he knew. Moreover, the power of Lee Yi's blow is also unparalleled in the past. What kind of medicine did this waste take? Why did it suddenly become so powerful? However, no matter what you do, it can't change the fact that you are trapped. Uchiha Fugaku roared and quickly hand sealed with both hands. "Lee Yi, you will always be the tail of the crane, and you will always be trampled under my feet." Kaden, Fire Style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Kaden, Fire Style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Sea-level ninjutsu. Chakra gathers in the throat. Spit out a huge fireball from the mouth. A ninjutsu with huge explosive power. Boom. A huge fireball descended from the sky like the sun, pressing directly towards Lee Yi. Lee Yi is unavoidable. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank again. Lee Yi crazy. Does he want to die? Great Fireball Jutsu is only AC rank ninjutsu. Everyone in the Uchiha family can use the power of the Great Fireball Jutsu to be AB rank or even AB plus rank. After all, Kaden, Fire Style. Great Fireball Jutsu is the most basic and best ninjutsu of the Uchiha family. Looking at Lee Yi's extremely cold face, without any emotional fluctuation, as if it was just a fighting machine, Uchiha Fugaku, who has always been arrogant, finally felt a trace of fear. This bastard, he actually wants to kill me. However, Uchiha Fugaku is also a ruthless man who has been on the battlefield. What enemy has not seen before? Immediately stabilized his emotion, hand sealed his hands again, ready to release Kaden, Fire Style, Grand Fireball, and then released another ninjutsu move to completely kill Lee Yi. He wants Lee Yi to be buried with his brother. "It is also your honor to be buried with my brother. Go to hell. But at this moment, give me all assistance." A calm and domineering voice suddenly sounded between this world. Swish. Lee Yi and Uchiha Fugaku like a teleportation. Sweden, Water Style, Water Formation Wall. Quote, he gave a low drink, and a waterfall-like volume of water spewed out of his mouth, forming a vertical wall of water, blocking the fireball. At the same time, he suddenly stretched out his left hand and gently patted the Dinghaishin, which was swept across. The huge fireball slammed into the water wall like a scorching sun, and the water and fire blended together, making an extremely sharp and ear-piercing sound. The water vapor evaporated and turned into a white fog that blocked the view. At the same time, a muffled boom sounded. I saw the middle-aged man's left hand lightly patted on the Dinghai God needle, and in an instant, the ground beneath the man's feet burst into pieces, and his legs also slammed into the ground. Doubt about life appeared on the face of the middle-aged man. After the muffled sound fell, the middle-aged man's leg had been inserted into the ground and moved 2 or 3 meters away. A long pit of 2 or 3 meters appeared in the field of vision. At this time that Lee Yi and Uchiha Fugaku could see the true face of the middle-aged man. He was wearing a white Hokage robe, lined with a yuhi-colored ninja suit, and a white Hokage hat. He had a mustache on his chin, a Chinese character face, and a square nose. Hokage robe behind him. There are 5 big characters written in pen and zangfei. 3 generations of Hokage. That's right, it's Konoha's 3rd generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lee Yi's eyes narrowed suddenly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Grandmaster Ninjutsu with 5 chakra attributes, enjoys the reputation of ninjutsu professor in the ninja world, and is extremely powerful. In the original book, he is still the big man who made Konoha Hidden Village really enter its heyday. Lee Yi's eyes flickered, thinking about how to kill Uchiha Fugaku with a stick under Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelid. The current Lee Yi is completely different from the previous Lee Yi. Lee Yi 10 minutes ago still had a little bit of fantasy about this world and a little bit of expectation for a better life. Then the current Lee Yi has only 4 words in his eye. Strength. Kill. It's not my fault, but this world. If so, then I will change the world. Bloom in killing, bloom in blood. I, Lee Yi, will kill all those who bully me, humiliate me, slander me, laugh at me, despise me, and humiliate me, and kill him cleanly. Chapter 4_punish. 3rd generation of Hokage's leg fell into the ground, and his face was a little shocked. His eyes were piercing, staring at Lee perseveringly. His weapon is called Ape Demon, which is both a psychic beast and a stick-shaped weapon that can be long or short. He originally thought that the weapon in Lee Yi's hand should be almost the same as that of the Ape Demon. However, after contact, he found out that he completely underestimated the weight of Lee Yi's weapon. The chopstick in his hand. No, the weapon in his hand is probably heavier than the Ape Demon. 3rd generation of Hokage looked at the chopsticks in Li Yi's hands that had been restored to their original state, and his heart became more and more shocked. Li Yi squinted his eyes, and the divine light flashed in his eye. He was thinking about how he could kill Uchiha Fugaku with a stick under the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku is also extremely shocked at the moment. 3 generations of Hokage. In today's ninja world, the combat power of the 3 generations of Hokage can be ranked in the top 5 or even higher. After all, the title Professor Ninja was not blown out, but now, with a single stick, Li Yi actually knocked both legs of this ninja professor into the ground. Li Yi's blow. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help thinking, if this stick fell on him, then you were either dead or disabled. No exaggeration at all. Uchiha Fugaku swallowed. Way he looked at Li Yi changed a bit. Get a little terrified. Is this guy the same trash I know? Unexpectedly, Li Yi was also looking at him at the moment. Li Yi's eyes are like a pool of stagnant water, without the slightest emotional wave. It is extremely cold. Uchiha Fugaku is driving 3 Tomo Sharingan. He is a little afraid to look directly at Li Yi. You must know that once the 3 Tomo Sharingan is turned on, the user will exude a huge sense of oppression. The past, once Uchiha Fugaku turned on Sharingan, then the other party would be frightened to the point of shit. Li Yi who is scared to shit, but Uchiha Fugaku felt a violent suffocation from Li Yi's bland eye. That killing intent. Crazy killing intent. Even though Uchiha Fugaku has been on the battlefield and killed a lot of people, he doesn't want to look at Li Yi now. Too terrifying. At this time, the 3rd generation of Hokage pulled out his leg from the mud, carried his hands on his back, and turned to leave. He said at the same time, "You too, come with me." His voice was so calm and powerful that no one dared to refute it. "You are ahead." Uchiha Fugaku immediately turned to look at Li Yi and said. Li Yi didn't give him a shot at all, but turned around and helped Ayame, who was sitting on the ground, up. "Are you all right?" Li Yi patted the dust on Ayame's ass and asked. Ayame's cheeks were slightly yuhi, and he shook his head gently. "No, it's fine, brother Li Yi." Her voice, like a mosquito humming, was thin and small, so gentle. It's fine, I'll leave for a while." Li Yi turned to leave. Ayame immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Yi's clothes. Li Yi turned his head to look. Ayame lowered her head slightly, her beautiful eyes flowing with her cheeks slightly yuhi, and said, "Brother Li Yi, you must come back." She feared that Li Yi had killed someone and would be convicted and exiled from Konoha. Li Yi's heart was lightly touched. Since he came to this world, only 2 people have really cared about him. One is Tsunade, the other one is Ayame. Every time, after Li Yi was injured, Ayame would take good care of Li Yi. Every time Li Yi was bullied, Ayame would stand up to protect Li Yi. Every time Li Yi was discussed, Ayame would argue for him. Li Yi has long regarded Ayame as his family. At this moment, I heard Ayame's slightly trembling voice with a hint of prayer. Li Yi's heart was touched. He stroked Ayame's long, soft and delicate hair and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely be back." Brother Li Yi, pull the hook. Ayame immediately looked up and stretched out that slender little finger. Hook. Li Yi smiled knowingly, and also stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Ayame. "Don't worry, I'll go back when I go. After all, the ramen soup hasn't been drunk yet, and it won't taste good when it's cold." Afterward, Li Yi patted Ayame on the shoulder and said seriously, "Tilda." Ayame covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, still thinking about ramen, or ramen soup, as expected of his brother Li Yi. "Go away." Li Yi turned and left. Uchiha Fugaku followed behind Li Yi. He let Li Yi go ahead for one reason only, that is he is afraid of sneak attack. Li Yi's weapon is really amazing. It can be big, small, long or short, and the speed of elongation and shortening is so fast. If Li Yi sneaks up on him from behind, then he will be in trouble. Sharingan of the Uchiha family is, they can't see behind them. After all, Sharingan is not the Byakugan of the Hyuga family. Byakugan's perspective is the real 360-degree omnidirectional without dead end. The two followed the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and came to the Hokage office. The real Hokage office is completely different from what you imagine. The imaginary Hokage office is clean and tidy, and there is a beautiful secretary with a thin waist and round legs who is sorting out documents. But in the real Hokage office, the scrolls of books are stacked in a mountain, and there is a secretary who is sorting out the information, but it is not a woman, but a little boy of 15 or 16. This little boy has a rather strange appearance, with several scars on his face. His hair is tied up like a hedgehog, giving the impression of an explosive head. A very weird feeling. Seeing the 3rd generation of Hokage pushing the door and entering, he just glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze, and continued to organize the information without saying a word. For this, the 3 generations of Hokage seem to have become commonplace, and they are not surprised and angry at all. Introduction. This is my secretary, Nara Shikaku. 3 generations of Hokage pointed to the little boy who seemed to be looking for something in front of him and said, Uchiha Fugaku knew Nara Shikaku, so he nodded. Li Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Nara Shikaku. In the original work, Nara Shikaku is the father of Nara Shikamaru, a genius military strategist strategist known as Konoha who has a strong sense of strategy and judgment. But then again, this family really killed Matt. Lee Yi secretly smiled in his heart. A floating ponytail head, sawtooth hairline, ruthless scar face. This look kills Matt just thinking about it. Shikaku, you go out first, and I'll have a word with both of them. 3 generations of Hokage said. Ah, all right. What a hassle. Nara Shikaku covered his face, stood up, and dragged his body out. A listless look. It's exactly the same as Shikamaru when he was a child. He's really his biological father. Lee Yi smiled in his heart. You two sit down. Afterward, the 3 generations of Hokage turned to look at Uchiha Fugaku and Lee Yi and said, his voice was calm and powerful, with the majesty of a superior invisibly. Lee Yi sat down slowly, looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, and thought, are you going to decide how to punish me? Are you going to give me life for my life, or condemn me as missing nin and kick me out of Konoha? Chapter 5 Capture her heart. Lee Yi had already thought about it for a long time. If the 3 generations of Hokage asked him to give his life for his life, then he ran as fast as he could. If 3 generations of Hokage want to kick it out of Konoha, that's exactly what he wants. As long as he can leave Konoha, then he goes to Nagato. Then dig out the Rinnegan for yourself. According to Lee Yi's understanding, Nagato was probably born in Konoha at 22nd year. In other words, the current Nagato is probably 15 or 16 years old. 15 or 16-year-old Nagato has developed many functions of Rinnegan, but overall, the current Nagato is not wrong. It's not black after all. So now is a great opportunity. Before that, though, he's going to kill Uchiha Fugaku. Not only because after killing Uchiha Fugaku, Lee Yi was able to get a chance to evolve. It's more because Lee Yi doesn't want Uchiha Fugaku to stay in this world. Whoever was beaten once a day for 5 or 6 years in a row would go crazy. Third Hokage said in a calm and powerful voice, we Konoha, also known as the land of fire, we have our will to fire. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow, and the fire will illuminate the whole village and make new leaf grow. Sprout, both of you are part of Konoha village. Lee Yi didn't want to hear these big truths. The truth is the truth. The reality is the reality. Reality won't tell you the truth. If the 3rd generation of Hokage could have appeared earlier, he would not have become what he is now. Now, what's the use of firing these hindsight guns? No shit at all. The reality is cruel. Not everyone has a protagonist halo like Uzumaki Naruto. From the moment he was almost stomped to death just now, Lee Yi's mind has undergone a qualitative change. Bully me, insult me, slander me, laugh at me, despise me, kill them all. Kill him with a clean sheet of armor. Those who love me, protect me, respect me, love me, kiss me, and value me, I will protect me. The current Lee Yi will no longer be weak. The current Lee Yi will no longer be cowardly. Now Lee Yi will only love and hate. What bullshit spirit of fire? What bullshit respect for anime characters? What bullshit does not interfere with the normal development of the story? Total fucking shit. I can't live anymore. Still care about these bullshit. There is a saying that goes well. Those who do not experience darkness, how can they understand light? Those geniuses who have been gifted and high-minded since childhood, they live in praise and envy all day long. They seem to be bright, but did they really understand the light? They know shit. Once they fall from a high position, they will be greeted with endless ridicule and humiliation. Again, only those who have experienced darkness are qualified to understand light. And Lee Yi is someone who has experienced darkness. He has been through this darkness for 5 years. 5 full years. Do you know how I have spent the past 5 years? Of ninja, Lee Yi has only one ninja. Killing, blood, love and hate. Those who are good to me, I will repay Izumi. Those who bully me and insult me, I will destroy them. The following decision is now made. Suddenly, the 3rd generation of Hokage's voice suddenly increased a point, and the tone became more calm and powerful, and said, although Lee Yi killed a Uchiha tribesman, it is normal defense. According to the Konoha criminal law, normal defense causes death. Although innocent, there are also it is wrong, and meritorious deeds are needed to make up for it. Quote, normal defense. What a joke. He just wanted to kill us. Uchiha Fugaku immediately stood up and shouted, Lord Hokage, I don't accept it. Not only I don't accept it, my Uchiha clan will not accept it either. If you didn't bully him, how could he want to kill you? 3rd generation of Hokage smoked a cigarette, and in the fog, he said slowly, Fugaku, you are now the deputy captain of the guard, and you will soon become the captain. If you are still so self-motivated and immature, then I will be the first to oppose you as captain. As soon as this word comes out, Uchiha Fugaku choked. 3 generations of Hokage successfully captured his weakness. He wants to be the captain of the guard. Always wanted to. As long as he can become the captain, then he will be the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan. For some historical reason, the Uchiha family cannot live in the Konoha village, but the Konoha village will not let the Uchiha family become homeless. So the Konoha village has a guard. Guard patrol the village of Konoha every day to maintain law and order in the village of Konoha. However, it is this guard force that symbolizes justice, but relying on its own strength and power, it bullies honest people every day. Lee Yi is the one who was bullied the most by them. Back to the point, Uchiha Fugaku has always wanted to be the captain of the guard because he wants to have power, the power to control the entire Uchiha clan, and the power to marry Uchiha's first beauty, Uchiha Makoto. So, after hearing the words of the third generation Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally angry and agreed, was speechless. He put his hands on the table and sat down slowly. He didn't want to delay his life future because of his friend's death. He wants to be the captain of the guard. Always wanted to. His hands were clenched tightly, and his fingernails had been inserted into the flesh. Dashang, I will definitely avenge you. When I become the captain of the guard, I will use the blood of this way to come to Matsuri to lay your grave. His hands were bleeding, but he didn't realize because at this moment there is only anger in his heart. He lowered his head, and Yuhi's eyes seemed to be changing slightly. Third generation Hokage glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, squinted his eye, and said in his heart, this little guy is not only powerful but also able to endure, and will become a big event in the future, but he doesn't have enough consciousness. Alas, this is a double-edged sword. If you use it well, the entire Konoha will be stained with it. If you use it poorly, tens of thousands of people in Konoha village may suffer from it. Generation Hokage did not dislike the Uchiha family as much as the second generation Hokage. He always had extremely strict precautions against the Uchiha family. After all, the second generation Hokage used to say, the Uchiha family is a symbol of evil. Monkey, if there is a chance in the future, you must kill them all. Didn't think much about it. Third generation of Hokage turned to look at Li Yi and asked, Li Yi, starting from today, you have to make meritorious deeds to make up for your mistake. What's wrong with you? Li Yi frowned. He just wants to get Rinnegan now. He wants to use one evolution chance to evolve Rinnegan into 9 Tomo Rinnegan, even Samsara Sharingan. However, the three generations of Hokage not only did not expel him, but also made him commit crime. However, before Li Yi spoke, the door of Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open. Swish! A person wearing a black robe and a mask appeared in front of the three generations of Hokage like a teleportation. She half knelt down and made a female voice. Report to Lord Hokage, Uchiha Makoto of the Uchiha clan was accidentally captured by the Land of Rain when he was out on a mission, and his whereabouts are now unknown. Lord Danzo hoped that Lord Hokage will send someone to help and rescue Uchiha Makoto. Quote, as soon as these words came out, Li Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Rain country, Uzumaki Nagato in. Good to come. Jung worried that there is no chance to get Rinnegan. Ding. Almost at the same time, the crisp sound of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Save Uchiha Makoto. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Capturing the heart of Uchiha Makoto. 2 mission. It's just that one of them seems a little odd. Chapter 6_Y. The current leader of the Rain Kingdom is Hanzo of the Salamander. That big man known as a demigod. Looking at the entire ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander's strength is at its peak. Even the 3 generations of Hokage who are in their prime, if they face Hanzo of the Salamander, I am afraid they will not be able to get good fruit to eat. After all, the name demigod was not blown out. Third generation of Hokage is not very good looking. Uchiha Makoto was captured by the Land of Rain. I am afraid it will be very troublesome. After thinking for a long time, finally, the third generation Hokage rubbed his eyebrows and said, call Hataki-san over here. Hearing the word Hataki-san, Uchiha Fugaku's face changed suddenly. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Anbu woman nodded slightly. Swish. Although she was half knelt on the ground, her body that was bulging forward and backward was only slightly shaken, like a teleportation, and disappeared in place. You two go back to. 3 generations of Hokage waved at Li Yi and Uchiha Fugaku, and said, you two must remember, where the leaves are flying, the fire is also endless. Since they are all compatriots, why should they fight against each other? Uchiha Fugaku said immediately, Lord Hokage, even if I don't pursue him, I'm afraid that there will be countless people in our Uchiha family who won't. I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry. Third generation of Hokage's voice is calm and powerful, interrupting Uchiha Fugaku, giving people a sense of security. Then, well, Uchiha Fugaku had no choice but to agree. Li Yi, what's wrong with you? Third generation of Hokage looked at Li Yi again. Li Yi shook his head slightly, but in his eyes there was a flash of cruelty. As long as he gets out of the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, then he has a chance to kill Uchiha Fugaku with a stick. Dinghai Shenzhen, also known as Rui Golden Hoop, is a divine iron smelted by Taishang Lao Kun. It was later borrowed by Dayu to control the flood. Jin can calm the mountains and the sea. Mention a Jonin like Uchiha Fugaku, even a cage-level powerhouse like the 3rd generation Hokage. If he is hit on the head with a stick from the Dinghai Shenzhen, he will surely die. There is no way out. So, Li Yi is now waiting for Uchiha Fugaku to leave the Hokage office. As long as they leave here, then Li Yi will find a chance to sneak attack and kill him with a stick. Uchiha Fugaku must die. No one can save him. It's no use Jesus coming. I said. 3 generations of Hokage didn't seem to notice the fierce light in Li Yi's eye. He smoked a cigarette and said slowly, "You two should go out and get along well after you go back. Remember not to have any more conflict." However, before the 3 generations of Hokage finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly shouted, "Lord Hokage, I am going to." "Where are you going?" 3rd generation of Hokage was stunned and stopped smoking, staring at Uchiha Fugaku and asking, "I'm going to save Uchiha Makoto too." Uchiha Fugaku patted his chest, quite a top-spirited aura. "Oh, so it is." 3rd generation of Hokage understood and took a few puffs of cigarette. After thinking for a moment, "Okay, you can stay." 3 generations of Hokage nodded slightly. "Li Yi, you go back first." Li Yi frowned slightly, but didn't say much. "Yes, Lord Hokage." He nodded, turned and walked out of Hokage's office. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Li Yi. The facial expression is very unhappy. Li Yi is thin, his back is incomparably tall and straight. It was as if the sky fell and it couldn't crush him. This is arrogant, but obviously trash. Obviously it trash. Obviously the tail of a crane. Why have this confidence? Why have such arrogance? Why do you have this kind of heart? Why? He has been bullying Li Yi all these years, and one of the main reasons is because he can't stand Li Yi's arrogance. Since it is trash, it should be lying on the ground like a dog, not standing upright like you. Li Yi, when I come back from the land of rain, I will torture you 10 times and 100 times. Then, when I become the captain of the guard, I will use your blood to bury my brother with you. I will bury my brother with Uchiha. The honor of the family is sworn." Uchiha Fugaku secretly clenched his fist, but before that, Makoto has to be rescued. S voice and appearance appeared in his mind, and on Uchiha Fugaku's face there was also a color of admiration that could not be concealed. That is Uchiha's first beauty, Uchiha Makoto. He loves Uchiha Makoto. One of the main reasons why he wants to have power is because of this woman. He wants to become the captain, in order to win the heart of Uchiha Mikesan and marry her. After all, after having power, women, money, power, everything is easy to handle. In the original work, Uchiha Fugaku succeeded in catching up with Uchiha Makoto after he became the captain of the guard, and married him, giving birth to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Makoto is gentle, kind, considerate, and generous, and his character is completely different from Uchiha Fugaku. It is precisely because of Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Fugaku, who has always been arrogant, and lawless, that he will make changes. In the original work, although the later Uchiha Fugaku is still very strict, he has long lost his arrogance before. These changes are all because of Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto is the nobleman of Uchiha Fugaku's life. Of course, these future events will develop according to the original plot without anyone intervening. Once someone intervenes, then everything will change. After all, the butterfly effect is no joke. Now, Uchiha Makoto has fallen into the land of rain and his whereabouts are unknown. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to rescue Uchiha Makoto to capture her heart. The hero saves the beauty and hero. Uchiha Fugaku can't wait. "Makoto, here I come." At the same time, Li Yi leaves the Hokage office. He was walking on a relatively empty street, preparing to return to the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. In those slightly narrowed eyes, the light flickered, as if thinking about something. Uchiha Makoto is now captured in the land of rain, whereabout unknown. The opponent should be Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the land of rain, or Akatsuki, who was just established. Uchiha Fugaku wants to save Uchiha Makoto. If I remember correctly, the love between the two of them was born from this. But how do I get the job done? Jinghai Shenzhen sneak attack is okay, but it's limited to sneak attack. If the other party keeps evading, then I will be consumed to death sooner or later. I have another chance to evolve. Where can I use this opportunity to be useful for this mission? Also, the 3rd generation of Hokage may allow Uchiha Fugaku to save Uchiha Makoto. After all, Uchiha Fugaku is very powerful, but he will never allow me to go. After all, in his eye, I'm just a waste who is not even a genin. If I go out, I will die. So, what should I do? Li Yi pondered, thinking uncertainly. However, just when Li Yi was thinking with all his heart, something unexpected happened. Chapter 7_Fighting. Boom. Above the clear sky, thunder suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, a large dark cloud shrouded in, and in an instant, the world became extremely dark. Li Yi was surprised, and when he came back to his senses, his brows were slightly wrinkled. What happened? Why did the sky suddenly change? He looked up at the sky. At this time, the sky was already covered with dark cloud. One after another thunderstorm roamed through the thunderclouds like python, making a huge roar and exuding an extremely violent aura. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Li Yi looked at the sky and thought to himself, the weather in Konoha village has always been mild. It is impossible to say that the sky will change. Could it be that someone released Raiden Thunder-style ninjutsu? Immediately, Li Yi turned around and ran. Don't stop at all. Since it can cause a vision of heaven and earth, it means that the other party is at least a jonin. At least, no matter if the other party came at him or not, he had to run. Right and wrong place cannot stay for a long time. A mortals fight and mortals suffer. Run. However, Li Yi's body is extremely weak. He has been sick since he was a child. Even if he runs with all his strength, his speed is not very fast. Compared with his here, it is a world of difference. Otherwise, the physical skill value on the Li's perseverance ability test table will not be one. The dark clouds in the sky cover a huge area, as if it can cover the sky. Li Yi wanted to run out of the range covered by the dark cloud. However, just as he was running with all his strength, a figure shrouded in silver blue thunder suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of him with a bang. Boom! The strong wind blew the yellow sand onto Li Yi's face. Painful, painful. Li Yi's expression changed, and without any hesitation, he took out the Dinghai Shenzhen needle directly. At the same time, Li Yi asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" However, the other party did not answer Li Yi, but stretched out the right hand filled with silver blue thunder and grabbed it straight at Li Yi. "Go away." Li Yi held the sea god needle in his hand and stabbed forward sharply. Swish! The Dinghai Shenzhen's length increased sharply, rushing forward with lightning speed. The other party didn't come back to his senses at all, and then, the center of his right hand was directly penetrated by the sea-fixing needle. Puff! Hot blood splattered on each other's face. Oh! The other party seemed to let out a surprise sound of surprise. The Dinghai Shenzhen needle did not stop at all, but instead increased faster and charged straight towards the opponent's heart, taking advantage of people's illness, killing people. To deal with the enemy, Li Yi will never be soft-hearted now. But just when Dinghai Shenzhen was about to kill the opponent, a long knife suddenly appeared on the opponent's other palm. Ha! He shouted loudly, held the long saber, and slashed heavily on the Dinghaishan needle that came from the spur. Ding! A sharp and harsh sound resounded between this world. The long knife in the opponent's hand vibrated violently, and the vibration frequency was so high that he almost didn't hold it. And when he clenched the long sword again, his tiger's mouth was already shattered, and Yin Yuhi's blood gushed out. There was a look of doubt about life on his face. However, it was also due to the impact of the Si Ding Shen needle that his body quickly retreated. Almost in the blink of an eye, he retreated 20 or 30 meters. Therefore, he got rid of the Dinghai Shenzhen. All this happened between the lightning and flint. When Li Yi came back to his senses, the other party had already appeared 20 to 30 meters away. Li Yi's face changed slightly. What a fast speed. He didn't even see how the other party retreated there. This guy is at least a Jonin. Li Yi made a decision in his heart, also very suspicious. Why did the other party sneak up on him? Could it be from Uchiha Fugaku? Impossible. The opponent is stronger than Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Fugaku cannot drive such a strong man. However, since it was not sent by Uchiha Fugaku, who sent it? Except for Uchiha Fugaku, Li Yi and others don't seem to have any grudges. Right? Is it the enemy of the country? Impossible. People from the enemy country will only attack the genius ninja of Konoha, not the crap like him. After all, his trash is irrelevant to the war. Li Yi's mind was spinning like electricity, and he thought about many possibilities in an instant. However, no matter what Li Yi thought, he couldn't figure out why the other party wanted to attack him. However, at this moment, the other party shot again. His hands quickly hand-sealed, and a hoarse whisper came out of his mouth, the art of Kurigaku. When his voice fell, there was a thick fog rising from the surrounding heaven and earth. Li Yi's heart trembled. In this thick fog, he can't see anything. The current Li Yi has only one trump card, and that is Dinghai Shenzhen. And if you want to play the role of Dinghai Shenzhen, you can only choose sneak attack, just like killing Uchiha Daisho before. However, if you can't see anything, then the Si Ding Divine Needle will be useless. You can't mess around with it, can you? Moreover, since the other party will use the technique of Kurigaku, it means that the other party is the ninja of the village of Kurigaku, that is, the ninja of the land of water. Li Yi wants to encounter now as the ninja of the land of water. After all, the land of water is best at concealment and assassination. You are in the light, and the other party is in the dark. If the other party chooses to sneak attack, then it is impossible for you to avoid. In other words, he is now a piece of fish on the board, and he is slaughtered by others. Damn it, if I confront it head on, then I may still have a chance. But now that the opponent chooses to attack, how can this fight? Li Yi's face was extremely gloomy. Could it be that he just got the plug-in and was about to go to Huang Izumi? Also, what are the ninjas in Konoha village doing? Why haven't they come to save me? I'm about to be killed. What are you doing to eat? A group of pigs. At this moment, behind Li Yi, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Li Yi's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he directly held the more than 10 meters long Dinghaishan pin with both hands and waved it towards the rear. Call. The Dinghaishan needle weighed 13,500 jin, and wherever it passed, it caused a gust of wind to howl. Because the Dinghaishanzen already recognized Li Yi as the master, its weight in Li Yi's hand was only equivalent to an ordinary wooden stick. Call. The Dinghaishan needle was like a broken bamboo, sweeping towards the rear. But in the end, Li Yi didn't hit anything in kind. Failed. However, Li Yi was not surprised. Instead, his mind moved. Swish. The other end of the Si Ding Shen needle surged forward toward the front. At the same time, Li Yi held the Dinghai Shen needle in his hand and turned his wrist wrist sharply. Call. The 20 or 30 meters long Dinghaishan needle, like a fan, swept across the front. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Yi finally felt a physical blow hit. Li Yi's face was filled with joy, but before the joy on Li Yi's face solidified, a crisp bang sounded suddenly from the front. After the sound sounded, the physical impact on Li Yi's hand disappeared. Obviously, the other party used the substitute technique to escape. Chapter 8 It's Oshoi. Li Yi looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. The area of the dark cloud was huge, covering almost half of the Konoha village. Obviously, the other party is not coming for him, but for the entire Konoha village. Li Yi frowned. Did Kurigakure village attack Konoha village? It seems that there are still 4 or 5 years before the Third Ninja War. Right. According to the development of the original story, the Third Ninja War will break out in Konoha around 42 years. The reason for the outbreak is also very simple. The 4th generation Mizukage of Kurigakure village, Karataki Yagura, was controlled by Uchiha Madara. He ordered the ninjas under him to sneak attack and kill the ninjas of many countries, thus igniting the war between the major countries. So, however, that was around Konoha 42. It's only Konoha 38 years now. EPUB. Why is Kurigakure village raiding Konoha village now? Could it be that the Third Ninja World War is about to break out ahead of schedule? But why did the Third War break out earlier? Li Yi couldn't figure it out, but didn't think much of it. The only thing he has to do now is to save his own life. Now that he is in the light and the opponent is dark, even if he has the sea-dingling needle, but he can't hit the opponent, even if he is lucky enough to hit the opponent, as long as the opponent uses the avatar technique, he can easily escape. Therefore, Li Yi can't deal with the enemy in front of him at all, only run away. At the same time, footsteps were heard next to him again. There is no way. Li Yi took a deep breath and slanted the Dinghaishan needle into the ground. Afterward, he raised his leg and straddled it on top of the Dinghaishan needle, and his hands were holding the Dinghaishan needle firmly. That appearance was like riding on it. Li Yi's mind moved. Swish. The length of Dinghaishan needle increased sharply. Li Yi rode on the Dinghaishan needle and charged forward violently. The speed is as fast as thunder. Call. The wind whistled past my ear. Li Yi's face has been blown out of shape, but it is precisely because of this speed that, in the blink of an eye, Li Yi rushed out of the fog area. At the same time, the end of the Dinghaishan needle that is inserted on the ground, a tall and thin figure appeared out of thin air. Seeing that Li Yi disappeared in an instant, riding the Dinghaishan, there was a trace of doubt about life on his wicked face again. What the hell is this doing? And this kind of operation? It's Oshoi. Looking at the stick in front of him that had grown to 200 or 300 meters, he sighed. No way. That person can't be caught. Can only choose other prey. He sighed again and shook his head in disappointment. However, suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Looking at the shiny golden stick in front of him, he muttered to himself, could this stick be a metal product? Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately hand-sealed with both hands. When he finished the seal, he took out 2 long knives and placed them in front of him. As soon as the 2 long knives touched, layers of silver-colored thunder appeared. The silver-colored thunder flashed with light and made an extremely sharp roar. Then, he snorted, Raiden Thunder style, Rai Kiba. Before he finished speaking, he held the long saber in both hands and slammed it on the Dinghai God needle. The endless thunder followed the long sword with a sharp hissing sound and flowed into the Ding Shenjen. At the same time, the other end of the Ding Shen needle. At this time, Li Yi was naked and his body was covered with scar. The blood was dripping down because he just hit a wall. The rapid growth of the Sea God needle caused his reaction speed to be unable to keep up, so he slammed into the wall. Fortunately, the wall wasn't too hard, otherwise Li Yi would have been hit to death by now. Just like driving a car, if the speed of driving is too fast, the reaction speed will not keep up with the speed of the car, and accidents will easily occur. However, since it has now rushed out of the fog area, then there is no need for the Dinghai Shenjen to grow. The last time it was hitting a wall, the next time it was hitting someone, then things would be troublesome. Therefore, with the thought of Li Yi, the growth rate of Dinghai Shenzhen was reduced. The reason why he didn't stop the Ding Shenjen immediately was because if he did that, his whole body would be thrown out. After all, inertia is no joke. The growth rate of Dinghai Shenzhen gradually decreased. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. There was no fog around, and it was obviously a safe zone, and the ninjas of Konoha village would be coming soon. At that time, even if the ninja from the village of Kurigakure in the back catches up, it will not fight with him but with the ninja from the village of Konoha. So, he is safe now. However, just when Li Yi was about to stop the Dinghai Shenjen completely, suddenly, a faint numbness came from the palm of his hand. Li Yi was surprised, and the next moment, before Li Yi regained his senses, suddenly, a violent electric shock was transmitted to his nerves along his hand. In an instant, Li Yi's entire body trembled violently. Li Yi shouted in a long voice, his voice trembling along with his body. His hair also exploded directly. Look funny. Fortunately, this electric shock is not continuous. When the electric shock disappeared, Li Yi's body fell to the ground with a bang. He was lying lying on the ground like a dead dog. Although he was not in a coma for the time being, he was unable to move. The Xiding Shenzhen turned into an ordinary stick again and lay quietly beside him. Damn, I forgot about this. I'm not a stone monkey. I can't stand the electric shock. Li Yi cursed secretly in his heart. In the confusion, Li Yi saw a man wearing a Konoha ninja uniform and a Konoha forehead and ran over quickly. It coming. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but it was precisely because of this relaxation that the nerves in his mind couldn't hold back any longer, and as soon as his eyes darkened, he fainted. I do not know how long it has been. Puff! A basin of cold water splashed on Li Yi's face. Li Yi woke up reluctantly and slowly opened his eye. Hiss! There was a sharp pain in his mind, as if it was about to tear a nerve, and the pain caused Li to take a breath. After being stunned, the feeling when you wake up is the same as when you wake up the next day after drinking a pill. Extremely uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. Can't the Konoha medical staff hear me first and then wake me up? And I seem to be sitting now. Isn't there even a decent bed in Konoha's medical room? A series of doubts appeared in Li Yi's heart, but at this moment, an extremely hoarse voice, like a countdown to the death of a hell messenger, entered Li Yi's ear. Brother, what do we do with these 18 Konohas? Cut off their necks and throw their heads back into the Konoha, or chop them into meat and feed them to Konoha's dog. Hear this. Li Yi. Chapter 9 Escape Plan. Li Yi finally understood his current situation. There was a rag in his mouth, his hands were tightly tied behind his back, and his body was also tied up with 5 flowers. Not only himself, there are more than 10 people around. The same is true. They are all ninjas from Konoha village. This is a desperate situation. More than a dozen people stood in a circle, leaning on the trunk of a big tree, like a group of lambs to be slaughtered, looking extremely pitiful. Li Yi sat a ninja from Konoha village, who had not yet woken up, and when Li Yi saw his familiar face, an instant 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past in Li Yi's heart, because this ninja was the one who came to the rescue in time when he was in Konoha village. At that time, after Li Yi was electrocuted, his whole body was paralyzed and his consciousness gradually disappeared. However, just before his consciousness completely disappeared, Li Yi saw the ninja, so he was at ease in a coma. But now, this ninja not only failed to protect him, but also brought himself in. It's just a pig teammate. Li was convinced. Sure enough, I shouldn't trust anyone. Li Yi sighed inwardly and said to himself, it is better to trust yourself than to trust someone, and it is better to rely on yourself than to rely on someone else. As the old saying goes, it is better to have a father or a mother than to have it yourself. This time, Li Yi has learned a long lesson. Then, Li Yi began to observe the surrounding environment. A ninja wearing a ninja uniform and a forehead guard, holding a bucket of water in his left hand and a water scoop in his right hand, one by one, splashed the 18 people who were sitting unconscious on the ground. Seeing the man's forehead protector, Li Yi squinted his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, sure enough, it's from Kurigakure village. Kurigakure village is completely different from the logo on the forehead of the Konoha village. The symbol on the forehead of Konoha village is a leaf. The sign on the forehead of the Kurigakure village is 2 parallel slashes, but the slashes are broken in the middle, which looks like a river. Kurigakure is the country of water. Since it is the country of water, it is of course reasonable to use the river as a symbol. Li Yi just glanced at the ninja, and then withdrew his gaze. He could see that the ninjas in this Kurigakure village were not wrong. They should be just a striker. The real boss should not be here. So, Li Yi raised his head and looked around, wanting to see if there were other people around. The only thing he has to do now is to try his best to get out of here. He, Li Yi, will never be a slaughtered piece of fish on a plate. However, instead of seeing people, Li Yi saw 7 knives. These 7 knives are erected on the trunk of a big tree in front of them. The shapes of knives are different, including large knife, short knife, long knife, and thin knife. Li Yi was stunned for a moment. 7 knives. Why 7 knives? And these 7 knives look familiar. And the next moment, Li Yi's face suddenly changed. A possibility popped up in his mind, and Li Yi's mood suddenly picked up. Kurigakure village. 7 knives. If he guessed correctly, then the opponent is likely to be the strongest killer group in Kurigakure village, and it is also the killer group that makes the entire ninja world horrified. The 7 ninja swordsmen. As the name suggests, this group consists of 7 ninjas from the village of Kurigakure. The strength of each of these 7 ninjas is among the best even among Jonin. Moreover, each of these 7 ninjas is equipped with a ninja sword that is very suitable for their own ninjutsu. Therefore, they will be called the 7 ninja swordsmen. What is even more terrifying is that the cooperation of these 7 people is extremely tacit, and they can exert the power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. In the original book of Hokage, once the 7 ninja swordsmen join forces, they can conquer a small country overnight. This is no exaggeration at all. Therefore, if the other party is really the 7 ninja swordsmen, then things will be troublesome. The current 7 ninja swordsmen should still be the first generation of the 7 ninja swordmen. They are directly subordinate to the 4th generation Mizukage and are the personal killers of the 4th generation Mizukage. They generally don't move easily, and if they don't move, they will be amazing. In the original, Hokage Hokage Might Guy's father Might Guy, who created the 8 inner gate, even opened the last gate of the 8 inner gates when fighting the 7 inner gate. Death the door did not completely destroy the group of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Instead, only 4 people were killed. It is enough to see the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen. So, if the people who attack Konoha village this time were the 7 ninja swordsmen from Kurigakure village, then things would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Lee Yi's palm could not help but seep a trace of sweat. However, at this moment, faintly, Lee Yi heard the hoarse voice again. Boss, make a decision quickly, or we'll have to run away when Konoha's Jonin arrive. The voice is extremely hoarse, like the countdown to the death of the Hell Messenger, which made people shudder. He continued, cut off their necks and throw their heads back into the Konoha, or chop them up and feed the dog. Yes, boss, what the third brother said is right. And the sick was injured by Konoha's people. Now he is seriously injured and needs immediate treatment. You should make a decision quickly. After we kill these 18 people, we will quickly bring Sicko back. Another voice sounded, but this voice was a little shrill, like a rat cry. Hearing this, Lee Yi's heart skipped a beat. The other party really wanted to kill them, and it's such an inhumane killing method. Lee Yi swallowed and tried to identify the source of the sound. In the end, his eyes locked on the towering tree in front of him. To be precise, it was behind the towering tree. That's right, the source of the sound is behind that big tree. Immediately afterward, in Lee Yi's mind, an escape plan was formulated. The first step, breaking the iron chain. According to the sharpness of the Dinghaishan needle, it will take at least 50 or 60 seconds to break the rope that binds the wrist without making any sound. The second step, escape. The moment the rope was broken, I grabbed the Dinghaishan with both hands and ran away. Although I couldn't escape with others, it would be nice to be able to save myself in this situation. How could I care about others? The third step, check the loopholes in the first 2 steps. If the 7 ninja swordsmen set up a barrier around this place, then no matter how fast I am, I can't escape from here. But if you don't even try, then there is only a dead end. Lee Yi is not an indecisive person after all. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, he formulated this escape plan, and then began to execute it. Just do it. Dinghaishan has already recognized him as the master, and when Lee Yi doesn't need it, it disappeared, and when Lee Yi needs it, it will appear instantly with just a thought. Therefore, as soon as Lee Yi thought about it, the Dinghai God needle appeared between his fingers in the shape of a golden needle. Chapter 10 Escape successfully. Lee Yi stabbed the rope with the Dinghaishan needle between his fingers, and moved cautiously for fear of making any noise. Exactly as planned, after 50 or 60 seconds, Lee Yi stabbed and broke the rope tied to his wrist. After that, without any hesitation, Lee Yi thought, swish, the Dinghaishan needle's length suddenly skyrocketed. With a loud bang, the ground under the Dinghaishan exploded directly, and a deep pit appeared. On the other hand, Lee Yi was holding the other end of the Dinghai God needle firmly, and his body was like a cannonball, and he slanted towards the sky. Call out, extremely fast. With a cracking sound, it disappeared in an instant. This scene has come out, and everyone is done, including those ninjas in Konoha village. What the hell is this doing? Why is it gone in an instant? It's so showy. Swish. Almost at the same time, a thin figure appeared in front of Dinghaishan. He looked at Dinghaishan, which had skyrocketed to a length of 100 or 200 meters. That grim face instantly darkened and looked even more terrifying. Holding 2 long knives, he shouted, Raiden, thunder style, Rai Kiba. As soon as the voice fell, silver blue thunder appeared on the surface of the 2 long knives, making a sharp sound. Then, without any hesitation, he took the 2 long knives and slashed towards the Dinghaishan needle piece. Metal can conduct electricity. He is going to repeat the old trick. However, just in the nick of time, swish, the sea god needle is gone, disappeared out of thin air. The long knife in the man's hand fell on the tree trunk. Boom, a loud bang. This towering tree was forcibly cut off from the middle. Was another loud bang, and the big tree fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble, and countless dust rose up, causing people to cough, and also smashed a Konoha village ninja into Mi-chan. The man frowned slightly. Others may not have seen it, but he is a Jonin, and he is also a Jonin of Grandmaster speed, so he clearly saw just now that the golden rod did not disappear out of thin air, but shortened in an instant. The man immediately looked up into the sky. However, there was no figure in the sky. Obviously, the other party has run away. Damn it. He cursed in a low voice, then looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and shouted, I don't care what you want to do. Get back to me right now, or I'll make these 17 lives worse than death, and never be reborn. He condensed the chakra in his throat, so his voice was extremely penetrating, powerful and loud, and instantly spread to a range of 300 or 400 meters. However, he did not get any response. It seems that the other party doesn't care about the lives of these 17 people at all. Damn it. The man clenched his hand tightly, his face even more gloomy. Then, he concentrated chakra in his throat again and shouted loudly, I will give you one more chance. Come back immediately. As long as you come back, I promise not to kill you, not to touch a single hair of your hair. However, if you don't come back, then I'll kill all 17 now. His voice this time was louder than the last time, and it instantly reached a range of 500 or 600 meters. The man thinks that no matter how fast the other party is, they will run 500 or 600 meters at most, and there will be no more, so the other party can definitely hear his voice. As far as he knew, Konoha were all compassionate people who would rather die than be harmed by his companion, and now that he has spoken so venomously, he thinks that Li Yi will surely come back obediently and die. But obviously, he thought too much. Li Yi didn't even show a single figure. The man was angry and anxious, his chest heaving violently. The next moment, he directly erected the long knife and inserted it into the heart of a Konoha ninja. The ninja let out an extremely sharp and shrill scream and shot straight into the sky. The man condensed all the chakras in his throat again and shouted towards the sky, "If you come back every second every night, I will kill one person until I kill all 17 of them." His voice was extremely loud, accompanied by the screams of the Konoha ninja, echoing between the heavens and the earth. He thought that he had done so well, and Li Yi would definitely come back. Even if he doesn't come back, he will stay in the distance and wait for an opportunity. But obviously, he thought too much. 5 figures ran over. Then they all shook their heads at the man. Among them was a man with short black hair, no eyebrows, sharp teeth, bandages on his ears and neck, yui-colored stripes on his face, and a cross scar on the right side of his face. He was holding a huge broken knife. Shaking his head, he said, "7, don't shout. There is no trace of anyone in a radius of 500 or 600 meters. That kid has long since disappeared." As soon as these words came out, the thin man suddenly stared. A look of embarrassment appeared on his hideous face, and he said, "Boss, what do you mean?" "Yes, you were talking to the air just now." Dewa Juzo nodded lightly. In fact, even he did not expect that Li Yi would be so heartless. Then, he put the broken knife on his shoulder, and turned to look at the ninja of the land of water who was holding a bucket in his left hand and a water ladle in his right. Not only him, but the other 5 also set their sights on that ninja. The ninja was terrified. After all, these 6 people are the strongest combat power in the country of water. Even Mizuka-sama, if they are staring at them at the same time, I am afraid it will be uncomfortable. Finally, Dewa Juzo spoke up. He stared at the ninja and asked, "Being tied to our Kurigakur's water rope, the other party can neither hand seal nor use chakra, but that person can use psychic technique channeling his weapon. He shouldn't have done this. It seems that there is a traitor among us." As soon as these words came out, the ninja fell to the ground with applause. "It's not me. It's really not me. I don't know anything." The ninja bowed his head, knelt on the ground, and said shiveringly, "I don't doubt you. What are you so afraid of? Come on, raise your head. Since you have a clear conscience, then raise your head upright and above board. Don't bow your head like those humble might." Dewa Juzo said. The voice is still soft. Hearing this, the ninja was instantly grateful and raised his head with a nose and a tear. "Sure enough, Lord Juzo is sensible. I am so moved." However, he just raised his head. Swish, knife light flash. His head flew out. Immediately, blood spurted out like a Jinchuiki column. Dewa Juzo put the broken knife on his shoulder again. Although the surface of the broken knife was stained with a trace of blood, he remained expressionless and said, "Throw your head back into Konoha with the heads of these 17 people. This way, Konoha won't doubt it, and you can make up for your faults and die." Chapter 11 Not necessarily able to come back alive. The 7 ninja swordsmen attack Konoha village this time with only one purpose, that is, to frame the blame. Put the blame on the Kingdom of Thunder for this sneak attack. Because of this, when they attacked Konoha before, they created the phenomenon of thunder and lightning. In fact, the 7 of them didn't want to sneak attack on Konoha village either. However, this was a task that Mizuka-sama personally ordered, and they had to do it. The 7 of them thought they could easily complete this task, but I didn't expect that Konoha was so strong. Not only in the process of the sneak attack, but the sick man was almost killed by a white-haired ninja in Konoha. And now, among the 18 people who were tied up by them, can anyone still run away? Konoha become full of strong men. Horrible. Boss, if that person just went back and tipped off, then we'd be in trouble. At this moment, the skinny man with 2 thunder knives spoke up, with a hint of worry in his tone, and said, "Not only will he not be able to complete the task, but I'm afraid it will cause war for our country." Dewa Juzo is the captain of the 7 ninja swordsmen. After he heard this, he shook his head slightly. His expression seemed a little unconcerned, and said, "Although one person ran away, it has nothing to do with the overall situation." "Why?" The thin man frowned and asked. "Because that kid doesn't know our identity." Dewa Juzo replied, "Although he doesn't know our identity, he definitely knows the identity of this guy." The thin man pointed to the headless corpse kneeling on the ground in front of him, but no longer spewing blood, and said, "This guy is wearing the forehead guard of our country of water on his head. That kid can't recognize, so I killed him." Dewa Juzo said, "What do you mean? Didn't you kill him because he was a traitor?" The thin man asked with a frown. "Of course not. He can't be a traitor. Even if he was given 10 courage, he wouldn't dare to defect." Dewa Juzo shook his head slightly. "Then why did you kill him?" Thin man stared at Dewa Juzo and asked with a puzzled expression. Not only the thin man, but the other 4 were also staring at Dewa Juzo, wanting to hear him explain. Dewa Juzo carried the broken knife in his right hand, stretched out 2 fingers in his left hand, and said, I killed him for two reasons. First, he was not well guarded, which caused one of them to escape, so I killed him. Second, I used his light to get rid of the suspicion of our country of water. I understand the first, but what does the second mean? The thin man asked immediately. Biwa Juzo exclaimed, although that kid escaped, it is not necessarily a bad thing for us. On the contrary, it may be a good thing. Boss, what do you mean? Biwa Juzo has already said this. The thin man is not a fool. He has already vaguely guessed Biwa Juzo's thought. That's right. Biwa Juzo nodded lightly. He pointed to the head of the water ninja on the ground, and continued, we only need to throw this thing into Konoha, then that kid can recognize him, and as long as that kid can recognize him, come on, then there will be no more suspicions in their village of Kurigakure. So it is. The thin man suddenly realized. In fact, the meaning of Biwa Juzo is very simple. There is no need for them to kill their own ninjas in the country of water, but now, the ninjas in the country of water are already dead, so this is definitely not done by the country of water. It must be done by other countries. Slender Man said again, no wonder boss, you just said, make up for your faults and die properly. That's what it meant, and a little more. But Biwa Juzo stretched out a finger again and said, that kid might not be able to go back alive. What do you mean? The thin man was taken aback. Biwa Juzo asked, have you forgotten where this place is? Thin man replied without hesitation, this is the boundary of the land of rain. However, before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had remembered something. Before, in order to escape the pursuit of Konoha village, they entered the boundary of the land of rain. Why do you want to enter the boundaries of the land of rain? Not only because the land of rain is adjacent to the land of fire. There are many countries adjacent to the country of fire, such as the country of bird, the country of rivers, the country of grass, and the country of taki. But why did they only choose the country of rain? There is only one reason. That is, the country of rain and the country of fire are not harmonious. To be precise, the relationship between the two parties is extremely poor. This is because, in the Ninja World War in previous year, the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Fire were enemies. In that war, countless people died on both sides. Some lost their husbands, some lost their fathers, some lost their brothers, and some lost the love of their lives. The hatred caused by the war is undoubtedly enormous. Now, the war has just passed a year or two. The hatred is not over. It can't be eliminated either. Today, everyone in the land of fire hates the land of rain, and everyone in the land of rain wish that the land of fire would be wiped out. Therefore, Biwa Juzo would say, that kid may not be able to return alive. The accent of each country is different, so as long as that kid beat, people in the land of rain can tell that he is from the land of fire. Although the kid escaped, he really might not be able to come back alive. After all, this is the boundary of the land of rain. After thinking of this, the worried look on the thin man's face disappeared. At this time, Biwa Juzo said again, as long as his head and the heads of these 17 people are thrown into Konoha together, then, whether that kid can go back alive or not, our village in Kurigakure will not be suspicious. Bah, not 17, but 16. The thin man pointed to the puddle of meat-chan on the ground and grinned. Yes, Biwa Juzo nodded lightly, and he stopped writing ink, but said directly, if that's the case, then let's start. He raised the broken knife. So, under the terrified eyes of the 16 Konoha people, a massacre officially kicked off. At the same time, 10,000 meters away, boom, a muffled sound. Lee fell from the sky and fell heavily to the ground. It looked very unsightly, like a dog chewing shit, but as soon as he landed, he got up immediately, regardless of the pain on his body, and plunged into the grass beside him. Time flies. After 10 minutes, there is still no one else here. Lee breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense body gradually relaxed. Looks like I guessed right. They feel like they haven't shown up, so I don't know who they really are. Lee sat down on the ground and finally dared to take a breath, but the corners of his mouth evoked a smug arc of, everything is expected, thinking, but, I knew from the very beginning. You are the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chapter 12 _ I'm stronger and bald. Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Look around at your surroundings. Very unfamiliar. Obviously, he has never been here, but one thing is certain, this is definitely not the boundary of Konoha village. What should I do now? Should I go back to the village of Konoha, or should I grow up outside for a while? Lee was once again lost in thought. After thinking for a moment, Lee opened the main panel of the system. From the moment the system was turned on, this main panel, which could only be seen by Lee, appeared. Usually, this main panel is closed and no one can see it. When he needs it, Lee only needs to move his mind, then it can appear and can only be seen by Lee alone. And now, this main panel appeared in front of Lee again. Host name, Lee, age, 20 years old, sex, male, strength, ordinary mortal, weapon, Dinghai Shinpin, mission, open black lens bracket kill Uchiha Fugaku close black lens bracket open black lens bracket save Uchiha Makoto close black lens bracket open black lens bracket capture Uchiha Makoto S heart close black lens bracket. Remaining chance to evolve 1. Previously, Lee had no chance to study this infinite evolutionary system. Now, Lee can finally make time to study it. Name, age, gender, these are all useless information. Lee didn't even look at it. Lee looked at his own strength. Ordinary mortal, Li Yi immediately asked softly, "System, can you talk to me?" Go back to the host. Yes. The crisp and pleasant sound of the system appeared in my mind out of thin air. Then let me ask you, what kind of strength is above ordinary mortal? Li Yi asked softly. System replied, returning to the host, above ordinary mortals is extraordinary. As soon as this word comes out, Li Yi's forehead, 3 black lines immediately appeared. Extraordinary. Do you still need to say this? Above the mortal is beyond the mortal, of course, is extraordinary. What kind of strength is above the transcendent? Li Yi asked again. System replied, go back to the host. It gone. Li Yi was stunned for a moment. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked, there are only these 2 realms of strength, mortal and extraordinary. Isn't there Genin, Chunin, Jonin? System replied, back to the host. No. Then there must be a correspondent. What kind of strength does the extraordinary correspond to the ninja world? Li Yi asked. System replied, back to the host. The extraordinary is divided into 1 to 9 levels. 1 is the beginning, 9 is the extreme. The extraordinary first order corresponds to Genin. The extraordinary second order corresponds to Chunin. The extraordinary third order corresponds to Jonin. And the extraordinary fourth order elite Jonin. Extraordinary. The fifth order corresponds to the cage level ninja. The extraordinary sixth order corresponds to the god of ninjas. The extraordinary seventh order corresponds to the ancestor of the ninja. The extraordinary eighth order corresponds to the ancestor of chakra. And the extraordinary ninth order is the supreme strength. Quote, after hearing the system's explanation, Li Yi touched his chin and thought, the extraordinary first order corresponds to Genin. Extraordinary second order corresponds to Chunin. Extraordinary third order corresponds to Jonin. The extraordinary fourth order corresponds to the elite Jonin. The extraordinary fifth order corresponds to the cage level ninja. The extraordinary sixth order corresponds to the god of ninjas, that is, an existence like Senju Hashirama. The extraordinary seventh order corresponds to the ancestor of the ninja, that is, the existence of the 6 paths immortal. The extraordinary eighth order corresponds to the ancestor of chakra, that is, an existence like Otsutsuki Kagaya. The extraordinary ninth order has surpassed the ancestor of chakra and is invincible in the ninja world. Then how can I improve my strength? Li Yi asked again. These 9 realms, although they sound simple, I am afraid that it will be very difficult to improve. System replied, back to the host. There are 2 ways to improve your strength. One is through persistent exercise, and the other is through evolution. Evolution. Li Yi directly locked on the second method and asked, that is, can I evolve myself? System replied, go back to the host. That's right. With the affirmation of the system, Li Yi immediately wanted to use an evolutionary opportunity to evolve himself. However, Li Yi finally held back his temper and asked, if I use an evolutionary opportunity on myself, what will I evolve into? System replied, back to the host. I don't know. Don't know. Li Yi frowned, feeling a faint sense of ominousness in his heart, and asked, can you give me an example? System replied, go back to the host. Yes. Li Yi quietly waited for the example given by the system. However, after waiting for a while, the system did not continue to speak. Li Yi frowned again. What wrong with the system? Why don't you speak suddenly? Could it be a card machine? So Li Yi asked, system, why didn't you speak? System replied, go back to the host. You didn't ask me a question, so I didn't speak. Huh? Li Yi was taken aback. How could I have not asked you question? I clearly asked you a question just now. I just asked you the question. Can you give me an example? Suddenly, Li Yi's expression changed, and he suddenly realized the system doesn't know how to adapt. In other words, it will only answer whatever you ask. Li Yi asked the question, can you give me an example? It would only answer yes, instead of giving Li Yi an example. Therefore, Li Yi patted his head and said helplessly, just give me an example of the question just now. System replied, back to the host. The direction of evolution is unknown. Perhaps your strength has evolved, and your strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and you have become a Chunin or Jonin in one fell swoop. Or your body has evolved and evolved into a skeleton, thus gaining the ability to be immortal. Or maybe just the outer appearance has evolved into a bald head. Quote, hear this. Li Yi, bald, become bald. Is it evolution? Real or fake? I read few books. Don't lie to me. Suddenly, Li Yi remembered a sentence he had read in his previous life. I became stronger and bald. Now, this sentence seems to contain great truth. Afterward, Li Yi fell into contemplation again. He originally planned to use an evolutionary opportunity to increase his strength by leaps and bounds, but now it seems that this plan is in vain. After all, it may turn into a skeleton or a bald head. Li Yi didn't want to be like that. Kill him and he doesn't want to be bald. So, Li Yi no longer thought about it, but once again looked at the main panel of the system in front of him. There is no need to look at weapons and tasks. After all, there is nothing to doubt. Li Yi looked at the last item, remaining chance for evolution. 1. Li Yi asked, system, as long as I complete a task, can I get a chance to evolve? System replied, go back to the host. After you complete a task, you may not only get 1 chance to evolve, but may also get 2, 3 or even more chances to evolve. So it is. Li Yi nodded thoughtfully. However, just as Li Yi was sitting in the grass and communicating with the system, he did not find that a figure appeared behind him quietly. Chapter 13. The village of the Orochimaru experiment. A figure appeared behind Li Yi without making any sound. Li Yi was still squatting in the grass. His eyes flickered, and his face changed slightly. Obviously, he was still communicating with the system and did not notice the person behind him. And the figure behind him raised the stick in his hand and smashed it towards the back of Li Yi's head. Show no mercy. Call. A cracking sound. The wooden stick was not fancy at all, and fell heavily on the back of Li Yi's head. Bang! Li Yi's eyes darkened. He lost consciousness and fell to the ground. I don't know how long. There was a violent hot feeling on the buttock, which made Li Yi open his eye. When he woke up, he discovered that his whole body was hung on a wooden stick, and his hands and feet were tied to the wooden stick. Beneath his body, there was a pile of firewood burning. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. What does it mean? Road people, eat human. And then again, where is this? Wasn't I just talking to the infinite evolution system? Why did you come here suddenly? There was a sharp pain in the back of the head, and the pain caused Li to take a deep breath. At this point that Li Yi remembered that when he was talking to the system before, he was suddenly hit on the back of the head, causing him to lose consciousness, and then he came here. After thinking about the cause and effect, Li Yi immediately cursed in his heart. How the hell am I so unlucky? As soon as he escaped from the tiger's mouth of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was put on another knife's mouth. Is this the so-called blessing and misfortune? This is too dog. Thank God. How did Lao Su recruit you? You just play with Lao Su. However, at this moment, an old voice suddenly came from Li Yi's ear. He's awake. Li Yi looked for fame. The beginning is an old man in his 70s or 80s, with a hunched body and gray hair. The old face has countless wrinkles carved by time, and it looked drained. Li with his slightly cloudy eye. Li Yi was a little hairy at his stare, and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Old man spoke again and said, since he is awake, let's put that turtle on him. Yes, the old man led a group of people. At this moment, a burly man walked out of the crowd. He was wearing shorts and short sleeves, with short hair and well-developed limbs. His strong body seemed to be full of destructive power. He walked slowly towards Li Yi, and on his callous hand, he was holding a blue turtle. That's right, it's a blue turtle. He walked up to Li Yi and put the turtle on Li Yi's stomach. Li Yi, what does it mean? Put a turtle on me. What did they want to do? Li Yi immediately asked, who are you? Why are you arresting me? What do you want to do? Little guy, if you can become a Matsuri product that heals our saintess, you can be considered a good death. Li with those slightly cloudy eyes, and said in an extremely old voice, Matsuri. Li Yi was taken aback. The word Matsuri. Does the other party want to offer him Matsuri? Li Yi's heart skipped a beat and hurriedly said, everyone, let's talk about it. I'm a medical ninja. If your holy girl is sick, then I may be able to heal her. At this point, in order to save his life, Li Yi had already started to make things up. However, after hearing Li Yi's word, the burly man said, village chief, listen to his accent. He should be from Konoha village. No, he shouldn't, but he is from Konoha village. When the old man heard the word, a look of disgust flashed in those eyes. If that's the case, then he deserves to die even more. Everyone in Konoha deserves to die. Everyone should go to 18 levels of hell, and everyone should be immortal. The village chief tone became extremely stern, and it seemed that he hated Konoha village very much. Li Yi, can you tell I'm from Konoha village just by the accent? What is this operation? In Li Yi's heart, there was a feeling of being clever but being mistaken by cleverness. If I had known, I would not be. Well now, this speech is more certain to die. Li Yi wanted to cry without tears, but at this moment, among the crowd behind the old man, a woman in her 30s came out. She looked quite ordinary, but her figure was very plump, which made people feel unforgettable. Her voice was also very gentle, and she said, village chief, I heard that Konoha village's research on medical ninjutsu has reached a level of perfection. If he is a medical ninja, then you might as well ask him to try it. Maybe just can the saint be cured. As soon as he said this, he was immediately opposed by the burly man. He immediately shook his head and said, no, how can we let an ant from Konoha village touch our noble saint? And Lord Orochimaru has said it clearly before, as long as roast this tortoise with human flesh and serve it to the holy maiden, then the holy maiden will be cured. Cow, don't you believe in Lord Orochimaru? Hearing the name Orochimaru, Li Yi frowned slightly. According to the original Hokage, the Orochimaru of this period has begun to blacken. During this period, Orochimaru experienced the Second Ninja World War and witnessed countless people die in front of him, especially the death of Tsunade's younger brother, Senju Nawaki, which was a great blow to him. Orochimaru now has a little doubt about life and fragile life. In order to obtain immortality, he has begun various experiments, but he didn't experiment with Konoha. Instead, they picked small places outside the village of Konoha. How so? Because the object of his experiment is not a guinea pig, but a human, live people. This extremely inhumane practice, once discovered by Konoha village, then he will never be saved. In the original book, when Konoha was around 50 years old, Orochimaru's experiment was discovered by the third generation of Hokage. The third generation of Hokage was so angry that he almost killed Orochimaru, but because Orochimaru was one of his favorite apprentices, he thought about it. The old love ended. Instead of killing Orochimaru, he saved his life and just expelled him from Konoha. Konoha. Of course, these are all for later. Orochimaru of this period has already started to carry out various inhumane experiments. I am afraid that this village has already become the subject of Orochimaru's experiment. Lee Yi squinted his eyes and thought to himself, yeah, I just don't believe that Orochimaru. He always gives me a very weird feeling. At this time, the plump woman nodded directly and said in a quick tone, since there is a professional medical ninja now, why not let him try it? Maybe he can cure the saint. Hearing this, Lee Yi's eyes lit up slightly. He didn't expect that the words he made up would actually bring him a ray of light. Chapter 14 _ Her name is Cow. The quarrel between the plump beautiful woman and the burly man is like igniting a feud. In the present, almost everyone quarrel. I also don't trust that Orochimaru. That Orochimaru gives me a creepy feeling, not like a nice guy. Master Orochimaru's power is unquestionable. You dare to question Master Orochimaru? What do you mean? The old man also thinks that Orochimaru is unbelievable. The old man eats more salt than you eat. The old man believes in his own feeling. The power of Lord Orochimaru is the most powerful force in the world. What right do you have to question Lord Orochimaru? Actually, I don't really trust that Orochimaru. Everyone knows that I usually like to hunt, so I can see that the way that Orochimaru looks at the holy maiden is not looking at a person, but more like looking at a prey. You ignorant bastard. Even Lord Orochimaru didn't believe it. At that time, Lord Saintis was dying. If Lord Orochimaru hadn't appeared in time, then Lady Saintis would have already died, so how could she still be alive? You are a bunch of fools. Only then did they realize that each of them had different ideas. They all thought that the other party believed in Orochimaru, and they all thought that the other party thought Orochimaru was the savior, but they didn't expect that at least half of the people didn't believe that Orochimaru, and the remaining half, and a small group, remained neutral. There are only a small number of people who truly believe in that Orochimaru. It seems that the people in this village are not too stupid. Listening to everyone's conversation, Lee Yi secretly said in his heart, Orochimaru obviously used them as experiment and threw them away when they were done. Treating human life as a must. But now it seems that they are not too stupid to blindly trust a foreign stranger. The crowd became more and more noisy. Some even rolled up their sleeve. You pushed me, I kicked you, and they started fighting. Can you listen to me? Lee asked weakly. However, Lee Yi's voice, in the midst of the quarrel, was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, unable to make any ripples at all. The crowd was still arguing and chattering. Lee Yi sighed lightly, but at this moment, the white-haired old man who had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke up and said, give me the piece. His voice was not too loud, and he was still very old, but as soon as he said that, the noisy sound in the sky disappeared like a tide ebb and disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the blink of an eye, there was silence between heaven and earth. Ninja of Konoha village, what do you want to say? The white-haired old man stared at Lee Yi and asked in his old voice, I want to say, your saintess, do you usually take any medicine? Lee Yi asked. Take. The white-haired old man nodded lightly. What drug? Lee Yi asked. That's the elixir that Orochimaru-sama gave us. The white-haired old man replied. Can you show it to me? Lee Yi asked. Hearing this, the white-haired old man thought, but the white-haired old man is not an indecisive person after all. So after thinking for a moment, he nodded lightly and said, okay, Cow, you go and get the medicine pill from Lord Orochimaru. Okay, Mayor. The plump beauty nodded lightly and turned to leave. Lee Yi raised his brows lightly. Cow, the name of that plump woman is actually called Cow. Is it so casual? But then again, the name Cow is indeed quite suitable for this woman. Seeing the plump back of the beautiful woman, Lee Yi secretly smiled. Suddenly there was a violent burning sensation on the buttocks afferent nerve. Pain caused Lee Yi to take a deep breath. Lee asked weakly, this village chief, can you put me down first? Hearing this, the white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then, the white-haired old man said, strongly, pour the flame. Dolly is the burly man who put the blue turtle on Lee Yi's body. After he heard the word, his expression changed and he said, village chief, do you believe this kid's nonsense? The white-haired old man did not answer Dolly's question, but repeated lightly, pour the flames out. Although the voice is not loud, the taste of the command in the tone is self-evident. Dolly didn't seem to dare to disobey the white-haired old man. Even if there were a million unwillingness in his heart, he could only honestly bring a bucket of water, and with a squeak, he extinguished the flames under Lee Yi's butt. Lee Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If you go on like this, your butt will really be roasted. At the same time, Lee Yi said in his heart, it seems that this old guy has the absolute right to speak in this village. It seems that I want to destroy this village. First of all, I still have to start with this old guy. Flashed in Lee Yi's eye. People don't offend me. I don't offend people. If people offend me, I will destroy them. Lee Yi has never provoked the village, but the village treats him as a Matsuri product and wants to bake him. Damn it. God damn it. Time is right. All the people in this village who want to use him as Matsuri will be wiped out. And the previous ninja's sword 7. If Lee Yi hadn't escaped quickly, then the current Lee Yi would have already died under Biwa Juzo's beheading sword. Lee Yi must avenge this revenge. Although Lee Yi is not their opponent now, it is not too late for Kunzi to take take revenge for 10 years. Sooner or later, Li Yi will destroy them all. Li Yi's eye. At this time, the plump and beautiful woman walked back with a jade bottle. Pour out the elixir and show it to this Konoha boy, the white-haired old man said lightly. Hearing this, Li Yi raised his brows slightly. Elixir. Sounds weird. Could it be the medicine pill in the Shushan novel? The plump beauty did the same. She stood up the jade bottle, poured out the black pills in the jade bottle, and poured it on the palm of her hand. Look at the little brother of Konoha village. Plump beautiful woman walked up to Li Yi, stretched out her right hand, and handed Li Yi the black pill on the palm of her hand. Li Yi only felt a burst of aroma blowing his face. Not the scent of pills, but the scent of plump and beautiful women. At close range, this plump beauty is indeed very beautiful, with a mature and charming style. But compared to Tsunade, she was just a point behind. Without thinking much, Li Yi turned to look at the black pill in the beautiful woman's hand. The next moment, his brows were slightly wrinkled. It turned out to be this thing. He recognized the black pill. Wake up pill enhances the power of Orochimaru's spell. In the original book of Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke did not hesitate to let Orochimaru leave a curse mark on himself in order to obtain powerful power. Later, Uchiha Sasuke took this pill in order to maximize the power of the curse mark. And now, Orochimaru actually asked the saint in this village to take Shinsen pill. In other words, that saint must have Orochimaru's spell on her body. But that doesn't make sense. The author is licking his face and begging for silver vote. I have a small goal to rush into the top 10 in the same category. So I need your silver votes and comment. Chapter 15 Protected by women. Because Orochimaru's power is obtained from one person, that is Shigego. Changwu is the source of the curse mark. He is born with the ability to absorb natural energy, that is, immortalization, and this ability is the real source of the curse mark. However, it's only 38 years of Konoha, and Shigego hasn't been born yet. Did Orochimaru get the power of the spell? Could it be from Changwu's clansman Hokage? There is very little explanation of Changwu's race, and only one sentence is said. Among Changwu's race, almost everyone has the ability to become a fairy. Of course, Shanrinhua is different from Sage Mode. Although both can greatly improve the ability of the user, Sage Mode can be controlled, while Shanrinhua cannot be controlled, so Changwu will often go berserk at that time. It seems that the current Orochimaru has found the clan of Shigego. Li Yi squinted his eyes and thought to himself, little brother from Konoha village, do you know this medicine? At this time, the plump woman named Kao looked at Li Yi and asked with a smile. Li Yi nodded lightly. I know, this awakening heart pill is a kind of evil medicine. Evil medicine has been uttered, and immediately, everyone present changed their expression. Evil medicine. Evil medicine. Those who support Orochimaru, after hearing this, are immediately reluctant. You are courting death. Dolly shouted directly, strode towards Li Yi, and shouted at the same time, don't be full of nonsense here. How could the medicine given by Lord Orochimaru be an evil medicine? And if you talk nonsense here, then I will take you chop. He walked up to Li Yi and wanted to teach Li Yi a lesson. Dare you insult Orochimaru-sama? Unforgivable. But at this moment, the cow rushed out in time, blocking the middle of Dolly and Li Yi. She stretched out her arm, stared at Dolly, and shouted, do you dare to try to move him? Cow, you actually want to be my enemy for an outsider. Seeing the expression on the cow's face, Dolly was furious and roared in a low voice, I'm just doing business. Cow shouted coquettishly, he is a medical ninja, someone who may have to rely on the holy maiden, so he must not have an accident now. How can I let such a lowly person touch the body of the holy maiden? I'm the first one who doesn't want to. Shouted loudly, and those who support Orochimaru are also yelling at this moment. Kill this gibberish man. The people of Konoha village are scumbag. They dare to say anything. Lord Orochimaru can't doubt us. This man is a demon. We're going to kill him. They are all staring at Li Yi. If ice can kill, then Li Yi may have been stabbed 10 million holes by now. The cow resolutely stood in front of Li Yi. Although she was only a female class, no one dared to step forward in the field. Even the dolly was standing 3 or 4 meters across from him at the moment, shouted but didn't make a move. Li Yi brought up a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that I would be protected by a woman. But then again, Li Yi's face, a strange look appeared again. Is this the so-called one husband is the one who can't open the door? It's quite handsome. The cow spreads her arm, blocking Li Yi and not letting anyone approach. Those who support Orochimaru are gearing up at the moment, ready to take action at any time. Don't trust Orochimaru-sama, are scumbag. Slander Orochimaru-sama or demon. Konoha village in front of him actually said that Orochimaru-sama's medicine was an evil medicine. This is defamation. Naked libel. So, this kid is the devil. When dealing with demon, there is absolutely no mercy, and the first cut is quicker. Li Yi could feel that he had been stared at by several murderous eyes. But at this moment, the white-haired old man suddenly opened his mouth and said, everyone, stay calm and listen to what this kid from Konoha village has to say. His voice was not too loud, but the effect was the same as before. As soon as he spoke, the noisy world instantly became quiet. As fast as the tide goes out, everyone was looking at Li Yi, including the cow. Under everyone's eye, Li Yi said, as far as I know, the name of this pill is called Jinxin pill. The reason why I call it an evil medicine is because it can greatly stimulate the power of the spell, promoting man to be the host. Quote, curse eel. Host, what nonsense are you talking about? Shouted vigorously. My mouth is full of nonsense. I only tell lie. I will cut your tongue off. While speaking, Dolly took a shiny knife and walked towards Li Yi. Dolly, can you let him finish? The cow gave a soft ring, jumped up and kicked vigorously. Her movements were extremely fast, and Dolly didn't come back to his senses at all. The knife in her hand spun and flew out, and finally inserted into a tree trunk not far away. Although her figure is very plump, her movements are extremely flexible. Looking at the slightly gloomy face of the beautiful woman, Dolly's face changed slightly, and finally he groaned viciously and stepped back with his arms folded. He confessed, little brother of Konoha village, you continue to say, don't be afraid. If you say anything, I will protect you. Plump beautiful woman turned around, smiled lightly at Li Yi, and patted her chest. Looking at the beautiful woman's figure, Li resolutely said, the name cow is so suitable for her. Afterward, Li Yi continued, have any strange rune marks appeared on your saintess recently? As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their attention to the cow, including the village chief and Dolly, because the people who usually serve the saints in the daily life are none other than cow. The cow blinked and said, there does seem to be a mark on the back of the holy maiden. Speaking of this, the cow asked again in doubt, but what does this have to do with the host you said? Is it possible that there are parasitic on the body of the holy maiden? Yes, there are parasites. Li Yi nodded lightly. What parasite? I'll kill it. Lily immediately rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair and tender arms. With an angry look, Li Yi didn't hide it, but replied directly, that parasite is none other than the Orochimaru Sama you said. As soon as this word comes out, swish, a sharp axe, spinning and flying, flashed straight at Li Yi's head. The world wants this book to rush into and stabilize in the top 10 of its kind. It is currently being deposited, so there is not much more, and it will explode in a few days. Silver votes and comments are essential. I hope you can vote. Comment on a comment tilde. Chapter 16 _ a mortal situation. In the end, the sharp axe cut off a strand of Li Yi's hair. Bang! Axe flew from the left and hit a big tree to the right of Li Yi. There was a trace of cold sweat on Li Yi's forehead. The cow also stared beautifully. Although she is agile, she did not respond to the axe just now. Fortunately, it didn't cut on Li Yi's neck. Otherwise, Li Yi would be dead now. Divided the corpse. After regaining his senses, the cow suddenly became furious, pointed directly at a small man in the crowd, and shouted, Tianbao, what are you doing? Do you want to kill him? That's right. The man named Tianbao walked out of the crowd with his arms crossed, and said coldly, it's a pity that the hand feels bad today. Otherwise, he has already fallen to the ground. Li Yi glanced at him. This is a small, dark-skinned man, but very strong and full of explosive power. Li Yi squinted his eyes slightly and said in his heart, this is a powerful person. Brother Tianbao, come and judge. This guy is full of nonsense. How dare he say that Orochimaru is a parasite? It's ridiculous. Orochimaru is a living person. How could he be a parasite? Vigorously speaking to Tianbao, chattering endlessly. It's just that his tone has lost the arrogance before, but has become very respectful. Obviously, in front of this Tianbao, he is a younger brother. Tianbao, don't even you believe in that Orochimaru? Cow's beautiful eyes glared and said, you used to be a ninja. You are a person who has seen the world. You should be able to feel the chill in Orochimaru's eye. If even you believe in Orochimaru, then I have nothing today. Word can be said. As soon as this word comes out, Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. Don't miss it. I'm still counting on you to protect me. If even you have nothing to say, then in this village, who else can protect me? Is Lao Su really going to be roasted today? Li Yi was crying in his heart. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Tianbao crossed his arms, shook his head slowly, and said, I don't trust that Orochimaru, nor this guy from Konoha village. His words were short and unsmiling, giving a very cold feeling. Hearing this, the cow breathed a sigh of relief. If even the strongest man in the village believed in that Orochimaru, then, today, even the village chief could not stop him, unless the saint has come forward in person. However, the current saint lady is terminally ill. She is only awake for 1 hour a day, and she is asleep for the rest of the time. Therefore, it is almost impossible for her to come forward. Cow asked again, since you don't believe in Orochimaru, why did you kill him? Kill if you want. No reason. Tianbao said coldly. As soon as this word comes out, there were 10,000 grass mud horses rushing past in Li Yi's heart. Kill if you want. Why are you so arrogant? Why don't you go to heaven? Why don't you stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? If you give Li Yi a keyboard now, then Li Yi will definitely put this Tianbao's life in doubt. However, the cows read another meaning from Tianbao's words and faith, thinking, it seems that Tianbao does not like this little brother in Konoha village. Also, Tianbao used to be a ninja, and several of his companions died at the hands of the Konoha village ninjas, so he hated the Konoha village and didn't like anyone in the Konoha village. Thinking of this, the cow's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. I can't drag it on any longer, otherwise Tianbao may really kill this this little brother, so he should take him to see the holy maiden quickly. So, the cow turned to look at the village chief and said, "Village chief, let this little brother from Konoha village have a try. What do you think?" The village chief was about to say yes, but Tianbao took out a handful of kunai and cut a bloodstain directly in his palm. Immediately, Yin Yuhi's blood flowed out. Tianbao didn't seem to notice the pain at all. He looked up at Li Yi and said coldly, "Since you are a medical ninja, then show your strength now. I heard that the strength of medical ninjas is closely related to medical. The speed is related. If you can heal the bloodstain on my hand within 5 seconds, then I will allow you to heal Lady Sainted." Quote, as soon as these words came out, Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. "What if I can't do it?" Li asked weakly. "If you can't treat this bloodstain within 5 seconds, then we will continue the process that was just unfinished," Tianbao said coldly. Hearing this, Li Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He's not a medical ninja at all. Not to mention the medical ninja, he is not even a ninja. He has no chakra in him. He is just an ordinary person. He originally wanted to make up a random reason to let this group of people put him down, and then he used the Xiding Shen needle and ran away in a flash. The kind that don't look back. But this Tianbao is so cautious. As we all know, if you want to become a medical ninja, you must first need a powerful chakra. In the original work of Hokage, both Tsunade and Sakura are famous medical ninjas in the ninja world. They have powerful chakras and use their own chakras to save the doctor. Especially in the ninja war, I don't know how many people were saved. But now, this Tianbao, let him show his hand. He doesn't even have chakra. How can he reveal it? Isn't this killing people? Li Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said weakly, "This, okay, but can you put me down first?" The cow immediately decapitated and tapped. Yes. After she finished speaking, she wanted to untie the rope that tied Li Yi. Li Yi's eyes lit up. As long as his hands are free, then he will run away with the Dinghai Shenzhen needle in his arm. However, at this moment, Tianbao suddenly said, "Hold on." Cow was puzzled, turned around, looked at Tianbao and asked, "Tianbao, what do you want to do?" Tianbao said coldly, "Medical ninjas don't need a hand seal. As long as both sides have body to skin contact, then they can use their own chakra to save lives. So, don't let him go. He can heal like this." Hearing this, 100,000 grass and mud horses rushed past in Li Yi's heart. This guy is too cautious. Do you really have to die today? Cow turned to look at Li Yi and asked, "Little brother from Konoha village, can you see Tianbao's request?" Li Yi just wanted to say no, but Tianbao said, "A powerful medical ninja can perform healing with just one finger. If he is not strong enough, then he is not qualified to treat the holy maiden." The implication of this sentence, Li Yi must do as he says. There is no room for refutation. Hearing Tianbao's word, in Li Yi's heart, 1,000,000 grass mud horses rushed past. This Tianbao is really a fucking talent. Is this game really a mortal game? Is Lao Su going to die today? Ask for a silver ticket. Ask for a silver ticket. Ask for a silver ticket. Say important thing 3 times. Hilda. Chapter 17_9 Turn Revival Pill. Li Yi is not a medical ninja at all, because he doesn't have chakra. Not at all. He can't use any ninjutsu in the ninja world, let alone medical ninjutsu that requires a lot of chakra. However, Tianbao wants to let him show his hand now. How to reveal? Can't reveal it. Li Yi's mood was like an ant on a hot pot, turning around in a hurry. Do you really have to die today? However, at this moment, Li Yi saw the black pill in the cow's hand, Xingshin pill. A flash of light flashed in his mind, and Li Yi immediately said, "Healing is the most basic ninjutsu in medical ninjutsu. That is to say, it is the lowest and most rubbish ninjutsu. I am a medical doctor, Jonan. How is it possible to use this kind of rubbish ninjutsu?" Li Yi's tone was full of disdain and pride. "What do you mean?" Tianbao frowned. "In other words, you don't even know how to use medical ninjutsu. It's wrong. It's not that I won't, but I don't want to use it." Li Yi sneered and said proudly, "Using this kind of rubbish ninjutsu will lose my identity." "Then what do you want?" Tianbao asked coldly, straight to the point. Li Yi first deliberately looked around, and finally set his eyes on the black medicine pill in the cow's hand, and said, "Just this Xingshin pill. I'll use this medicine pill to perform a powerful medical ninjutsu." Hearing this, a curious light flashed in the cow's eye. Tianbao asked directly, "What do you want to do? Give me this Xingshin pill first." Li Yi said, "Yes." Tianbao nodded lightly, but then changed the subject. "However, I can give you this pill, but I can't put you down." Hearing this, another 1,000,000 grass mud horses rushed past in Li Yi's heart. This guy is too cautious. How wary of himself was he? Li Yi was a little helpless and said, "Okay, just give it to me like this." The Xingshin pill in the cow's hand handed over to Li Yi. Her eyes flashed with curiosity, obviously looking forward to Li Yi's next move. Li Yi's hands were tied. He could still do it by holding the medicinal pill with 2 fingers. Therefore, he used the index and middle fingers of his right hand to hold the Xingshin pill. Tianbao stared at Li resolutely, his eyes full of caution. Others in this village are also staring at Li Yi, but they are not as cautious as Tianbao. After all, they have never been ninjas and don't have that kind of vigilance. And in the public eye, Li Yi took a deep breath and slowly closed his eye. He asked in his heart, "System, if you use is an evolutionary opportunity to evolve this Shinxin pill. In what direction will it evolve? The crisp voice of the system immediately resounded in Li Yi's mind. Go back to the host. The system can't answer your question. Huh? Li Yi's eyes twitched, and a puzzled and surprised expression appeared on his face. Why? Li Yi asked. System replied. Back to the host. Because the evolutionary direction is uncertain. So it is. Li Yi suddenly realized. Hesitate. Li Yi said. System, I want to evolve this mind-boosting pill. Ding. Consume one evolution ability and start evolving. Ding. Evolution succeeded. Ding. Shinxin pill evolves into a 9-turn revival pill. At the same time, the black elixir in Li Yi's 2 fingers suddenly burst into a dazzling light without warning. The light is extremely dazzling, like a round of the sun, so bright that people dare not open their eyes. But Tianbao didn't close his eyes, but endured the stinging pain and squinted at Li Yi. He was afraid that Li Yi would escape. This kid from Konoha village is the only hope to save Lady Saintess, so he must not be allowed to escape. The light comes and goes quickly. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared without a trace like a tide. Everyone opened their eyes and looked at the medicine pill in his finger. It'll the black pill. However, only those with sharp eyes can see that there are black lines on the surface of this black medicine pill. This black is different from the black of the medicinal pill, which is a bright black, while the medicinal pill is a deep black. Tianbao asked directly, is it alright? That it? Li Yi opened his eyes and nodded lightly. Tianbao didn't say a word, and walked directly to Li Yi, wanting the pill in Li Yi's hand. But at this moment, Li Yi suddenly said, you should try another Shinxin pill first. How to try? Tianbao stopped and asked. In your scars, just scratch. Li Yi said. Good. Tianbao is obviously not the person who winking. Directly turned to look at the cow, stretched out his right hand. Give it to me. The cow first looked at the village chief. The village chief nodded slightly. The cow opened the jade bottle, poured out a black pill, and handed it to Tianbao. It is Shinxin pill. Tianbao took the Shinxin pill and scratched the knife mark in his palm. However, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Business as usual. Tianbao looked at Li Yi and asked, then what? Li Yi said, this means that the previous Shinxin pills cannot treat stab wounds. Right. That right. Tianbao nodded slightly. Come here. Li Yi said. Tianbao walked up to Li Yi. Put out your palm. Li Yi said. Tianbao did as he did, placing his palm on Li Yi's 2 fingers. Li Yi held the black pill in both hands, and gently stroked the knife mark in Tianbao's palm. On Tianbao's palm, a slightly cold feeling suddenly appeared, as if smeared with mint. After the pill scratched the wound, Li Yi said, that's it. Tianbao immediately turned his palm over, but then, his pupils shrank suddenly, because he saw that the knife mark on his palm had disappeared. Not even a scar. Tianbao seemed a little unconvinced, and touched it with his other hand. Indeed, the knife mark had completely disappeared. At this time, other people in the village also gathered around, and when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was really healed, and no scars yet. Physician. At this moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Li Yi changed. If it is said, the gaze they looked at Li Yi before was a look of hatred, disdain and contempt. So now, there is a trace of awe in their eye. At this time, Tianbao said, 2 seconds. Li Yi shook his head. Not 2 seconds, but 1 second. Before you turn your palm, the knife scar has healed. Tianbao didn't answer, because he has been convinced by Li Yi. Have to take it. As far as he knows, this scar on his hand, even if a powerful medical ninja comes, it will take 2 or 3 seconds to heal. But the man in front of him actually cured him in an instant. Awesome. It seems that he is really a powerful medical ninja. Tianbao immediately cut the rope and put Li Yi down. The movements are extremely careful and respectful, for fear of hurting a strand of Lin Chen's hair. Yeah, that's right. Ask for a silver ticket. Chapter 18_Save the Saint. Furthermore, Li Yi finally stood on the ground. According to the original plan, he was going to run away now. Wait until the strength is strong, then come back to take revenge. It is not too late for Kunzi to take revenge for 10 years. But at this moment, the crisp voice of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Save the Holy Maiden. Li Yi was taken aback. Does this trigger the mission? But I'm not a doctor. How can I save the saint? Li Yi looked down at the black pill in his hand. Li Yi is not an indecisive person. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. Give it a try with the rank 9 resurrection pill. Opportunities and dangers coexist. If the rank 9 resurrection pill can cure the Holy Maiden, then he will not only gain an opportunity for evolution, but also gain the friendship of the entire village. However, if the rank 9 resurrection pill cannot heal the Holy Maiden, then he is in danger. Of course, even then, Li Yi was sure to escape. After all, he was not tied up now. So Li Yi decided to stay here. Little brother from Konoha village, what's your name? Plump beautiful woman looked at Li Yi and asked with a smile. My name is Eli. Li Yi did not reveal his real name, but turned his name upside down. Yila. I've never heard of such a powerful medical ninja in Konoha village. Tianbao frowned secretly, but he didn't think too much. After all, Li Yi's medical prowess was beyond doubt. Even the loudest opposition has nothing to say at this moment. Li Yi was able to heal the stab wound in Tianbao's hand in just just a split second without leaving a scar, which shows Li Yi's rank. Although he worshipped Orochimaru, he did not worship him blindly to the point of not trusting anyone but Orochimaru. Let this kid from Konoha village give it a try. If he's at a loss, it's not too late to kill him. Village chief, let brother Yila try it out. How about it? The cow turned to look at the white-haired old man and asked. The white-haired old man nodded lightly. Yes. Suddenly the conversation changed. However, this little brother, we have done such an extreme thing to you before. Before he could finish speaking, the white-haired old man bowed deeply to Li Yi and said, Brother Yila, I'm sorry. Please forgive our ignorance and rudeness. The white-haired old man's voice was old and powerful, and his tone was very sincere, without the slightest pretend. When other villagers saw the scene, their expressions changed, and they were a little unbelievable. The village chief even took the initiative to apologize. Still so sincere. This is unprecedented. Li Yi narrowed his eye. This old man can be spared, he said in his heart. In fact, Li Yi knew that the reason why the old man apologized to him in front of so many people had only one purpose, and that was to prevent him from hurting the holy maiden. They not only stunned Li Yi, but also wanted to roast him to death. They did such an extreme thing. The village chief was worried that Li Yi had a grudge in his heart, but it got big. However, the old man obviously thought too much. The task the system gave him was to heal the saint. He couldn't wait to heal the saint. How could he hurt her? Brother Yila, I know that we have done a lot of things, but we are us, and the saint is the saint. I hope you don't take your anger against us to the saint. Cow covered her heart with her right hand and bowed deeply to Li Yi. Li Yi helped the cow up. If it wasn't for the cow, he would be dead by now. It was too late for him to thank the cow. How could he possibly ask the cow to apologize? Li Yi said, I will try my best to heal your saint. It great. The cow was moved to tears, wishing to throw her soft body on Li Yi's body. Seeing this scene, the village chief was relieved. He bowed to Li Yi, but Li Yi did not help him up. The cow bowed to him, but he helped the cow up himself. Although this kind of differential treatment made the village chief quite unhappy, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, from the beginning until now, only the cow has been protecting Li Yi. Fortunately, the cows tried their best to oppose us before, otherwise this matter would be troublesome. The village chief sighed inwardly. Afterward, everyone stopped writing ink and took Li Yi to the residence of the holy maiden. The village is not very big, with a total of only 1 or 200 households. The holy maiden's family lives in the center of the village, the center symbolizing the absolute right to speak. On the way, Li Yi asked, which country is this? Cows walked beside Li Yi, and there was a faint aroma on their body, which was very pleasant. Hearing Li Yi's question, she looked quite surprised and asked, Brother Yila, you don't know? Well, I don't know. Li Yi nodded slightly. That's right. You were brought here after being stunned vigorously, so it makes sense that you don't know where this place. The cow nodded lightly and said, hearing the word vigor in Li Yi's heart, a million grass mud horses rushed past. It was powerful. It's him again. It seems that it is impossible not to kill him. The loudest person who advocated killing him before was Dolly, but the one who knocked him unconscious was also Dolly. This revenge must not be avenged. Vigorous must die. No one can save him. What I said. Li Yi slowly clenched his fist. Cow continued, this is the boundary of the country of rain. Our village is called Anning Village. Although our village is not in the country of rain, we are protected by the country of rain. Anning Village. It's really peaceful. Looking at the quiet and warm environment around him, Li Yi nodded lightly. Afterward, Li Yi asked again, are there no ninjas in your village? No ninjas. The cow nodded lightly. Some people used to be ninjas, such as Tianbao, but after the end of World War II, they all came back and are no longer ninjas. Li Yi suddenly realized, a few years ago, when the Second Ninja World War broke out, the Kingdom of Rain was only a small country with a lack of both population and troops, so the Kingdom of Rain forcibly recruited troops in its affiliated villages. Just like Tianbao, he was recruited, and after a year or two of training, he was sent to the battlefield to fight ninjas from other countries such as the Land of Fire. After the end of World War II, Tianbao and others were discharged from the army, returned to Anning Village, and lived a peaceful life. We talked a lot along the way. Li Yi also finally understood why Tianbao and others hated Konoha so much. After all, war is ruthless. While talking, Li Yi and the others came to the residence of the Holy Maiden. 3 more update today. Well, that's right. Ask for silver ticket. Chapter 19 what happened. Second more. The place where the saint lives is the atmosphere. The houses that ordinary villagers live in are just small bungalows, or better, maybe a 2-story building. However, the place where the lady lives is the main hall, like a church. Although this hall has only 1 floor, its height is even higher than a 3-story building. Gives a very spectacular feeling. What is the status of the saint in your village? Li Yi asked immediately. Why is there still a saint in a small village? What does this saint do? What does he do to the village? Li Yi was very curious. The holy lady once saved our entire village. The cow replied. Oh. Li Yi immediately put his curious eyes on the cow. The one who saved the whole village. What the situation? What happened to this village? However, the cow chose to turn a blind eye to Li Yi's inquiring gaze. She just said, let go in. After speaking, she took the lead and entered the hall. on purpose not to say anything. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, it seems that I still don't trust me enough. Also, I'm just an outsider after all. She doesn't trust me, and it's reasonable. Without thinking too much, Li Yi also walked into the hall. However, as soon as he stepped into the main hall, a strong smell of herbal medicine hit his face, causing Li Yi to cough. Cao explained, because the holy maiden has been taking medicine for a long time. This is the taste here. Don't mind it. Li Yi shook his head lightly, indicating that it was alright. The hall is very big. After entering the hall, Li Yi didn't see a single figure. Follow me. The cows take the lead and walk in the front. Li Yi followed behind her. The village chief, Tianbao, Dolly and others all followed behind Li Yi. At the end of the hall, there is a secret door. The cows opened the secret door, and a smell of herbs that was several times stronger than before came out. The village chief, Tianbao, Dolly and others directly covered their noses. Looking at the dark environment inside the secret door, Li Yi frowned slightly. Does the saint live here? So dark, and it dull wet. Since the holy maiden cast that seal, she has been unable to face the sun and can no longer live under the sun. Therefore, the holy maiden can only live here now. The cow pointed to the secret door ahead and explained. Li Yi raised his eye. Cast a seal. Can't see the sun. What is the situation? Li Yi was even more curious. Cow turned around and asked the village chief and others, do you want to come in? Village chief shook his head lightly and said, the old man is too old and can't stand the smell, so he won't go in. Dolly looked at Tianbao and asked, Brother Tianbao, are you going in? Tianbao crossed his arms and nodded grimly. Go in. Brother Tianbao goes in. I'll go in, he said with a flattering smile. The force at this time was like a licking dog. There can't be too many people around the saintess. At most 5 people. There are already 4 people. Who else is going? The cow looked at the crowd behind the village chief and asked. However, no one volunteered to sign up. So, in the end, only Dairy Cow, Li Yi, Tianbao, and Dolly walked into the secret door. Li Yi shivered from the cold. Li Yi asked. That group of people seemed to be afraid to avoid this place just now. Cow said, hey, a group of ungrateful people. They think this place is unlucky, and if they enter this place, they will be contaminated with bad luck, so they don't come in. Unlucky. Contaminated with bad luck. Li Yi became more and more curious. Who is the saint? What happened in this village? Why did the saintess save them? But now they are afraid of the saint. However, the cow didn't seem to want to say more, so Li Yi didn't ask any more. This is a long corridor going all the way down, and at the end of the corridor is a room. The room was closed tightly, and it seemed that there was no air circulation. Li Yi frowned again. It is cold and humid here, and the air is not circulating. Even if a living person lives here, they have to hold back half to death, let alone a patient. And more importantly, the door is made of metal with 3 locks on it, as if afraid of what was inside running out. Could it be that there is a beast here? Li Yi thought to himself. The cow took out 3 keys, 1 for each of the 3 locks. After opening the lock, the cow pushes open the metal door. Front. At this moment, Li Yi could clearly feel that, whether it was Tianbao or Dolly, their muscles were slightly tense. It seems to be ready anytime. Only the cow, her face was indifferent, still very relaxed, and she said, come in. The 4 entered the room. At the same time, outside the secret door, village chief, do you think that Konoha kid is going to die? Widow Wong walked over to the white-haired old man and asked. Not necessarily. Village chief shook his head. Although he is only a medical ninja and has no offensive ability, he said that he is a medical jonin. Since he is a jonin, he must have his own means of life-saving. The holy maiden should not hurt him unless I care about myself. Quote, the village chief, we let him in without telling him the truth. Isn't it immoral to do so? Widow Wong asked again. With Tianbao and Dolly here, that kid from Konoha village, there shouldn't be an accident. Village chief shook his head gently. Don't ask any more questions, just wait and see what happens. Widow Wong then shut up. However, she lightly held the village chief's arm, smiling and looking a bit coquettish. No, it's not a little bit coquettish, but very coquettish. Village chief, you haven't come to my boudoir for several days. Widow Wong pouted, and there was a hint of resentment on her beautiful face. At the same time, in a dark room, after the 4 entered the room, they smelled a musty smell, as if something had gone bad. With the dim candlelight, Li Yi looked around and found that the room was not big, but it had a bed, a table, chairs, and stool. Although it was a small sparrow, it had all the internal organs. And Li Yi set his sights on the bed. Although there was a curtain on the bed, Li Yi could also recognize from the outline that a woman was sitting on the bed. Cow suddenly stared at her beautiful eyes and asked, how did you do it, Lady Saint? Saying that, she hurriedly opened the bed curtain and walked quickly to the bed. Li Yi, Tianbao, and Dolly all followed. Li Yi also finally saw the true face of the holy maiden. Third shift today. This is the second shift. Ask for silver ticket. Chapter 20. The people of the Uzumaki clan. Third more. She was thin, pale, and her lips were purple, as if she had been poisoned and could die at any moment. It's just that she has fresh Yuhi-like long hair, and with her pretty face she looks a bit attractive. At this time, she was sitting on the bed, wearing pajamas. Her eyes were blank, like a puppet being manipulated. Li Yi frowned slightly. Yuhi-colored hair. Could this woman be from the Uzumaki clan? As far far as Lee Yi knew, those with Yuhi-colored hair belonged to the Uzumaki clan. For example, Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Insen. But that doesn't make sense. Uzumaki family was wiped out many years ago. There should only be two people of the Uzumaki clan living in this world today, Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Nagato. As for Uzumaki Karen, she has not yet been born. But that's not right either. If there are only Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Nagato from the Uzumaki family in this world, then who gave birth to Uzumaki Insen? Uzumaki Nagato has no children. Uzumaki Kushina's child is Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, Uzumaki Kushina hasn't married Namikaze Minato yet. Whether they will get married or have children in the future is still uncertain. Lee Yi thought to himself, although the Uzumaki clan was apparently wiped out, in fact they must have escaped a lot and scattered all over the world, and this ain't should be one of them. Holy lady, why are you sitting up? Lay down and have a good rest. The cow held the saint's shoulder with one hand and the saint's waist with the other, trying to put her back on the bed. But at this moment, the saint suddenly said, "I'm hungry." As soon as these words came out, the cow's face changed greatly. Without the slightest hesitation, the cow immediately roared, "You three go out first." However, as soon as she finished speaking, the saint opened her mouth and bit the cow's arm. At the critical moment, Tianbao shot in time and pulled the cow's arm back. The saint took a bite. However, it was precisely because of the change just now that Lee Yi saw that the holy maiden has two sharp tiger kiba. But this kind of tiger kiba is not an ordinary tiger kiba, because it is longer, sharper and sharper. Kiba like the tip of the beak. Cow was pulled behind by Tianbao. His face changed greatly, and he said, "This is impossible." Lord Orochimaru said it well before. Lord Saintis will not be hungry for at least half a month, but now it has only been 10 days. How can Lady Saintis hungry? Hearing this, Lee Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and said in his heart, "It seems that Orochimaru came 10 days ago. Things have changed. Let's get out of here first." The cow made a decisive decision, dragged Lee Yi and ran away. But Lee Yi's other arm was pulled by Tianbao. Tianbao looked at Lee Yi and asked, "Do you have a cure?" Lee Yi frowned slightly. However, before Lee Yi could answer, the holy maiden suddenly roared, opened her mouth and rushed towards Tianbao. At this time, she is like a wild beast that drinks blood. Strong. Tianbao gave a low drink, vigorously stepped forward, his arms crossed, and suddenly pressed against the pale neck of the holy maiden, directly pressing her on the bed. He pressed her arms with his body, and his buttocks against her leg. The whole body of the saint was struggling violently, shouting loudly. The expression on her face was distorted, and there was still saliva in her mouth, which looked very oozing. At this moment, she is no longer like a beast, but a beast. Looking at Dolly's skilled movement, Lee resolutely said, "So skilled. It seems to be trained. Do you have a cure?" Tianbao asked again, but there was already a trace of killing intent in his voice. "If Lee Yi has no cure, he will kill Lee Yi now. Before I treat her, first of all, you have to tell me the specific situation. You don't even tell me the specific situation. How can I prescribe the right medicine?" Lee Yi asked. Tempo looked at the cow. Cow sighed and said, 3 years ago, a wild beast rushed into the village. In order to protect the villagers from harm, the holy maiden used the sealing technique to seal the beast. However, because the sealing technique is too strong, leading to self-defeating, so the holy maiden has become what it is now. Hearing this, Lee Yi immediately thought of a sealing technique, ghoul seal. In order to seal Kyubi, 9 tails, 4 generations of Hokage Namikaze Minato did not hesitate to use the ghoul seal, and successfully divided Kyubi, 9 tails, into 2 parts. But also because of this, Namikaze Minato paid the price of his life. This is the backlash of sealing technique. The woman in front of her has become such a person that she is not a ghost or a ghost. It turned out that it was also because of the sealing technique. Actually, the saint should be dead now, because she has sold her soul to the devil. Cow said, but at that time, Lord Orochimaru happened to pass by here and said that it was possible to save the life of Lord Saint. We didn't think much about it in order to save Lady Saintis's life, and we obeyed Lord Orochimaru. And then, Lee Yi asked. Later, the holy maiden didn't die, but her behavior was a little abnormal. She didn't like the sun and didn't like to talk. She was very cheerful and became very gloomy, but we didn't think much about it at the time. Death, that's why the personality changes greatly, and it can be slowed down after a while. Having said this, the cow sighed lightly. Her expression became extremely sad, and said, but later, the saintly lady became more and more wrong. Not only did she not go out, but she also liked to drink blood, especially the blood of people. Our village among them, many people have been bitten by the holy maiden. Quote, hearing this, Lee Yi suddenly realized, no wonder those people didn't dare to come in before, because they were afraid of being bitten. Cow continued, everyone who was bitten by him would have a fever and coma, ranging from 3 days to 10 days. We were all very scared at the time and wanted to deal with the holy maiden in secret, but Orochimaru-sama came again, and I brought 2 kinds of things. The first thing is the Shinsen pill you mentioned, and the other thing is the food of the saint. Orochimaru said that after taking this food, it will take at least half a month. The saint, I won't be hungry, but take a Shinsen pill every 3 days, and after taking it for 3 consecutive years, the holy maiden will return return to normal. How many years has it been? Li Yi asked. It's just 38 days to go and it's a full 2 years. The cow replied. Li Yi touched his chin. It seems that the woman of the Uzumaki clan used a sealing technique similar to the go seal at that time. Sell your soul to the demon, then drive the demon to seal the enemy. Logically speaking, she should have died a long time ago. However, Orochimaru actually let her live. I have to say, Li Yi began to admire Orochimaru a little. Chapter 21. Li Yi put her to death. Furthermore, logically speaking, this woman must die. If you sell your soul to a demon, how can you not die if your soul is gone? However, Orochimaru kept her alive and turned her into a creature similar to a vampire. There is no soul, only an empty shell. Li Yi finally understood the problem with this woman. Do you have a cure? Tian Bao stared at Li Yi and asked. Li Yi didn't answer, but narrowed his eyes and asked in his heart. System, is the 9th turn revival pill used for revival? The crisp voice of the system immediately sounded in my mind. Go back to the host. That right. Li Yi opened his eye. Without any hesitation, he picked up the black pill in his hand and stuffed it into the woman's mouth. However, the woman spit out the pill under the yelling. Tian Bao asked, what do you want to do? Li Yi said, take this pill to her. Even if it can't cure her, it can at least delay her condition. Tian Bao's eyes lit up when he heard it. Without any hesitation, he picked up the black pill and threw it into the woman's mouth. Then, he pulled the woman up, made a fist with his right hand, and smashed it lightly on the woman's back. His strength was so well controlled that the pill rolled into the stomach as soon as the woman's throat opened. However, the woman is still struggling and it seems that the pills are not working. While stopping the woman's struggle, Tian Bao asked, didn't you say it can delay the disease? Why doesn't it work? Li Yi immediately flipped through a Byakugan and said angrily, when a pill enters the stomach, it must be digested first, and after it is digested, it must be absorbed. After it is absorbed, it can enter the internal organ, and then it can play a role. How can this process be so fast? At the same time, Li Yi asked in his heart, System, how long does it take for the 9th turn resurrection pill to work? System replied, it will take about half a minute to return to the host. Half a minute, 30 seconds. Li Yi was taken aback. So fast, he thought he would have to wait at least a day and a half. It is indeed a medicinal pill evolved by the system. It's magic. At this time, Tian Bao asked, how long will it take to work? However, before the word "use" was uttered, the saint in his arms suddenly stopped struggling. Her head tilted, her hands drooping, her whole body seemed to be asleep, motionless. No, not as if asleep, but as dead, because she's not breathing. Tian Bao's pupils shrank suddenly. He tested the saint's breath. Immediately, his entire body stiffened. I don't know how long. Tian Bao gently put the saint on the bed, then slowly got up and turned his back to everyone. Although they turned their back to the crowd, the three of them could feel the murderous aura on Tian Bao. Kao immediately ran in front of Li Yi, stretched out her arm, and said in a low voice, Tian Bao, don't get excited. It's human nature to live, get old, get sick, and die. You don't want Lady Saintess to live like before, do you? It's better to die than lie, said weakly. Shut up for me. The cow roared at vigor. Then, she looked at Tian Bao again and said, Tian Bao, this is actually a relief for the holy maiden. However, before the cow had finished speaking, Tian Bao suddenly said, shut up. His voice was so hoarse, as if he was crying. The cow saw sharply that Tian Bao's hands were clenched at this moment. Damn it. Cow's face was extremely heavy, and she whispered to Li Yi, little brother in Konoha village, when I stop Tian Bao, you should run away while the chaos is. Don't look back. Her voice was extremely serious, as if she was talking about life and death. In fact, Li Yi was also stunned. In the past, although the holy maiden was neither a ghost nor a ghost, at least she still breathed. But now, the saint is not even breathing. Die. What is going on? Could it be that the rank 9 resurrection pill has no effect? Or is there no cure? However, if it is true as the cow said, the saint sold her soul to the devil in order to cast that seal. So her problem is that she has no soul. Therefore, she only needs to bring her soul back. Then she can recover. Logically speaking, the 9-turn revival pill can take effect in half a minute, which means that the soul of the saint can be returned to the body in half a minute. But now, let alone half a minute has passed. Not only did the saint not wake up, but she died. Where is the problem? Li Yi immediately narrowed his eyes and asked in his heart, System, the 9-turn revival pill has no effect on this woman. System replied, back to the host, I don't know. Don't know. Li Yi rolled his eye. He thought that the system knew heaven and earth, and there was nothing in this world that the system did not know. Li Yi just wanted to ask, why don't you know? But before he asked, Tian Bao suddenly turned around and walked towards Li Yi quickly. Li Yi can feel his murderous aura, which made people shudder. Kao immediately roared, little brother, run. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. Li Yi at a lightning fast beat almost crushed Li Yi's arm. A fierce light flashed in Li Yi's eye. This goddamn power. If I don't kill him, I swear I won't be human. At this time, boom, Tian Bao punched the cow, and a circle of dust visible to the naked eye spread out from their fist. The cow's tender body trembled, groaned, and involuntarily retreated to the rear. However, Tian Bao stood still. In one blow, the high and low judgments are made. Looking at the cow with a trembling arm, Tian Bao said coldly, Cow, this is just a a lesson if you dare to stop me again. Speaking of which, Tianbao took out a handful of kunai, and under the dim candlelight the kunai reflected the cold light. The delicate body of the cow trembled slightly. She was afraid. Tianbao has been a ninja, and he is a quasi-jonin, and his strength is extremely tyrannical. She is no match for it. If Tianbao really had the intention to kill, then there was nothing she could do. Tianbao took Hunwu, walked in front of Li Yi, and said, "You said you were a medical jonin, but you killed the holy maiden, owed money, killed people, and this is just unrighteous. So you today keep your life here." Hearing this, Li Yi immediately wanted to take out the golden hoop. "Do you really think that Lao Su is made of mud?" However, Li Yi was just about to take out the Si Ding Shen needle, but Tianbao continued, "However, for the sake of your sincere treatment of the holy maiden, I will give you a chance today to duel with me. If you can kill me, then you can leave and no one can stop you. But if you can't kill me, then I will kill you." Dali's face changed. "Brother Tianbao, you shut up." Tianbao coldly ordered, "Let him go." Dali didn't dare to disobey, so he obediently let go of Li Yi, but in his eyes there was a flash of extremely unpleasant jealousy. Just because he lowered his head, no one in the audience saw his eye. Li Yi stood up straight again and looked at Tianbao. Tianbao also stared at Li Yi. The two face off. "Today's third shift. This is the first shift. The next shift is around 1800 in the evening. Ask for a silver ticket. Ask for a silver ticket. Ask for a silver ticket. Tilde." Chapter 22 Be a cow and a horse for Li Yi. Second more. Li Yi looked at Tianbao. Tianbao also stared at Li Yi. The atmosphere gradually solidified. The sword is drawn. Li Yi's idea is very simple. That is to use Dinghaishenzhen to sneak attack. There is no doubt about the weight and speed of the Dinghaishenzhen. As long as it can hit Tianbao, he will definitely die. After all, Tianbao is not a pervert like the third generation Hokage, and it will be fine if it is hit by the Dinghaishenzhen. In fact, Li Yi didn't know that the three generations of Hokage did their best at that time, and this was able to withstand the Dinghaishenzhen. Moreover, although he resisted it, his entire arm was broken. The three generations of Hokage who are in their prime now, in the entire ninja world, their strength is to keep the three competing for one. But even so, he was almost knocked to death by the Dinghaishenzhen. You can see the power of Dinghaishenzhen. Now, Li Yi wants to seize Tianbao's flaw, and then use the Dinghaishenzhen to knock it to death with a stick. Tianbao is also figuring out how to kill Li Yi. Li Yi said that he is a medical jonin, and since he is a jonin, he must have special means of life-saving. Taking this into consideration, Tianbao didn't act rashly. He confronted Li Yi, and he also wanted to find Li Yi's flaw, and then make a move to give Li Yi a fatal blow. As a ninja, you must kill with one hit. The two confront each other, staring at each other, and the atmosphere is getting more and more tense. But at this moment, suddenly, a soft and weak voice suddenly sounded in the ear. "Where is this lady? Why am I here?" As soon as these words came out, the cow's face changed first. Immediately after that was Tianbao. His eyes widened suddenly, his face extremely shocked. At the same time, in Li Yi's mind, the clear voice of the system suddenly sounded. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Save the saint. Get a chance to evolve." Li Yi was done. At this time, the cow raised the curtain of the bed directly and walked to the front of the bed in one step. "Holy lady, you didn't die." The cow was dumbfounded, stammered, and asked, "Why do you sound like you're expecting me to die?" The holy maiden sat up from the bed and turned over a beautiful Byakugan. "But yes, why didn't I die? My lady, do you still remember who I am?" The cow pointed to her mature and beautiful face and asked, "How could I not remember you? You are the cow lady." Holy maiden flipped a Byakugan again. Her voice was soft and very nice. As soon as these words came out, the cow immediately cried with joy. "It's great, Lady Saint. You finally remember me. I thought you would never remember me again. It's great, woo woo." She held the holy maiden's hand and kept crying. "Sister cow, don't cry." The saint hurriedly wiped the cow's tears with her sleeve and asked at the same time, "But cow sister, why do you call me saint?" Cow widened her beautiful eyes with an incredible look on her face and asked, "Sir, after you saved all of us, you were named a saint by the villagee. Don't you remember?" Hearing this, the holy maiden blinked her pale yuhi-colored eyes and asked, "I died after sealing the beast. How could I remember it?" The cow's beautiful eyes stared slightly, but she couldn't react for a while. If it is said that the holy maiden died in the raid 3 years ago, who is the person who has taken care of the cow in the past few years? The holy maiden has been able to speak and act in the past 3 years. She is clearly a living person. The saint also seemed to realize that something was wrong. There was a dignified expression on her pale but very beautiful face, and she asked, "Sister cow, what happened? Tell me." The cow didn't hide it, so she told the saintess all the details of the matter. And while the cows beat beyond the bed curtain, boom, 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 Tianbao knelt down directly towards Li Yi and kowtowed 3 times. The kowtow sound is not small. When he raised his head again, his forehead had broken through the skin, and blood was oozing out. Li Yi narrowed his eyes lightly. "Brother Yila, I'm sorry for you." Tianbao knelt on the ground with his forehead on the ground, and said, "From now on, my life is yours. Even if you let me go up a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, I won't blink." His voice was was very sincere, not at all contrite. Huh? Li Yi raised his eye. What happening here? Attitude changed so fast. 180-degree flip. Didn't you want to duel with me before and kill me? Brother Tianbao, what are you doing? How can you kneel like a Konoha scum? Dali hurried forward while talking, trying to help Tianbao up, but Tianbao knelt on the ground motionless. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't pull it up. Li Yi did not beat. Tianbao was still kneeling on the ground. His forehead was also knocked on the ground, and he kept this posture motionless. Li Yi secretly frowned. In fact, to be honest, Li Yi doesn't hate Tianbao. Tianbao dares to love and dare to hate. Right and wrong are clear. He is a man. However, this does not mean that he has forgiven Tianbao. He is not the virgin, but not so generous. However, Tianbao's attitude of apology was quite sincere. Then, just when Li Yi was thinking, Dali suddenly shouted at Li Yi, "Boy, are you deaf or blind? Don't be ignorant. My brother Tianbao apologizes to you. This is the blessing of your life. Then, why don't you quickly accept brother Tianbao's apology?" Hearing this, Li Yi frowned again. This power is so disgusting. Or kill him now. A ruthless look appeared on Li Yi's face. Then kill it. However, just when Li Yi was about to take out the Dinghai God needle, the curtain of the bed was suddenly lifted, and a soft and glutinous voice sounded in his ear. "Benevolent, my brother has eyes and does not know Mount Tai. I have offended you. I hope you can spare his life." At the same time as the voice sounded, behind the curtain of the bed, a figure of Yuhi's hair came out. It was the Holy Maiden. She walked to Tianbao's side, knelt down towards Li Yi, and knocked her forehead on the ground, and said, "As long as you can spare his life, the little girl will be a cow and a horse for you in the future, and repay your kindness." Quote, "Sister, you have just recovered. Why did you come out? Hurry up and lie down." Tianbao turned his head to look at the saint next to him, and said with a concerned and anxious face. Afterward, he gave Li Yi a loud kowtow with a bang, and said, "Thank you, sir, for saving my sister. The great kindness and virtue can't be repaid. Tianbao will cut off his arms and will be a cow and a horse for you from now on. Repay your kindness." After speaking, Tianbao picked up kunai and swiped towards his shoulder. His movement, without the slightest sloppiness, are obviously true. Third shift today. This is the second shift. Ask for silver ticket ×3. Important things are said 3 times. Chapter 23 Uzumaki Violet Part 3. Li Yi did not stop Tianbao. After all, he is not the virgin. However, he didn't stop it, and it didn't mean that others didn't stop. Dali hurried forward, grabbed Tianbao's arm, and said, "It's absolutely impossible, brother Tianbao." Afterward, he shouted at Li Yi again, "Hey, the boy in Konoha village, you have to be spared and spared. I advise you not to go too far. Stay in the line of work and see you in the future." Strongly, Tianbao knocked his forehead on the ground and said in a low voice, "Be polite to Lord Yila." Although Tianbao's voice was not loud, the taste of fate in his tone was self-evident. Vigor was suddenly speechless. Tianbao said again, "Dali, let me go. I can only get Lord Yila's forgiveness by cutting off these arms." Dali had to let go of Tianbao, but the unhappy color in his eyes was even more intense. Tianbao picked up kunai again and swiped towards his shoulder. "Brother Yila, in the end, Tianbao didn't do anything excessive to you, so you forgive him, right?" The soft sound of the cow rang out. When the voice sounded, the cow's right hand grabbed Tianbao's arm, not letting Kuu fall. "Brother Yila, if you don't forgive Tianbao, then I have to kneel down to you too." Seeing that Li Yi was indifferent, the cow was about to kneel. Li Yi immediately asked, "Tianbao, you said you want to be a cow and a horse for me. Do you have any guarantee?" "He could swear," said the cow. "Swearing won't work." Li Yi shook his head slightly. "Then little brother Yila, what do you say?" asked the cow. From nowhere, Li Yi took out 2 pills and handed them to Tianbao and the Holy Maiden. "What is this?" asked the cow. "It's a poison," Li Yi said. "My medicine can both save people and kill people. This medicine cannot be solved. Just take it." "Good." Tianbao didn't even think about it. He just picked up a pill. The cow picked up another pill and asked, "Brother Yila, what are you giving us the poison for?" "Not for you, but for her." Li Yi shook his head and pointed to the Holy Maiden. Tianbao's face changed. Li Yi explained, "Although this medicine is a poison, after taking it, it usually won't flare up." "When will it happen then?" asked the cow. "When they disobeyed me," Li Yi said lightly. "Since you want to be a cow and a horse for me, you have to be loyal to me for the rest of your life. Once they disobey me, then I only need a thought, and they will die on the spot, and the devil will not be able to save them." Hearing this, Tianbao directly put the pill in his hand into his mouth. "Brother." Seeing this scene, the saint opened her mouth, and her expression seemed a little distressed, but in the end she didn't say much, but looked at the cow and said, "Sister cow, give me the pill." Cow also wanted to plead with Li Yi, "Brother Yila." However, before she could finish her sentence, Li Yi shook her head gently. "This is the lowest limit that I can accept." As soon as these words came out, Dali immediately quit, stood up abruptly, pointed at Li Yi's nose, and shouted loudly, "Don't give a fuck about being shameless." After he finished speaking, he clenched his hands as if he was going to beat Li Yi. The cow hurriedly pulled Dali back, exhaled the aroma towards Dali, and said softly, "Don't make trouble for us here. Sister cow, give it to me." The Holy Maiden stretched out her pale right hand towards the cow. Seeing Seeing that Saintis and Li Yi's attitudes were very firm, the cows had no choice but to sigh the aroma and hand the pills to Saintis. Sister. Tian Bao seemed a little distressed. The holy maiden shook her head slightly towards Tian Bao, indicating that she was fine, and then put the pill in her hand into her small mouth. Then, the saint frowned slightly, because she seems to be eating dirt herself. Li Yi have an earthy taste, but Saintis didn't think too much, because she believed in Li Yi's strength. After all, she had sold her soul to the devil before, but Li Yi was able to take back her soul from the devil with a single pill, which shows Li Yi's strength. From now on, the two of you, my ox and horse, need to be completely at my command. Understand? Li Yi asked. High above. Understood. Understood. Tianbao and Saintis are both angered. Brother Yila, can we go out now? I can't wait to tell the people in the village the news of the Lady Saint's recovery. Shake excitedly. Wait a minute. Li Yi shook his head slightly. What else do you want to do? The cow blinked her beautiful eye. Li Yi looked at the saint and asked, what's your name? How old are you this year? The holy maiden's voice was soft and she replied, my name is Violet and I am 16 years old. My lady, you are 19 years old this year. The cow immediately corrected. The saint was startled. Then he came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Yes, I died 3 years ago, and now I am indeed 19 years old. What's your last name? Li Yi asked suddenly. However, Li Yi's words made the saintess seem to have heard some taboo, and her face suddenly changed. Her expression also became twisted, and it seemed a little hard to say. If you don't tell me, I know that you are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, right? Li Yi asked with a smile. The saint nodded. About the word Uzumaki family, because she was afraid of being targeted by enemy. However, she was more afraid of dying from poison now, so she didn't hide Li Yi. That is to say, your name is Uzumaki Violet, right? Li Yi asked. The saint nodded. What about you? Your name is Uzumaki Tempo. Li Yi looked at Tian Bao again. Tian Bao also nodded. Are you two brothers and sisters? Li Yi asked. That right. Both nodded. No wonder. Li Yi smiled. No wonder Tian Bao was so angry when he dead. Uzumaki Violet. Can people not be angry when they kill their own sister? However, why isn't your hair Yuhi color? Li Yi asked curiously again. Uzumaki men generally follow their fathers, and women generally follow their mother. Tian Bao explained. But it's not absolute. It can only be said that it is generally the case. Hearing this, Li Yi suddenly thought of Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto's mother is Uzumaki Kushina, with pure Uzumaki bloodline, but Uzumaki Naruto follows Namikaze Minato, with yellow hair instead of Yuhi color. What are the strengths of both of you? Li Yi asked again. Li Yi knew that the symbols of the Uzumaki clan were rich chakra, powerful sealing technique, and a strong like vitality. Every Uzumaki clan will inherit at least one of the above three. For example, Uzumaki Nagato, he has rich chakra. If not, Uchiha Madara will not give him Rinnegan. Therefore, Li Yi wanted to know which of the three Uzumaki clan members in front of them is the best at. The third update. Today's update is over. The next update will be around 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. Ask for a silver ticket. Chapter 24 _ It turned out to be Two Tails and Brigade, the first more. In a dark room, Uzumaki Violet replied first. I'm good at sealing. My father taught me some sealing technique. What beast did you seal before? What sealing technique did you use? Li Yi asked. In the original work of Hokage, in order to seal Kyubi, 9 tails, 4 generations of Hokage Namikaze Minato did not hesitate to use the ghoul seal to split Kyubi, 9 tails, into two, into Yin Kyubi, 9 tails, and Yang Kyubi, 9 tails sealed in the body of himself and his son respectively. He paid with his life to seal Kyubi, 9 tails. And now, Uzumaki Violet also paid the price with her life to seal the beast. So Li Yi was very curious. What the hell is that beast that needs Uzumaki Violet to sacrifice his life? Is it also a tailed beast? Uzumaki Violet was still kneeling on the ground at this time. She replied, I don't know what kind of beast it is. I only know that it is a cat demon with blue chakra flames all over its body. A cat demon with blue chakra flame. Hearing this sentence, in Li Yi's mind, a word immediately appeared. Two tails travel again. In the original book of Hokage, the second tail is a cat demon with blue chakra flames all over its body. Li Yi immediately asked, how many tails does that cat demon have? Uzumaki Violet recalled for a moment, then replied, 2. Then it must be right. Li Yi touched his chin and said, it must be 2 tails and a brigade. That beast is now sealed in your body. Li Yi asked again. Uzumaki Zaluo shook his head. No, I just sealed a piece of its energy in my body, and didn't seal it whole in my body. A burst of energy. Li Yi was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the sealing technique that Uzumaki Violet used was to make a deal with the devil. This powerful sealing technique was enough to seal the 2 tails. However, Uzumaki Violet only sealed a force of the 2-tailed tour, but did not seal the entire tailed beast. Why? Li Yi suddenly remembered that Erwei Yulu seems to have a person called Jinchuriki, call him Li now, and her name seems to be something Nitikdor. In the original work of Hokage, Nitikgate is the 2-tailed Jinchuriki column force of the land of thunder and the village of Kumogakure. She can fully release the tailed beast and easily control the two-tailed, and can fully master the power of the two-tailed tour. Widely recognized and admired by the villagers, is a proud and gentle woman. Only later, Nitikdor was targeted by Akatsuki, fought against Kakuzu and Hidan, and finally died under the curse of Hidan. But that's all in the future. It hasn't happened yet. That is to say, the Nitikdor now is still alive and is a perfect person. Jinchuriki column 4. If Nitikdor really can completely control the power of Erwei Yulu, then it should not go berserk. But 3 years ago, it hurt the villagers in this village and caused countless casualties. Li Yi squinted his eyes and thought, could it be that it is false to say that the power of the two tails is completely controlled? The Nitikdor has not completely controlled the two tails and the brigade, so it needs to come out to release it regularly. But it doesn't make sense. Killer B Jinchuriki column 4. Killer B once said that Ni's relationship with Erwei Yulu is better than his relationship with Yahweh. With such a good relationship, it is impossible to control Erwei. Another trip. Or, because Uzumaki Violet sealed the wildness of Erwei Yulu, so Erwei Yulu became so good that he was completely controlled by Nitikdor. In other words, the reason why Nitikdor can become a perfect person. Jinchuriki column 4. The real reason is because of this Uzumaki Violet in front of him. Li Yi narrowed his eyes in thought. To be honest, he prefers the second possibility. Any tailed beast in the human Jinchuriki column 4 needs to go through a long running-in period. After the running-in period, the wildness of the tailed beast will be smoothed out, thus trusting the human Jinchuriki column 4 and the human being. The Jinchuriki column 4 also trusts the tailed beast and thus becomes a perfect person. During this running-in period, the tailed beast will often run wild, resulting in countless casualties and charred souls. If the running-in period can be successfully crossed in the end, it will be to see the sun and the moon through the clouds and fog, but most people can't do it with Jinchuriki column 4. Go through this break-in period smoothly. Nitikdor is now a perfect Jinchuriki column 4. She must have had a break-in period, and it is probably the Uzumaki Violet that made the Nitikdor go through this break-in period successfully. In Li Yi's mind, he had already conceived the picture at that time. Nitikgate is a ninja in the land of thunder. Before the tailed beast ran out of control, she ran out of the land of thunder and came here in order not to hurt her compatriots in the same country. She thought it was a forest and no one lived there, so she ran out of control with peace of mind. But she did not expect that there is still a village with hundreds of households living here. Therefore, the village suffered numerous casualties. Uzumaki clan in the village, Uzumaki Violet. She used the sealing technique to seal the Erwei Yulu, but the Erwei Yulu already had the power of a human Jinchuriki column, so Uzumaki Violet could not seal it, but it just seals its wildness. The wildness was flattened, and Erwei Yulu became docile from then on, and became a good partner with Nitikdor. But Uzumaki Violet is dead, and his soul is forever imprisoned in the hands of the devil, and he will never be born again. Li Yi remembered that in the original work, neither in the comic book nor in the formula book, the Erweitikdor was not included in the Perfect Man Jinchuriki column 4, and the reason was unknown at the time. Now it seems that although Nitikdor is a perfect person Jinchuriki column 4, but she is not included in the list of perfect person Jinchuriki column 4, the reason must be because she can go through the running-in period not by herself but Uzumaki Violet. Like Yao and Killer Bee and Yao, Uzumaki Naruto and Kyubi, Nine Tails, they are all running in periods that they cross by themselves. Suddenly, Li Yi's eyes lit up, as if he had come up with a plan. Nitikdor is one of the most important combat powers in the Kingdom of Thunder. She values love and righteousness, and her character is arrogant and gentle. I can use this thing. She is a human being. In Li Yi's memory, Nitikdor is a very beautiful female ninja. Before Li Yi passed through, there were a lot of her book on the market. However, Li Yi is not coveting her beauty. He thinks it is enough to have Tsunade alone, and other women don't want to be extravagant for the time being. Tsunadeheim, is she not fragrant? Li Yi just wanted Nitikdor a favor, that's all. But then again, Li Yi looked at the well-behaved and sensible Uzumaki Violet again, thinking, this little girl has sealed the wild power of the tailed beast in her body, which will subtly affect her character. It seems that she will become a wild and unruly woman sooner or later. Note the name of the person Jinchuriki column 4, because the translation method is different. Some translations are called Niyugito, some are called Niyugiman, some are called Nitikdor. This book uses Nitikdor. If in doubt, you can check it out. Ask for a silver ticket ×3 tilde. Chapter 25 _ The beauty of the disaster level. Second more. Of course, being wild is not a bad thing. Not bohemian after all. It's just that the Uzumaki Violet in front of her looked like a well-behaved, sensible, and gentle lady. It would be too wasteful to abandon this character and become a wild and unruly woman. Without thinking too much, Li Yi continued to ask, what's the name of the sealing technique you used at that time? Master Wei. The sealing technique I used at that time was called the Devil's Seal. Uzumaki Violet replied. Her voice was soft and glutinous. Very nice. Ghost Seal. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and looked for his memory. Evil Ghost Seal did not exist. In other words, in the original Hokage, there is no demon seal. However, you can tell tell just by listening to the name. The seal of the evil spirit and the seal of the ghoul should be at the same level. Have you heard of the ghoul seal? Driven by curiosity, Lee Yi asked Uzumaki. Violet wrote. Uzumaki Violet head tap. I heard that the ghoul seal is an authentic technique. Authentic. Lee Yi frowned. The Uzumaki clan is divided into the authentic and the partial. The authentic has the pure blood of the Uzumaki family, while the partial has no pure blood, so we are not qualified to learn the ghoul seal. Uzumaki Violet replied. And the evil ghoul seal I cast is the predecessor of our partial sect, adapted from the ghoul seal. It has a more mysterious sealing power than the ghoul seal, but it is also because of this. Once the evil spirit is used after the ghoul seal, our souls will be locked in the hands of the devil forever and will never be reborn. Quote, as the seal of the evil ghoul stronger than the seal of the ghoul. Lee Yi touched his chin and nodded. In the original work of Hokage, the ghoul seal is one of the most powerful ninjutsu, and the ghoul seal is stronger than the ghoul seal, which shows the great price of the ghoul seal. At this moment, Lee Yi just wanted to say one thing. Jojoan Resurrection Dan is awesome. The infinite evolution system is awesome. Dare to steal people from the devil, and they even grab people in an open and above board way. Awesome. Afterward, Lee Yi looked at Uzumaki Tianbao again and asked, what are you best at? I'm not good at sealing, I just have more chakra. Tianbao replied, sure enough. Lee Yi nodded. Then he asked, you were a ninja in the land of rain before, right? That right. Tianbao nodded slightly. What level are you? Lee Yi asked. Special Jonin. Tianbao replied. It turned out to be a special Jonin. Lee Yi nodded lightly. In particular, Jonin is also known as quasi-Jonin. Their overall strength may not be as good as a genuine Jonin, but they are outstanding in one aspect. In this aspect, they have met the requirements of Jonin or even exceeded Jonin, so they are called special Jonin. If it is said that a genuine Jonin is an all-round development, then a special Jonin has unique talents in some aspect, and their strength lies between the forbearance and the Jonin, so they are also called quasi-Jonin. Medical Jonin are actually special Jonin. They specialize in the medical profession. There are other special Jonin who may work in education, R&D, espionage, etc., and have a skill anyway. Uzumaki Tianbao can become a special Jonin should be because he has rich chakra. His chakra has surpassed that of ordinary Jonin, and even reached the level of elite Jonin. After all, the Uzumaki clan are not vain. Brother Yila, do you have any question? If there is no problem, let go out and tell everyone in the village the good news. Wobbled excitedly. No problem. Lee Yi shook his head lightly and said, you two get up. Uzumaki Violet and Uzumaki Tianbao had been kneeling on the ground all the time, and they only stood up from the ground after hearing Lee Yi's word. A closer look, Uzumaki Violet and Uzumaki Tianbao look very different, and they don't look like siblings at all. Uzumaki Tianbao look very ordinary, with dark skin, thin body, and well-developed limbs, giving people a rough feeling, and Uzumaki Violet is very delicate, with fair skin, exquisite body, melon seed face, almond eyes, changyu nose, cherry mouth, and the long smooth yuhi color hair. It looked very beautiful. Moreover, Uzumaki Violet is only 19 years old this year, and she has not fully grown yet, but she is already so beautiful. If she waits for a few years to fully grow, then she must be a disaster-level beauty. In the original Hokage, the women of the Uzumaki clan are very beautiful. For example, Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, is an extremely beautiful and domineering woman. When she was alive, EPUB 9 Tails was suppressed to death by him, and she dared not even fart. Later, Uzumaki Mito passed EPUB 9 Tails to Uzumaki Kushina of the Uzumaki family. Uzumaki Shinjina is also an extremely beautiful beauty. Before Lee Yi passed through, there were too many stories about her in the market. The book. As for Uzumaki Shangren, she is actually a very beautiful woman just because she doesn't like to dress up and wears a pair of glasses all day, so it gives people a sloppy feeling. In fact, she is also a beauty. All in all, the women of the Uzumaki clan are basically very beautiful. Uzumaki Violet in front of him. Although this little girl has been in this world for 19 years, she is only 16 years old. After all, she has basically not grown in the past 3 years. She looks so beautiful at the age of 16. Sure enough, the Uzumaki family is rich in beauty. Lee Yi sighed in his heart. He can't help but look forward to it now. After a few years, after this little girl has fully grown, what level of trouble will she become? After that, the five of them stopped writing ink and left the room. Lee Yi walked at the forefront. Because Violet had just recovered and her limbs were weak, the cows supported her. Tianbao followed behind Violet, protecting her safety. As for Dolly, they were subconsciously ignored by the four of them and walked at the back. It was precisely because he was walking at the back that none of the four of them saw his sinister face. At the same time, outside the secret door, many people's faces are not very comfortable because they all heard the woman scream. The Holy Maiden is awake. Did the medical ninja in Konoha village have been bitten by the Holy Maiden? Yeah, I haven't come out for so long, and I'm probably dead inside. As I said, doesn't the Holy Maiden like to drink blood? Put that kid from Konoha village in it, and let the Holy Maiden suck enough at one time. Anyway, everyone in Konoha Konoha village should be damned. There was a lot of discussion. Almost everyone agrees that Lee Yi has been bitten. If not, it's been so long, why hasn't he come out yet? What a pathetic poor bastard. There are still 3 shifts today. This is the second shift. The next shift is around 0:00. The world is looking for silver ticket. Chapter 26 _ The Physician Part 3. The white-haired old man said nothing. He also did not expect that the Holy Maiden would wake up at this time. Logically speaking, after 5 days, the saint would wake up to eat. It's really just at the right time. If you are bitten by the Holy Maiden, even Jonan will be in a coma for 10 days and 8 days. The white-haired old man made a secret decision in his heart. If that kid from Konoha village has already been bitten by Lady Saint, then abandon him and let Lady Saint drink enough at one time. In fact, he had already determined at this time that Lee Yi had been bitten. After all, the mad lady, whether it is speed or strength, is not covered. Yet at this moment, crunch, the secret door was open. A man in black with a handsome face and a straight waist came out. It is Lee Yi. Everyone was stunned. How did this guy come out? Didn't he get bitten? Or did he just escape? However, under everyone's attention, Lee Yi took a step to the left, revealing the person behind him. Next moment, almost everyone's breathing stopped suddenly. After that, they all took a step back towards the rear, as if they were all a little scared, because the person following behind Lee Yi is none other than the Holy Maiden. How did you let the saintly lady out? A middle-aged man immediately stared at the cow and asked, "Release the Holy Maiden. Isn't this a disaster for the village? Once bitten by her, she will be in a coma for at least 10 days and 8 days. The cow smiled lightly, with a soft voice, and replied, "Everyone, under the treatment of Dr. Yila, the Holy Maiden has recovered." Her voice entered the ears of everyone present. A look of shock appeared on everyone's faces, including the village chief. Holy Maiden, heal, real or fake? Why am I so unbelievable? Even the mighty Orochimaru Sama could not cure the Holy Maiden, but after taking the medicine for 3 years, the Holy Maiden might recover. Note, not necessarily, but possible. However, this kid from Konoha village, from entering the room of the Holy Maiden to now leaving the room, it only take 20 or 30 minutes before and after. Right, in such a short period of time, he actually healed the Holy Maiden. If he really healed the Holy Maiden, then he is not a doctor, but a genius doctor. A mortal's descent to earth. Everyone couldn't believe it, and they all cast their eyes on the saint. Under the gazes of everyone, the saint smiled lightly and said, "Everyone, I'm awake." Afterwards, she turned to look at the village chief and said, "Grandpa village chief, you have been bothered for the past 3 years." Her voice is very gentle, soft and glutinous, which made people feel relaxed and happy. And she said this. Suddenly, the village chief burst into tears. Although he is the mayor of the village, he has no children. Since the day he took in Violet and Tianbao, he has always regarded Violet and Tianbao as his own children. Back then, in order to protect everyone, Violet died by casting the seal of evil spirit, but he cried for 3 days and 3 nights. You know, in front of the villagers, he is usually a serious, unsmiling old man who is businesslike and has no feeling. However, from the day Uzumaki Violet died, the villagers realized that their village chief was not without feeling, but because as the chief of a village, he had to be strong all the time. Even if he pretended, he had to pretend be strong. But this time, he couldn't bear it. An old man who never laughed or cried for 3 days and 3 nights that time. You can imagine his grief. Now, hearing Violet's soft and waxy voice, the old man burst into tears again. Tianbao, go and wipe the tears of the village chief. Violet looked at Tianbao behind her. I'm not going. Tianbao shook his head. Why? Violet asked. Tianbao didn't answer, but his cheek was slightly yuhi. Violet has a smart mind and can see Tianbao's concerns at a glance. He is shy, not to mention in front of so many people. Even if he was alone, he would not wipe the village chief tears. He's grown up and can't let go. Violet sighed lightly, and had no choice but to take the handkerchief and wipe the tears of the village chief herself. If it wasn't for the village chief, then their sister and brother would have starved to death on the streets long ago. The grace of dripping water will be reciprocated by Izumi. Violet and Tianbao have long regarded the village chief as their own grandfather. After a long time, the village chief's mood stabilized. Everyone, bow down to the miracle doctor of Konoha village. The village chief shouted, and first knelt down toward Lee Yi. Whether the others were willing or not, the village chief had already knelt down, so they all knelt down one after another. Violet, Tianbao, and Derry also knelt down toward Lee Yi. So, in the present, except for Lee Yi, everyone else knelt down. Lee Yi frowned slightly. I didn't save you, so why are you kneeling to me? Is it because I indirectly saved you? If it weren't for Violet, then everyone in this village would die. If it weren't for Lee Yi, then Violet would never be resurrected. Therefore, Lee Yi is equivalent to indirectly saving everyone in this village. In fact, in the present, one person did not kneel. That is for, because he was standing behind the secret door, no one saw him. Vigorously glanced at Lee Yi's back. Those eyes were full of unpleasant color. Want me to kneel? Go do your daydream. I don't want to kneel to a scumbag. Konoha villager scum, trash, garbage, and this person is even more so. Everyone got up. They came forward one after another and started chatting with Violet. My lady, you don't have the memory of these 3 years. That right, my lady, do you still remember me? I'm Shaolin. Of course I do. My lady, although 3 years have passed, your appearance doesn't seem to have changed. Yes, my lady, your lady, your lady. Lady sainted, one at a time, making Violet very uncomfortable. Violet had no choice but to say, everyone, don't call me a saint, call me Violet. How can this work? Everyone immediately objected. You saved all of us. You are our sainted. We are not the kind of ungrateful people who cross rivers and demolish bridges. How dare we call you by your name? This. Violet was speechless for a while, and after holding it for a while, she replied, I'm also a part of this village. Let's help each other. This can't be done. Rules are rule. You saved us all, and our lives are yours. The people objected again, with a firm attitude, but Uzumaki Violet had a heart, and when he rolled his eye, he thought of a good idea, and immediately said, then, I order you in the name of the saint, and you are not allowed to call me a saint in the future. Just call me Violet. I understand. Hearing this, everyone was speechless for a moment, staring at each other with wide eyes. Today's update end. There will still be 3 updates tomorrow, and the next update will be around 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. The world is looking for silver ticket tilde. Chapter 27 Orochimaru is here. First more. If it wasn't for Uzumaki Violet sacrificing herself, these villagers would already be dead. Uzumaki Violet saved the whole village. Therefore, the villagers named her a saint. They dared not listen to the words of the saint. So, yes, Lady Saint. Everyone just nodded in agreement. Uzumaki Violet smiled helplessly. Call her a saint. But she also knew that this must be the last time everyone called him a saint. Everyone, one more thing. Uzumaki Violet spoke again, holding up 2 white jade hands and pressing it. The hall, which was originally noisy, became quiet in an instant. Uzumaki Violet's voice was soft and glutinous, very pleasant, and said, everyone, from now on, Tianbao and I are servants of Lord Yila, and we will always be loyal to Lord Yila. As soon as this word comes out, almost everyone opened their mouths suddenly, including the white-haired village chief. What? Servant? The dignified lady is actually a servant, and a servant of a Konoha kid. This, what a formality. Uzumaki Violet didn't seem to care about everyone's shocked reaction. She continued, because we are already servants of Lord Yila, so from now on, Tianbao and I will not live here. As soon as this word comes out, everyone present suddenly opened their mouth, including Li Yi. Li Yi opened his mouth lightly and looked at Uzumaki Violet in disbelief. I didn't say I was taking you with me before, did I? Little girl, it's easy for people to misunderstand when you say that. Besides, those 2 pills are not obedient medicine at all, but mud. That's right, the elixir that Li Yi gave to Uzumaki Violet and Uzumaki Tianbao before was just earth. Li Yi did this has only one purpose, that is to shock and deter. There is a saying that there are 2 things in the world that cannot be looked at directly. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. Unpredictable people. Li Yi saved Uzumaki Violet. It didn't mean that he was safe. Who can say for sure? Will the people in this village retaliate? The moment he was almost beaten to death by Uchiha Fugaku, Li Yi never believed in human nature. He only believes in himself. Therefore, no matter what he does now, he will leave behind. So he controlled Tempo and Violet. Tianbao is the strongest fighting force in this village, and Violet is the saintess in this village. Only with them can Li Yi be absolutely safe. Li Yi will not believe in the illusory things such as human heart and human nature. Now Li Yi only believes in the real things that are in his hand. And now, the ones caught by Li Yi are Uzumaki Violet and Tianbao. However, Li Yi did this just to leave the village safely. He never said that he would leave with the 2 of them. Li Yi stared at Uzumaki Violet with a slightly startled gaze. Uzumaki Violet turned her head and smiled softly at Li Yi. Beautiful. Li Yi frowned slightly. He found that the little girl Uzumaki Violet seems to like to make assumptions. When you're alone, let's make it clear to her. I don't need them to follow, Li Yi said secretly in his heart. At this time, the villagers all gathered around, trying to persuade Uzumaki Violet and Uzumaki Tianbao. Violet, this matter is absolutely impossible. Yes, you are our saint. How can you get out of here? Even if this little guy from Konoha village really saved your life, you don't have to repay him like this, right? Almost everyone is against it. Uzumaki Tianbao is the strongest fighting force in the village, and has been protecting the safety of the village for so many years. Without Uzumaki Tianbao, many of the people present would have already died. Uzumaki Violet is the holy girl of the village and a role model for all villagers to learn from. Every place needs role model, and this village is no different. And more importantly, almost all the villagers have regarded Uzumaki Violet as the strongest trump card in the village. You know, 3 years ago, that 2-tailed bee severely injured Uzumaki Tianbao with just 1 blow, almost killing him. It shows how terrible it is. However, such a powerful beast was sealed by Uzumaki Violet. Therefore, these villagers have regarded the Uzumaki Violet as the life-saving card of the village. With the 2 of them around, the village can be in long-term peace. All in all, the Uzumaki siblings make them feel safe. Now, their sense of security is threatened when they hear that the 2 brothers and sisters have left, so they will try their best to oppose Almost everyone is persuading Uzumaki Violet and Uzumaki Tianbao. However, there was one person present not only did not persuade them but also wanted them to leave the village. That is the power behind the secret door. Hurry up and get out. If you leave, I will be the strongest fighting force in this village, and I will become the next village mayor. If you don't leave, I will always be weaker than you, and I will always listen to your bosses. Quote, vigorous eyes gleamed fiercely, but in the depths of his eyes there was a look of anticipation. Get the hell out of here. You two are not from the village. Why are you riding on Lao Su's head? Suddenly, a loose smile appeared on Dolly's face. Of course, Tianbao can just leave alone. Let Violet stay. I want her to be my woman. All you need is a bowl of ecstasy soup and a grain of ecstasy. Then from now on, Violet is Lao Su's woman. Vigorously looking at Violet's slender back, the lascivious smile on her face became stronger and stronger, as if she had already seen the scene where Violet was treated both hard and soft by him, and finally willingly became his woman. However, Tianbao should not abandon Violet and leave alone, so what method can I use to break up this pair of siblings? I squinted my eyes vigorously, thinking in my heart, the village chief, here we come. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. The village chief, here he is. A 15 or 16-year-old boy ran in from outside the hall with his hands on his knees and shouted out of breath. Everyone was trying to persuade the Uzumaki sibling, but when they heard the shout, they all shut up and turned to look at the little boy. The white-haired village chief frowned slightly and asked, what's going on? The little boy panted hard and replied, the village chief, big Lord Orochimaru is here. As soon as this word comes out, the expressions of everyone present change, including Li Yi. What? Orochimaru is coming. The first update. Today is still the third update. New Year's Eve in the solar calendar year. I wish you and me a happy new year. Well, go ahead. Ask for silver ticket ×3 tilde. Chapter 28 _ Embarrassing Orochimaru Part 2. Some are happy and some are sad. Lord Orochimaru is here. The white-haired village chief frowned slightly, seeming a little surprised, and said, Master Orochimaru only comes once every 15 days. Why is he here today? Village chief, don't you think Orochimaru's arrival is a bit too coincidental? Asked the cow. Her face was a little dignified. Yes, it's quite a coincidence. The white-haired village chief also nodded. It stands to reason that Uzumaki Violet should not wake up looking for food after 5 days, and that was when Orochimaru-sama arrived. However, Violet woke up today, and Orochimaru is here now. How is it so coincidental? The coincidence made people doubt that this is really just a pure coincidence. The village chief, it seems that all of this is in the calculations of that Orochimaru. The cow lowered her voice and whispered in the village chief's ear. The village chief did not answer, but said indifferently, if you talk too much, you will lose. The cow was silent. She knew that the village chief was for his own good. Orochimaru's strength is unfathomable. If Orochimaru listens to her word, then she will probably die. However, just as the cow closed her mouth, she seemed to have seen something surprising. She opened her mouth and asked in astonishment, Brother Yila, where did you find this mask? That's right. At this time, Li Yi's face was wearing a ghost mask. Li Yi pointed to a 6 or 7-year-old girl beside him. At this moment, the little girl had tears in her eyes. She was wrong, and she bit her mouth lightly, as if she would cry in the next moment. Obviously, the mask on Li Yi's face is this little girl's toy. The cow hurried to coax the little girl. At the same time, he asked, Brother Yila, why are you wearing a mask? Do you know Orochimaru? Cows are not stupid. Li Yi immediately put on a mask after hearing the name Orochimaru, so she guessed that Yila and Orochimaru knew each other and had some relationship. Li Yi just wanted to answer, but at this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Everyone, I haven't seen you for 10 days. How is your saint? The sound was not loud, and it was rather hoarse, but it was extremely penetrating, and everyone present heard it clearly. Immediately, the noisy hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone is looking at the entrance of the hall. Under the gazes of everyone, a thin figure walked in from outside the hall along the sunlight. His pace is not fast, but it is extremely steady, giving people a sense of motionlessness. He has long black hair, long blonde pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the wings of his nose, pale skin, and blue tomo earring. Although his face is expressionless, he has an extremely sinister feeling. The eyes under Li Yi's mask narrowed slightly. That's right, this person is Orochimaru, of the legendary Konoha Asani. Ha ha ha, has your lady saint woke up and is in a frenzy now? Orochimaru chuckled and asked, his laughter quite penetrating. He saw so many people, and now he is surrounded here, so he concluded that the little girl of the Uzumaki clan has woken up. This group of people was at a loss, so they gathered around here. However, the crowd did not answer, and looking at Orochimaru's eyes, it's a bit strange. Orochimaru's eyes twitched slightly. How is this going? Why did these people look at me like that? I'm here. Shouldn't you immediately gather around and ask me for help? What are you doing there? Why don't you come and ask me for help? However, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, everyone still did not reply, nor did they go forward for help. Orochimaru was a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly, took out a black pill from his bosom, and said with a smile, He. Are you helpless? It happened that I brought the antidote and fed it to your saintess. Your saintess can be restored. Quote, Orochimaru thought the villagers would cry and beg him. However, the villagers were all indifferent. No one spoke. And looking at Orochimaru's eyes, it's even more strange than before. Orochimaru's brows furrowed. What happened to these people? Could it be that their saintess is dead? Should not be. I turned their saint into a soulless creature like a vampire. How could she die? Under Orochimaru's extreme doubt, the white-haired village chief finally spoke up and said, Lord Orochimaru, that's it, Our Lady Saint has. However, before the white-haired village chief had finished speaking, Uzumaki Violet walked out of the crowd, walked in front of Orochimaru, saluted him, and said, Lord Orochimaru, thank you for your rescue 3 years ago. The little girl is unforgettable. She can only wait until the next life to be a cow and a horse to repay your kindness. Quote, her voice was soft and waxy, very nice. However, this beautiful voice made Orochimaru's face turn blue. You. He pointed at Uzumaki Violet, stammered when he spoke, his face full of shock. How did you survive? It was Yila's miracle doctor who saved me. Uzumaki Violet turned slightly sideways, revealing Li Yi behind him. Orochimaru immediately put his eyes on Li Yi and stared at him. Li Yi was stabbed by Orochimaru's gaze, and it felt as if Orochimaru had seen him through. After an unknown amount of time, Orochimaru's sharp eyes finally softened, and he said with a smile, ha, dare to snatch the soul from the devil, and can complete the complex process of soul returning to the body. Your excellency is indeed a genius doctor. Over the top. Li Yi nodded lightly, his words simple and capable. Today's Orochimaru has become the legendary Konohasani, and is extremely powerful. Li Yi didn't want to have too much interaction with him for the time being. Since your lady saint has recovered, then there is no need for me to stay here, Orochimaru said. Li Yi's eyes lit up. Leaving so soon? Well done. Go now. But before that, Orochimaru looked at Li Yi again, with a look of extreme interest in his eyes, and asked, this little brother, can you tell me how you did it? Ancestral secret recipe will not be passed on. Li Yi shook his head and said, is that so? Orochimaru nodded lightly. A look of unwillingness flashed across the pair of snake eyes, but he ultimately did not pursue further questions, because he knows that such ancestral secret skills generally require special bloodline boundaries, such as Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse of the Kagaya clan, and double demons close to each other, technique, etc. To cast demonic illusion and release Susanoo, Sharingan is needed. To analyze the flow of the enemy's chakra and predict the enemy's attack, you need Byakugan. And if you want to grab a person from the devil and complete the complex process of returning the soul to the body and reviving the dead, you need the bloodline of the person in front of you. But because of this, Orochimaru has developed a strong interest in Li Yi at this moment. It's still 3 shifts a day. This is the second shift, and the third shift is estimated to be late at night. Readers can watch it tomorrow morning. Well, go ahead. Ask for silver ticket ×3. Chapter 29. Orochimaru is interested in Li Yi. Chapter 3. Orochimaru has witnessed the death of too many people, and knows that life is fragile, so in order to obtain immortality, he experimented with countless living people. He believes that the human body contains power that cannot be used in a lifetime, so he experimented with the human body and wanted to use the master's principle of longevity. And his research direction in the past few years is to use the Perseal to occupy other people's body, but occupying is an extremely long and difficult process. One is because the soul does not match the body, and the other is because the original owner's soul will his soul resisted. With Orochimaru's current technology, if you want to occupy a living person's body, it will take at least 10 years, as many as 20 years or even longer. So, occupying is not easy to do. Uzumaki Violet can become Orochimaru's experimental body is only one reason. That is, although Uzumaki Violet sold her soul to the devil, her body did not suffer any harm. So Orochimaru thought, wouldn't it be easier if he borrowed the body of Uzumaki's Violet for aborting rebirth? It's a pity that the ideal is full and the reality is skinny. Orochimaru experimented for 3 years, for 3 full years, without making the slightest progress. His soul does not match Uzumaki Violet's body at all. He left many curse marks on Uzumaki Violet's body, but no matter how many and strong the curse marks were, he couldn't let him occupy Uzumaki Violet's body. However, it is precisely because of the powerful power of the curse that the cells of the Uzumaki Violet have not died, but have always been alive. Otherwise, in the past 3 years, Uzumaki Violet's body would have rotted long ago. However, the power of the spell is not constant. It also needs to be supplied, and the way to supply it is to drink blood regularly. In the past 3 years, the food Orochimaru gave Uzumaki Violets was actually compressed human blood. As for the Shinxin pill that Uzumaki Violet takes every 3 days, it is to catalyze the power of the spell. You know, the stronger the power of the spell, the easier it is for Orochimaru to occupy the user's body. Because the power of the curse mark directly affects the cell, the stronger the power of the curse mark, the greater consider the impact on the cell so that the soul of Orochimaru matches the body of the user better. In the original work of Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke did not hesitate to use Orochimaru's strongest spell, the Spell of the Sky, in order to gain more power. The Curse of the Sky directly acts on every cell of Sasuke Uchiha, so every time Sasuke Uchiha releases the power of the Curse of the Sky, he will turn into a monster with a dark body and wing. In Orochimaru's plan, as long as Sasuke Uchiha uses the power of the Heaven's Charm a few more times, the latter's body will undergo huge changes to match his soul perfectly, and that day was when he completely occupied Sasuke Uchiha's body. But Orochimaru didn't expect that at the last moment when he occupied Uchiha Sasuke's body, he was actually sealed by Uchiha Sasuke's older brother, Uchiha Itachi, using the Ten-Fist Sword. Not only that, but Uchiha Itachi also wiped out the power of the curse on Sasuke Uchiha. If it wasn't for Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru would definitely be able to occupy Sasuke Uchiha's body. After all, Sasuke Uchiha uses the strongest spell. All in all, the stronger the power of the spell, the more likely the user's body will be occupied by Orochimaru. Why Orochimaru keep giving Uzumaki Violet Shinshin Pill? The essence of Shinshin Pill is a special catalyst that can enhance the power of the spell. Originally, in Orochimaru's plan, after a year or two, he should be able to occupy the empty shell of Uzumaki Violet. However, the appearance of Lee Yi has completely disrupted his plan. Lee Yi not only snatched Uzumaki's Roland's soul from the devil's hand, but also brought Uzumaki Violet back to life. Incredible. To be honest, Orochimaru was shocked at the moment. Is there really a ninjutsu that brings the dead back to life in this world? You know, even the anti-sky forbidden technique invented by the second generation Hokage, impure world reincarnation, is not a real resurrection, but fact speak louder than word. Uzumaki Violets are resurrected. It is rebirth. Just come back to life. Room for Orochimaru not to believe it. Therefore, Orochimaru had a strong interest in Lee Yi. This masked man in front of him can actually bring the dead back to life. Isn't that what I've been pursuing? Orochimaru has wanted eternal life ever since he saw the fragility of life. And now, the blood following this guy in front of me seems to be able to meet my goal. Orochimaru can't wait to arrest Lee Yi now and use him as experimental material. However, Orochimaru is cautious and suspicious by nature, so he does not dare to act rashly. Since this man wearing a mask in front of him can bring a dead person back to life, it means that he is a strong man. To deal with such a strong man, you must not rashly take action. You must stab him in the back to take him down. But how to stab the knife? In Orochimaru's pair of snake eye, the light flickered slightly, thinking about the strategy to capture Lee Yi. Lee Yi saw Orochimaru's eye. The brows under the mask frowned slightly. What the hell is this Orochimaru thinking again? Lee Yi thought to himself, does he want to use me as experimental material? Orochimaru has been trying to obtain immortality for years, but his experiments have had little effect. I've resurrected Uzumaki Violet now, and maybe he's moved. Thinking of this, the 5 fingers of Lee Yi's right hand are slightly bent. Will take out Dinghai Shinpin at any time. If Orochimaru shoot him, he will never be polite. Do it to the death. If you can't do it, run to death. How easy. However, what surprised Lee Yi was that Orochimaru didn't shoot him, just asked with a smile, he, I don't know which country Yila is from. Lee Yi wanted to make up a random country, Konoha village anyway, because he doesn't want to have too much intersection with Orochimaru yet. However, before Lee Yi could speak, a flattering laughter suddenly sounded behind him. Master Orochimaru, Yila is from Konoha village. At the same time as the voice sounded, Dani, who had been standing behind the secret door, came out and walked quickly towards Orochimaru. Hearing this, a fierce light suddenly appeared in Lee Yi's eye. This goddamn power. Who the hell made you talk too much? Court death. This is the 3rd update. There was a problem in the backstage last night, and the chapter could not be published. Presumably many authors have the same problem as me. Happy New Year everyone. Finally, ask for a silver ticket. Ask for a silver ticket. Ask for a silver ticket. Important 3. Chapter 30 _ Strong Ambition Part 1. Lord Orochimaru. Eri is from Konoha village. Dali came out with a flattering smile and walked quickly towards Orochimaru. As soon as this word comes out, everyone present, including Lee Yi, changed their expressions slightly. Earlier, when he heard Orochimaru coming, Lee Yi immediately put on a mask, which means that Lee Yi did not want Orochimaru to know his identity. These villagers are not fools. They can see this. Although they don't like the people of Konoha village, they also have the right and wrong judgment. Since Lee Yi has cured Uzumaki Violet, then Lee Yi is the benefactor of their entire village, and they need to repay Izumi. Since Lee Yi didn't want Orochimaru to know his true identity, none of the villagers could talk too much. But now, Dali took the initiative to reveal Lee Yi's information to Orochimaru. Even the white-haired village chief can't wait to give him a hard kick at this moment. What is this force trying to do? At this time, it should be unanimous to the outside world. How the hell did you act like a spy? In fact, not only the white-haired village chief, but most of the people present changed their gazes towards Dolly. They used to understand Dolly very well. After all, Dolly has been held down by Tianbao for so many years, so it is reasonable for Dolly to want to stand out. However, they did not expect that Dolly would be so excessive. Li Yi is the benefactor of the whole village. As a part of this village, how can you betray the benefactor? It's utterly abominable. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, then this group of villagers would have already spoken up and reprimanded vigorously. And when Li Yi heard Dolly's word, a fierce light suddenly appeared in those eyes. This goddamn power. Court death. Since you are courting death, then Lao Su will fulfill you. Li Yi wanted to take out the Dinghai Shenzhen and smashed it into Meat Chan with a stick. Leave him dead. But at this moment, Orochimaru suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed Dolly behind him. Li Yi frowned slightly. This Orochimaru suddenly do. Could it be that he felt his murderous aura, so he protected Dolly? But why should he protect Dolly? Under Li Yi's rather puzzled gaze, Orochimaru finally spoke, his voice extremely hoarse, and said with a smile, "Hee, I didn't expect you to be from Konoha village. It really surprised me." Hearing this, Li Yi's expression changed slightly, because he could hear the threat in Orochimaru's voice. Orochimaru experimented with human body. This is a great reason. If Li Yi report this to the 3 generations of Hokage, then Orochimaru will probably be humanely destroyed by the 3 generations of Hokage. No exaggeration at all. I don't know which organization Yila worked for in Konoha. At this time, Orochimaru spoke again and asked, "There are many organizations in Konoha village, which are divided into organizations on the surface and organizations in the dark. There are ninja organization, medical organization, family organization, etc. On the bright side, these organizations on the bright side are managed by the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. There are organizations such as Anbu, Root, and Shadows in secret, and these secret organizations are managed by Shimura Danzo and others. All in all, there are many organizations in Konoha village." In fact, after hearing Dolly's word, Orochimaru searched all over his memory, but no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find a person named Yila in his memory. Therefore, he will ask which organization Li Yi belongs to. He wanted to narrow down the search range so that he could search more precisely. However, the answer to Orochimaru was Li Yi's indifferent word, "without notice." Hearing these 4 words, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, as if a flash of anger flashed. Obviously, he is still not reconciled, but in the end, Orochimaru didn't ask more, but said with a smile, "Hee, since that's the case, then I won't ask more. It's just that I have lived in Konoha village for 20 or 30 years, but I have never seen you train." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the villagers changed. What? Orochimaru-sama actually lived in Konoha village for 20 or 30 years. That is to say, the white-haired village chief immediately asked, "Master Orochimaru, are you a ninja from Konoha village?" "That's right." Orochimaru nodded with a smile. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" There was a hint of anger in the eyes of the white-haired village chief. "Hee, you didn't ask me either." Orochimaru replied with a smile. The white-haired village chief face sank slightly. Not only the white-haired village chief, but almost everyone's faces turned gloomy at this moment. They absolutely hate the people of Konoha village, because their sibling, friends and family, many died at the hands of the Konoha village ninjas. If Orochimaru had revealed who he was from the beginning, they wouldn't have turned to Orochimaru for help even if they let Uzumaki violets die, rot, and stink. After all, it was still a time of war at that time, and the hatred of the country and the family was still there. They hated Konoha village to death at that time, and they would rather die than bow their head to the people of Konoha village. As for now, 3 years have passed and the hatred has subsided, so they will allow Li Yi to treat the holy maiden. But even so, their attitude towards Li Yi is still extremely evil. It is precisely because Li Yi cured the saintess that their attitude towards Li Yi has undergone earth-shaking changes. If not, they would have already attacked Li Yi by now. But Orochimaru did not heal the saint. Therefore, when they heard that Orochimaru was from Konoha village, almost all the villagers looked at Orochimaru with a hint of malice, just like they looked at Li Yi before. However, among the villagers present, there was only one person. He looked at Orochimaru. Not only did he not have the slightest disgust, but he was still extremely adoring and fanatical. And this person is the mighty force standing behind Orochimaru. Vigor believes that Orochimaru can fulfill his wishes. He wants to defeat Tianbao. He wants to be the village chief. He wants to make Uzumaki Violet his crotch slave. To fulfill these wishes, you must obtain the power of Orochimaru-sama. As long as you get the power of Lord Orochimaru, then, let alone a Tianbao, even if you add that Yila, I will not be afraid of it. I don't care what kind of hatred for the country, I just want to satisfy myself. People do not kill themselves for their own sake. As long as Lao Su can get the power of Lord Orochimaru, then Lao Su can become the village chief, and he can beat Violet and scream out. At the same time, Orochimaru didn't seem to feel any malice from everyone. He still laughed and said, "Since the holy maiden has recovered, there is no need for me to stay here. Brother Yila, I hope we can stay in Konoha in the future. Meet in the village." Quote, After speaking, Orochimaru turned around and left without a trace of ink. Before leaving, though, Orochimaru patted Dolly's shoulder. Dolly only felt a slight pain in his shoulder, as if he was bitten by some kind of insect, but he didn't care. After all, it wasn't too painful. The first shift. There are still 3 shifts today. Ask for silver tickets ×3. Chapter 31 _ You both have to die. Part 2. Orochimaru left without turning his head. Li Yi frowned slightly. Just left. This is not Orochimaru's style. In Li Yi's memory, Orochimaru is a person with great perseverance, and because of this, Orochimaru is extremely difficult to deal with. After he decides something, unless it is death, he will not let it go. In the original Hokage, Orochimaru waited 3 or 5 years to occupy Sasuke Uchiha's body. If it wasn't sealed by Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru would definitely be able to occupy Sasuke Uchiha's body. Can see Orochimaru's perseverance and patience. However, is such a person with both perseverance and patience that he just left. Li Yi is a little weird. However, just when Li Yi was suspicious, Dolly suddenly shouted, "Ah!" His voice was loud and very sudden, which startled everyone present. Everyone looked up at Dolly and asked, "What's wrong with you, Dolly?" Dolly also seemed very confused, touched his lip, and said, "Did I call you just now? Is it someone else's name?" Everyone turned Byakugan. Blinking vigorously, he said with a dazed expression, "I don't know why I However, before Dolly had finished speaking, he suddenly opened his lips and shouted again. Everyone frowned. What happened to this power? It's enough to be a demon usually. How can you still be a demon at such a time? That Orochimaru of Konoha village, but hasn't left the village yet." Under the questioning and disgusting gazes of everyone, he covered his mouth vigorously and exclaimed in an angry tone, "My mouth seems to be out of my control." However, before he finished speaking, Dolly opened his mouth and shouted again. A look of horror was written on Vigor's face. What exactly is going on? Why am I calling? Why is my mouth out of my control? Before, almost all the villagers suspected that Dolly was pretending to act as a demon to attract everyone's attention. But now, looking at Dolly's terrified face, it doesn't seem to be pretending. Everyone realized that something was wrong, and they frowned. "Brother Dolly, what's wrong with you? Are you alright?" A fat man who was only 1.7 meters tall but weighed more than 200 kilograms walked out of the crowd. As he walked towards Dolly, he asked, "Brother Dolly, don't scare me. This fat man is Dolly's younger brother. He advocated killing Li Yi before." The loudest voice counted Dolly, and it was him. However, when Fatty just walked in front of Dolly and wanted to find out, Dolly suddenly clenched his right hand and punched Fatty's face. This punch is extremely fast, like thunder. Everyone present did not respond. In the end, a powerful fist landed on Fatty's face without any fancy. Logically speaking, although Dolly is very strong, the fat man has 200 or 300 pounds. This punch of Dolly will at most cause him to suffer some skin trauma, and it will not kill him. However, with the energy from nowhere, Dolly directly blasted the fat man out. Fatty's body of 200 to 300 pounds was like a kite with a broken string. With the sound of broken bone, he slammed heavily on the wall, smashing the wall into a huge pit, and countless crack bread. Come on. Many villagers have already reacted and rushed forward, wanting to see Fatty's injury. However, when they saw Fatty's injury, they all gasped and their expressions changed, because Fatty's nose bone, face bone, forehead bone, are all broken. The face has been extremely distorted, not human-like. There was a bolder woman. She stretched out her fingers to test the fat man's breath. The next moment, she suddenly retracted her fingers as if electrocuted. That's right, the fat man is dead. A big punch knocked him out. Tianbao's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. In terms of instant kill, he can also kill Fatty with just one blow. However, he couldn't beat the fat man like this with one punch, unless it is someone who is extremely Grandmaster Taiju. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to beat the fat man like this with one punch. In other words, the power of vigor is already above him. No, it is several times his rank. At this time, Dolly ran to the fat man and shouted, "What's wrong with you, little fat? Don't scare me. I don't know why. My fist doesn't obey my orders." Seeing Dolly running over, everyone avoided it, for fear that Dolly would go crazy again and affect them. Vigorously feel the pulse of the fat man. The pulse has stopped beating. Can't die anymore. Dolly suddenly lost control of his emotions and shouted loudly, "Little fatty, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you. Ha 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 ha." However, at the end of the shout, Dolly laughed, and laughed madly. Just imagine this scene. A man holding a cork with a distorted face, laughing wildly, so oozing. "Dolly, are you alright?" The villagers were a little scared and asked, "He accidentally killed his best playmate. Wouldn't Dolly be unable to withstand this kind of blow?" "Crazy. He's not crazy." Li Yi, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. "Dr. Yila, what's wrong with Dolly?" Everyone's eyes lit up and asked. In their eyes, since Li Yi can cure Uzumaki Violet, he must be able to see the problem of vigor. Li Yi replied, "If I'm not mistaken, he has now gained Orochimaru's power and has been controlled by Orochimaru." "Master Orochimaru." "Impossible. Master Orochimaru just came and left. When did he control the fort? Everyone was very suspicious. Li Yi replied blankly, I'm afraid it was when I patted him on the shoulder just now. Li Yi had just finished speaking when he suddenly swished vigorously and stood up abruptly. Tianbao and Violet immediately stood in front of Li Yi, staring cautiously at the force ahead. Since they have decided to be Li Yi's servant, they must protect Li Yi's safety even if they sacrifice their lives. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Dali was still looking up to the sky and laughing. He covered his face with one hand and laughed loudly. Is this power? This is the power of Lord Orochimaru. I finally got the power of Lord Orochimaru. My wish can finally come true. It. Ha 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 ha. Li Yi said. It seems that this fort not only did not feel the slightest sadness because of the death of a friend but was actually very happy. However, before Li Yi finished speaking, Dali turned around, pointed at Tianbao and Li Yi, and said with a big laugh, today both of you have to die. Then, he pointed his finger horizontally again, pointed at Uzumaki Violet, and said with a big laugh, tonight, I will be with you, the wedding night. Ha 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 ha. There is one more update. It will be late at night. Readers can watch it again tomorrow morning. Ask for silver ticket times 1000 trillion times. Chapter 32 Crazy Power, Part 1. Vigorously laughing up to the sky, rampant to the extreme. Many villagers present couldn't help frowning after hearing Dali's word. Is this guy crazy? Otherwise, why do you suddenly say such nonsense? Not only did he want to kill Yila and Tianbao, but he also wanted Lady Saintess to be his wife. Simply bullshit. The white-haired village chief face sank immediately, and he reprimanded in a low voice, Dali, don't make a fool of yourself. Go back quickly. Shut the fuck up, Lao Su. Dali pointed directly at the village chief and yelled loudly, isn't an immortal thing really taking him as a character? From today on, I will be the head of this village. Fuck me. As soon as these words came out, the white-haired village chief trembled with anger. Dali, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't be nonsense. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man walked out. He was Dali's uncle. Dali lost his parents in his early years, and he was always raising Dali. If it wasn't for him, Dali would have starved to death long ago. However, before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Dali suddenly shouted loudly, shut up your mother. Tomorrow night, betroth your daughter to me. I will spend a candle night with Uzumaki Violet tonight, and I will meet again tomorrow night. Your daughter's bridal chamber flower candle night. Badness. The middle-aged man heard this. He immediately cursed angrily. Xiaolan is your cousin. How could you have such a dirty idea about her? After speaking, the middle-aged man raised his right hand and hit Dali's head, vigorously shrinking his neck. He seemed a little scared. After all, over the years, he was used to being beaten by middle-aged men, and when he saw a middle-aged man lose his temper, he would be afraid. But suddenly it occurred to him that he has now acquired the power of Orochimaru-sama. Now he is invincible. Therefore, a bloodthirsty light suddenly flashed in Dali's eye, and he shouted in a cold voice, I called you uncle because I looked down on you, and you still put your nose on your face. Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand vigorously and grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist. The middle-aged man only felt that his wrist was restrained by an iron pliers, unable to move at all. Niza, you still dare to hit me? Middle-aged man was furious and shouted loudly, if it wasn't for me, your mother would have starved to death outside, and you still want to beat me now. I'll call you uncle. I'm giving you fate. Today, if you don't agree to betroth Sister Xiaolan to me, I'll let you know what cruelty. Seeing that the middle-aged man's wrist couldn't move at all in his palm, Dali suddenly gained more confidence and said with a grin. While speaking, the strong right hand gradually exerted force, holding the middle-aged man's wrist. The middle-aged man only felt that his bones were about to be crushed to pieces. He was angry and startled, and shouted loudly, Dali, you wicked beast. How did our Aoi family give birth to your wicked obstacle? While speaking, he stretched out the other palm and swiped at Dali's face. For so many years, he has long been used to playing vigorously, so he will not be afraid of vigorously now. However, Dali's current mentality is extremely inflated, which is completely different from before. If it was before, then Dali didn't dare to hide at all, and could only honestly follow the middle-aged man's slap. But now, he stretched out his other palm vigorously and pinched the middle-aged man's other wrist. As a result, both wrists of the middle-aged man were tightly pinched, unable to move. The strong hands were extremely powerful, and the man in the middle was pinched so much that his wrist hurt so much that his face turned blue from the pain. You scumbag, you want to kill me without saying that you killed Xiaopeng. Middle-aged man yelled in pain. Niza, Nizang, how did I teach you this kind of evil obstacle? Uncle, I'll give you another chance today. Tomorrow night, I'm going to have a wedding night with Sister Xiaolan. Would you like to? Looking at the angry but helpless expression of the middle-aged man, Dali was extremely satisfied, and he asked with a sneer. Middle-aged man cursed directly. I would like your mother to have a XX. Okay, don't want to. He smashed his mouth vigorously. His face seemed extremely calm, and said, you are Xiaolan's father. If you don't want to, then I will never be Xiaolan's man, and I will never be able to spend the night with Xiaolan in the wedding room, so you are a huge hindrance. Niza, what are you trying to do? While speaking, the middle-aged man raised his right foot, trying to kick it hard. However, just as the middle-aged man raised his foot, Dolly suddenly raised his right foot and kicked the middle-aged man. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, and the sound of clothes tearing. The connection between the middle-aged man's two arms and his shoulders was immediately broken. Then, the armless body of the middle-aged man flew straight out like a cannonball. Blood splattered 2 lines as the middle-aged man flew out, and, with a loud bang, the middle-aged man's armless body slammed into the wall in the distance, smashing the stone wall abruptly. As soon as this scene comes out, everyone present couldn't help but take a deep breath. The reason why they didn't speak or intervene before was because the middle-aged man was Dolly's uncle, and he was a nurturing person for Dolly. No matter how maddened Dolly was, he would never take action against a middle-aged man. After all, middle-aged men are already equivalent to strong fathers. Which son would kill his own father, unless he was a wicked man? In the eyes of these villagers, although Dolly usually liked to be in the limelight, his nature is not bad, but he is somewhat underappreciated, so it is reasonable to have a lot of vanity. His nature is still kind, but now it seemed vigorously kind. If he is kind, how could he attack his uncle? Vigorously looking at the 2 bloody arms in his hand, his expression changed, and he seemed to be a little uncomfortable. But the next moment, his face returned to madness. To be precise, it's even crazier than before. He covered his face with his right hand, looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Today, whoever dares to stop me, I will kill anyone. God stop God. Buddha stop Buddha. Hearing this, everyone stepped back. Dolly even killed the uncle who had brought him up, let alone a group of them who had no relatives and no reason. They don't dare to provoke Dolly now. After all, they don't want to cause their own death. However, at this moment, Li Yi suddenly sighed lightly, shook his head and said, the psychology of a poor man becoming rich is really sad. Who the fuck are you calling pathetic? Dolly immediately widened his eyes angrily, turned his head to look at Li Yi, and shouted loudly, Yila, the third person to die today is you. Are you not a genius doctor? I want to see and blow your head off. After that, can you survive? Yesterday's 3rd update was not finished, so I will make it up today. So today is the 4th update. Chapter 33 Extremely Scheming and Powerful Part 2. Li Yi didn't want to meddle in his own business. If someone else's lives are died, what does it have to do with him? However, Dolly actually wanted to kill him. Therefore, Li Yi will speak. Today's vigorous efforts are a kind of mentality of the poor make the rich. The previous strong, lacking strength, was always stepped on by Tianbao, which made him very unhappy. Vigorously has great ambition, but his strength is not worthy of his ambition, so he used to look like he was underappreciated. But now, he has the power of Orochimaru. The sudden acquisition of this extremely powerful power made his mentality greatly inflate, so he became crazy. However, strength and Xingxing need to be matched. For example, Tianbao, he has an extremely strong strength, but before he has this strength, he already has a temperament that is not afraid of humiliation, but not vigorously. He doesn't have the temperament of Tianbao, but he has more power than Tianbao, so he will be swollen, crazy, and will kill the uncle who raised him. However, when God made you perish, it made you crazy first. The current power is not far from extinction. Why Li Yi said that Dolly is a sad person. The third person to die today is you. Vigorously shouted at Li Yi. His face was extremely ferocious and murderous. Li Yi immediately tensed up. Tianbao said, Sister, you protect Lord Yila, and I will deal with Dolly. Tianbao, be careful. Uzumaki Violet is a little reluctant to let her younger brother take risks. She can't let Li Yi be in danger, so she can only say this. Tianbao, don't worry, you are the 4th person to die today. He stepped out vigorously and walked towards the 3 of Li and Yi, his voice extremely cold. However, if you stop me, then I don't mind making you the 3rd person to die today. Hearing Vigor's threat, Tianbao didn't reply, but just took out a kunai and took a fighting posture. Although there is no reply, but the attitude has been very obvious. Want to touch Lord Yila? Step over my court first. Everyone stepped back one after another, for fear of being affected. After all, fairies fight and mortals suffer. Whether it is Tianbao or the current rank, they are not something they can provoke. They didn't want to be the mortal who suffered. Therefore, in just a few breaths, the surroundings of Li Yi and Dolly became empty. Dolly walked 2 or 3 meters away in front of Tianbao, crossed his arms and said, Tianbao, I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you're going to die now? Tianbao didn't speak, but clenched kunai tightly, ready to attack Vigor at any time. According to Tianbao's judgment, although Vigor's strength, speed, and patience have been greatly improved, these are only taijutsu, not ninjutsu. As long as he uses ninjutsu, then he is sure to defeat the 4th. Don't talk. Right, okay, then I think you've acquiesced, and I'll make you the 3rd person to die today. Holding his arms vigorously, he stepped towards Tianbao. To be honest, at the moment, Dolly's whole body is full of flaws, but he didn't care at all. It's just rampant to the extreme. Tianbao seemed to want to test Dolly, and immediately flashed his body to the left side of Dolly's body. Ding! A sound of metal interlacing sounded. I saw kunai, as if scratching on the metal, actually a string of sparks, and Vigor's skin was intact, only a white mark appeared. Tianbao's pupils shrank slightly. Vigorously has great strength, speed, and endurance, and that's all, but also has a body as as hard as iron. That Orochimaru come from? Why is very strong with such a strong strength? At this time, Dolly smiled disdainfully and said, Tianbao, your current strength is simply not enough to hurt me, and this is the gap between the two of us. Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand vigorously, with a speed like a thunderbolt, and grabbed it toward Tianbao. Tianbao's pupils shrank, and he immediately used the substitute technique. Bang! So, instead of grabbing Tianbao's body with his right hand, he crushed a wooden stake. At the same time, Tianbao's body reappeared in front of Li Yi, and he whispered, Sister, take Lord Yu out of here first. I will try Kaden fire style ninjutsu. Why don't I use the seal to seal him? Violet asked. No, his speed is too fast. Your sealing technique can't touch him at all. Tianbao shook his head. Sister, hurry up and leave with Lord Yila. However, before Tianbao finished speaking, Dolly's figure, like a teleportation, appeared above the heads of Li Yi and the others out of thin air. Want to run? Can you run away? Vigorously falling from the sky, the speed is extremely fast. Even Tianbao did not react. And when Tianbao reacted, his strong hands had already grabbed his shoulder. Ninjutsu needs a hand seal. As long as I keep you from forming a seal, then I will be invincible. Vigorously laughed loudly. His hand slammed hard, trying to break Tianbao's shoulder. Although Dolly's mentality is already crazy, he is not stupid. He knows that if Tianbao or Violet uses ninjutsu, he will be in trouble. That's why you want to break Dolly's shoulder and stop him from performing ninjutsu. Tianbao immediately mobilized chakra to resist vigor, but vigor was as powerful as an ox. Even if he used chakra to resist, there was still a hint of pain on his face. Uzumaki Violet immediately wanted to use the sealing technique to help Tianbao. However, as soon as she made a seal, Dolly suddenly grinned, grabbed Tianbao, and threw it at Uzumaki Violet. Tianbao's body smashed onto the delicate body of Uzumaki Violet, and the two fell to the ground together. Seeing this scene, he vigorously smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that all this was within his expectation. The next moment, without hesitation, Dolly jumped up into the air and kicked the heads of Uzumaki Tianbao and Uzumaki Violet. Dolly knew very well that in this village, the only people who threatened him were Uzumaki Tianbao and Uzumaki Violet. So, when Dolly was holding Fatty's court, he was already thinking, how can we knock out these two people at the same time? So he came up with this plan. When he was dealing with Tianbao, Uzumaki Violet would definitely use the sealing technique to help Tianbao, and at this moment, as long as Tianbao was thrown at Uzumaki Violet would definitely reach out to pick it up, and then both of them would be smashed to the ground at the same time, and then you can knock them both out in one fell swoop. Dolly is not stupid at all. On the contrary, he is extremely scheming. Second update. There are two more updates today. Ask for silver ticket tilde. Chapter 34_1 hit second. Third more vigorously descended from the sky, kicking Tianbao and Violet, showing no mercy because the force is extremely fast. Tempo and Violet are too late for the hand seal. Tianbao immediately supported Violet, trying to block the force with his back. Even if he was violently kicked to death, he couldn't let his sister get hurt. This is his belief. Uzumaki Violet went to justice 3 years ago. Back then, he kept saying that he wanted to protect his sister, but in the end, her sister died in front of him. So, now, even if he died, he would not let the tragedy 3 years ago happen again. Vigorously seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if this scene was also what he expected. My kick can knock Tianbao to death or knock him unconscious, and then the remaining energy that falls on Violet will definitely make Violet pass out. As long as they are not there, then Lao Su is invincible. I have to say that Dolly calculated very well, and squeezed the Uzumaki brothers and sisters to the death. It's a pity that he didn't count Li Yi. He felt that Li Yi was just a medical ninja and didn't have much combat power, so he didn't count on Li Yi. He thinks that his good wishes will soon come true. However, the ideal is very full, the reality is very skinny. The strong body fell from the air and kicked Tianbao's back. However, at this critical moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in Li Yi's hand, and then an iron rod with a thick index finger burst out, penetrating Dolly's body. To be precise, it penetrated the powerful lower body. Ah tilde, that's our tilde. Dolly didn't see what was happening at all, and then his face turned blue. He let out an extremely sharp scream, and his movements were slightly stagnant because of the pain. At this moment, Tianbao and Violet rolled aside, vigorously kicked his right foot to the ground, leaving a deep pit on the hard floor. Li Yi was taken aback when he saw the force covering his bloody crotch and yelling loudly, seems to be in the wrong place. But, well poked. Dolly, this color embryo, not only wants Violet but also his own cousin. This color embryo should be a eunuch. At the same time, under the astonished gazes of Tianbao and Violet, the iron rod in Li Yi's hand suddenly shortened, then suddenly became thicker, and finally shot toward vigorously again. The Dinghai Shenzhen was growing so fast that no one in the room could see it clearly. The next moment, there was a muffled sound of boom. The thick iron rod fell heavily on the strong chest. The vigorous body instantly turned into a lobster, with its waist bent, arms and leg stretched forward, looking extremely funny, and flew out. Boom! With a loud noise, the Dinghai Shenzhen pressed against the strong chest, and instantly instantly broke through the hard and heavy stone wall. Vigorous body, like a cannonball, shot into the distance and disappeared in an instant. Ding! Divine needle suddenly shortened and disappeared from Li Yi's palm. From the appearance of the Dinghai Shenzhen to the disappearance of the Dinghai Shenzhen, it took 5 or 6 seconds before and after. The entire hall was still shaking slightly, and the dust fell from the top of the head, as if it would collapse in the next moment. This is because the impact force caused by Dinghai Shenzhen is too great. Everyone present was stunned, including Tianbao and Violet. With just one blow, the terrifying force was knocked away. Incredible. The strength of vigor. They have already seen it just now. It is stronger than Tianbao. However, even so, he was still beaten by one move. How did this Yila do it? And that stick, what kind of weapon is it? And why is it so magical? Everyone looked at Li Yi with shock and curiosity, and Tianbao looked at Li Yi and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He almost fell into the hands of the force just now. In fact, in terms of overall strength, Tianbao is still above the strength. However, vigorously beat Tianbao by surprise. Whether it was vigorous physical skills or vigorous scheming, Tianbao was caught off guard. Moreover, there is another reason, that is, Tianbao has concern. If this battle was just a battle between Tianbao and Dali, and if Li Yi and Violet were not present, then Tianbao would have the last laugh. After all, Tianbao is someone who has been on the battlefield and has experienced countless fights, and will never drown in this small wind and wave. However, in order to protect the Violet, Tianbao will be confused. Before, Tianbao never put Dali in his eye. As a special Jonin, he has his pride, and naturally he will not look down on an ordinary person. But it is precisely because of his pride that he almost lost this time. If Lin Chen hadn't acted in time, he would probably be dead by now. Moreover, even if he has been dignified against the enemy from the beginning, if he wants to defeat Dali, I am afraid that he will have to pay a terrible price. After all, the current strength is not covered. However, around this, Dali was still beaten by Li Yi. One hit. This made Tianbao feel a little ashamed. Before, he also wanted to duel with Li Yi. Looking at it now, how stupid and ridiculous what he did at that time. If Mr. Li Yi had taken out that weapon at that time, he would be dead now. It turns out that Lord Li Yi has a large number of people, and he has never bothered with me. If said before, Tianbao was willing to be Li Yi's servant just because Li Yi saved Violet. So now, Tianbao has gradually convinced Li Yi. At the same time, outside the village, Orochimaru did not leave immediately, but leaned against a big tree outside the village, with his eyes slightly closed and his arms folded, as if he was waiting for something. As long as the little guy with developed limbs can touch Yila's body, then the power of the curse will enter Yila's body. Orochimaru secretly said in his heart, the power I gave him can last for about 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, even if I can't hurt Yila, I will definitely be able to touch Yila's body. A satisfied smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face. That's right, his purpose is only one, and that is to leave a trace of the power of the curse on Li Yi's body. For Orochimaru, the power of the curse mark is equivalent to positioning. As long as the opponent has the power of the curse mark on his body, he can track the opponent's position. Because Orochimaru wants to study Li Yi, he must first locate Li Yi in order to capture Li Yi in the future. Orochimaru felt that his plan was sure to succeed, but at this moment, a burly figure, like a cannonball, flew straight out of the village. Woo! With a cracking sound. The third update. Well, the world is asking for silver ticket. Chapter 35 Shocked Orochimaru, Part 1. With a loud bang, the burly body slammed into a tree next to Orochimaru. A 10-year-old dirty tree was broken by the weight. The burly body, along the tree, slowly slid to the ground. Orochimaru was startled and hurriedly turned to look. The next moment, his pupils rang, because this burly man in front of him is none other than Dali. However, the strength at this time looked quite miserable. The clothes on his lower body have been stained with blood, and it seems that he has become a eunuch. His chest was so sunken that he must have broken all 8 ribs. His whole person was dying, as if he would be out of breath in the next moment. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly. Previously, the reason why he patted Dali's shoulder was that he had left behind the power of a curse mark in Dali's body. Relying on the power of the curse eel, Dali is not only infinitely powerful and extremely fast, but also extremely hard, making him invulnerable. Although the effect only lasted for 10 minutes, within those 10 minutes, even a Jonin could not easily defeat Dali. After 10 minutes, it's not a problem, because one 10-minute pass, the force will completely collapse. Orochimaru thought that no matter how strong that Yila was, he would have to wait 10 minutes before he could defeat Dali. And within these 10 minutes, as long as Dali has physical contact with him, the curse mark on Dali's body can be silently transferred to Li Yi's body. But how long has it been? 1 minute, 2 minutes, it's not more than 3 minutes anyway. Vigorously was beaten like this, and it seems to be flying directly from the hall. Just how powerful is it to be able to knock a living person hundreds of meters away? Too terrifying. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva at this time. Without the slightest hesitation, Orochimaru turned and left. That Yila is too powerful to be provoked by him. Better go. But at this moment, behind Orochimaru, suddenly came Dolly's extremely weak voice. "Oh, Lord Orochimaru, save me, save me. Orochimaru, stop. Are you still alive?" Because he was a little surprised. With such a serious injury, it stands to reason that Dolly should have died a long time ago. But now, he still has a breath. It seems that the power of the spell has stimulated his potential, Orochimaru thought. But Orochimaru didn't think much about it. But without turning his head, he said coldly, "Trash, you shouldn't be living in this world." After saying that, Orochimaru stepped away. Looking vigorously at the back of Orochimaru's departure, those eyes gradually became dull, and finally they were completely empty. Vigorously died, and it deadly. After a while, many people in the village ran out. Seeing Dolly leaning on the trunk of a broken tree, not moving at all, everyone's faces were a little complicated. A few daring people went up to test the pulse and breath of vigor. The results are obvious. Alas, the white-haired village chief sighed lightly and said, "Dolly was once a sensible, obedient, and self-motivated child. I don't know when he turned into this. Alas, alas." The white-haired village chief sighed and sighed. As for the other villagers, they don't feel pity for Dolly, but feel that they are worthless. Vigorously killed 3 people one after another, and one of them was the uncle who raised him. If such a person does not die, it will be a disaster for their entire village. Li Yi, Tianbao, and Violet also came out. Thump! Tianbao knelt down on one knee in front of Li Yi without warning. Under Li Yi's rather puzzled eye, Tianbao clenched his right fist and put it on his heart, saying, "Lord Yila, Tianbao thanks you for your generosity and your kindness of not killing." As soon as these words came out, Li Yi understood. When he was in the dark room before, Tianbao wanted to kill Li Yi, and now, with just one move, Li Yi has made vigor a second. What a power gap! In order to thank Li Yi for his kindness of not killing, Tianbao would kneel down and apologize to Li Yi in front of so many people. In fact, Tianbao guessed wrong. Li Yi was able to lose his strength in one move was because he was strong at the time. His body was in the air, and he was unprepared. Li Yi took the opportunity to shoot, so he was able to use the Dinghai Shenzhen to kill him with one blow. But Tianbao was different. When Lin Chen and Tianbao confronted each other, Tianbao was waiting in full force, and there was no flaw. Once the Dinghai Shenzhen fails to kill Tianbao with one blow, then in the following battle, Li Yi will be at a disadvantage and will eventually be killed by Tianbao. Li Yi was able to kill Dolly, not only because Dinghai Shenzhen was powerful, but also because Li Yi caught Dolly's flaw. This is the result of a combination of 2 factors. "Get up," Li Yi said lightly. "Thank you for your forgiveness." Tianbao nodded solemnly, and after he finished speaking, he stood up. Li Yi found that the eyes of the villagers looking at him had changed. If said before, because Li Yi saved Uzumaki Violet, the eyes of these villagers turned from contempt and disdain to equality and respect. So now, their eyes have become panic and fear, because they are afraid of Li Yi's revenge. After all, they did so many things to Li Yi before. However, Li Yi did not intend to care about them in general. Who advocated killing Li Yi the loudest at that time? Dolly, Dolly's younger brother, and Dolly's uncle, are all dead now. As for Tianbao, he has now become Li Yi's servant. Therefore, Li Yi disdains to care about these ordinary people. "Lord Yila, where are you going next and what are you doing?" Tianbao asked. Li Yi wants Tianbao and Violet to stay here. After all, he can't even take care of himself now, so how could he carry 2 burdens? Although Tianbao is a special Jonin and Violet has a powerful sealing technique, in the face of a truly powerful enemy, the 2 of them only have a share of death. Take the 7 ninja swordsmen from before. If Tianbao and Violet met them, even if my siblings were to fight for their lives, they could not exchange 2 for 2. At most, exchange 2 for 1. But Li Yi is different. If he encounters the 7 ninja swordsmen again now, he will not hesitate to grab the Dinghai Shenzhen and run away. The one that never looked back. When escaping, don't care about other people. Therefore, Li Yi wanted the 2 siblings to stay. However, suddenly, Li Yi's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and immediately asked, "This seems to be the boundary of the land of rain." "That right?" Tianbao nodded slightly. Looking at Li Yi's slightly surprised expression, Tianbao was quite surprised. Why did Lord Yila emphasize the 3-word land of rain? The next update is around 2200. Ask for a silver ticket. Chapter 36 Exploring Information Part 2. Today, Li Yi has 3 unfinished tasks. 1. Kill Uchiha Fugaku. 2. Save Uchiha Makoto. 3. Capture the heart of Uchiha Makoto. 2 of them are related to Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Makoto is now captured by the Land of Rain. Li Yi was still thinking about how to sneak out of Konoha Village and complete these 2 tasks. Konoha Village is guarded all the year round. A weak person like Li Yi cannot leave the village without a legitimate reason. But now, where Li Yi is located, is in the boundary of the Land of Rain. It's really worth the effort. Do you know a man named Uchiha Makoto? Li Yi looked at Tianbao and asked. Tianbao shook his head. I don't know. Is she from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha family is extremely famous in the entire ninja world. So Tianbao also knows that, right? Li Yi nodded lightly. Don't ask any more questions. After all, Tianbao has been retired for several years, and it is only natural that he does not know the intelligence in the country of rain. However, Tianbao's brows suddenly suddenly wrinkled, as if he had thought of something, but then his face became entangled and hesitant. But he is not an indecisive person after all, so he just struggled for a moment. Then he said, "Sir, a few days ago, I heard that the country of rain has arrested 2 people from the Uchiha family." As soon as these words came out, Li Yi's eyes lit up immediately. Looking at Li Yi's surprised and puzzled eye, Tian Bao explained, "Sir, I know half of the ninjas in the country of rain now, and there are a few who have a good relationship with me. We often exchange letters, so although I am not in the country of rain, I still know a thing or two about some information about the country of rain." Quote, "So it is." Li Yi nodded. "Then can you take me into the land of rain?" "Yes." Tian Bao nodded lightly. "The ninja guarding the city gate in the country of rain is my junior, and he will let us go." As soon as these words came out, Li Yi immediately stretched out his right hand and patted Tian Bao on the shoulder. I didn't expect Tian Bao to be so useful. But the next moment, Tian Bao's face became worried and hesitant again, and he said, "Sir, if you are going to save those 2 Uchiha clansmen, then I'm afraid I can't take you there." Hearing this, Li Yi narrowed his eye, but he didn't blame anything, because he understands Tian Bao. Tian Bao used to be a ninja in the land of rain. Although he has now retired, his heart is still toward the land of rain. And more importantly, if Li Yi relied on Tian Bao's relationship to enter the country of rain, and then made a scene in the country of rain, and finally escaped with Uchiha Makoto, then the unlucky, not only Tian Bao, but also the whole in the village, there are even those ninja friends of Tian Bao. At that time, I am afraid that the entire village will be in a river of blood. Li Yi didn't intend to hide Tian Bao, so he said directly, "I want to enter the country of rain and save a Uchiha clan." Sure enough, Tempo was caught in a dilemma. He didn't want the entire village to be slaughtered, and he didn't want his ninja friends to be killed because of it. But he didn't want to betray Li Yi either. Even though Tian Bao has seen many strong winds and waves, he doesn't know what to do at this moment. The end, Tian Bao could only ask, "Sir, is the one you want to save the one named Uchiha Makoto?" "That's right." Li Yi nodded lightly. "Sir, I can go to the country of rain to inquire for you. I will tell you all the information I can find, and I can also send you into the country of rain. But after everything, Tian Bao can't do anything." Tian Bao said with an extremely embarrassed expression. Li Yi didn't say much, just nodded. "Well, okay. My lord, when are you going to let me act?" Tian Bao looked at Li Yi and asked. "Act now," Li Yi said lightly. "Now." Tian Bao was taken aback. Then he regained his calm, nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go look for information for you now. Go ahead." Li Yi nodded slightly. "Remember, that woman's name is Uchiha Makoto, with long black hair." Li Yi told Tian Bao almost everything he knew about Uchiha Makoto. After Tian Bao heard the word, he nodded. "Okay, my lord, I'll go." After speaking, Tian Bao left without looking back. Other villagers did not hear the conversation between Li Yi and Tian Bao, so they were all slightly surprised when they saw this scene. What is Tian Bao going to do? Why is it so hot? At this time, Uzumaki Violet walked up to Li Yi and said, "Sir, please forgive Tian Bao. Tian Bao has a kind heart and doesn't want to see his relatives and friends killed, so he refuses to help you." Li Yi shook his head gently. "I didn't blame him at all." "That's fine." Uzumaki Violet breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Tian Bao was able to do this for Li Yi. She was very surprised. She thought Tian Bao didn't even care. After that, the villagers in the village began to bury the dead, and Li Yi stayed in the village, waiting for news from Tian Bao. Time flies and night falls. Li Yi looked at the stars in the sky, and there was a hint of complexity on his increasingly mature and handsome face. On this day, he experienced too many ups and down, out to drink ramen and was almost beaten to death by Uchiha Fugaku. Fortunately, the infinite evolution system was obtained. After that, he was taken away by the 7 ninja swordsmen and almost killed. Fortunately, there was Dinghai Shenzhen, and Li Yi was able to escape successfully. After that, he was stunned by force and almost died of being roasted alive. Fortunately, an elixir was successfully evolved. Then he met Orochimaru, and he fought indirectly. All in all, Li Yi has experienced too much today. Even now, Li Yi has not recovered. Li Yi's state is understandable. After all, the time before and after is too short. It was the evening of yesterday when he drank ramen, and now it is also evening, so the time has only passed 1 day and 1 night. Even though Li Yi has turned black, it is indeed a bit too reluctant to let him accept so many ups and downs in this short period of time. Without thinking any more, Li Yi slowly exhaled a turbid breath. There was a tired look on his handsome face. From yesterday to now, he has been working hard all the time, and he has not had a good rest at all. Now that all the crises have been lifted, Li Yi is relieved a lot at once. In addition, he has just taken a hot bath. Therefore, the tiredness is like a surging tide, pouring into every nerve of Li Yi's body. Li Yi couldn't bear it any longer, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. However, as soon as Li Yi snored lightly, Uzumaki Violet walked in, and the clothes on her body, are quite few. Only 2 pieces up and down. Second update. Ask for silver ticket. Chapter 37 _ don't like him. First more. Violet wears very little at this time. Her long Yuhi-colored hair poured down like a waterfall, reaching the tip of the time, and her back was extremely beautiful. Her figure, although not as hot as a cow, is also very graceful, XX in front and back. Perhaps because of the lack of sunlight all the year round, her skin was extremely fair and smooth, as if she had just taken a bath in milk, and her jade color was glowing. Most importantly, the way she looked at Li Yi was obviously different from the way she looked at other people. If you say, the way she looks at other people, it gives people a feeling of extreme coldness, indifference, aloofness, and rejection of others thousands of miles away. And when she looked at Li Yi, it was a look of gratitude, admiration, fear, and admiration. Eyes are the windows to the soul. What is in her heart, her eyes will express, so her eyes will not lie. Seeing that Li Yi was sleeping soundly, Violet's face was slightly startled, and her walking movements became a lot more cautious in an instant, and she didn't dare to make any sound for fear of disturbing Li Yi. The end. Violet walked carefully in front of Li Yi and knelt down beside him. Looking at Li Yi's handsome cheek, Violet couldn't help but feel a little heartbeat, and the speed of her heart began to increase gradually. And in her head, because of this, some shy scenes began to appear. Violet shook her head hurriedly, touched her heart with her right hand, and said in her heart, Master Yila is my master. How can I have dirty thoughts? Tonight, I will honestly stay by his side to prevent let the enemy sneak attack. Suddenly, Violet thought changed. However, if Lord Yila asked me to serve him, what should I do? Although I can't refuse the Lord's request, but I'm just his servant, not his slave. Violet was in a tangle. She looked away from the handsome, angular cheek, and her little face gradually became hot. After a long time, she finally made a decision. If Lord Yila asks me to serve, then I will never refuse his request because he saved my life. Violet covered her heart with both hands and made an oath in her heart. Because she had just taken a hot bath, she was wearing very thin clothes, but because of this, her faint body fragrance drifted into Li Yi's nose. Smelling this fragrance, Li Yi had a beautiful dream. Time always goes by quickly. The next morning, Li Yi woke up. The first time I woke up, I saw Violet kneeling beside him, hands drooping, head drooping, eyes closed and breathing evenly, apparently asleep. Even the Violet, who was already asleep, was still incomparably beautiful. And more importantly, Violet has very little clothes on her body, because Li Yi has just woken up now. So, ahem, men, it's all like this. Therefore, seeing such a beauty, Li Yi instantly, without any hesitation, Li Yi stretched out his right hand and grabbed it towards Violet. Just do it. If it was the previous Li Yi, then he would definitely hesitate to grind. As a senior Hokage fan, he did not want to disrupt the normal development of this world. Li Yi started with Tsunade is because he knows Tsunade. He knows that Tsunade has never been married in his life. Even if he does marry Tsunade in the future, it will not affect the normal development of the world. It can be said that the previous Li Yi still had a beautiful fantasy about this world, but now, Li Yi will definitely not be like that, because in this world of survival of the fittest, no strength is just shit. No, not even shit. The environment will change. People change too. Li Yi has now changed. So, do it when it's time to do it. Li Yi had already put his big hand on Violet's smooth shoulder. Violet's delicate body suddenly trembled slightly, and there was a hint of Yuhi on that beautiful cheek. Oh, Li Yi's eyes twitched, and a strange light flashed across those piercing eyes. This is, wake up, Li Yi. Hello, 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 Shindao. However, Violet still closed her eyes at this time, but her breathing was a little uneven. Obviously, she is pretending to be asleep now. It seems to have acquiesced. Li Yi smiled charmingly and stretched out the other palm, ready to do something more excessive. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the room. With the knock on the door, there was Tianbao's voice. Lord Yila, I have found some details about that Uchiha Makoto. The situation is urgent and urgent. Huh. Hearing Tianbao's word, Li Yi frowned. Is the form urgent? That is, Uchiha Makoto is going to die soon. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Yi stood up directly. Before, he wanted Tianbao to wait outside first. Anyway, it wouldn't take long for him and Violet, only half an hour to an hour. However, in the current situation, he can't help but be willful. I'll change your clothes. Violet also stood up and said softly. Li Yi did not refuse. Violet seemed to be very good at serving people, and quickly dressed Li Yi. Looking at Li Yi's slightly puzzled eye, Violet Lan explained, Sir, when I first came to the village, I took care of the cow elder sister. So it is. Li Yi nodded lightly. No wonder he is so good at taking care of people. He is a veteran. Go out after you get dressed. After speaking lightly, Li Yi pushed open the door and walked out. Well, okay. Violet's cheeks were slightly yuhi, and her neck was also a little hot. But the next moment, she breathed a sigh of relief, and her right hand stroked her heart. A look of relief appeared on that delicate and beautiful face. I thought I was going to be fucked by a doll today. She breathed a long sigh of relief. Although she is mentally prepared, her feelings for Li Yi now are only gratitude, admiration, and fear. As for the good feelings between men and women, she has almost no feelings for Li Yi. After all, she has only known Li Yi for less than a day, so what kind of affection can she have? Although I am the servant of the Lord, I am afraid I will never like him in my life. After all, I don't like the character of the Lord very much. Seeing the back of Li Yi leaving. Violet caressed her heart and thought to herself. In fact, this point Violet guessed wrong, and it was terribly wrong. She would never have imagined that 10 years later, all of her mind would be filled with Li Yi, and it had even reached the level of 1 day's absences like 3 autumn. Of course, that's all for later. As for Silver Ticket, Chapter 38 _ The Dog Take the Mouse Part 2. Early morning. In Anning Village, a remote place. Tempo is talking to Li Yi. Tian Bao said, "My lord, I found out that one of the 2 Uchiha people is indeed called Uchiha Makoto. As expected, he was caught by the Rain Country." Li Yi nodded slightly, then said, "Go ahead." Tian Bao continued, "Today at noon, the Land of Rain will publicly execute the 2 Uchiha clansmen." Noon today. Li Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder Tempo said the situation was urgent and urgent. Li Yi looked up at the sky. The sun has risen from the east, and from the fresh Yuhi before, it has gradually become bright. "How long does it take to get from here to the Land of Rain?" Li Yi asked immediately. "If you leave now, you should be able to arrive before noon." Tian Bao replied. "Then go now," Li Yi said without hesitation. While walking, talk at the same time. "Okay, my lord." Tian Bao nodded slightly. At this time, Violet had already dressed and walked over. Seeing that both Li Yi and Tian Bao were about to act, Violet asked, "Sir, do you want to take me with you?" Li Yi thought for a moment, then nodded. "Let's follow along." "Yes, my lord." The Violet head tapped. The 3 set off together. On the way, because Tian Bao was the leader, he walked at the forefront. He said, because the Rain Country suffered huge losses in the Second Ninja War, and now he has caught a person from Konoha village, and he is also a member of the Uchiha clan. So it was decided that the 2 Uchiha people would be beheaded in public to boost morale. Quote, "Who made this decision?" "Hanzo of the Salamander." Li Yi asked. Tian Bao's eyes glared fiercely and said, "Sir, in the realm of the Rain Country, it is absolutely forbidden to call Lord Hanzo by his name." Li Yi didn't care. He just asked, "Do you think he made the decision?" According to reliable information, this public execution was indeed decided by Hanzo-sama. Tian Bao nodded slightly. "Hanzo of the Salamander is a fucking idiot." Li Yi immediately scolded angrily. As soon as these words came out, Tian Bao's face changed dramatically again, and he hurriedly looked around. Fortunately, no one was around. Tian Bao breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Li Yi and reminded, "Sir, this is the boundary of the Land of Rain, and Lord Hanzo is the leader of this country. You must be cautious in your words and deeds. Maybe the walls have ears. I'm just telling the truth." Li Yi didn't seem to care. In this day and age, Hanzo of the Salamander is one of the strongest beings in the ninja world and is known as a demigod. You must know that the real god of ninja is the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the fierce man who pressed EPUB 9 tails to the ground as a hammer. However, Hanzo of the Salamander can be hailed as a demigod by the world, which shows how powerful he is. However, even so, Li Yi still felt that Hanzo of the Salamander was a fool. The Uchiha family is full of talented people, and all kinds of fierce people emerge in an endless stream. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and later Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Sasuke. Any of these fierce people can stir the existence of the entire ninja world. Perhaps in this day and age, the Uchiha family did not give birth to 2 powerful characters, but this is only temporary, not permanent. After all, the reincarnation of Indra will appear in the Uchiha family sooner or later. If Hanzo of the Salamander kills the 2 Uchiha clansmen in public, then not only Hanzo of the Salamander, but even the entire Rain Country will suffer endless revenge from the Uchiha clan. By then, Hanzo of the Salamander must not die. Of course, in the original book of Hokage, Hanzo of the Salamander, the existence known as a demigod, did not end well in the end. All in all, if Hanzo of the Salamander is really going to do this kind of thing, well, he's an idiot. Absolutely stupid. Li Yi suddenly changed the conversation and asked, "Have you heard of Akatsuki?" Akatsuki heard. Tian Bao nodded. It is said that the ninja organization was established by 3 young people, and their goals are also very ambitious. It seems that they want to change the country through the communication between people, set up a road leading to world peace. Bridge of Hope. Then do you know what the Akatsuki leader's name is now? Li Yi asked again. "I heard from one of my juniors." Tian Bao nodded. "It seems to be called M.I. What is M.I? Yahiko, right?" Li Yi took Tian Bao's word. "Yes, that's right." Tian Bao's eyes lit up and he nodded fiercely. "I remember. The name of Akatsuki's leader is Yahiko." Speaking of this, Tian Bao's face became surprised again. He turned his head to look at Li Yi and said, "Sir, you have heard of such a small organization as Akatsuki. It's really incredible." Small organization. Li Yi suddenly laughed. Tian Bao's face was very puzzled. What are the adult laughing at? Why do I have this? He's laughing at my ignorance feeling. For Tian Bao's suspicious look, Li Yi didn't intend to explain, just smiled without saying a word. If Tian Bao knew that after many years, Akatsuki almost wiped out the entire Konoha village with just a few people, no, not just a few people, but a few corpses, then he would have been shocked by his jaw by now. Didn't think much about it. And after that, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Nagata Nagato hasn't turned black yet, which is great. There was a satisfied arc on the corner of his mouth. That's right. Until now, Lee is still thinking about how to capture the Rinnegan of Uzumaki Nagato. In the original work of Hokage, Akatsuki has experienced a total of 3 leaders. The first is Yahiko. After Yahiko is killed, Ni is the blackened Nagato. After Nagato is killed, Uchiha Obito is the leader. Became Akatsuki's 3rd leader. All in all, Yahiko is not dead yet, so Nagato is not blackened, and as long as Nagato is not blackened, then the difficulty for Lee to capture Rinnegan will be greatly reduced. Oh yes, my lord, if you don't say Akatsuki, I almost forgot about them. Tianbao suddenly spoke again, and then, under Li's inquiring gaze, he explained, according to the speculation of one of my juniors, Akatsuki may be involved in this matter today. Why are they getting involved? Li asked. Because they firmly believe in peace. As long as they change the country and communicate between people, they can build a bridge of hope to world peace. Tempo said. Akatsuki didn't want to see anyone die, whether that person was a compatriot from the Rain country or a ninja from an enemy country. They didn't want innocent people to die. Hearing this, Li directly commented, "Dog take might, meddle in their own business, and cause unnecessary trouble for themselves." As for Silver Ticket, Chapter 39 Entering the Land of Rain, Part 3. In the original book of Hokage, Akatsuki's first-generation leader, Yahiko, was so busy that he was killed by Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo. If Yahiko had grown up honestly and wretchedly from the very beginning, instead of wandering around and meddling around, he might have become famous in the entire ninja world. After all, he has a Uzumaki Nagato by his side. It's a pity that Yahiko is too busy with his own business. He doesn't have enough rank, but he has enough reputation, so he got killed. And now, under Yahiko's leadership, Akatsuki is meddling. For example, what happened today has nothing to do with Akatsuki. Those 2 people from the Uchiha family, who have no relationship with them and no reason why did they want to save them. Painful idol. Moreover, as long as they make a move, then, no matter the result is successful or not, they will be targeted by Hanzo of the Salamander. Through the communication between people, build a bridge of hope leading to world peace. Right. Lee smiled disdainfully and murmured softly, what an extremely stupid idea. This world is cruel. Either you die or I die. The so-called peace, the so-called beauty, the so-called truth, goodness and beauty. Nothing exists. In this world, there is only cruel competition. Survival of the fittest. Therefore, Yahiko's beautiful ideal. No, it should not be called an ideal, but an illusion, which is not realistic at all. No matter when, the weak will always be bullied by the strong, and they will never be able to lift their heads. So when Lee was almost kicked to death the day before yesterday, he had already realized that it was not me, but the world. If there is a chance, I will do whatever it takes to take away Nagato's Rinnegan. Lee's cuff gradually tightened. As the 3 continued to move forward, the surrounding sky gradually became dark. A cool wind blew from the front and hit his face. Lee sneezed. He was just an ordinary person. He had been hurrying on the road just now, sweating profusely and panting, but now the cool wind suddenly blew, and the alternating heat and cold caused his body to be unbearable. Tianbao, who was walking in front, stopped, took out 2 transparent raincoats from somewhere, and handed them to Lee and Violet respectively. Tianbao explained, we are about to truly enter the country of rain. The country of rain is shrouded in dark clouds all year round, and the rain is constant. It is raining today, so put on your raincoat. Lee nodded. However, before Lee started, Violet picked up the raincoat and put it on Lee. The movements are gentle and skilled, without the slightest sloppiness, as if they had been practiced 10,000 times. Then, Violet herself put on a raincoat. Tianbao had also put on his raincoat and said, let's continue on our way. The 3 continued on their way. It didn't take long for the rain to hit the raincoat above the top of the head, making a rattling sound, which was introduced into Lee's ear. Lee looked up. The bright sun has long since disappeared, replaced by the endless dark cloud. Among the dark cloud, the light rain fell down, with a hint of coolness, as if it could penetrate well and penetrate into the bone. In the distance ahead, Lee saw a huge city. Is that the country of rain? Lee narrowed his eyes lightly. At this moment, many images appeared in his mind, including Jiraiya being killed, Nagato being killed, Conan being killed and so on. All are tragedy. Thinking of this, Lee's mood can't help but feel a little melancholy. Sir, shall we continue on our way? Seeing that Lee was in a daze for some reason, Tianbao asked. Hearing Tianbao's voice, Lee came back to his senses and nodded lightly. Okay, let go. As the saying goes, Wangshan runs a dead horse. Although they had seen the outline of the city of the Kingdom of Rain before, the 3 of them still came to the outside of the city of the Kingdom of Rain after running for a long time. The sky was raining lightly, and the sky was quite gloomy, without the slightest sunlight, giving people an extremely gloomy feeling. If you live here for a long time, you will definitely be depressed. The closer he got to the land of rain, the more Lee could feel the oppressive atmosphere that shrouded his heart, lingering like a dark cloud, making him feel very aggrieved. If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't come to a place like this to kill me, Lee thought to himself. At this time, Tianbao had already taken Lee and Violet to the gate of the Land of Rain. Who is coming? A castle guard ninja standing on the left immediately asked. It's me. Tianbao took off the hat from his raincoat and exposed his head. Brother Tianbao. The city guarding ninja's eyes suddenly lit up, and he seemed to be a little happy, but then he became puzzled and asked, Brother Tianbao, didn't you leave at dawn? Why are you back now? Come back and do something. Tianbao explained perfunctorily, and then he pushed Li Yi out and said, this is one of my good brother. He is not from the Land of Rain, but he detests the Uchiha family. He has heard about our country these few days. 2 people from the Uchiha clan were to be publicly executed, so he went to great length to see the whole process with his own eye. Quote, as soon as these words came out, the ninja guarding the city looked at Li Yi with a hint of pity, and said, it seems that you also have relatives who died in the hands of Uchiha. As people, what a pitiful one. Guy, but according to the formal procedure, the country is under martial law these few days, and people who are not from the country cannot come and go at will. Hearing this, Li Yi frowned slightly. So strict. Is it not even good to use Tianbao? The ninja guarding the city added, but since you were recommended by brother Tianbao, then there is no problem. Let go in. After that, the city guard ninja turned to his side, making way for Li Yi. Thank you. Li Yi was no longer speechless. This man is gasping for words, but strode directly into the city. Tianbao stood there and hesitated. Once he goes in, he is afraid that he will embark on a road of no return, which will lead to countless people being implicated. He didn't want to bear this kind of sin. He didn't want to go against his conscience. But just when Tianbao was hesitating, Violet's gentle voice suddenly entered his ear. Tianbao, just wait here. I'll just go. Violet smiled, walked out, and walked in front of the ninja guarding the city. However, before Tianbao could speak, the city guard suddenly stared at Violet and said in shock, the melon face, almond eyes, and this long straight Yuhi hair. Are you the one that brother Tianbao often mentioned? My elder sister. Ask for silver ticket times 1,000 trillion times. Chapter 40_Mysterious 3 Part 1. Back then, Tianbao often mentioned his sister to everyone. With a melon seed face, almond eye, and long, straight Yuhi hair, she is simply a goddess. No, drop the word simply. Of course, Tianbao would not have any love between men and women for his own sister. On the contrary, he felt that Violet was not very good looking. Maybe in this world, every younger brother thinks that his elder sister is not very good looking. However, Tianbao's Holly, according to his description, although he has never seen him, he has long imagined the beautiful face of Violet in his mind, and among them, this includes the guarding ninja in front of him. Are you the elder sister of brother Tianbao? The guarding ninja widened his eyes and stared straight at Violet, the kind of gaze that looked through the autumn water, as if to penetrate Violet's clothes. Violet opened her mouth lightly. She looked at Tianbao in astonishment. Tianbao didn't care about Violet's gaze, but said lightly, yes, she is my sister. It's really brother Tianbao's big sister. The city guard ninja's eyes lit up again, as if he saw a baby. He stared at Violet and asked, I don't know where my elder sister is now. What kind of work does she do? How many people are in the family? Do you have a fiance? He kept asking. A look of embarrassment appeared on Violet's little face. However, just as the ninja guarding the city continued to talk, Tianbao raised his fist and smashed it on top of his head. My sister has a sweetheart, so don't think about it too much. Tianbao knew that the other party was a chatter, so he told a lie to dissuade his curiosity. Have a sweetheart. City guarding ninja suddenly became extremely frustrated, and muttered to himself, who is that person who is so happy to be liked by such a gentle and beautiful elder sister? Shouldn't it be the one who entered the city just now? As soon as these words came out, Violet's cheek slightly yuhi, and her face became a little uncomfortable. Tianbao raised his fist again and smashed it on the top of the guarding ninja's head. After that, Tianbao didn't talk nonsense, looked directly at Violet and asked, sister, are you sure you want to follow? Tianbao's tone was very serious. The ninja guarding the city could hear the seriousness in Tianbao's tone, and immediately closed his mouth, because he feels that Tianbao is not asking ordinary questions now, but is talking about a matter of life and death. Violet didn't reply, just nodded slightly, with a firm attitude. Tianbao sighed lightly. Okay, then I'll follow. Tianbao seemed to become weak, said, are you sure you want to follow? Violet willow eyebrows frowned slightly. Tianbao nodded. Then let go. Don't lose too much. Violet hurriedly shut up and didn't say the word people. After all, it was in the public eye now, and it would be bad if people suspected it. The two entered the city. The ninja guarding the city looked at the backs of the two gradually leaving, and on the faces there was a curious and strange look. Why is their conversation so serious? It's like he's going to die in the next moment. Or is it that the relationship between the siblings is not good? That's why they talk like this. When brother Tianbao was in the military, he often mentioned his sister. They should have a good relationship. The castle guard ninja was puzzled, but he didn't entangle this matter, but entangled the man that Violet liked. Who is it? To be liked by such a beautiful woman. Even if you die, you will die without regret. Right. The heart of the city guard ninja. At this moment, three figures came over from a distance. All three of them were wearing black robes with hood covering their faces, so that People could only see a vague outline, but not their real faces. Defending ninja ended his intentional lust. The three people had already walked in front of him. Who is coming? What is the reason for entering the city? The defending ninja immediately opened his mouth and asked in a cold voice. The three of them didn't answer. The man walking in the front took out a copper token from his wide cuff and handed it to the ninja guarding the city. Seeing this copper token, the face of the defending ninja changed slightly, and then his attitude instantly became countless times more respectful. He bowed to the three of them and said, "Three adults, please come in." After speaking, he bowed and turned sideways, revealing the passage behind him. The three of them still didn't speak. They just took back the token in a hurry, and then slowly walked into the city. After San completely left, he stood up straight again. The other ninjas all ran up to him and asked him curiously, "Brother, who were those three people just now?" He is the captain here, and more than a dozen people guarding the city here have to listen to him, and his status in the country of rain is not low, and there are not many who can make him so servile. Even in the face of Senior Tianbao, he did not have the extremely respectful attitude just now. Therefore, everyone is very curious. Who are the three people just now? I don't know their identity, but I know their privileges. Having said that, the castle guard ninja took a deep breath and said word by word, "They can meet Hanzo-sama directly." As soon as this word comes out, many ninjas present couldn't help but take a deep breath. Directly meet the leader of the Rain Kingdom, Hanzo of the Salamander. Real or fake? You must know that Hanzo-sama is cautious, and ordinary people can't see him at all. What are the identities of those three people? Even the captain has never met Hanzo-sama, right? Many ninjas are beginning to whisper, guessing constantly. At the same time, in the country of rain, because it rains all the year round in the country of rain and does not see the sun, the skin of men, women and children in the country is very fair. Li Yi walked at the forefront. Violet and Tianbao trotted after them. Li Yi frowned slightly and asked, "Why are you here?" Violet replied, "My lord, you saved my life. I will go wherever you go, and I will guarantee your safety to the death." Li Yi glanced at Violet. There seemed to be a hint of deep meaning in those eyes, but in the end, Li Yi didn't say much, just replied succinctly, "Where is the execution ground? Lead the way." Tianbao has lived in the land of rain for many years. He basically understands the structure of the land of rain, so he leads the way. After walking through many streets, the three finally came to the execution ground. Although it was not yet noon, countless people had gathered around the execution ground, and these people are very excited, gearing up, as if they are extremely looking forward to what will happen here next. Chapter 41_Ruthless Part 2. The three found a relatively remote place and sat down. Li Yi looked up at the sky. Dark cloud filled the sky. The sky was dark, and there was no sunlight. Unable to judge the time by the weather, Li Yi asked Tianbao, "How long until the execution time?" Tianbao has been in the land of rain for many years, so he must know how to tell the time in the land of rain. Tianbao also looked up at the sky, then calculated it silently, and finally said, "There are still 20 or 30 minutes before noon." Li Yi was a little surprised. He looked up, not seeing the time at all, but Tianbao raised his head. But could he tell the time? As expected of someone who has lived here. Looking at Li Yi's slightly surprised face, Tianbao asked, "Sir, do you need me to find a watch for you?" "No. In the world of Hokage, watches have been produced, but clock, not watches. Otherwise, in this world, there will be no concepts of time, minute, and second. However, in today's world, clocks are very rare and extremely expensive. There is no need to go to great length to find the watch in order to get the exact time." The three fell silent. "I don't know how long it took." Tianbao suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Sir, I know I shouldn't say something, but I can't help but say it. You want to persuade me to give up?" Li Yi asked indifferently. "That's right." Tianbao nodded earnestly, and then explained, "Sir, I advise you to give up, not for myself but for you. I know that your lord is not only powerful, but also has many means, but if you do it here today, then you will always be wanted by the rain country, and you will not be able to live in peace from now on." Quote, "The country of rain may not have such great energy yet." Li Yi smiled lightly and said, "If it is the wanted man in Konoha village, then Li Yi may really have to embark on a life of displacement from now on. But the country of rain is different. The land of rain is just a small country, so Li Yi is not afraid of its wanted at all." Seeming to hear the indifference in Li Yi's tone, Tianbao couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and said again, "Sir, it is said that for this execution, Lord Hanzo may appear in person. Hanzo of the Salamander, known as a demigod by the world, is extremely powerful." Therefore, after hearing Tianbao's word, Li Yi's face also became slightly serious, nodded and said, "This is indeed a trouble." Tianbao's face brightened. "If Li Yi can give up, then everyone will be happy." But at this moment, Li Yi added again, "But I heard that Hanzo of the Salamander is extremely cautious. Ordinary people don't see him at all. He only locks himself in his safe house to ensure safety. So, shouldn't he appear in such public places?" Hearing this, Tianbao choked, because Li Yi was right. For a time, Tianbao couldn't think of refuting Li Yi's word. His mood was like an ant on a hot pot, and he was in a hurry. Violet stretched out her jade hand, patted Tianbao's shoulder, and comforted in a low voice, "Okay, okay, don't think too much. The Lord must have his own plan. We trust the Lord. Li Yi couldn't hear the whispers of the sibling. He wasn't interested in listening either. In fact, he did have a plan, that is, to abandon the sister and brother. As long as he can successfully save Uchiha Makoto, then he can get a chance to evolve, and then use his unfamiliar flirting skills in his previous life to make Uchiha Makoto tempted and capture her heart. Then he can get another chance to evolve. Other words, as long as he can save Uchiha Makoto, he has a chance to get 2 evolution chances. 2 chances to evolve. How precious. Even if you abandon this sister and brother, it will be worth. In fact, Li Yi still has a conscience. After all, he never asked for the siblings to follow. However, this sister and brother even followed up without authorization. Therefore, Li Yi has no choice. Since the 2 of you are so dedicated, I can't live up to your kindness. Today's Li Yi is like this, black-bellied, ruthless, and will do anything to achieve his goal. The light rain fell from the sky, and most of the residents of the Land of Rain did not wear raincoat because they had long been used to and adapted to the environment of the Land of Rain. There were more and more people around the execution ground, and it became more and more lively. The noise is like a wave, rushing wave after wave between the heaven and the earth. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, thinking about countermeasures. But at this moment, in the distance, 3 figures in black robe came over. It stands to reason that no one likes such out-of-the-way corner. Not only is it very far from the execution platform, but the angle is not good, and the execution platform can hardly be seen. Unless it's overcrowded, no one wants to come here at all. However, now, these 3 figures in black robe walked right here. Go, there are no silver 300 taels here. If it wasn't for a special purpose, like Li Yi and the others, they wouldn't come here at all. Therefore, Li Yi became curious about the identity of these 3 people. The 3 of them were not far from the 3 of Li and Yi. When Li Yi looked at them, they all turned their heads and looked at the 3 of Li Yi. To be precise, they were looking at Violet. Seemingly feeling the gazes of these 3 eyes, Violet turned her head and looked at the 3 of them. Seeing Violet like this, Tianbao also turned his head to look at them. So, the trio on the opposite side, and the trio of Li Yi, began to look at each other. I do not know how long it has been. It's like a consensus has been reached. The 3 of them turned their eyes away, turned their head, and stopped looking at each other. Violet's voice was very soft like cotton, and said, among the 3, one is very troublesome, and his chakra is more than Tianbao. Oh, are you still a sentient ninja? Li Yi glanced at Violet in surprise. We Uzumaki, men, women and children, are born with the ability to perceive. Violet explained. However, because of the difference in training, the strength of our perception ability is also different. My father has trained me for a while, so I can perceive it lightly. So it is. Li Yi nodded. At the same time, he became interested in Violet's father. Not only teaching Violet the art of sealing, but also teaching Violet the perception ability. He must be a very powerful character. At this time, Violet continued. Besides, that person gave me an extremely ominous feeling. An ominous feeling. Li Yi frowned. Not only was the man extremely high in chakra, he also felt ominous, and most importantly, the man seemed to be interested in Uzumaki Violet. It should be them. Glancing at the 3 people not far away again, Li Yi thought to himself. Chapter 42 Insulting and Slandering, Part 3. When Tianbao and Violet didn't follow, Li Yi was still a little worried about how to save Uchiha Makoto. The execution ground here is not only heavily guarded, but Hanzo of the Salamander may also be there in person. No matter what means he uses, I am afraid it will not work. But Tianbao and Violet actually follow. Therefore, Li Yi has a plan in his heart. To be precise, it is a last resort. That is to sacrifice Tempo and Violet. As long as Uchiha Makoto appears, then Li Yi will let Tianbao and Violet shoot. And Li Yi took advantage of the chaos to rescue Uchiha Makoto and escaped with Uchiha Makoto. This process is very simple to say, but once it is implemented, whether it is Tianbao, Violet, or Li Yi, they will face life-threatening. If one is not good, I am afraid that all 3 of them will meet the King of Hell. So, this is a last resort. However, apart from this last resort, Li Yi couldn't think of any other way. In fact, originally, Li Yi did not intend to go into this muddy water. However, after weighing it up, Li Yi still came. 2 tasks, at least 2 opportunities to evolve. How tempting is the so-called wealth and risk-seeking. Taking this risk and seeking this kind of wealth, Li Yi felt it was worth. Of course, if there are other better strategy, then Li Yi will not hesitate to give up this last resort. After all, he still has a conscience. Li Yi closed his eyes and thought about other countermeasures in his mind. I don't know how long. Boom! A bell toll, low and melodious, resounded between this world. When the bell sounded, it seemed to have magic power, and when people heard it, they were instantly refreshed. Li Yi opened his eye, but found that there were already people sitting around. 20 or 30 minutes ago, the surrounding area was still empty, and there was hardly anyone around. Now it is full of people. It can be seen how eagerly the residents of the Rain Country are looking forward to what will happen next. In this way, we are ruled out of suspicion. Li Yi smiled in his heart. If only the 3 of them are sitting here, then a fool can see that there is something wrong with the 3 of them. After all, Everyone understands the truth of there are no silver 300 tails here. Finally, Li Yi turned his head and looked at the entrance. There, 2 columns of ninjas walked in. They stepped forward with steady and powerful step. Although they did not deliberately release their momentum, there was still an invisible sense of oppression that emanated from their bodies and permeated the world. In an instant, the originally noisy world quickly became quiet. The people who were closer to the 2 rows of ninjas were even more affected by this invisible sense of oppression. Tian Bao said, "These 12 people, known as the 12 Jonin of the rain, are very powerful." 12 Jonin. Li Yi's hand, already dripping with cold sweat, clenched slightly. At the same time, after 12 Jonin appeared, he did not beat, but walked straight to the execution platform. Obviously, they are the guardians of this execution. Swish. Immediately afterward, on the high platform, 2 figures wearing masks, holding a white-haired old man, appeared out of thin air. Time and space ninjutsu. Li Yi's pupils shrank slightly. To be able to appear on the high platform in an instant, it must be time and space ninjutsu. However, time-space ninjutsu is also divided into different types. The time-space ninjutsu used by the 2 should be similar to Hiraishin's technique. As long as you mark one place, you can reach it instantly. After the white-haired old man came to the high platform, he coughed lightly and said, "Everyone, be quiet." Although his voice was not too loud, everyone present could clearly hear that old voice. Tian Bao's expression changed slightly and he said, "Sir, we are probably in some kind of barrier now." "Yes." Li Yi nodded. Logically speaking, the old man stood on the high platform and was so far away that when he spoke, everyone could not hear him. But in my heart, everyone present can hear it clearly. Obviously, they are all in a special enchantment now. Without permission, it may be difficult to leave this barrier. Tian Bao sighed and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the Kingdom of Rain to be so meticulously arranged this time." "It makes sense," Li Yi said lightly. If it were Li Yi to be the leader of the Land of Rain, his approach would probably be more rigorous than Hanzo of the Salamander. Since it is to publicly execute people of the enemy country, it is necessary to be careful to prevent any accidents from happening. Li Yi was expressionless. To be honest, his heart was a little panicked now. Not only are there 12 Jonin watching the scene on the surface, but there must also be countless ninja guards behind the scene. The most important thing is that the execution ground is now shrouded in a layer of enchantment. This place can be described as waterlogged. The enemy is arranged so closely. Whoever it is, I am afraid they will be nervous. At this time, the old man on the high platform continued to speak and said, "In the past few years, our country of rain has followed the will of God and fought against the evil country of fire. However, the evil country of fire is like a maggot with a bone attached to it. In order to reduce this evil country and bring peace to this world, we have lost many relatives, friends, family members and even lovers. This is a string of insult, abuse, and slander against the Fire Nation. All in all, when the old man finished speaking, the Fire country has become useless." Li Yi cautiously. Li Yi's expression didn't change at all, and he didn't seem to care at all. The siblings breathed a sigh of relief. The old man on the high platform continued, "Everyone must have heard that a few days ago, our great Lord Hanzo personally took action and arrested 2 spies, and these 2 spies are the people of the Uchiha family in the Land of Fire." As the old man spoke again, the scene quickly became quiet, and then the old man continued, "Master Hanzo conforms to the will of the people, respects the will of the people, and pays attention to the people's feelings. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights of sleepless thinking, Master Hanzo finally made a decision. It is to execute these 2 spies in public to boost the morale of our country. As soon as this word comes out, yo-hoo, 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 riot all over the place." Almost everyone was cheering and shouting, and the atmosphere at the scene was extremely exciting. In the shouting, the old man raised his hand and said domineeringly, "Bring those 2 spies up." Boom! The gate to the execution ground was open. 2 columns of ninjas walked in. In the middle of the 2 rows of ninjas, 2 prison cars, one behind the other, with 1 person locked in each, slowly drove in. Li Yi immediately stared at it. Although the distance is far away, the real face cannot be seen clearly, but with the outline, Li Yi can also judge that the woman locked in the prison car at the rear is the current #1 beauty of Uchiha, Uchiha Makoto. Ask for silver ticket times 1,000 trillion times. Chapter 43_Hopeless Part 1. In the execution ground, it was dripping with light rain. "Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" Almost everyone was shouting loudly, and the shouting was like a wave, resounding between the heavens and the earth, one after another, and the fiery atmosphere seemed to evaporate the rain on the top of the head. People in the Land of Rain, men, women and children, all hate the Land of Fire. Sure enough, it's Uchiha Makoto. Looking at the woman in the prison car from a distance, Lee narrowed his eyes resolutely. Makoto is not only the first beauty of the Uchiha clan, but also an extremely powerful ninja. She often goes to the Hokage office to pick up tasks, so Lee often met her in the village before and recognized her graceful silhouette. That is, the 2 sides never said a word. Uchiha Makoto is the arrogant girl of the sky, and Lee is awake. The 2 are one heaven and one earth. How can they match each other? Lee can get to know Tsunade is because Lee has carefully planned a plan for a long time, and in the end he almost got caught in a small light, so he succeeded in getting to know Tsunade. Waste and genius, like heaven and earth, are very different, and it is almost impossible for the two sides to contact each other. He knew Uchiha Makoto, but Uchiha Makoto didn't know him. Sir, are we going to take action now? At this moment Violet looked at Lee Yi and asked softly. Lee Yi thought for a moment, then shook his head lightly. Understood. Violet just tapped her head and didn't ask any further questions. Lee Yi squinted his eyes and thought about countermeasures. Now is the time when the other party is most vigilant. Not only the 12 Jonin on the stage are staring at the prison car, but there are so many powerful ninjas around the prison car. The most important thing is that there must be many strong men staring at the scene in the dark. Taking action now is no different from sending him to death for nothing. Therefore, if you want to save people, you must wait for a suitable time. At the same time, in the sky of banana peels, egg, and stone, two prison cars drove slowly, and finally drove to the execution platform. Send these two sinners to the guillotine. On the high platform, the white-haired old man shouted domineeringly. Amidst endless cheers, the prison van was opened. A man and a woman on the prison van were dragged out by many ninjas. Then, these ninjas, without the slightest pity, even kicked them, and sent them to the guillotine. Lee Yi watched this scene. Although they were far apart, Lee Yi could still see that both of them were wearing silver handcuffs on their wrists. I'm afraid this pair of handcuffs is not easy. Lee Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Logically speaking, the two of the Uchiha clan would definitely fight to the death now. No one wants to die. How could the two of them die obediently? But now, neither Uchiha Makoto nor the other Uchiha clan man resisted, but were honestly kicked to the guillotine. That kind of appearance is like two puppets being manipulated. As the saying goes, if something goes wrong, there must be a demon. That's why Lee Yi suspect this pair of handcuffs. I'm afraid it is precisely because of this that the two Uchiha clan people turned into puppets who were slaughtered by others. Another obstacle. Lee Yi sighed inwardly. If you want to save Uchiha Makoto now, you must break through at least 5 obstacles. The first level, 12 Jonin above the torture platform. The second level, the dozens of powerful ninjas under the torture platform. The third layer, the guardian in the dark. The fourth layer, the enchantment shrouded around the execution ground. Fifth, handcuffs on Uchiha Makoto's wrist. And more importantly, does the ghost know that there are other obstacles? This goddamn hope is a little slim. Sadness on Lee Yi's face. Tianbao saw Lee Yi's expression, although his face was still expressionless, but his heart was already happy. He was eager for Lee Yi to give up this action. In his opinion, Lee Yi is not saving people, but dying. Want to rob the court. Dream. Tianbao didn't want Lee Yi to die, and he didn't want his sister to be buried with him because of this. If Lee Yi can give up on this matter, then everything will be happy. At the same time, on the high platform, the white-haired old man waved his hand and said, "Everyone, do you want to watch these two sinners die with your own eyes?" Thing. Thousands of people shouted loudly, their voices mighty and loud, as if they could shake the sky. The white-haired old man said loudly again, "Long live Hanzo-sama! Long live Hanzo-sama! Long live Hanzo-sama! Long live Hanzo-sama!" Everyone agreed in unison, and the voice was extremely loud. This dogleg of Hanzo of the salamander is really brainwashed. It's just that a dogleg will always be a dogleg and will never be a master. Lee Yi sneered in his heart, and the corner of his mouth also evoked a contemptuous art. At the same time, the white-haired old man on the high platform said loudly again, "Executioner, pull the guillotine! Pull the guillotine! Pull the guillotine! Pull the guillotine!" In the wave-like unison of everyone, the knife above the heads of the two Uchiha people was pulled high. The countdown to death begins now. The white-haired old man continued. 10, 9, 8, 7. Everyone on the audience stage echoed excitedly. 10, 9, 8, 7. When the count reaches 0, it is when the guillotine fell and cut off the heads of the two. But even so, neither of the two resisted, and it seemed that they had already accepted their fate. Sure enough, it's already under control. Lee Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. With the countdown of the crowd, he also fell into a tangle. Are you going to make a move? If you make a move, you may succeed, or you may be wiped out, lose your wife and lose your army. If he doesn't shoot, Uchiha Makoto will die, so he can't complete those two tasks. Everyone continued to shout in unison. 5, 4, 3. The countdown to death is about to reach the end. Lee Yi's breathing seemed to have become rapid because of nervousness. Tianbao sat beside him, holding his hand, praying silently in his heart. "Sir, don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot." 2, 1. Finally, the countdown to death has come to an end. Release the knife. The white-haired old man waved his hand and shouted loudly. On the execution platform, two big men holding the guillotine abruptly let go. Swish, swish. With a sharp sound, two sharp guillotine knives fell from the sky and landed on the necks of the two Uchiha people. Tianbao has closed his eyes tightly, not because he is afraid of seeing the bloody scene, but because he is afraid of Lee Yi's shot. Chapter 44 Tribulation Field Part 2. The knife fell quickly. The situation is at stake. Lee Yi wants to make a move. Although the hope is slim, it is not without. However, just as Lee Yi was about to give it a try, suddenly, swish, a huge black shuriken shot out violently, spinning towards the execution platform. The ninja below the torture platform immediately shot, trying to block the lily sword. However, the black shuriken turned into 2, 4, and 8. In an instant, there were dozens of them. Li Yi's pupils shrank slightly. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, A-level ninjutsu, is the ninjutsu created by the 3rd generation Hokage from the Shadow Clone Jutsu developed by the 2nd generation Hokage. That is to say, this is the ninjutsu of Konoha Village. Konoha Village appear here. Did the people from Konoha come? Because there are too many shuriken, and the speed of rotation is extremely fast and the lethality is extremely high. The dozens of ninjas below did not dare to touch them head on, so they had to use a roundabout style to hit the shuriken from the side, so as to change the orbit of the shuriken. It has to be said that they are very smart, and they must have experienced hundreds of battles, so they can come up with this strategy in an instant. However, the shuriken not only revolved very fast, but also had a huge number of them, so they couldn't block them all. So there was a shuriken that slid through the net and flew to the execution platform. However, there are 12 jonins guarding the execution platform, so as soon as these shuriken flew over the execution platform, the 12 jonin shot and beat these shuriken into shreds. Vulnerable, the 12 jonin let out a sneer of disdain, and then they all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the shuriken. There originally sat 3 figures in black robe, but now the 3 black robe figures have disappeared. 12 jonin frowned, but at this moment, above the sky, a piece of white paper fell from the sky, followed the rain, and fell to the execution platform below. What is this? A jonin grabbed a piece of paper and frowned. Throw it away. On the other hand, jonin seemed to sense the clue and hurriedly shouted, but it was too late. Boom! A loud bang. Jonin, who was holding the piece of paper, was blasted out, and with a plop, he fell to the ground under the execution platform, and passed out. Was smashed. Seeing that one of his companions was dealt with in an instant, the other jonin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Among the sheets of paper in the sky, a jonin shouted loudly, "Find a way to blow these pieces of paper away." However, no matter what they did, these pieces of paper seemed to have spirituality and could not be blown away at all. Instead, they stuck to the 11 jonin's body piece by piece. Quickly use the chakra bodyguard. 11 jonin, there is a relatively calm person, he said immediately. In fact, even if he didn't say it, the other 10 people were ready to use chakra bodyguard. Because they had never seen this kind of weird ninjutsu, they were a little confused when they were caught off guard, but after all, they were all jonin and experienced many battles, so they have already reacted. Therefore, the 11 people used chakra to cover the surface of the body, trying to resist the impact of the explosion. But the piece of paper did not explode, just quietly covered the surface of the 11 people. Because of this, none of the 11 people dared to withdraw the chakra, for fear that the piece of paper would suddenly explode, and they would be caught off guard. But at this moment, swish swish, hundreds of black shurikens flew from all directions and shot at the execution platform. Damn it! Who the hell is that? How dare you make trouble here? The faces of the 11 people were a little gloomy, and they looked around. However, because they always cared about the outside of the execution platform, they did not notice that a black robe figure appeared in the center of the execution platform out of thin air, as if teleporting in space. He stretched out his 2 palms and caught the 2 sharp guillotine blades that were about to fall on his neck, and then squeezed the guillotine blades into pieces with a light grip of both hands. All this, from the appearance of the shuriken to the shattering of the guillotine, although it is not short in description, it actually happened between the electric light and flint. Obviously, this is a planned and purposeful robbery field, and when the 11 jonin saw the black-robed man, the other party had already kicked the gate to shreds, and then held one person in one hand, like kicking a chicken, and was about to leave. Go away! 11 jonin shouted loudly, and one of the more daring jonin ran directly towards the black-robed man. But when he moved, the chakra on the surface of his body would flow, causing the amount of chakra to be thick and thin. Therefore, with a loud bang, a piece of paper on his body exploded violently, blowing him away. Go out. Far out of the 12 jonin, only 10 remain conscious. 10 people are a little depressed. What kind of ninjutsu is the opponent using? Like a detonator. But the detonator has no spirituality. But these pieces of paper sticking to the body are sticking on their own initiative, like living things, very spiritual. In fact, the principle of the paper is very simple, and it is not troublesome to crack it. But because of the sudden appearance, the 12 jonin were caught off guard, so they are now in a passive situation. As for the dozens of ninjas under the torture platform, they were entangled by the endless huge shuriken and could not escape at all. Uchiha clansmen he is carrying have become illusory, as if they will disappear in the next moment. Seeing this scene, all the ninjas present were a little anxious. What the hell are the people in Anbu doing? Why haven't they caught the people behind the scene? From the moment the first jonin was defeated, they sent a request for support signal, and it stands to reason that Anbu's people should have caught the people behind the scenes by now. As long as the person behind the scenes can be caught, then whether it is the hundreds of huge shuriken or the piece of paper that fills the sky, it will disappear. disappear. Anbu, the country of rain, is an elite among Jonin. Once they make a move, they can solve all troubles in just a few seconds. However, until now, neither the shuriken nor the piece of paper has disappeared. The ninjas present were very depressed. You Anbu claim to be efficient. Why haven't you caught the people behind the scenes until now? What are they doing to eat? A bunch of trash. If you don't catch the people behind the scene, the prisoners will run away. Chapter 45_successfully robbed. Part 1. Hearing the sound, Tianbao immediately opened his eye, and his face became extremely complicated at the same time. He thought it was Li Yi who shot, so he wanted to stand up and help Li Yi. Although he used to be a ninja in the land of rain, he is now Li Yi's servant, so even if he betrays the land of rain, he will still help Li Yi. However, as soon as he stood up, he was done. Li Yi, who was motionless beside him, isn't Mr. Li Yi's hand. Tianbao's eyes widened, a little incredible. Not Mr. Li Yi. Then who is it? Could it be the rumored Akatsuki Uchiha ninjas who were about to disappear? With a very curious expression. But at this moment, Li Yi's voice suddenly entered Tianbao's ear. We'll catch up in the chaos. Good. Although Tianbao wanted to ask how to follow, he didn't ask anymore when he saw that Li Yi looked confident. Lord Li Yi must have his own way. In fact, Li Yi is also very confused now. They never heard of Rinnegan's ability to time and space ninjutsu. In the original book of Hokage, the Rinnegan used by Nagato is only the technique of six paths and the technique of the outsider. However, whether it is the technique of six paths or the technique of outsider, there is no ability to transfer space. Could it be that Rinnegan already has the ability to transfer space? But in the original book, Nagato relied too much on the technique of six paths and the technique of outsider, so he didn't have the ability to use space transfer. For this, Li Yi can't figure it out, but he didn't think much of it. Because the black-robed man is about to disappear with two Uchiha ninjas, we're ready to keep up. Li Yi immediately reminded in a low voice. Okay, good. Tianbao and Violet nodded lightly. Li Yi squinted his eyes and looked around. He is now 99% sure that the man in black robe standing on the torture platform is Nagato. As for the person who threw the paper all over the sky, it was Conan. And the person who activated the shuriken shadow clone technique should be Yahiko. Although the shuriken shadow clone technique is the unique ninjutsu of the third Hokage is Jiraiya's master. He taught the shuriken shadow clone technique to Jiraiya, and Jiraiya taught this ninjutsu to the three of Yahiko. When Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan were young, Jiraiya saved their lives and became their master, taking care of them for 3 years. Later, when the three had the ability to protect themselves, Jiraiya left. At the time, the three of them were only in their early teens, and now, all three of them are 17 or 18 years old, and each has become a powerful ninja, and also founded Akatsuki. At this time, Violet next to Li Yi spoke up, her voice soft, and said, "My lord, I sense that the person standing on the torture platform is the most powerful person among the three people before. Just now, when the man in black robe appeared on the torture platform, Li Yi let Violet feel it." Now, hearing Violet's answer, Li Yi nodded lightly, thinking, that's Nagato. Violet said that the other party not only has a huge amount of chakra, but also give people an ominous atmosphere, so Li Yi will determine that the other party is Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato is a member of the Uzumaki family, born with a huge amount of chakra, and his eyes are the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara, so he gives a very ominous atmosphere. Therefore, Li Yi has now determined the identity of the person who shot. But at this moment, swish, swish, on the torture platform, two figures wearing masks suddenly appeared out of thin air. In their hand, they each held a shiny kunai and stabbed the black-robed man. They are extremely fast, like a python coming out of a hole, making it hard to guard against. The 10 Jonins on the torture platform were all happy when they saw this scene. Anbu people are finally here. The 10 Jonins were entangled in the paper and the huge shuriken, unable to escape. They thought they could only watch the prisoners escape, but unexpectedly, Anbu's people came. Now that Anbu's people are here, all problems can be solved. You must know that Anbu directly serves Lord Hanzo of the Salamander. Every Anbu person is an elite among the elite. The two men wearing masks shot very fast, and they were also extremely cunning and vicious, and they cut towards the neck of the black-robed man. Once it is cut off, then the head of the man in black robe will probably fly out directly. However, these two Anbu people hadn't touched the body of the black-robed man. When they were still half a meter away from him, suddenly, these two Anbu people's bodies flew out like kite with broken string. At the same time, a circle of air waves visible to the naked eye gushed out from the body of the black-robed man. Where this circle of air wave had, it seemed that even the void was distorting. Seeing this scene, Li Yi's pupils shrank suddenly. The next moment, the air wave disappeared, and the black-robed man disappeared with Uchiha's two ninjas. That's right, in the public eye, the man in black robe successfully robbed the court. At the same time, both the countless pieces of paper falling from the sky and the huge shuriken flying from all directions disappeared. The scene returned to calm. The 10 Jonins above the torture platform were all stunned, their eyes widened, and most of the people in the audience haven't recovered. After all these changes, from the appearance of the first Lysian to the disappearance of the black-robed man, all happened between the light and the flint. Those three people were caught off guard by the Rain Country. There was a slight arc on the corner of Li Yi's mouth. In order to execute the 2 Uchiha clansmen in public, the Land of Rain has put in a lot of effort, whether it is the 12 Jonin, the enchantment or the Anbu, all to protect the normal operation of this punishment. However, even though they were arranged so closely, they were successfully robbed by the three of them. Although there is also an element of surprise attack, it is undeniable that the current Yahiko three people are not only very powerful but also extremely tasked. At this time, on the torture platform, the two mass Anbu people said something to the 10 Jonin, and then the 10 Jonin nodded one after another and left with them. Seeing this scene, Li Yi whispered, "Let's follow." Okay, good. So, the three of Li Yi got up and followed quietly. If there is trouble in the Land of the Rain Country, the three Nagato should not run far, and there is a high probability that they will be discovered by the Rain Country. Therefore, as long as you follow the ninjas of the Rain Country, you can find the three Nagato. Chapter 46 _ The Most Dangerous Place Part 2. The two Uchiha clansmen on the execution ground were taken away like this. 10 Jonin, along with the two wounded Anbu men, went to find the culprit. As a result, on the torture platform, there was only a shocking pit left, still in the sight of everyone. There was constant discussion and speculation on the spot. All the audience looked at each other. Could this be the so-called tribulation field? At the same time, the three Li Yi had also left the execution ground. The execution ground has now been blocked because some people suspect that the criminals did not escape but nicked into the crowd. As long as the execution ground is blocked, they can close the door and beat the dogs. So logically speaking, it is impossible for the three of Li and Yi to get out of the execution ground at all. However, the ninja guarding the gate of the execution ground happened to be one of Tianbao's former subordinates. But he is a dead brain. Even if Tianbao is his former superior, he does not plan to let Tianbao leave. After all, everyone in the execution ground is suspect. But it is precisely because he is a dead brain. So Tianbao borrowed this point and said that he would follow the ninja of the Rain Country to catch criminals and contribute his strength to the Rain Country. So the ninja agreed. After walking out of the execution ground, Li Yi patted Tianbao on the shoulder with an expression of approval. If it wasn't for Tianbao, he wouldn't necessarily be able to sneak into the Land of Rain, let alone get out of the execution ground now. All this is thanks to Tianbao. Then, Li Yi turned his head and began to look around. Around the execution ground, countless ninjas have been surrounded. Today's Rain Country, whether it's Jonin or Genin, has already moved to catch the criminal. After all, under the watchful eyes of the public, the other party robbed the person who was to be executed in the Land of Rain. If they don't catch each other, then this will be a black pen in the history of Rain Nation. It's shameful to say it out. As the ninjas of the Land of Rain, they have their own patriotism and national pride, so they will never allow this kind of scandal to happen. My lord, it seems that the ninjas of the Land of Rain have not found any trace of those three people. What should we do now? Tianbao asked. At this time, Tianbao, his face was full of joy, and he was simply smiling. Before, Tianbao looked depressed and was extremely depressed. After all, he thought that Li Yi would rob the court. Well now, Li Yi did not shoot, but someone else did. Could he be unhappy? Li Yi touched his chin and said, "If it were us, where would we go first after we rob people from the execution ground?" Tianbao immediately replied, "If I had base ninjutsu, then I would instantly go outside the country of Rain. Only by staying away from the boundary of the country of Rain can I be completely safe." What if that time-space ninjutsu cannot leave the country of Rain? Li Yi asked. This, hearing Li Yi's question, Tianbao was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Violet said, "If I can't leave the Rain Country, then I will go to the most dangerous place." Oh, Li Yi looked at Violet in surprise. Violet's voice was soft, and she explained, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. Now that the whole city is blocked, the ninjas of this country will not let go of any place in the city, so instead of hiding in some remote corners, it's better to go to the most dangerous place." Hearing this, Tianbao's eyes lit up. "The most dangerous place? Sister, do you mean?" "That's right." Violet nodded lightly and turned to look at the huge palace in the distance. It is not only the center of geographical location, but also the center of power and status, symbolizing supremacy. "That's right, that's where the leader of the Rain Kingdom, Hanzo of the Salamander, lives. However, the place where Hanzo-sama lives, ordinary people can't enter at all, let alone enter. Even if they get close, they will be expelled." Tianbao said, "Unless someone with a very high status or someone who has made great contribution, Lord Hanzo will give a token, and with the token, he can enter the palace. That is to say, those who can enter the palace will definitely win the prize. The person that Hanzo-sama trusts, such a person cannot betray Hanzo-sama and blatantly rob the Dharma field. Quote, because they are worried that the partition wall has ears. Whether it is Tianbao, Violet or Li Yi, Hanzo of the Salamander is called Hanzo-sama." Tianbao continued, "I think that since the other party has time-space ninjutsu, he must have moved outside the country of Rain, and he didn't stay in the country of Rain, even if he couldn't move outside the country of Rain at one time, but it's not a big deal. Use time and space ninjutsu a few times. After all, staying in the country of rain will only increase the chance of being discovered, which will be harmful and useless. Quote, Make sense. Li Yi nodded lightly, but then he touched his chin again and fell into deep thought. As far as he knows, the Rinnegan of Nagato only has the technique of sick paths and the technique of outsider. 1. Heavenly Path. Heavenly Path is the first of the sick paths, which can release powerful gravitational and repulsive forces. The tricks are Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, and Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. 2. Humanity. Human Dao has a detection type ninjutsu, which can directly invade the opponent's brain, obtain ideological information, and extract its soul. 3. Asura Road. Asura Road is to modify the human body, use missiles and other weapons to attack, and carry out large-scale damage. 4. Animal Road. Animal Road has a summoning ninjutsu, which can summon all kinds of immortal Rinnegan monsters without a hand seal. 5. The Way of Evil Ghost. Demons have absorbing ninjutsu and can absorb all kinds of chakra ninjutsu. 6. Hell Road. Hell Road is a kind of ninjutsu similar to torture. As long as you are in hell, you have to answer questions honestly. If you answer lie, you will be deprived of life. 7. Outsider. The outer Dao Jutsu can not only summon the 10-tailed body Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, but also use the outer Dao Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life jutsu, a heaven-defying ninjutsu. These 7 items are all the abilities that Li Yi currently knows about Rinnegan. However, among these abilities, there is no time-space ninjutsu. Although the technique of psychic is also a time-space ninjutsu, the technique of psychic can only summon psychic beings to oneself rather than transfer oneself to other places. After all, the Animal Dao Society is only about psychic, not reverse psychic. Why Li Yi thought that the 3 Nagato did not leave the country of rain but must be hiding somewhere in the country of rain, and that place should be, as Violet said, the most dangerous place, the hiding place of Hanzo of the Salamander. Li Yi is not an indecisive person, so after just thinking for a moment, he made a decision and said, Go to Hanzo-sama's palace and take a look. Ask for a silver ticket. Ask for a silver ticket. Ask for a silver ticket. Chapter 47 Hard to Argue Part 1. In the center of the rain country stands a palace. The leader of the land of rain, Hanzo of the Salamander, lived here. However, as soon as they approached the gate of the palace, the 3 of Li Yi were stopped by a ninja. This is the place where Hanzo-sama lies. Idle people, etc., are not allowed to approach. The ninja held a handful of kunai and cautiously stared at Lin Chen and the 3 of them, reminding him. Li Yi turned to look at Tian Bao. Tian Bao shook his head. Obviously, he didn't know the ninja. Li Yi frowned slightly. He thought that Tian Bao also knew this ninja, and then he would be able to let go. Now it seems that this approach is no longer working. If there is no path token, then please go back. At this time, the ninja lowered his voice and warned. Li Yi couldn't think of a way for the time being, so he had to turn around and leave. But at this moment, a cold female voice suddenly came from behind Li Yi. They are my friend, let them in. As soon as these words came out, Li Yi immediately turned to look. What caught my eye was a beautiful woman. She has long light purple-blue hair, light orange pupils, and a lavender flower on the right side of her head. The purple eyeshadow gives a charming feeling. Li Yi immediately widened his eyes slightly. Conan from the Yahiko trio. The ninja heard Conan's word. He immediately put away his kunai. His attitude changed 180 degrees and bowed deeply to the 3 of Li and Yi. It turns out to be a friend of Nanda-sama. I'm rude. After he finished speaking, he turned sideways and made way for the 3 of Li Yi. Come here. Conan's voice, very cold, doesn't seem to have the slightest emotional fluctuation, giving people a feeling of being 1,000 miles away. After speaking, she turned around and walked into the palace castle behind her. Sir, do we want to follow? Tian Bao turned to look at Li Yi and asked, and Li Yi turned to look at Violet. Violet didn't speak, just tapped her head lightly, as if to confirm. Sure enough, it's Conan. Li Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. From the moment Conan appeared, Li Yi gestured to Violet with his eyes to let her feel it, and Violet also lived up to his expectations and sensed Conan, one of the 3 who appeared at the execution ground at that time. Li Yi did not hesitate, nodded lightly. Go, follow. With that, he stepped forward and followed Conan. Tian Bao and Violet followed Li Yi and entered the palace and castle together. After entering the castle, Conan walked at the forefront. She did not enter the depth of the palace castle, but turned into a relatively remote place. Dark environment, empty. The distance, Li Yi saw 2 men standing in the distance. One has orange hair and a tall stature, giving people a very spiritual feeling. One has long yuhi-colored hair and a thin body, giving people a very sloppy feeling. Conan led the 3 of Li and Yi to the front of the 2. However, as soon as he walked in front of these 2 people, the orange-haired man laughed and asked cheerfully, the 3 should be the ninjas who are with us, right? As soon as these words came out, Li Yi was taken aback. Answer. What is the response? However, before Li Yi asked, the orange-haired man turned to look at the yuhi-haired man and said, Nagato, let them out. Good. Yuhi-colored hair didn't say anything nonsense. After hearing this, he immediately hand-sealed with both hands. Seeing the mark made by the man with yuhi-colored hair, Li Yi narrowed his eye. Because because he recognized that the seal that Yuhi made a man's knot was the seal of psychic art. Sure enough, when Yuhi made the man finish the seal, he raised his right hand and patted the ground lightly. Bang! A crisp sound. A thick white mist rises up. The white fog came and went quickly. Immediately afterward, two figures appeared in Li Yi's field of vision. Seeing these two figures, Li Yi said, "It really is you who robbed the Dharma field." That's right, these two people are the two Uchiha clansmen. However, at the moment, the two of them were dumbfounded, paralyzed on the ground and motionless, like two walking corpses. Li Yi saw that they were still wearing a pair of silver handcuffs on their wrists. 3. We have done what you asked us to do, so please pay. At this time, Yahiko stretched out his palm towards Li Yi and the other. Li Yi frowned slightly and asked, "Did you misunderstand something?" "What do you mean?" Yahiko was taken aback. "It's not us who do business with you," Li Yi said. "Aren't you ninjas from the land of fire?" Yahiko asked dumbly. "We had a good negotiation before. As long as we rob these two people from the execution ground and bring them to this place, you will pay for it. What, do you want to go back on it now?" Finished speaking, Li Yi felt that the eyes of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were all filled with a hint of hostility. Li Yi had no choice but to explain. "It is the ninjas of the land of fire who made the deal with you, not us. In your accent, you obviously have the accent of the country of fire, and you still say that you are not from the country of fire," Yahiko asked, and then he turned to look at Violet and said, "And she should be the famous EPUB, Nine-Tails Person Jinchuriki Column 4, Uzumaki Kushina, right? Do you want to go back on it? You have misunderstood." Feeling the hostile gazes of the three of Yahiko, Li Yi immediately shook his head and explained, "I am from the land of fire," which is true, but she is not Uzumaki Kushina. Her name is Uzumaki Violet, a villager from Anning village, and he it is Uzumaki Tianbao, who used to be a ninja in the land of rain and a villager of Anning village. Quote, Li Yi introduced Uzumaki Violet and Uzumaki Tempo respectively, and Ning village. Yahiko frowned. The young face was full of doubt, and he obviously did not believe it. He asked, "There is indeed an Anning village around the country of rain, but why haven't I heard of Anning? Are there any members of the Uzumaki clan in the village?" While speaking, Yahiko took a step across and blocked the two Uchiha clansmen behind him. Obviously, he doesn't trust Li Yi very much now, and is worried that Li Yi will take action to take away the two Uchiha people. Li Yi has a sense of powerlessness that is hard to say. Did he know Konoha village had made a deal with Akatsuki? Fortunately, the ninja of Konoha village didn't come, but Akatsuki regarded him as the ninja of Konoha village. However, just when Li Yi was thinking about how to explain it, Konan suddenly said, "Yahiko, the ninja from the land of fire who made a deal with us, once said that their operation this time was led by a person from Uchiha, but these three people are not from the Uchiha clan. Ask for silver ticket times 1,000 trillion times." Chapter 48_Iceberg Beauty Part 2. Konan's voice, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, seems to be able to turn away people thousands of miles away. What an iceberg beauty. Li Yi glanced at the beautiful and dignified Konan and thought, in the original book of Hokage, Konan is an iceberg beauty who doesn't talk much, but every sentence can touch the key point, and the shots are extremely cruel and show no mercy at all. Did they say that? Yahiko blinked, scratched the back of his head, and asked. Nagato nodded lightly. They did say that. Is he really not from Uchiha's clan? Yahiko pointed at Li Yi again and asked. Not really. Konan nodded lightly. The chakras of the Uchiha family are usually condensed in their eye, just like the two of them, but there is almost no chakra in his body, just like an ordinary person. Hearing this, Li Yi just wanted to add, "I am actually an ordinary person." Konan continued to say coldly, "As for the two of them, they should both belong to the Uzumaki clan. It seems that you are not the one to meet us." Yahiko scratched the back of his head, smiled at Li Yi, and said cheerfully, "I misunderstood you. I apologize to you." After speaking, Yahiko bowed deeply to Li Yi, with a very sincere attitude. Li Yi helped Yahiko up and said, "You re-welcome. However, brother, since you are from the land of fire, why are you here?" Yahiko looked at Li Yi and asked. Li Yi didn't intend to hide it, so he pointed at the two Uchiha clansmen and said, "I want to save them both." Worried that Yahiko would misunderstand again, Li Yi explained, "Actually, with my strength, I can't leave the village, but I was kidnapped here by ninjas from the land of water, and later I heard that the land of rain was going to execute two Uchiha clansmen, so I want to save them. After all, they are compatriots." Quote, "So it is." Yahiko finally understood. "I did hear about the robbery of the country of fire, but I heard that the mastermind behind it was the country of thunder, not the country of water. The country of water wanted to provoke a war, so it was framed and blamed on the country of thunder. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with the country of thunder," Li Yi explained. "So it is." Yahiko nodded and said, "I didn't expect the country of water to want to provoke war. It's so evil. Peace is the beauty that everyone hopes for, but the country of water wants to destroy this hard-won beauty. We have to stop them." To be said that Yahiko is indeed a man with an excessive sense of justice. Looking at Yahiko, who was full of fighting spirit, Li Yi wiped away his cold sweat and said, "I'm afraid there is another reason for this incident. Maybe Mizuki Mizukage in the land of water was controlled by someone. That's why he made such a mistake. Decide. Yahiko shook his head directly. Whether or not Mizukage is under control, his desire to start a war is a terribly wrong decision. We Akatsuki have to stop him. Only through human-to-human communication can we fight. A bridge to peace. However, before Yahiko finished Akatsuki's ninja, Conan interrupted. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Our priority now is to get these two people out of the city. Yes, Yahiko's face was straight, but then he changed the topic. But these two people have been controlled. If we take them out of the rain country, they will die. But we can't just sit still here, Conan said coldly. The people in the country of fire have been missing. Either they were caught by the country of rain, or they haven't entered the country of rain yet. We can't count on them. Ah, yes. Yahiko sighed lightly. What should I do? If the control on them can be lifted, that's easy to say. Conan fell silent. At this time, Lee asked weakly, I want to ask, what is controlling them? Brother, this is it. Yahiko pointed to the handcuffs on the wrists of the two and said, these are handcuffs developed by Hanzo-sama, which are similar to a special technique of confinement. Once you put them on, you will not be able to leave the country of rain. In the land of rain, even if you take a single step, you will die on the spot. Quote, Lee nodded, and then asked again, how can I break these handcuffs? Hanzo-sama has a key there. You can crack it with a key. Yahiko replied. Apart from this method, Lee asked, it gone? Yahiko shook his head. Master Hanzo is called a demigod by the world, and the confinement technique he developed, other than him, no one else can. However, before Yahiko had finished speaking, Nagato, who had always been silent, suddenly spoke up and said, actually, it can be broken open by force. Hearing this, Yahiko's eyes lit up immediately, turned to look at Nagato, and asked expectantly, Nagato, can you break it open? I can. Nagato shook his head lightly. These handcuffs cannot be broken with ninjutsu. You must use taijutsu, that is, pure strength. But I don't have that much strength. Well, that's a pity. Yahiko sighed lightly. Conan said coldly, I'm afraid there is no such powerful taijutsu ninja in the entire rain country. Yes, Yahiko nodded lightly. I heard that there are several powerful taijutsu ninjas in Konoha village. One of them is a ninja surnamed Chen. He created a unique taijutsu, Konoha Dragon God. He has a very powerful strength. If only he were there now. Quote, the Yahiko trio were helpless. However, at this time, Lee asked again, can I give it a try? You try. Conan frowned slightly and looked at Lee up and down. Those sharp eyes seemed to penetrate Lee. Then, Conan asked coldly, you don't have a single ab. How do you try? Try playing. Hearing this, Lee's eyes widened. Conan, see through me. How else would he know that I don't have ab? Conan, you can't say that. Although this brother is a rubbish, it is a good thing that he has this heart. How can you say that to him? Yahiko said solemnly. Lee, how do you feel that these two are scolding me? Lee didn't want to talk nonsense with them, so he squatted and grabbed Uchiha Makoto's handcuff. Immediately afterward, a golden light flashed in his hand, and a golden needle with thin hair appeared out of nowhere and inserted it into the keyhole on the handcuff. Seeing this scene, Conan dismissed. This pair of handcuffs is not only a pair of handcuffs, but also a special confinement technique. So, want to pry it open with a needle? Ah, daydreaming. Conan didn't want to look any further, so he looked away. Well, keep asking for silver ticket. Chapter 49 _ Grab the Power, Part 1. Of course, that's when Conan just looked back. Crack! A small sound suddenly sounded in my ear. Then, a gentle female voice came into my ear. Hey, who are you? Haven't I been caught? Why am I here? Conan's beautiful eyes widened sharply. Immediately turned to look. What caught my eye was an extremely beautiful face. It's just that this beauty is not looking at her at the moment, but staring blankly at Lee opposite. Conan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At the same time, Lee squatted in front of the beauty and said, Uchiha Makoto, I saved you. The words are simple and capable, without the slightest nonsense. That's right, the woman sitting in front of Lee is the #1 beauty of the Uchiha family today, Uchiha Makoto. However, the handcuffs on Uchiha Makoto's hands were gone, but were smashed and scattered on the ground. In Lee's hand, there is a golden stick with a diameter of half a meter. Obviously, it was this golden stick that opened the handcuff. Conan's pupils ranked lightly, and he thought, what magic weapon is this? Why have the ability to grow bigger and smaller? Could it be the magic weapon of Sikaz? Nagato just said that in order to break the handcuff, in addition to the key of Hanzo of the Salamander, there is another method, and that is to use brute force to open it. However, none of the sick people present was a taijutsu ninja, so the second method could not be used at all. When Conan saw Lee insert a gold needle into the handcuff, she dismissed it, thinking that Lee was just playing around, because even if Lee is a thief, he can open the lock in the handcuff, but he can't break the forbidden technique on the handcuff. After all, this is not just a pair of handcuffs, it is a kind of confinement technique. However, Conan never imagined that the gold needle in Lee's hand had the function of automatically changing the size. That is to say, after the gold needle was inserted into the handcuff, it quickly became larger, and then with brute force, the handcuffs were forcibly opened. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto stared at Lee blankly, blinked his beautiful eyes and asked, "You saved me." Lee Yi nodded solemnly. Since the system wants him to gain Uchiha Makoto's favor and capture her heart, then he should shamelessly grab the credit for this hero-saving beauty. However, the crisp sound of the system did not sound in Lee Yi's mind. Apparently, he is still in the Rain Country and has not fully rescued Uchiha Makoto. When he leaves the country of rain, then he can truly complete the task. What is this place? Uchiha Makoto looked around again and asked. "This is the palace of Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the land of rain," Lee Yi replied. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Makoto's pupils shrank suddenly. Seeing the beauty in front of her, all her muscles were on alert. Lee Yi patted her on the shoulder and comforted. "Don't worry, the people of the land of rain won't find us for the time being." Uchiha Makoto turned his head and looked at Lee Yi's palm on his shoulder. Lu Mei frowned slightly. It seems to be quite disgusting to this kind of relatively intimate physical contact. No, drop the word scene. However, considering that the handsome man in front of him was his savior, Uchiha Makoto didn't say much. In Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eye, there is still a little doubt. Obviously, when she was controlled before, she has no memory at all. Therefore, Lee Yi said to Violet, "Violet, tell her briefly about the cause and effect of the matter." After finishing speaking, Lee Yi walked to another Uchiha tribesman and inserted the gold needle in his hand into his handcuff. "Okay." Violet nodded obediently. Her voice was very soft, like cotton, and said, "Makoto, it's like this. When you were on a mission, you were caught by the Kingdom of Rain, and later the Kingdom of Rain wanted to execute you in public, but my master and you are compatriots. I couldn't bear to see you die like this, so we risked our lives by risking our lives and secretly sneaked into the country of rain to save you in public." Violet's words, without the slightest pause, were very smooth, as if they had been rehearsed countless times. Of course, as soon as the word came out, there was an extremely disdainful sound from Conan's mouth. Yahiko laughed, but he didn't say much. As for Nagato, well, he can be considered a mute. "You are also from the Fire Nation." Head to look at Lee Yi on the left. Uchiha Makoto blinked his beautiful eyes, still with a hint of caution in his eyes, and asked, "What's your name? Which department do you serve?" Lee Yi's age is in his early 20s, and Uchiha Makoto is also in his early 20s. Therefore, if the other party is also a ninja from the land of fire, then she should not be ignorant. However, in her impression, there is no such person in front of her at all. Not to mention Lee Yi, she has never seen any of the sick people in front of her. Therefore, Uchiha Makoto wondered if the sick people in front of him were tricks of the enemy country. Like Uchiha Makoto has undergone rigorous training and has experienced countless fights, she is not a fierce and brainless woman, and she will never believe a stranger's words easily. "My name is Lee Yi. I don't serve any department. I'm a jobless vagabond in the country of fire." Lee Yi didn't lie either, and answered lightly. Even if he lied now, the truth will be revealed when Uchiha Makoto is brought back to the land of fire. So, lying is useless. And when Lee Yi finished speaking, there was a crisp sound of pop. The gold needle in Lee Yi's hand suddenly thickened, and the silver-colored handcuffs that had been inserted into it were shattered and scattered on the ground. This time, Conan watched the entire process intently. Sure enough, looking at the disappearing golden needle in Lee Yi's hand, Conan narrowed his beautiful eyes slightly. At this time, the Uchiha man regained his sanity, and then said the same words as when Uchiha Makoto first woke up. "Who are you? Where is this place? How am I here?" Lee Yi replied, "Brother, don't get excited. My name is Lee Yi. I'm from the country of fire. We've saved you now." This Uchiha man is not as cautious as Uchiha Makoto. After he heard the word, his nose was moved and tears came. He grabbed Lee Yi's hand, and said gratefully, "Brother, thank you so much. How do we get out of this place now?" Uchiha Makoto stood up, looked at Lee Yi, and asked. Dealing with Lee Yi, she was not gentle. This made Lee Yi quite puzzled. In the original Hokage, Uchiha Makoto is a very gentle, virtuous, and feminine woman. However, why is the character she shows now different from the character in the original book? Well, the world continues to ask for silver ticket. Chapter 50_gentle and graceful. Second more. In the original work, Uchiha Makoto is a dignified, virtuous, generous, and sassy woman. All in all, she is a good wife. Uchiha Fugaku, who has always been arrogant, and indomitable, that she has kept a low profile. But now, what Uchiha Makoto showed was a kind of coldness like Conan. This leaves him confused. Uchiha Makoto's temperament has changed, or she has such a cold attitude towards a stranger she doesn't trust. After the two sides have developed trust, will she lower her mind and show her original appearance? However, Lee Yi did not think much about this matter. There is an old saying, "It's a mule or a horse, just pull it out for a walk and you'll know." When Uchiha Makoto is safely brought back to Konoha village, all the gestures of this woman will be revealed. As for the first task now, it is to take her out of the country of rain safely, and the second task is to capture her heart. In fact, Lee Yi is not very interested in capturing her heart. He felt that it was enough for him to have Tsunade as a woman, and he didn't want to leave too much love debt. If it wasn't for the system requirement, then he didn't want to talk nonsense with this peerless beauty in front of him. "What shall we do now?" Uchiha Makoto asked. Lee Yi Lee turned to look at the Yahiko trio. Yahiko has always been an optimistic person. He laughed and said, "We have now unlocked the art of imprisoning them, so taking them away is a trivial matter." After speaking, Yahiko turned to look at Nagato behind him. Nagato understood, nodded, and then hand sealed with both hands. Nagato's hand seal is not fast, so Lee can see it clearly. A curious look appeared between Lee's eyebrows. The seal of the Nagato knot looks like a psychic technique, but it is not a psychic technique. He doesn't know. At this time, Nagato had completed the hand seal. He stretched out his hand, placed them on the shoulders of the two Uchiha tribesmen, and said, "I am sorry for the two of you." The voice didn't fall. Bang, bang, two crisp sound. A thick white mist rose up. The white fog came and went quickly. Along with the white fog, the two Uchiha Makoto disappeared. "I take the liberty to ask a question." Lee looked at Nagato and asked curiously, "What technique did you use?" Nagato didn't speak. Yahiko laughed and explained, "This is a ninjutsu created by Nagato when he was a child, and it was adapted from the basis of psychic. Space creatures are summoned to our world, and reverse psychic is to let the caster enter other spaces from the real world, and this ninjutsu created by Nagato is to let others enter other spaces. When the shadow clone tribulation field arrived, it uses." However, before Yahiko finished speaking, Conan said coldly, "Yahiko, you're talking too much. Haha, don't say it, don't say it." Feeling Conan's icy gaze, Yahiko immediately gave a haha and said, Lee was still a little puzzled and asked, "Since you can move people to other spaces, you should be able to leave the rain country now, right? Nagato can completely stay outside the land of rain. Let Shadow Clone come to the robbery field, take the two of Uchiha to another space, and then let the outside body summon the two of Uchiha out." However, the three Nagato came to this most dangerous place. "Why, brother, did you forget what I said before?" Yahiko explained, "They wear that kind of handcuff. Once they leave the country of rain, they will die instantly." Oh, so it is. Lee suddenly realized. But now, the confinement is lifted. Yahiko laughed, patted Lee's shoulder, and said cheerfully, "Brother, I thought you were a rabbit, but you have such a great youth. It seems that you are not rabbit." Lee, this fuck, is he scolding me, or is he really scolding me? Conan said coldly, "Okay, deal with the scene. We will leave as soon as possible." After speaking, Conan took out a few pieces of white paper and sprinkled them on the smashed handcuff. In an instant, the handcuff disappeared as if they had melted away. Then, Conan waved her sleeves again, and the white pieces of paper that filled the sky suddenly swept out from her sleeve, turning into a torrent, engulfing Lee and Yahiko in an instant. Torrent come and go quickly. In the blink of an eye, the white pieces of paper in the sky disappeared. Conan as if nothing happened. Lee blinked. What did this iceberg beauty just do? Seeing Lee's doubt, Yahiko explained, "This is Conan's unique ninjutsu to remove breath, because we had contact with those two Uchiha people just now. So Conan." Before Yahiko finished speaking, Conan said coldly, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let go." "Haha, okay." Yahiko scratched the back of his head and hit haha. The six are ready to leave. But at this moment, a dog bark suddenly sounded from not far away. Wow. Then Lee and the others saw that a group of people from the land of rain came over quickly with a dog on a leash. The dog is very cute, wearing a pink dress. It looks like a little bit. And the ninja with the dog saw Lee and the others, and immediately shouted, "You guys, what are you doing?" Conan walked at the forefront. She didn't say much, just handed the copper token in her hand to the ninja. When the ninja saw the token, his cold and tough attitude eased a little, and said, "It turns out to be the distinguished guest of Hanzo-sama. However, his attitude is just peaceful, not as respectful as the previous few people." Afterward, he returned the token to Conan and said, "Several people, it is an extraordinary period. Please don't wander around, or you will be arrested as a suspect, but it will be difficult to handle. Thank for the reminder." Conan nodded lightly, his voice cold and crisp. The ninja looked down at the dog on the ground again and asked, "Have you noticed the aura of those two sinners?" The dog shook his head, and even said, "No. Continue the inspection." The ninja didn't grumble. He waved his hand, and took many ninjas under him to continue the inspection. The departure of 5 or 6 ninjas. Boom rumble. Conan breathed a sigh of relief imperceptibly. Yahiko laughed and said, "Even the ninja can't find it. Conan, your skills are getting better and better. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the partition wall has ears." Conan glared at Yahiko. Yahiko immediately shut up, looking very cute. Ask for silver ticket times 1,000 trillion times. Chapter 51 I want to kiss her. Part 3. Lee and Yi left the castle smoothly and headed for the city gate. On the way, Lee compared Conan and Uchiha Makoto a little. Conan is extremely beautiful. Although she is an iceberg beauty, she also has her own charm. This kind of woman is the easiest to arouse men's desire to conquer. Uchiha Makoto's appearance is not inferior to Conan at all, but Uchiha Makoto's temperament is somewhat different from Conan. What Uchiha Makoto shows is indeed a cold, refusal temperament, but Lee feels that in her bones she is still a dignified, virtuous, generous, and gracious woman. This kind of woman can also arouse a man's desire to conquer. Just that this desire to conquer is completely different from the desire to conquer Conan. To put it more crudely, for Conan, it is dry wood and fire, just want to spend a good night with her. And for Uchiha Makoto, it is a long stream, want to marry her as a wife, let her be a husband and a son. Moreover, there is a difference, that is, the difficulty of the raiders of the two women. Not an easy task to get Uchiha Makoto, but it's much easier than getting Konan. And this should be one of the reasons why the system only allowed her to capture the heart of Uchiha Makoto, but it did not let him capture the heart of Konan. Of course, Lee only thought about this kind of thing between men and women. Then he put his eyes on the Yuhi-haired man in the front left, Uzumaki Nagato. Before Lee could see clearly, Uzumaki Nagato's eyes were Rinnegan. To be honest, Lee really wants to grab this pair of Rinnegans now. Rinnegan is the top eye in the Hokage world. If you use another chance to evolve, Rinnegan will evolve. Thinking of this, Lee's heart was already beating with excitement. However, sensibility belongs to sensibility, and rationality still exists. To be honest, Lee is very afraid of the current Nagato. To be precise, it was a little scary. On the execution ground, Nagato didn't have a hand seal, so the two ninjas from Anbu, the land of rain, were thrown out. If Lee guessed correctly, then this trick is the Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push Sign, the terrible ninjutsu that razed the village of Konoha to the ground in that instant. Lee did not expect that Nagato has already learned this kind of ninjutsu now. Therefore, it is basically impossible to snatch Rinnegan openly. No, drop the word basically. Therefore, if you want to snatch Rinnegan, you can only sneak attack secretly. However, Akatsuki's cooperation is extremely tacit, and when Nagato is sleeping or practicing, Yahiko or Konan will definitely check for him. Of course, when Yahiko or Konan are practicing, Nagato will definitely guard him. Lee doesn't think he has the ability to fight Yahiko or Konan now. So, to snatch Rinnegan, the only way is to separate the three of them. However, the three of them have been inseparable since childhood and have hardly ever been separated. Therefore, it is not an easy task to separate the three of them. What method should be used to separate the three of them? Lee touched his chin, thinking in his heart. Thinking and thinking, Lee and the Sick came to the city gate. In the country of rain today, the entire city is under martial law, and people outside cannot enter, and people inside cannot leave, let alone a human being. Not even a fly can fly out. After all, now, the entire country of rain is shrouded in an invisible barrier. City gate. What? Brother Tianbao, are you leaving now? The city guarding ninja widened his eye, shook his head immediately, and said categorically, at this juncture, no one can go out. Brother Tianbao, you can't hurt me. Tianbao had nothing to say and had to retreat. Tianbao retreated. Konan walked up, and took out a bronze token and handed it to the defending ninja. Sir, you can't go out either. Ninja guarding the city also shook his head and said, now the whole city is under martial law, let alone you. Even Lord Hanzo can't go out. You should stay in the city honestly for a few days, and when the criminals are found, you will naturally can go out. Quote. Hearing this, everyone in the Yahiko trio frowned, including Nagato. However, in the end, they didn't say much, and just went back honestly. The sick people walked to a relatively remote corner and looked at the three Yahiko who were resolutely frowning. Lee asked, is there any problem? Yes. Yahiko nodded immediately. This ninjutsu of Nagato can only last for about 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the two will appear again, and then it will be troublesome. Lee asked, after they show up, put them back, won't it work? No. Yahiko shook his head. This ninjutsu of Nagato has a time limit of about 1 minute. It has to wait for a minute before it can be performed again, and the ninjas of the rain country are very likely to find us within this minute. Hearing this, Lee suddenly realized it turned out to be a skill CD. How much time is there now? Lee asked. Nagato replied, there are still about 13 minutes. That's really troublesome. Lee nodded, narrowed his eyes, and thought about countermeasures in his mind. Why don't we force our way out? Yahiko suddenly suggested. The bravery of a man. Konan shook his head directly and criticized in a bad mood. Those guarding ninjas are a small matter, but the barrier is a big deal. Do you think the barrier that Hanzo set up himself could be broken by a few of us? That can't be helped. Yahiko patted his head and sighed. I can only wait to die. Even if he has always been positive and optimistic, he can't think of an idea at this moment, and he is a little desperate. But at this moment, Lee suddenly asked, does the country of rain still not know that you established Akatsuki? As soon as this word comes out, the expressions of Yahiko and the others suddenly change. Boom! Konan burst out with a powerful momentum, like a volcanic eruption, which directly forced Lee to the corner of the wall. She stretched out a jade hand and pressed it against the wall on the left side of Lee's face. How did you know? Lee swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Not that he was deterred by Konan's strength. Rather, Konan's posture, no matter how you look at it, is a bit like a wall. Lee coughed lightly. I get it. You think I'll believe it? Conversation. Konan's face was closer to Lee. The powerful momentum surged in Konan's body, making people terrified. Lee swallowed again. Not that he was deterred by Konan's stronger strength. Instead, Lee really wants to kiss Konan right now, because Konan's face is so fucking beautiful. Well, just do it. P.S. The world is updating 2 to 3 chapters every every day. There is no time for one update. Well, ask for a silver ticket. Chapter 52 Mistakes Men Make. Part 1. The land of rain is a very traditional country. Conan, who lives in this country, is also a very traditional woman. In her consciousness, there are only two men in this world who are qualified to touch her body. That is her husband and father. Conan's father is already dead, and her husband has yet to do so. Although Conan is surrounded by two men, Yahiko and Nagato, Conan is more of a comrade in arms relationship than a relationship between men and women. Of course, if she had to choose one of these two men, she would not be disgusted. After all, she is just a little woman, and she also wants to have a warm embrace. Yahiko once asked Conan, what kind of man do you like? Conan is a girl. She didn't want to answer this kind of straightforward question, so she said coldly at the time, personality doesn't matter, but kiss my lips, see my body, have sex with me, a man who has physical contact. No matter who he is, I will marry him. Quote. Yahiko was surprised. So casual. Conan replied indifferently, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. At the time, Conan added, as long as he's alive. From that moment on, Yahiko really knew Conan's mate selection criteria. Kiss me, see me, or let me marry you, but first of all, you have to have more strength than me, otherwise, I will kill you about you. At this moment, Conan's beautiful face was already close at hand. Li Yi could clearly feel her breath. Li Yi sniffed hard. It smells so good. And Conan seemed to be trying to create a sense of oppression. That beautiful, fair skin, and beautiful face was getting closer and closer to Li Yi's face. Gollum. Li Yi swallowed again. Wasn't that he was shocked by Conan's terrifying aura, but looking at Conan's soft Yuhi flap, Li Yi's heartbeat couldn't be suppressed. I really want to kiss her. There is a saying that goes, at this moment, if you kiss, you are a beast, but if you don't kiss, you are even worse than a beast. Li Yi didn't want to be worse than a beast. Just do it. Then, come on. A small sound. Immediately, Yahiko's eyes widened. Tianbao and Violet, the two siblings, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, their faces full of shock. Even Nagato, who had always been taciturn and calm, took a step back. As for Li Yi and Conan, they kept their original postures and didn't move. Time, at this moment, seems to have stopped. On Conan's pale and cold, peerless beauty that seemed to have no emotional fluctuations at any time, a flash of Yuhi suddenly flashed across. Immediately afterward, this smear of Yuhi's color spread toward Conan's jade neck at a speed that was easily visible to the naked eye. Li Yi flashed a shy look from Conan's light blue and purple eye, but the next moment, an indescribable anger burned in her beautiful eyes. Shame. That's right. Conan at this time is extremely embarrassed. In her right hand, a piece of white paper suddenly appeared, and these pieces of paper gathered together to form a sharp cone. Yahiko hurriedly stepped forward to plead for Li Yi. Conan, don't be impulsive. Now is a critical period. We can deal with this matter after we leave the country of rain. Okay. No. Conan didn't even look at Yahiko, and said coldly, today, he must die. Otherwise. Conan didn't go on talking. Otherwise, she will marry Li Yi. Li Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What he did just now was not to be mean, but a normal man can't help it. Okay. With such a beautiful face so close to him, who the hell can resist? All of this is a normal reaction of a man. Okay. However, Li Yi saw murderous intent in Conan's beautiful eye. Conan really wanted to kill him. Conan, listen to my advice. Now is not the time for infighting. After we leave here, we can handle this matter properly. Okay. Yahiko is still trying to persuade Conan. Conan still shook his head. His attitude was cold and firm. No matter where it is dealt with, the result is the same. That is, he will die at my hand. Moreover, now that the whole city is under martial law, the few of us may not be able to escape. Let he goes one step first, so he doesn't have to worry about being tortured after being caught by the Rain Kingdom. After speaking, Conan raised the sharp cone in his hand and aimed at Li Yi's eyebrow. Conan's voice was cold and crisp. She looked at Li Yi and said, don't worry, I will give you a happy death so that you can die without any pain. Hearing this, Li Yi swallowed again, and Tianbao and Violet are ready to take action. Li Yi is their master. As servant, how can they watch the master's accident with their own eye? Yahiko is still trying to persuade Conan. As for Nagato, he took out a piece of fruit from nowhere, watched Conan and Li Yi, and ate it with relish. A proper melon eater. At the same time, a ruthless look suddenly flashed in Conan's beautiful eyes, ready to attack. But at this moment, Li Yi suddenly shouted, I have a way to escape. As soon as these words came out, the paper cone in Conan's hand suddenly stopped. At the same time, the bodies of Tianbao and Violet also stopped. You have a way. What's your way? Conan stared at Li Yi and asked in a low voice. In Li Yi's mind, crazy thinking began. He couldn't hold back just now and made a mistake that a man would make, and now he was killed. So, he can only deceive Conan. He has a way to escape the Rain Country. Only in this way can he temporarily save his life. However, how could Li Yi escape? Li Yi's current hole cards are only two. One is Dinghai Shenzhen, and the other is Uzumaki's two brothers and sister. These two hole cards are obtained by the system, but these two trump cards seem to have no effect on the current predicament. Uzumaki's siblings couldn't help help him leave the land of rain. The same is true for Dinghai Shenzhen. After all, the land of rain has been shrouded in an invisible barrier. So, Li Yi had to look around, trying to find a tool or method to escape. Seeing Li Yi's eyeballs rolling, Conan frowned and said coldly, "Do you have no way to lie to me on purpose? Do you think I look like the kind of person who can deceive people?" Li Yi asked sincerely. Conan didn't answer. Yahiko answered seriously, "Lie, very similar." Suddenly, in Li Yi's heart, 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past. Ask for silver ticket times 1,000 trillion times. Chapter 53 Devil Fruit. Second more. Conan has always been a frosty woman. Iceberg beauty. Nothing like this. Li Yi looked around, but couldn't find a tool to escape, nor did he think of a way to escape. He was a little embarrassed, hesitating, not knowing what to say. "It seems you are indeed lying to me," Conan said coldly. "If that's the case, then." After speaking, Conan raised the paper cone in his hand again and aimed at Li Yi's eyebrows. Seeing this scene, Tianbao and Violet both tensed their nerves and gradually approached Conan. But at this moment, Li Yi suddenly raised his right hand, pointed to Nagato on the right, and said that the way. Conan was done. Yahiko was done. Nagato himself was done. "What do you mean?" Conan and Li Yi, still maintaining a wall-dong posture, she breathed the fragrance towards Li Yi and asked, "Is there a way for Nagato to leave the country of rain? We know better than you. You should stay here, creating something out of nothing, trying to find a fish in mixed water." Quote, "No, I'm not talking about him." Li Yi shook his head slightly. Under Conan's questioning, inquiring eye, Li Yi continued, "I'm talking about the fruit in his hand." Fruit. Conan glanced at Nagato. Sure enough, Nagato had an unfinished fruit in his hand. This kind of fruit is called orange fruit. It is a very common wild fruit. Many ninjas use it to satisfy their hunger when they are running out of dry food. All in all, this is a common fruit that can no longer be seen. Li Yi said that this wild fruit is useful. What is the use? Conan looked at Li Yi questioningly. Smelling the faint fragrance on Conan's body, Li Yi swallowed dry saliva and said, "That beauty, can you move away first?" After speaking, Li Yi's eyes swept down, involuntarily. "Don't play tricks." Conan gave a cold warning and took 2 steps back. However, her cheeks were slightly yuhi. Just that this kind of yuhi is very subtle and cannot be captured by the naked eye at all. Li Yi took a deep breath, suppressed the primitive impulse in his body, turned around and walked towards Nagato, finally stopped 1 meter in front of Nagato, stretched out his right hand and said, "Do you still have this kind of wild fruit?" Nagato nodded. "Can you give me one?" Li Yi asked. Nagato looked at Yahiko and Conan. Both nodded. Nagato then took out a fruit from his arms and handed it to Li Yi. The orange fruit is not big, only the size of a baby's fist, but it is heavy in the palm of the hand, and the orange fruit also exudes a slight aroma. This aroma is lighter than the taste of oranges and the taste of grapefruit. Thicker. Li Yi looked down at the orange fruit in his hand. That's right, he wants to evolve this wild fruit. But the next moment, Li Yi sighed in his heart. To be honest, if there is nothing he can do, then he does not want to waste this only one chance of evolution. He wants to evolve himself. However, he dared not. He was afraid that he would evolve into a lump, or even a pile of ashes, because the system once said, the direction of evolution is uncertain. Evolution may evolve in a good direction, or it may evolve in a bad direction. If you use an evolutionary opportunity to evolve all the cells in your body into cancer cells, wouldn't Lao Su die on the spot? Moreover, no matter how powerful a person is, he will become a pile of ashes and a handful of loess in the end. Li Yi is afraid that after using an evolutionary opportunity, he will directly become a pile of ashes. This is too wrong to die, isn't it? Therefore, Li Yi did not dare to try it lightly. Li Yi originally planned to evolve himself when he had 2, 3 or even more chances to evolve, even if the direction of evolution for the first time is to evolve in a bad direction. But what about the second, third, or even more? As long as there is one evolution, and it evolves in a good direction, then Li Yi can become powerful. Therefore, Li Yi wanted to save more evolution opportunity. Li Yi is well aware of a truth, that is, it is better to have a father or a mother than to have a mother. Only when you are strong is your foundation. Whether it is Dinghai Shenzhen or the Uzumaki sibling, they are all eternal forces. With eternal forces, they can't achieve great things after all. However, Li Yi is not the master of quick success. Although he wants to gain great rank, he does not want to take such unknown risks. Li Yi is not the kind of impulsive and reckless 250. He will weigh the pros and cons of everything, and no matter what he does, he must be cautious, because who knows if he will die in the next moment. Li Yi quietly walked to the side of the Uzumaki sibling. Although he wants to evolve this wild fruit now, his practice is actually a kind of helplessness. A dead horse is a living horse doctor. If the evolution is successful, it is also beneficial to the current situation, so to speak. However, once evolution fails, then Conan will kill him. Why he stood beside the Uzumaki sibling, with these 2 bodyguards by his side, Li Yi can feel more at ease. Conan saw Li Yi's movement. She didn't stop it. This is her confidence. She is confident that even with the protection of this man and a woman, she is sure to kill this man. Come on, no ink. Seeing that Li Yi hadn't moved, Conan frowned and earth. Lee Yi took a deep breath and then let it out slowly. He closed his eyes slightly and said in his heart, "System, I want to evolve the fruit in my hand." Ding! Detected that there is an ordinary wild fruit in the hands of the host. Do you want to evolve it? The crisp sound of the system immediately sounded in Li Yi's mind. Evolution. Li Yi nodded inwardly. Ding! Consume one evolution ability and start evolving. Ding! Evolution succeeded. Ding! Ordinary wild fruits evolve into devil fruit. The series of voices from the system rang in Li Yi's mind. Li Yi's eyes lit up. Devil fruit. Evolution succeeded. Li Yi immediately asked, "What kind of devil fruit is this, and what abilities does it have?" System replied, "Go back to the host. This is the fruit of the door. The ability is that everything the host has touched with his hands can become a door and be opened." Hearing this, a dazzling brilliance flashed in Li Yi's eye. Although he is a loyal fan of Hokage, he also watches Pirate and knows how powerful the door fruit in Pirate is. The door fruit, the space system fruit. As the system said, the user of the door fruit, any place he touches with his hand can become a door, and the user can pass through the door and instantly appear in another place. That is space teleportation. Chapter 54. Conan is going to accept it. Third, more. To put it more narrowly, the ability of the door fruit is space teleportation. In the original book, Pirate, the owner of the door fruit is a bar owner named Bruno. Bruno has developed many abilities of the fruit of the door. For example, teleportation. Anywhere the user touches with his hand, he can open the door, thereby realizing space teleportation. For example, air door opening the door in the air. The user can enter another space and dodge the enemy attack. Blah blah. In fact, to be honest, the ability of the door fruit is almost the same as that of Uchiha Obito, as Kamui can be teleported, can temporarily enter another space. Well, it is very similar. However, Li Yi didn't think about it so much now. He swallowed the orange fruit in one bite or two. Logically speaking, every devil fruit tastes bitter. However, the devil fruit that Li Yi ate turned out to be sweet and tasted like an orange, and a grapefruit. It seems that the system has also evolved the taste of devil fruit. Li Yi stuck out his tongue and licked the juice from his mouth. Well, that's a rather disgusting move. Conan frowned. To be honest, Conan couldn't accept it when he thought that his future husband was such a disgusting person. Wait, no, how could he be my future husband? Conan quickly corrected his inner thought. Hiccup. Li Yi swallowed the devil fruit. He burped, as if he had eaten a delicious meal. Conan Liame frowned slightly, stared at Li Yi, and asked, "Is there anything you can do?" She didn't believe that Li Yi just ate an ordinary wild fruit to help them out of their current predicament. Although the wild fruit just flashed a golden light, however, she still didn't believe it. Therefore, she is very suspicious of Li Yi. Li Yi didn't reply to Conan's question, but slowly closed his eyes, raised his right hand at the same time, and gradually swiped down above the void in front of him. In an instant, a layer of sweat appeared on Li Yi's forehead. The next moment, Li Yi's entire right arm was shaking, and it seemed to be very laborious. Immediately afterward, blue veins burst out on Li Yi's neck. In Li Yi's feeling, he is now using one hand to lift a heavy object heavier than him. What is he doing? Yahiko looked at Tianbao and Violet and asked curiously. Yahiko believes that since Tianbao and Violet are Li Yi's companion, they should know what Li Yi is doing now. However, both Tianbao and Violet shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Looks like a lot of hard work. Even Nagato, who had always been silent, spoke at this time. Conan didn't speak. There was an extremely disdainful "wee" from her soft Yuhi lip. Obviously, she felt that Li Yi was pretending. Yahiko asked, "Conan, if this guy really saved us, would you kill him?" "Why not kill?" Conan asked coldly. "Because he saved your life. You actually want to kill your savior." Yahiko pretended to be surprised. Hearing this, Conan fell silent. In her opinion, if Li Yi kissed him, she should have killed him. In other words, Li Yi owes her a life. However, if Li Yi succeeds in saving Conan, then Conan owes Li Yi his life. Logically speaking, this can be complementary. You owe me a life, and I owe you a life. Complement each other. From now on, the two will not owe each other. You walk on your Yangguan road, and I cross my single plank bridge. Yahiko thought so. However, after Conan was silent for a while, he went so far as to say, "I killed him and then committed suicide." Hear this. Hi. Yahiko took a deep breath. Too hard. Not only cruel to others, but also to yourself. It is indeed the most poisonous woman's heart. Conan, don't do this. Nagato and I can't bear you. Yahiko advised. Don't play this game with me. Conan said coldly. This is my principle, and no one can persuade me. Okay. Yahiko sighed lightly, bowing his head in despair. But at this moment, the taciturn Nagato suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If he can save us, then do you still have the ability to kill him?" Although Nagato doesn't talk much, he can always talk about key point. Hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, Conan choked. Yes, if this man from Konoha village has the ability to take them out, then can she still kill him? However, if you can't kill him, then why don't you marry him? Conan's face began to change slightly. It seems that she is about to begin to accept this reality. But at this moment, the taciturn Nagato suddenly spoke again and said, "I don't think it's very likely that he can lead us to escape." After speaking, Nagato pointed at Li Yi. Yi. Yahiko and Konan both turned their head to look. Lee Yi's clothes were soaked with wet, and his legs were shaking, like a man who had just finished a marathon. Obviously, he was about to collapse, and his right hand, from top to bottom, is about 30 or 40 centimeters. What the hell is he doing? Konan frowned, and doubts were written on that beautiful face. Nagato shook his head gently. I don't know either, but it's been about a minute since he closed his eye. How long does your ninjutsu last? Konan asked Nagato. 7 or 8 minutes left. Nagato replied. There are still 7 or 8 minutes, so let's think of a way. We can't rely on this unremarkable Konoha villager. Who knows what he is doing? Konan said. Good. Nagato nodded slightly. Yahiko also nodded. In short, they still can't trust Lee Yi. The three planned to split up. However, just as the three of them were about to leave the alley, a weak voice suddenly entered their ear. Okay, it was Lee Yi's voice. Extremely weak, as if in old age. After that, Lee Yi's sweaty body fell to the back involuntarily. Bang! Did not fall to the ground. Instead, it fell into the scent of Violet. Violet didn't dislike Lee Yi's sweaty body. On the contrary, seeing Lee Yi's pale face, Violet felt extremely distressed. Although she has not yet developed a love between men and women for Lee Yi is her savior after all. Can she not feel distressed when she sees her savior so tired now? However, because Violet's attention was all on Lee Yi's body, she didn't see that, ahead, a translucent oval door appeared out of thin air. Well, the world continues to ask for silver ticket. Chapter 55_Little Bitch Part 1. Violet didn't see it, but everyone else saw it. A translucent oval door just appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. What is this? Konan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She had never seen such a thing. What kind of ninjutsu is this that can open the door in the air? Konan turned to look at Nagato. Nagato is the one who knows the most among the three of them, so every time they encounter such strange thing, Konan and Yahiko will ask Nagato. However, Nagato also shook his head. I don't know either, but if I guess correctly, this should be a time-space ninjutsu, or a time-space bloodline boundary. Time and space. Konan's face changed slightly. That is to say, this man from Konoha village can really take us out. It seems so. Nagato nodded slightly. Haha, we really underestimated this brother. Yahiko laughed, scratched the back of his head, looked at Lee Yi and asked, Brother, what should we do now? At this moment, Lee Yi's face was pale, weak, and his eyes were black, as if he would faint in the next moment. Obviously, he has collapsed. Help me over, he said feebly. Violet didn't dislike Lee Yi's sweaty body at all, hugged Lee Yi and walked towards the oval door. Then, Violet put Lee Yi's hand on the handle of the oval door. Lee Yi pulled the oval door open. Door open. Go in, Lee Yi said. After speaking, Lee Yi fell into a coma and was unconscious. Konan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yahiko. Should we trust him? Now do we have any other way than trusting him? Yahiko said a little helplessly. Konan did not refute this. In a few minutes, Nagato's ninjutsu will fail. Once the two Uchiha clansmen appear, they will be captured by the Kingdom of Rain. At that time, life is better than death. Therefore, I can only trust Lee Yi now. Although Nagato was taciturn, at this moment he was the first to come out. The length of the oval door is only 60 to 70 centimeters, so the long door is drilled in. After getting in, Nagato disappeared. Let go too, Yahiko said, and after speaking, he also got in. Konan was still hesitant. After all, she couldn't trust Lee Yi. However, now there is no other way than trusting Lee Yi. Alas, a dead horse can only be used as a living horse doctor. Konan let out a sigh of aroma and got in. So far, the Yahiko trio have all disappeared. Sister, what should we do? Tianbao turned to look at Violet and asked. Go in, of course, Violet said without hesitation. Tianbao, you go first. Okay. Tianbao didn't say more, nodded, and also got into the oval door. Violet lowered her head and looked at Lee Yi in her arms. A firm look flashed across her beautiful eye. My lord, I believe in you. After muttering, Violet hugged Lee Yi and also got into the oval door. And when Lee Yi just got in, the translucent oval door above the void disappeared instantly. All six disappeared, as if from the very beginning they hadn't appeared. However, just after the oval door disappeared, wow, a crisp dog bark suddenly came from not far away. Immediately afterward, a little bit, leading a group of ninjas, ran into the alley. Master Ninja, have you found something? Asked one of the leading ninjas. The little bitch didn't answer, just kept sniffing and spinning around in the same place. When the ninjas saw the scene, they didn't dare to speak, and they didn't even dare to take a breath. You must know that although this little bitch is just a bee, her status in the land of rain is much higher than theirs. After all, the ninja dogs in the whole country of rain are its subordinate. I don't know how long. The little bitch opened her eyes, spit out human word, and wondered, is there something wrong with my nose? As soon as these words came out, the ninja's eyes lit up and asked, my lord, did those two sinners of Uchiha appear here before? No. The little bitch shook her head slowly. Ah, then, ninjas are all confused. The little bitch said, since the other party dares to kidnap the two Uchiha people, it means that the other party will definitely be able to hide them and not be discovered by us, so it is useless to look for the smell of the two Uchiha people. So, I changed my mind, which is to look for the smell of other people in the city. Quote, my lord, lord, this method is wonderful. The ninjas all suddenly realized and prayed. The little bitch continued. I smell sick different scents in this place, and the scents were very strong. That is to say, there were sick people standing in this place just now. But now, this place, how can there be a figure? What do you mean, my lord? The ninjas all asked. Two possibilities. The little bitch replied. Either I have a problem with my nose, or the other has run away. How can there be a problem with the nose of an adult? The ninjas shook their head hastily. So, that's the second possibility, said the little bitch. However, my lord, now that the whole process is under martial law, and there is a barrier to protect it, how could the other party run away? The ninjas asked. Have you never heard of space ninjutsu? Asked the little bitch lazily. Space ninjutsu. The ninjas all shrank their pupil. Okay, my children and grandchildren have smelled the smell for so long, and you have searched for so long, but until now, no trace of the other party has been found. It can be seen that the other party has escaped. The little bitch said, just take my original words and report back to your Hanzo-sama. This is, although the ninjas were still a little confused, they didn't dare not listen to the words of the dog in front of them, so they all nodded and turned away. They wanted to leave with the little bitch. However, the little bitch said, you guys go back and report, just leave me here. Yes, the ninjas all nodded and turned to leave, leaving the little bitch alone. Oh no, a dog, in this remote alley. It closed its eyes, sniffed again with its nose, and then opened its eye, with a humanized smile sketched on the corners of its mouth, and muttered, time and space ninjutsu, or the boundary of time and space blood. It's a bit interesting, however, I have already remembered your scent, and I will not let you go when I see you next time. Quote, after speaking, the little bitch turned around, twisted her fart times and left slowly. Its walking posture, look quite enchanting. Asked for a silver ticket. Chapter 56 Obedient Good Girl Part 2. Li Yi didn't even know how long he had been in a coma. He only felt that all the cells in his body were exhausted. He felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, falling forever, never landing. It's an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Finally, Li Yi took a deep breath and suddenly sat up from the bed. His body was already covered with wet. Sir, are you alright? Violet had been standing by the bed, and when she saw Li Yi wake up, she immediately grabbed Li Yi's right hand and asked with incomparable concern in her eye. Li Yi lowered his head and glanced at Violet's jade hand. Then, shaking his head, it's okay. It's really nice of you to wake up, Violet said happily. Li Yi looked around. This is a strange house, strange bed, strange sheet, strange pillow, strange quilt. Where is this? Li Yi asked. Go back to my lord. This is the little girl's room, Violet replied. That is to say, we are in Anning village now. Li Yi asked. Yes, my lord. The Violet head tapped. It seems that the space transfer was successful. Li Yi's mouth, a proud arc was drawn. The door fruit has the ability to transfer space, and now this ability has been obtained by him. Reason, Li Yi suddenly felt like crying. It has been more than 5 years since he came to this world. He was insulted for 5 years, bullied for 5 years, and looked down upon by others for 5 years. He has always felt that he may have done too many sins in his previous life, so in this life he will be subject to this endless punishment. Originally, he had already confessed his fate. He just wanted to wait until Tsunade came back and borrow Tsunade's wind to get shelter. But now, he won't, because of his plugin. It has already come. Infinite Evolution System. It has only been 3 or 4 days since the Infinite Evolution System was obtained. In these short 3 or 4 days, he not only obtained the heaven-defying divine artifact, but also the heaven-defying ability to transfer space. I believe that in the future, I will get stronger and stronger. Li Yi clenched his fist and whispered in his heart. He has this confidence. He should have that confidence too. Without thinking much, Li Yi turned to look at Violet and asked, how many days have I slept? Sir, you have slept for 3 days and 4 nights. Violet replied. 3 days and 4 nights. Li Yi is a little surprised. Have you slept for so long? It seems that with my current physical strength, the ability to use the devil fruit is still a bit too reluctant. Li resolutely said. To use ninjutsu, you need chakra. The ability to use devil fruit requires physical strength. The door fruit has the powerful ability of space transfer, but because of this, the greater the ability, the greater the price to be paid. The distance between the Land of Rain and Anning village, although not close, is not far. Just such a distance not only exhausted his physical strength in an instant, but also made himself lie in bed for 3 days and 4 nights. It's because I'm too weak. Li Yi clenched his fist, but when he tried, his whole body was sore. This feeling of soreness is like running 100 marathons in a row. The muscles of the whole body are full of lactic acid, which make people sore, swollen and painful, very uncomfortable. Where are the 3 of them, Yahiko? Li Yi asked. The 3 of them are gone, Violet replied. Go away. Li Yi blinked and suddenly remembered that Conan seemed to have said before that he wanted to kill himself. But how is she gone now? Seemingly seeing Li Yi's doubt, Violet Lan replied. Before you leave, Master Nan, let me give you a message. She will let your head hang on your head for a while, and after you recover, she will come to pick it up. Quote, hear this. Li Yi was taken aback. Afterward, Li Yi shook his head with a wry smile. She is really a cold woman. Why don't I just kiss you? As for such a big fight, this is a mistake every man makes. Okay. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about it, Lee Yi asked again, what about the two of Uchiha? The two adults are in the village now, waiting for you to wake up. Violet replied softly. Lee Yi nodded. Okay then, help me down. So, with the help of Violet, Lee Yi got out of the pink Yuhi colored quilt, dressing Lee Yi. Violet's cheeks lightly Yuhi. After all, she has seen. By the way, why am I in your room? Lee Yi didn't seem to care at all, and Yuhi asked without breathing. Sir, you were originally living in your own room, but you were in a coma. During the time you were sleeping, you were sweating all the time, and it was black sweat, so I made an assertion and put you in the on my bed. Violet replied. Black sweat. Lee Yi was slightly startled. She turned her head to look at the pink Yuhi colored bed sheet. There is indeed a black mark on the bed sheet, and it also exudes a stench. Then did Lee Yi smell it, and the whole room was filled with a stench. Disgusting, nauseating. No wonder Tianbao or Uchiha Makoto are not here. Lee Yi suddenly realized it stands to reason that he is Uchiha Makoto's savior, and Uchiha Makoto should always stay by his bedside, waiting for him to wake up, no matter how they don't understand etiquette. And he is the master of Tianbao. As a servant, Tianbao should do the same. But now, only Violet did it. Thank you. Lee Yi patted Violet's shoulder and said, my lord, you are too kind. Suddenly being thanked, Violet's cheek was Yuhi, hurriedly lowered her head, rubbed the corner of her skirt, and said hesitantly, I'd better take a shower and then see those two. Ungrateful, Uchiha. Lee Yi said with a smile. Okay sir, I'll go and boil water for you. After speaking, Violet turned and left. Looking at Violet's slender back, Lee Yi touched his chin and sighed. She's a good obedient girl, but I don't know if she's obedient about the matter between men and women. But then again, Lee Yi's eyes narrowed. He turned his head to look at the black mark on the bed sheet, touched his chin and muttered, black sweat. I remember that in many fantasy novels, after the hero's body is tempered, black sweat will appear on his body. Right, black sweat represents the impurities in the body. After the impurities are removed, the physique will be enhanced. Could it be that after I used the power of the devil fruit, my physique was enhanced? Well, the world continues to ask for silver ticket. Chapter 57 _ change her attitude. Third more. In the tub, Lee Yi's body was soaked in the warm water. Violet took the trouble to wipe his back. Her strength and speed are well controlled, which Lee Yi enjoys very much. Lee Yi sat in the tub, thinking with his eyes closed. To use ninjutsu, you need chakra. If you want to use the power of devil fruit, you must have strong physical strength. However, this body of his own has been a sick child since he was a child, and it is extremely weak. In other words, not only is he not good at ninjutsu, but also can't learn taijutsu. However, now, I can obviously feel that my physical fitness has been enhanced. At least his own strength is much greater than before. It seems to be the reason for the devil fruit. Lee Yi nodded secretly in his heart. If you want to use the power of devil fruit, you must first have strong physical strength. Lee Yi does not have such strong physical strength. However, even so, Lee Yi forcibly activated the power of the devil fruit. Therefore, as feedback, Lee Yi's physical fitness was forcibly enhanced. It's a great thing to have improved physical fitness. Lee Yi touched his chin and muttered to himself. He has always wanted to have a strong body, because he wanted to practice the 8 inner gates. In his opinion, the technique of the 8 inner gates is one of the most powerful physical techniques in the world. You know, in the original book of Hokage, Might Guy used the last gate of the 8 inner gate, the dead gate, and almost kicked Uchiha Madara to death. Therefore, some people call it Gai Huang, but the person who almost kicked out the finale. Ever since he got the infinite evolution system, Lee Yi wanted to get a way to practice the 8 inner gate. Not because Lee Yi wanted to die. Instead, Lee Yi wanted to use an evolutionary opportunity to evolve the technique of the 8 inner gate. As far as Lee Yi knows, the technique of the 8 inner gate has extremely powerful side effects. After each use, the body will collapse, and after using the last of the 8 gate, the death gate, people will die. Therefore, Lee Yi wanted to use an evolutionary opportunity to erase this side effect. That's right, Lee Yi's ideal is to open 8 doors in the future. The infinite evolution system can evolve everything, so it can naturally evolve the technique of the 8 inner gate. Of course, no matter how evolved, if you want to practice the 8 inner gate, you must at least have a strong body. Therefore, when he feels that his physical fitness has been enhanced, Lee Yi will be happy from the bottom of his heart. The technique of the 8 inner gates was invented by Might Guy's father, Might Dai. In 2 or 3 years, Might Dai should be surrounded and killed by the 7 ninja swordsmen. That is to say, he should now be killed. The art of the 8 inner gate has been created. Lee Yi thought to himself, in the original book, Might Dai is a very peaceful and approachable person. If I take the initiative to learn the technique of the 8 inner gate from him, he should agree. Thinking of this, Lee Yi suddenly couldn't help it and wanted to go back to Konoha village. He very much wants to evolve the technique of the 8 inner gates into a technique without side effect. By the way, do I still have the chance to evolve? Thinking in his heart, Lee Yi opened the system panel. Ding. Host name, Lee Yi. Age, 20 years old. Sex, male. Strength, mortals with relatively strong physical fitness. Weapon, Dinghai Shinpin. Mission, kill Uchiha Fugaku. Capture Uchiha Makoto's heart. Change Conan's attitude towards himself. himself. Remaining chance to evolve. 1. Looking at the panel, Li Yi froze for a moment and blinked. Compared with the previous one, the two items on the panel have changed. Strength. He used to be an ordinary mortal, but now he is a man with relatively strong physical fitness. Although this kind of change seems to be quite tall, Li Yi also knows that he is just a little stronger and a little stronger. That's all. For example, before, Li Yi could lift 40 to 50 jins of object, but now, Li Yi can lift 60 to 70 jins of heavy object, or even more. In fact, not much has changed. No longer entangled in this one, Li Yi looked at the task column. Now, he has completed a mission, Save Uchiha Makoto. Thus, he gets an evolutionary opportunity. However, he triggers another task, changing Conan's attitude toward himself. Conan's attitude towards me. Li Yi frowned slightly. Conan's attitude towards himself should be hatred and hostility. No, it's not that simple. As a master of picking up girls, Li Yi knows that Conan is definitely more than just hatred to himself. There must be other emotions. Otherwise, upon arriving at Anning village, Conan would have killed himself instead of saving his life. However, as for what the other emotions are, Li Yi is not quite sure. Grateful. Should have. After all, he saved her. Love. I think should not be. I just kissed her. This kind of hooliganism should not make her fall in love. But can't tell. After thinking for a while, I don't even know what her current attitude towards me is. How the hell can she change her attitude towards me? Li Yi frowned. So, Li Yi asked in his heart, System, what is Conan's attitude towards me now? System immediately replied back to the host, the system doesn't know. You don't know. You will let me change her attitude towards me. Li Yi rolled his eyes. System replied, go back to the host. That's right. That right. Li Yi is speechless. After thinking for a while, Li Yi asked, how did this so-called task trigger? Also, can I not do the task? System replied back to the host, the task is randomly triggered according to the people and things the host encountered. If the host does not encounter this person or this matter, then the task will not be triggered. Back to the host can choose don't do assignment. Will there be punishment for not doing the task? Li Yi asked again. System replied, return to the host. There will be no punishment. That fine. Li Yi nodded. Conan, Shenlong sees the beginning but not the end. Even if Li Yi wants to change her attitude towards herself, how can she change if she can't see her? Therefore, Li Yi wanted to postpone this task for a while. It's not too late to do it again when there is a chance. Fortunately, there is no penalty. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Violet had finished wiping Li Yi's back. She wanted to wipe the front for Li Yi. However, she saw that Li Yi's face was constantly changing, and she seemed to be thinking about something, so she knelt quietly at the back without making a sound. Seeing Li Yi breathe a sigh of relief, Violet finally spoke, her voice soft and delicate, and asked, Sir, the back has been washed. Let me wash the front for you, Tilda. Well, this is the third chapter of today's update. I will lick my face and continue to ask for a wave of silver ticket, Tilda. Chapter 58_dog. Part 1. The back of the body has been washed. So, Violet wanted to wash the front of Li Yi's body. Actually, she is quite shy. However, as a servant, it is her duty to bathe her master. So, she could only bite the bullet. Hear Violet word. Li Yi blinked. Head. Li Yi stared at Violet. On Violet's fair and beautiful face, there was already a hint of youth. It beautiful. Li Yi admired in his heart. To be honest, he was very itchy. However, now he is in no state at all. At this time, his limbs were weak, his whole body was sore, and he didn't even have the strength to walk, let alone that incident. That's right, at the moment, he has temporarily lost that ability. Ah, Tilda. Li Yi sighed lightly. Woo, Tilda. Afterward, Li Yi took another breath and said, okay, I'll trouble you. Li Yi doesn't even have the strength to wipe his body now, so he can only ask Violet to help. During this process, Li Yi tried his best to distract himself and think about other things, so he asked, how long did it take me to open that door before? Violet stared at Li Yi's chest and didn't dare to look down. Her cheeks were slightly yuhi, and her voice was small. She said, go back to your lord. It's about a minute. A minute. Li Yi frowned slightly. It took him a minute to open the space door. Of the door fruit, Bruno can open a space door with a wave of his hand, but it took him a minute and all his strength to open a door. The gap is too big, isn't it? However, think about it too. Relying on his weak chicken-like body, forcibly opening the space door. This is already very good. What do you want for the length of time? With my previous physical strength, it took about a minute to open a space door, but now that my physical strength has been enhanced, it shouldn't take such a long time to open another space door. Right. Li Yi pondered in his heart. From the land of rain to Anning village, the distance is not too far, but the space transfer not only exhausted all his physical strength on the spot, but also made him comatose for more than 3 days. Now, his physical strength has been enhanced, so he just wanted to try. Would another space transfer of this distance exhaust his physical strength? However, his limbs are now weak, his body is sore, and he is not in the state at all. Therefore, this kind of attempt can only be discussed in the future when there is a chance. At the same time, Li Yi evaluated himself in his heart. Although his physical strength has increased a bit, he is still a short distance away from Genin. However, he now has a golden hoop and a door fruit, so, let alone own genin, even Chunin, Li Yi dares to fight. Defeat a genin. Li Yi is very confident. After all, genin is not too strong. However, defeating a Chunin is not enough. Of course, if Li Yi wanted to escape, the other party couldn't stop him. If the other party is a Jonin, then he only has the chance to escape. Unless Li Yi's sneak attack is successful, a Jonin can kill himself abruptly. For example, Li Yi wanted to use the Dinghaishan needle to kill the opponent with a stick, but the opponent kept using the substitute technique so that Li Yi would never be able to hit him. How the hell is he going to hit him? Still too weak. Li Yi clenched his fist lightly and thought about it in his heart at the same time. Now I have another chance to evolve. How should I use this chance? However, just as Li was thinking about it, Violet's gentle voice suddenly sounded. Sir, I've finished wiping. Her voice was soft, as if very shy. No, drop the word, as if. Li Yi came back to his senses. Crimson Yuhi color on Violet's face. It has spread to the base of her ear. Li Yi nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. Violet hurriedly shook her head. Serving adult Violet is not hard. So, after a series of procedures, dry the body, get dressed, all handed over to Violet. Well, Li Yi was seen by Violet again. Violet's cheeks are delicate. Li Yi didn't seem to care about this kind of thing. He said lightly, go and meet those two ungrateful dogs. Hear this, Patilda. Violet covered her mouth and laughed. Although she has never been on the battlefield, she has heard of the great names of the Uchiha clan. After all, this race is too scary. And now, the man in front of him actually called those two Uchiha clansmen shit. I am afraid that in this world, only the man in front of him dares to speak such madness. Li Yi glanced at the smiling Violet. Violet hurriedly stopped laughing, ran forward, and supported Li Yi. Li Yi's limbs are now weak, and he struggles to walk, so he can only walk with support. With Violet's gentle support, Li Yi walked out of the room. At the same time, in a Ning village, under a big tree, Uchiha Yangqiang and Uchiha Makoto, both of them are leaning against this big tree, closing their eyes and resting. Makoto-san, that guy, if we don't wake up, let go back first. Uchiha Yangqiang crossed his arms with a dog-tail grass in his mouth and asked inarticulately. He felt that holding a piece of grass in his mouth was very handsome and cool, but he overlooked one point. The grass in his mouth would cause slurred speech. Uchiha Makoto shook his head gently. Let's wait for him to wake up. It's not far from Konoha village anyway. Sister Makoto, how are you recovering? Uchiha Yangqiang pretended to be concerned and asked. Uchiha Makoto replied, it's almost recovered. How about you? Uchiha Yangqiang replied, I'm almost recovering too. It's been about 3 days since we came back. During these 3 days, my injuries have been healed. I can carry out the following step with you. A mission. Uchiha Makoto shook his head lightly. I don't want to carry out the task for the time being. Huh? Uchiha Yangqiang immediately opened his mouth and asked incredulously, Makoto's sister, why is this thing scaring you? Uchiha Yangqiang likes Uchiha Makoto, so he has been on missions with Uchiha Makoto. He is not stupid. He knows the truth of long time begets love. Although there are many geniuses and strong people in the Uchiha family, they also like Uchiha Makoto, such as Uchiha Fugaku, but they can't stay with Uchiha Makoto all day long, but they can stick to her all the time. Love over time is your advantage. Uchiha Yangqiang did not want to give up this advantage, but now, Uchiha Makoto told him that she didn't want to carry out the mission for the time being. The world asked for silver ticket. Chapter 59 Uchiha Makoto's Dilemma Part 2. Uchiha Yangqiang felt that Uchiha Makoto must have been frightened, so he said that. Therefore, he patted his chest and comforted, Sister Makoto, don't be afraid, don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't put you in danger. If someone wants to touch you, then they must first get rid of my corpse. Step over. I, Uchiha Yangqiang, vouch for this with my life. Quote, hear this. Uchiha Makoto turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Yangqiang lightly. There seemed to be some disdain in his eye. Uchiha Yangqiang said this before he was caught by the Land of Rain. She might believe it, but now, even killing her, she wouldn't believe it. You must know that when he was discovered by the Land of Rain, Uchiha Yangqiang ran very fast. However, Uchiha Makoto didn't intend to expose his shortcomings. She just shook her head lightly and said, I'm not afraid. Then who are you? Uchiha Yangqiang blinked, looking curious. I want to investigate the identity of that person. Uchiha Makoto said, that person? Who? Uchiha Yangqiang blinked and asked in confusion. Uchiha Makoto turned his head again and gave Uchiha Yangqiang a light look. That kind of gaze seems to be saying, how can I carry out a mission with a fool like you? Uchiha Makoto sighed and explained, our savior. Huh? What are you investigating him for? Uchiha Yangqiang opened his mouth and asked, is there anything suspicious about him? Of course there is. Uchiha Makoto tapped his head. First of all, who in Konoha village would transfer this kind of ninjutsu? I don't know. Uchiha Yangqiang shook his head seriously. I don't know either. Uchiha Makoto went on to say, since we don't know, it means that there are no people who can move this kind of ninjutsu. Even if there are, they are very few. So what? Uchiha Yangqiang tilted his head and asked curiously. Uchiha Makoto turned his head again and gave Uchiha Uchiha Yongqiang a light look. She sighed lightly. This guy is so stupid. Completely incompatible with myself. Really don't understand. Lord Hokage of the third generation, why do you want to give me this kind of stupid stuff and form a team with me? 3 generations of Hokage-sama clearly said before that I, Uchiha Makoto, are a ninja who is cautious, careful, prudent, strong in thinking, and thorough in analyzing problems. And those who are suitable for teaming up with me, even if they are not as cautious as me, can't be such a fool, right? Uchiha Makoto had no choice but to exclaim. The ninjutsu of space transfer is very powerful. No, it should be said to be extremely powerful, and our savior actually uses this ninjutsu. This shows that our savior is very powerful. Uchiha Yongqiang echoed the Tao. Indeed. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly, suddenly changed the subject, and asked, but have you heard the name Yila before? No. Uchiha Yongqiang shook his head flatly. That's very strange. Uchiha Makoto said, I don't think there's anything strange about it. Uchiha Yongqiang retorted, it is precisely because he has the powerful ability of space transfer that he will be hidden. Neither let us know, nor let the people of the enemy country know. Once the war breaks out again, then this kind of person will be hidden. It will become the trump card of our country of fire. Makoto sister, you have been in Anbu before. You should know that there are many such people in our Konoha village. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto turned his head again and glanced at Uchiha Yongqiang. There was a little surprise in his eye. It seems that this guy doesn't seem to be too stupid. However, Uchiha Makoto shook his head again and said, it is because I have stayed in Anbu before, so I have checked the archives of everyone in the village, including ordinary people. However, no one is called Yila. Uchiha Makoto has already said this for the sake of it. No matter how stupid Uchiha Yongqiang is, he will understand. He took a deep breath and asked, Makoto sister, you mean Ilida is not from our Konoha village? It's quite possible. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly and said, so, I want to investigate him. He sneaked into Konoha village. Is he a spy of the enemy country, or something else? All in all, I can't let a suspicious person cause harm to Konoha village. So it is. Uchiha Yongqiang nodded. If that's the case, then, Sister Makoto, please allow me to investigate this man with you. No. Uchiha Makoto immediately shook his head without thinking. Why? Uchiha Yongqiang asked. Is it because I'm too stupid? So Makoto-san, you dislike me? As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Makoto turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Yongqiang lightly. This guy is very self-aware. However, in the end, Uchiha Makoto coughed lightly and said, you are very smart. I don't dislike you. I just think that a talent like you shouldn't be wasted on such trivial matters. Sister Makoto, the things you are looking at are not trivial. Uchiha Yongqiang likes Uchiha Makoto, and of course he will not miss the opportunity to work with her. So he said seriously, it is my honor to be able to perform tasks with Makoto sister. I hope you can agree to my request. Makoto sister, let me with you investigate Yila, a man who does not exist on the archive. Uchiha Yongqiang has a sincere tone and a heart of fist. Uchiha Makoto was speechless. She really didn't want to continue her mission with this man. This man is completely inconsistent with her ideal partner. However, for a while, she couldn't think of rejecting Uchiha Yongqiang's word. After all, his attitude is too sincere. So, Uchiha Makoto was caught in a dilemma. She was very embarrassed, hesitating, not knowing what to say. But at this moment, a male voice suddenly sounded from behind her. I made up the name Yila, so of course he doesn't exist. The voice was rather young, but it was weak and sounded very weak. Both Uchiha turned their heads to look. Lee, who was supported by Violet. You made it up. What do you mean? Uchiha Makoto looked at Lee, who was walking in front of him. Lume frowned slightly and asked, it mean? Lee smiled and said, my name is not Yila. My name is Lee. Hearing the word Lee, Uchiha Makoto immediately narrowed her eye, her beautiful eyes flickering with light. Obviously she was reminiscing whether there was this name in her memory. She had been in Anbu for a while, so she had seen the files of everyone in Konoha village. If the name of the man in front of her is really Lee, then she must have an impression. There is one more update. Around 23:30. Well, the world continues to ask for a wave of silver ticket tilde. Chapter 60_hard to eat part 3. Uchiha Makoto narrowed his beautiful eyes slightly, staring at Lee. She is thinking. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Makoto frowned suddenly, because she remembered. In Konoha village, there is indeed a person named Lee. It's just that this Lee is a piece of trash. He didn't even graduate from ninja school. Moreover, it seems that Uchiha Fugaku liked to bully the most. Uchiha Makoto said, I was at Uchiha Fugaku and I often heard your name. As soon as this word comes out, in Lee's eyes, there was a sudden flash of cruelty. Uchiha Fugaku. This woman, what kind of pot can't be lifted without opening it? So you are Lee. Uchiha Makoto said, however, since you have such a powerful ability, why don't you fight against Uchiha Fugaku? She knew that Uchiha Fugaku often bullied him, but he never resisted. She originally thought that Lee was a waste who could not practice ninjutsu or taijutsu. However, who would have thought that this waste would have the the extremely powerful ability of Fate Transfer. Regarding Uchiha Makoto's question, Lee Yi shook his head slightly and said, "You should know how difficult it is for me to use the ability to shift fate." "So it is." Uchiha Makoto nodded. Using the ability to transfer space 1, the man in front of him was in a coma for 3 days and 4 nights. No wonder he didn't resist before. It was impossible to resist. Uchiha Makoto touched his smooth chin and said, "In fact, your ability is very powerful, but you need to practice hard, otherwise you will waste this powerful ability." "Well, I know." Lee Yi nodded lightly, but then changed the subject and said, "But I have been weak since I was a child, and I have almost no chakra in my body, so I am powerless." Lee Yi has already started acting. In fact, it is not difficult to use the power of devil fruit casually. As long as you exercise regularly and increase your physical strength, you can do it. However, for the next step, he acted in front of Uchiha Makoto. "So it is." Hearing Lee Yi's explanation, Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly and then asked, "How many times have you used your ability?" "Second time." Lee Yi replied, "Seriously, the first time was when I was 3 or 4 years old. At that time, I used this ability unintentionally, and then I lay in bed in a coma for 7 days and 7 nights, almost dying. After that, I never used this ability again, and this time I used the ability with the determination to die. Lee Yi, even if I died, I wanted to save you from the rain country." As soon as this word comes out, Uchiha Makoto's heart moved. "In my heart, there seems to be a string that has been dormant for 20 years and has been quietly plucked." Uchiha Makoto hurriedly coughed, pretending to be serious, and said, "It turned out to be the first experience which left a psychological shadow on you." Then, she touched her chin again and asked, "The ability of space transfer is your bloodline boundary. Do you want to continue to use this ability?" "Of course I do." Lee Yi nodded. "Then I can teach you," Uchiha Makoto said. "Really?" Lee Yi's eyes lit up. This expression is not fake, because, under his inducement, Uchiha Makoto is gradually taking the bait. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly. "However, you are from the Uchiha family, not from me. How do you teach me?" Lee Yi asked deliberately. "The method of using the blood continuation boundary is actually the same as the principle." Uchiha Makoto pointed to his eyes and said, "We Uchiha clan have Sharingan. You should know about this." "Right, I know." Lee Yi nodded. "Just know, I won't show my eye." Uchiha Makoto said, "Sharingan, this ability is the bloodline boundary of our Uchiha family, and your ability to transfer space is your own bloodline limit. As long as you use it diligently and practice hard, sooner or later, you will be able to easily use one's own bloodline boundary." Speaking of this, Uchiha Makoto suddenly smiled gently, as if he had remembered something, and said, "Speaking of which, after I just started Atomo, I ran out of my chakra, and that time, I also lay in bed for 2 days. It took 2 nights to fully recover." "That it?" Lee Yi pretended to understand and nodded. Uchiha Makoto's face turned solemn and said, "As long as you are willing, I will stay with you in the days to come and accompany you to practice your bloodline boundary. So, are you willing?" Hearing this, Lee Yi's eyes lit up. Hey, fish finally caught the bait. However, as a master of picking up girl, Lee Yi also knows the truth of play hard to escape. If he wanted to catch her, he deliberately let her go first to relax her guard. In order to achieve the purpose of further control, deliberately relax a step. This is hard to play. Therefore, Lee Yi said, embarrassedly, "How can I say this? Actually, I also really want to promise you, but you are a proud girl in the sky, and I am just an ordinary person. If the two of us stay together, then will anyone gossip? Whatever those do." Uchiha Makoto said, "It is a mediocre person not to be envied. You have such a strong bloodline, which is the blessing of our Konoha village. If you can use your bloodline skillfully, then our Konoha village will undoubtedly have one more killer. Besides, whoever said that you are ordinary people, you are my savior. There is one thing I don't want to say, but I have to say, that is, I, Uchiha Makoto, owe you my life." Uchiha Makoto, at tone very sincere, "Thank you for your kindness." But Lee Yi was still hesitant. "But what?" Uchiha Makoto frowned and asked. "But if I stay with you, then someone will come for me." Having said that, Lee Yi did not continue to speak. Uchiha Makoto, how can he not hear the implication of Lee Yi? Lee Yi's meaning is very obvious. That is, if you stay with me, then someone will come to trouble me. After all, you have so many suitors and admirers. How can they just watch their goddess with other men? It's really a problem. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly, his face serious, obviously realizing the seriousness of the problem. "Makoto-san, if that's the case, then forget." Uchiha Yonchiang, whose face was ashen, suddenly opened his mouth to persuade. He has endured for a long time. "No, you can't just forget about it." Uchiha Makoto shook his head flatly. Suddenly, she grabbed Lee Yi's hands with a very serious expression, and said, "In this way, you give me 2 weeks, and I will live with you for these 2 weeks, so that it can not only help you practice your ability, but also keep you safe." Chapter 61 _ Is she going to live with me? First more, I'll live with you these 2 weeks. Uchiha Makoto grabbed Lee Yi's hand. His face was serious and serious. He breathed a fragrance towards Lee Yi's face, and said, "This way, it can not only help you practice your ability, but also protect your safety, killing two birds with one stone. Lee Yi was done. He did not expect that Uchiha Makoto would make such a decision. He was playing hard to catch, just trying to get some benefit from Uchiha Makoto. For example, life-saving weapons, magic weapons to escape, things like that. But he didn't expect that he actually tricked Uchiha Makoto into his own home. This kind of beauty actually wants to live with her. Oh my god. Lee Yi suddenly had an unreal feeling. When Uchiha Yongqiang heard Uchiha Makoto's word, his eyes widened and he hurriedly said, Makoto, you have to think twice about this kind of thing. It's about your reputation. The goddess he liked wants to live with another man. How can this be? I firmly oppose it. Of course, Uchiha Makoto's beautiful face had a very firm look. She shook her head and said, if it wasn't for him, I would be dead by now. What's the matter with my reputation? But, Miss Makoto, one yardage is another. Even if he is our savior, you can't repay him like this. There must be other ways. Uchiha Yongqiang strongly persuaded. However, Uchiha Makoto still shook his head and said, I think doing this is the best way to repay him. There is an old saying that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Stimulate his ability and let him have the foundation of settling down in his career so that he can truly repay his kindness. Quote, Uchiha Makoto is smart and eloquent, so her eloquence is also top-notch. So, this time, but, Uchiha Yongqiang didn't know how to refute, and was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Makoto must never be allowed to live with other men. Absolutely not. In Uchiha Yongqiang's head, he was thinking frantically to refute Uchiha Makoto's plan. Lee Yi, what do you think? Uchiha Makoto didn't want to pay attention to Uchiha Yongqiang. She turned her head to look at Lee Yi, her voice soft like water. Lee Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This. It seems like a big game. A lively beauty actually asked to live with her. Such a good thing. How many men can't ask for it? However, Lee Yi didn't want that. Not at all. 1. He doesn't have much interest in beauty now. He just wants to improve his strength and have the foundation of a foothold. 2. What will Tsunade think once Tsunade comes back and finds out that he is living with another woman? To be honest, although the appearance of Uchiha Makoto is almost the same as Tsunade, they are both equally charming, but their temperament is completely different. Uchiha Makoto is a gentle and kind wife type, while Tsunade is a mature and charming royal sister type, and Tsunade has a proud and unruly wildness in his bone. Lee Yi don't want Tsunade to misunderstand, so he wanted to reject Uchiha Makoto. Lee Yi is not that kind of lecherous man, so Lee Yi planned to refuse. However, Uchiha Makoto seemed to see Lee Yi's refusal tape, and suddenly Lu Mei frowned, his pupils condensed, facing Lee Yi, and turned on Sharingan. Lee Yi only felt that his eyes were black and his head became blank. However, almost at the same time, in Lee Yi's mind, the system's clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is in the demonic illusion, and the system will help the host to remove the demonic illusion on its own. 3, 2, 1. Release exceeded. When the crisp sound of the system fell, Lee Yi's eyes became bright again. He thought there was an enemy sneak attack, and hurriedly looked around. However, where is the shadow of the enemy around? Whether it was Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Yongqiang, or himself and Violet, they were all standing on the ground safe and sound. Nothing happened. It's just that Uchiha Makoto is rubbing his left eye at the moment, which seems to be a little uncomfortable. Lee Yi frowned. He was careful, and noticed something was wrong. Immediately, Lee Yi asked, Uchiha Makoto, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you alright? It's alright. Uchiha Makoto shook his head slightly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to sense something was wrong, and suddenly raised her head to look at Lee Yi, with a slightly shocked expression on her beautiful face. My demonic illusion can last at least a minute or so, but how can he? The next moment, the shocked look on Uchiha Makoto's pretty face disappeared without a trace. Because Uchiha Makoto's face changed extremely quickly, Lee Yi didn't catch it, but he still sensed something was wrong. Seeing that Uchiha Makoto was still looking at himself, he asked, what's the matter? Is there something on my face? No. Uchiha Makoto shook his head lightly, then looked back and said, since you have promised me, then after we return to Konoha village, you can move in and live with me. Lee Yi was taken aback. When did I promise you? Could it be when I was in demonic illusion? Lee Yi turned his head and looked at Violet beside him. Violet nodded. The meaning is obvious. Well, yes, you did agree just now, my lord. Lee Yi frowned slightly. This woman is using demonic illusion on me. Lee Yi suddenly wanted to beat Uchiha Makoto. Although Lee Yi knew that Uchiha Makoto had good intention, he still couldn't bear it. Don't impose your own ideas on others. So, Lee Yi is a little angry. Then, for revenge, Lee Yi said directly and domineeringly, why should I move in? You move in and live in my house. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Yongqiang's face immediately turned ashen. He wanted to scold Lee Yi. Although Lee Yi is his savior, this savior is too much, right? Doesn't he know that Makoto is Lao Su's prey? Also, how noble and arrogant sister Makoto is. How could she agree to such a wretched request from you? She asked you to live with her, and in her heart, there are probably 10,000 people who don't want to. How are you, still stepping on your nose. Shameless. Makoto will definitely reject you. Well, I will reject you for Sister Makoto. So, Uchiha Yonchiang wanted to speak, but at this moment, Uchiha Makoto suddenly nodded and said, okay, when we get back to the village, I'll pack up Lee and move to your house. Uchiha Yonchiang's words that had reached his throat were forced back into his stomach. What a miserable man. This is the first update. The next update will be around 1800 in the evening. Ask for a silver ticket and ask for a silver ticket. Chapter 62_Conversation Part 2. Uchiha Yonchiang never thought that Uchiha Makoto promised Lee just like that. You know, Uchiha Makoto is in the Uchiha family, but he is notoriously noble and arrogant. Pursue Uchiha Makoto. However, no man could get into her eye. This woman never talks nonsense with men, including Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Yonchiang. Fugaku is the most talented, powerful and maddened person in the Uchiha family generation. He has liked Uchiha Makoto since he was a child, and often takes Uchiha Makoto's word. However, even in the face of such genius, Uchiha Makoto is not interested. For Uchiha Fugaku's favor, she chose to turn a blind eye. As for Uchiha Yonchiang, although he has been following Uchiha Makoto on mission, there is very little conversation between the two. They stayed together all day. Uchiha Yonchiang wanted to get close to Uchiha Makoto so as to develop the relationship between them, but Uchiha Makoto was always doing his duty. This reminds Uchiha Yonchiang of a saying that has been circulating in the Uchiha family for the past few years. Uchiha's number one beauty. Isn't she interested in men? She is already 18 or 19 years old, and it is the age to talk about marriage, but she has never been in contact with other men. What is this? Long time ago, Uchiha Yonchiang believed this sentence, but he still did not give up on attacking Uchiha Makoto. After all, the principle of long-time love is understood even by fools. However, he and Uchiha Makoto have performed many tasks. So many days, it is long enough, but there is no love. This way, Uchiha Yonchiang believes more and more that Uchiha Makoto, the number one beauty of the Uchiha family, is really not interested in men. Because of this, when he heard Uchiha Makoto's suggestion, his face immediately collapsed, and when he heard Lee Yi's word, he was immediately angry. You actually want the number one beauty of the Uchiha family to move into your house and live with you. Dream. But Uchiha Makoto actually agreed without hesitation. This makes Uchiha Yonchiang feel very unreal. I should be dreaming. No, I must be dreaming. He thought so. However, the pain of pinching his thigh with his right hand made him realize that this was not a dream at all. All this is real. From now on, his goddess, the first beauty of the Uchiha family, will live with this handsome man in front of him. Tell the truth, at this moment, Uchiha Yonchiang has a feeling of the sky is falling. He only felt that his head was buzzing, and because of this, he did not hear the next conversation between Uchiha Makoto and Lee Yi. Uchiha Makoto said, when are you going to leave this village? Lee Yi replied, let's talk about recovery in a few days. How many days are days? Uchiha Makoto asked. Lee Yi thought for a moment and said, about 2 or 3 days. After 2 or 3 days, his body will return to its original state. Hearing Lee Yi's answer, Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly and said, okay, then you can rest here for a few days. I'll go back first and report what happened here to Lord Hokage. Hearing this, Lee Yi narrowed his eye. In other words, the means he just got will be exposed. I thought about it for a while. Expose it. Anyway, this kind of thing is just a fire that cannot be contained in paper, and it will be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, Lee Yi nodded lightly and said, okay, well, I'll go back to the village, and Yonchiang will stay to protect you. Uchiha Makoto said. No, Lee Yi didn't even think about it, just shook his head. Why? Uchiha Makoto winked. Glancing at Uchiha Yonchiang, whose face was ashen and doubting his light, Lee resolutely said, why are you still asking me? Can't you see why? With a light cough, Lee Yi said, I'm quite safe here. Besides, if danger occurs, I can use the space to transfer to escape. Come on, it takes a minute for your space transfer ability to activate, and once activated, it will deplete your only trace of chakra again. At that time, it will not be as simple as being in a coma for 3 days. After all, in a short time the damage to the body caused by 2 consecutive collapses is not ordinary. Quote, Uchiha Makoto flipped a good-looking Byakugan and said, it seemed that Lee Yi didn't want to stay with Uchiha Yonchiang, so Uchiha Makoto didn't force it and said, well, Yonchiang and I will go back to the village first, and I'll wait for you in 2 days. It could also be 3 days later. Lee Yi said with a smile, don't delay too long. Remember, you're from Konoha village. Uchiha Makoto's voice suddenly lowered, reminding him. Her face was very serious. A book of truth. Obviously, she was worried that a person with great power like Lee Yi was always out there. Once she had a different heart and became a traitor, it would be bad. Lee Yi nodded. Suddenly, Lee Yi seemed to remember something, and immediately asked, this time, she and her brother were the ones who saved you with me. Now these 2 brothers and sisters want to go back to Konoha village with me, but they not from Konoha. So, can you have an idea? You mean, you want them to be Konoha villagers? Uchiha Makoto asked. Lee Yi nodded. Well, almost. No matter which country Violet and Tianbao belong to, they will always belong to Lee Yi. It doesn't matter which country you are, as long as you are sincere. Therefore, Lin Chen did not answer yes, but answered almost. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto looked at Violet beside Lee Yi and asked, Sister, you are descended from the Uzumaki clan, right? Violet didn't answer, but turned to look at Lee Yi. Lee Yi nodded. Then Violet nodded lightly and replied, That's right. Uchiha Makoto gave Lee Yi a surprised look. Without making any more comment, Uchiha Makoto said, I have a girlfriend who is also a descendant of the Uzumaki family. I believe you two will get along very well. Hearing this, Lee Yi's mouth twitched. Uchiha Makoto's best friend is Uzumaki Kushina. They are about the same age, but their temperaments are diametrically opposite. Uzumaki Kushina is a violent temper. Every time she gets angry, her yuhi hair will stand up like a yuhi-colored pepper, which is very terrifying. Because of this, people are given the nickname Uzumaki Pepper. And Uchiha Makoto is gentle like water, kind and warm, different from Uzumaki Kushina. Of course, the temper that Uchiha Makoto is showing now is as cold as Honen, but Lee Yi, who has read countless women, has a feeling that it is only because he is not familiar with Uchiha Makoto that Uchiha Makoto is so cold. Once Uchiha Makoto trusts Lee Yi and loses her guard, then her temperament will change drastically. For this, Lee Yi is very much looking forward to. This chapter is a big chapter, and the number of words is much more than before. So, the world continues to lick its face and ask for silver ticket tilde. Chapter 63_ Development Power. Third more. Makoto and Uchiha Yongqiang. The two walked together. Lee Yi didn't send them either. He took Violet and called Tianbao, and came to the room. Lee Yi didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, You two, would you like to go to Konoha village with me? As soon as these words came out, Tianbao was lightly taken aback. Violet didn't care. She said lightly, I will. How about you? Lee Yi turned to look at Tianbao. Tianbao didn't answer. His face was a little ugly, and he seemed to be embarrassed. You killed a lot of ninjas in Konoha village during the second ninja war, didn't you? Lee Yi asked. Tianbao nodded. Then don't go. Lee Yi said. Okay, my lord. Tianbao breathed a sigh of relief. Let him go to Konoha village. It is better to let him die. Although he has already followed Lee Yi, in his bone, he still has a lot of resentment toward Konoha village. Lee Yi turned to look at Violet again and asked, What about you? Are you still going? My lord, this little girl's life is saved by you. Wherever you go, the little girl will go. Violet replied without hesitation. Want to be separated from your brother? Lee Yi teased a smile. I don't want to. Violet shook her head lightly. Oh, Lee Yi raised his eyes. Sir, I don't dare to deceive you, but you are my master. I will always follow you, shelter you from the wind and rain, and help you go up the mountain of swords and the sea of fire. Violet made a fist with her right hand and placed it on her left heart mouth, and said each section. Hearing this, Lee Yi patted Violet's shoulder. He could feel Violet's loyalty. He also knew that the main reason why Violet was so loyal to him was because of the shock of that kill. However, Lee Yi doesn't care about that either. As long as Violet and Tianbao are loyal, it doesn't matter what means they use. So, Lee Yi lightly patted Violet Land's shoulder and said, Then just follow me. Thank you, sir, for making it happen. The Violet Dinger nodded lightly, with a sincere attitude. As for you, Lee Yi turned his head again and looked at Tianbao. Tianbao is at the mercy of the adult. Tianbao lowered his head and said forcefully. Lee Yi didn't answer, but turned his head and glanced at the door and window. Violet understood, and immediately closed the door and window, and also set up a simple enchantment. The enchantment technique belongs to the sealing technique, so Violet knows a little bit. Violet stepped back. Lee Yi nodded in appreciation. This little girl's eyesight is so sharp. I like this kind of guy. Later, Lee Yi looked at Tianbao again and said, Since you don't follow me, then you should be outside and develop your own power. When Tianbao heard this, his body trembled slightly. Develop your own power. Why do adult do this? Do adult want to? Tianbao was very puzzled, but he didn't ask much. He knows the rule. However, Lee Yi saw Tianbao's doubt. He explained with a smile. Hee, you are right. I want to have my own power. Hearing this, Tianbao couldn't bear it any longer and asked directly, But, my lord, aren't you from Konoha village? Why did you set up your own faction outside the village? For this question, Lee Yi did not intend to hide it, and replied, Because, I don't know. When will I fall out with Konoha village? Huh? Tianbao opened his mouth with a look of disbelief. People say that the people of the country of fire are the greatest people in the world. They are loyal to the country of fire, to the will of fire, and to the people of the country of fire. They are the most united collective and will never betray. Therefore, Tianbao was shocked when he heard that Lee Yi was going to establish his own faction. And now, when Lee Yi said something like falling out with Konoha village, Tianbao was even more shocked. But in the end, Tianbao didn't say much, but with a plop, he knelt down halfway, lowered his head and said, Follow your order. Tianbao will definitely live up to the expectations of the adult. Lee Yi nodded with satisfaction, and then said again, Remember one sentence, the essence is not much more expensive. Precious essence distance is not much more expensive. Yes, Tianbao remembered it. Tianbao lowered his head and nodded, his voice strong and powerful. Everything that should be explained has already been explained. With the help of Violet, Li Yi walked out of the room and went to exercise. After doing a few push-ups, sit up, and pull up, Li Yi's physical strength was basically exhausted. His brain swelled, and his eyes dizzy. A heavy drowsiness swept over. He stretched and yawned. Sir, do you want to sleep? Violet had been by her side, and when she saw Li Yi yawning, she immediately asked softly. Sleep. Li Yi nodded. Li Yi's own room stank. Therefore, he still slept in Violet's warm and fragrant room. Violet has washed the original sheet, mattresses, quilt, and put on a brand new suit. After returning to the room, Violet supported Li Yi and asked, Sir, you are not feeling well. Do you need me to warm your bed? As soon as these words came out, Li Yi slowly turned his head and glanced at Violet. Violet's little face is slightly Yuhi, charming and beautiful. Li Yi smiled teasingly and said, It seems that the cow guy has made you do this kind of shit a lot. Sister cow is frail and afraid of cold. Every autumn, winter and spring, she will let me warm the bed. Violet said, Is that so? Li Yi nodded and patted Violet's little hand. If that's the case, then I'll trouble you. The kindness that comes to the door, the fool does not want it. So, Violet got into the quilt. To be honest, Li Yi's physical strength has recovered a lot, and his functions have basically recovered. So, looking at the beauty on the bed, he thought, ha ha. However, he hasn't started yet. Front, the door was suddenly opened. A faint milky scent came from behind. Li Yi knew who was pushing the door and asked immediately with a smile, Sister cow, what's the matter? Because several people died in the village, the cows have been busy with their work these days. Now that things are over, the cows are free. She asked with a smile, I can't come over to chat with you if I have nothing to do. Of course you can. Li Yi nodded. A cow in plain clothes walked to Li Yi's side and saw a woman lying on the bed with no clothes on. Immediately, she covered her mouth with her small hand, pretending to be surprised. Oh, did I disturb your good deed? As soon as these words came out, Violet's cheeks were big Yuhi, and she hurriedly grabbed the quilt to cover half of her beautiful face. Li Yi grinned and said, Seriously? Well, yes, it is indeed disturbing. This is the third chapter of today's update. So the world continues to ask for silver ticket. Chapter 64_Faithful Violet Part 1. Li Yi fell asleep in the warm blanket. Violet and the cow stood outside the door, talking about the housework between women. Cow sat on the stone steps and asked, Are you really going? Violet sat beside the cow, her head lightly tapped. Can he be trusted? Asked the cow. I don't know. Violet shook her head slightly. You don't know. Are you going with him? The cow narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and asked, I can't either. Violet shook her head. He is my master, and I will obey his orders. Hearing this, the cow sighed lightly and said, Oh, yes, if I knew today, I shouldn't have let you recognize him as the master, and let Tianbao, the bastard, recognize him as the master. Actually, this incident, for me, is not a grievance. Violet shook her head lightly and said, He saved my life, and I follow him for the rest of my life, which is reasonable. The cow didn't speak, just patted Violet on the shoulder. Suddenly, the cow's eyes lit up, as if thinking of something, and immediately asked, By the way, sister, his real name is not Yila, right? Violet was taken aback. Actually, I already guessed it. Cow smiled. We wanted to kill him. How could he tell his real name? So, what's his name? Violet was a little hesitant, glanced at the door behind her, and didn't seem to want to answer. Don't worry, he's asleep and can't hear him. The cow put an arm around Violet's shoulder and said with a smile, Besides, he is not our enemy now, so what if we know his real name? So, sister, let's off. Violet struggled for a while. In the end, he shook his head slightly and said, No, I can't say it. So faithful. The corner of the cow's eye is thick. Be loyal to people. Violet explained. Sorry, cow, I can't give his real name without his permission. Okay, I won't ask anymore. The cow turned over a good-looking Byakugan, and then she stood up from the ground, grabbed her right arm with her left hand, and stretched a charming lazy wave, causing XX one-do. Thank you, Lady Cow, for your understanding, Violet said. The cow stood opposite Violet and said, Violet, as I parted, my sister has a few words that I would like to tell you. I wonder if you would like to hear it. Sister, just say it. I'm listening. Violet nodded gently and smiled. Number 1. That little brother from Konoha village gives me a very gloomy feeling. The cow stretched out her right index finger and said, Violet head lightly nodded, not surprised at all, as if she had felt it long ago. Second, for the safety of his own life, he may abandon you at any time. The cow stretched out the middle finger of her right hand again and said, Violet still nodded lightly, her expression unchanged, as if she had expected it. Cow frowned slightly and asked, I'm telling you this just to keep you in mind. Thank you, sister. Violet smiled slightly. Why do I feel you are being perfunctory? The cow's brows furrowed even tighter. Violet explained, My life was saved by him. If it wasn't for him, I would have turned into a lot of Lois by now. It is necessary for me to give my own life for him. Hearing this, the cow immediately tapped Violet's head lightly with 2 fingers, pretending to be angry, and said, What a stubborn one. The grace of saving life should be repaid with life. Violet smiled and said, If one day I need to protect him with my life, then I will not hesitate. Hearing this, this? The cow got a little angry, pinched Xiaoman's waist with both hands, and said, you finally survived. Why don't you cherish your life so much? Sister, I know your kindness, and I also know that you took care of me for 3 years, but don't persuade me about this matter. For the rest of my life, everything I have is his. Violet said seriously, this is looking for a husband. Cow turned over a Byakugan, said. Violet shook her head gently. I'm afraid the adults will not look down on me. You are so beautiful. No man will look down on you unless he has no eye. The cow stroked Violet's long Yuhi-colored hair and said, okay, I won't advise you anymore. You have grown up and have your own opinion. As a sister, I can't control you anymore. Sister cow, I have always regarded you as my own sister. Violet looked at the eyes of the cow and said seriously. The cow only felt a sour nose. Silly girl, I have always regarded you as my own sister. She stroked Violet's long hair and said, sister, I miss you. Sister, I will come back often in the future. Violet assured. You entered the village of Konoha later. How could the lord of your family want you to come back? The cow said angrily. Violet didn't explain, but reassured. Sister cow, really, I will definitely come back often in the future. Li Yi let Tianbao develop his power. Tianbao must be centered on Anning village. In this case, Li Yi will definitely come to visit often. Even if Li Yi didn't come in person, he would send Violet over. Therefore, Violet will make this guarantee. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. The third point. The cow stretched out the ring finger of his right hand again, with 3 fingers standing in front of his eye, and said, your lord is a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. You must remember this. Violet nodded thoughtfully. Okay, just these 3 points. As long as you remember, then you can follow him in the future. It will be a little easier. The cow said with a smile. Thank you, Lady Cow. Violet said, and then stretched out 2 little hands and let the cow hold it. Women are always so hypocritical. Men are not like that. Just imagine the scene where 2 big men hold hands with each other. That's disgusting. And the words between women are always not enough. I do not know how long it has been. Night fell gradually. It was dark. Cow asked, will you come to my house for dinner? Violet shook her head. No. Why? Asked the cow in confusion. Violet glanced at the door behind her. Cow understood instantly and said, he doesn't know when he will wake up. Let's not wait for him. My lord, I haven't eaten cooked food in the past few days. I'm always eating ninja dry food. I want to cook a hot meal for him after he wakes up. Violet said, you're so caring. You've never been so caring to me. I'm a little jealous. The cow rubbed Violet's delicate little face and said, in my opinion, he not only accepted a servant but also married a concubine, which is really enviable. This is the first update. The next update is around 2000. The world is looking for silver ticket. Chapter 65_farewell meal Part 2. A day later, at dusk, Cow's home. Li Yi sat opposite the cow. Between the two, there is a table. There are 6 dishes on the table. There are meat and vegetables. Li Yi took a bite of the meat dish and chewed it in his mouth. It was very delicious. Li Yi's fate. Not to mention, Violet's cooking skills are very good. This made Li Yi feel more and more what the right decision was to bring Violet back. Isn't it delicious? The cow asked with a smile. Li Yi nodded. It's really delicious. In the past, Violet's sister Ten cooked for me, and I have trained my cooking skills. Cow said, although she hasn't cooked in the past few years, she is still young. Violet was still busy in the kitchen at this time. Cow shouted, Violet, 6 dishes are enough. Don't be busy. Come and eat. Violet was in the kitchen, shouting and answering, there is one more dish, which will be ready soon. You wait. Well, this little girl doesn't listen to me now. The cow shrugged helplessly. Li Yi smiled. She doesn't listen to you, but she listens to me. However, even so, Li Yi did not interrupt Violet, because he felt that for Violet, cooking was not tiring, but a pleasure. Little brother, in the future Violet will follow you. You have to be nice to him. Cow stared at Li Yi's eyes and said seriously, I will. Li Yi nodded lightly. If it wasn't for the cow, then Li Yi would be dead by now. Li Yi is a person who knows how to be grateful. Therefore, his attitude toward cows has always been very gentle. Cow added, Violet is a girl after all. I know. Li Yi nodded. Just know. The cow nodded and smiled. At this time, Violet walked in with a bowl of meat dishes. She put the dishes on the table. There are 7 dishes in total. Violet said, there is one more soup, which will be finished soon. After speaking, Violet turned around and left. Violet, these dishes are enough. Even if Tianbao's little bastard come, the 4 of us can't eat so much. Don't be too busy. Just sit down and eat. The cow persuaded. Sister cow, that soup will be finished soon, so don't be busy. Violet smiled and turned to Li. Cow said angrily at Li Yi, you don't care about her. Li Yi smiled. For Violet, cooking is a pleasure. What does it make him do? In fact, Li Yi also knew that this meal was a farewell meal. After eating tonight's meal, tomorrow, he and Violet will leave the village. Tianbao, that little bastard, why hasn't he come yet? The cow complained again. He might be in trouble, Li Yi said. In fact, Li Yi knew that Tianbao was out now, looking for suitable seedling. That's right, he is forming his own power. However, this morning, Violet told him that he was going to have a farewell meal tonight, so Tempo will definitely be back. No, Li Yi talked to the cow for a while. Tianbao walked into the house with a bowl of hot soup. Violet followed behind Tianbao. After Tianbao put the soup on the table, he said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." "3 cups of penalty," said the cow angrily. "Sister cow, I can't drink." Tianbao scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Li Yi said with a smile, "It's okay to drink a little." Tianbao then agreed. "Okay." There are a total of 8 dishes on the square table. Very rich. Li Yi sat opposite the cow. Violet and Tempo are sitting opposite each other. After reciting a prayer, the 4 started to eat. The food is also delicious. Soup is delicious. However, there is no lasting banquet under the sun. After a long time, the 4 of them all finished eating. Li Yi also drank a little wine, but not much, only a little drunk. Tianbao was so drunk that he couldn't speak well. Violet didn't drink. After all, a girl can't drink. What surprised Li Yi most was that the cow's alcohol intake was even greater than that of him and Tianbao combined. That's right, tonight, the cow drank more wine than the 2 men combined. Tianbao was lying on the table and said inarticulately, "Sister cow, you are a real woman. I thought you only drink milk, not alcohol." As soon as these words came out, the cow slapped Tianbao mercilessly on the head. Crack, a crisp sound. However, because Tianbao was already drunk, he didn't feel much pain. He just asked unfavorably, "Sister cow, you are so beautiful. Do you have a man? Why do you want to be my man?" The cow put the wine glass in his hand and asked with a smile, "Actually, I have coveted your body for a long time. You have such a good figure. You are not ugly. You are so plump." Tianbao was lying on the table, muttering and talking. Violet's face changed slightly, trying to dissuade Tianbao. Li Yi smiled and patted Violet's right hand, signaling her to leave it alone. Then, Li Yi gave Violet another wink. "Violet, understand." She gave Tianbao a worried look. Tempo was still mumbling. The cows listened happily. Violet sighed softly. Without any hesitation, she and Li Yi got up and walked out quietly, and closed the door. The 2 left the cow's home. Li Yi walked in front and said with a smile, "Tianbao is telling the truth after drinking." "My lord, you can't believe what you say after drinking." Violet said worriedly. "Don't worry, your brother is a big man. He won't be able to suffer from this kind of thing." Li Yi said with a half smile. "Besides, they're a good match." But Violet sighed softly. "It didn't go on. Seems to have given up. I used to be called my elder sister. Then I will be called my sister-in-law. Haha." Li Yi gave a wicked smile. Hearing the word, Violet sighed again. Li Yi is looking forward to the development of the relationship between Tianbao and Daryu. Except for Violet, the most beautiful woman in this village is the cow. Therefore, rationing cows to Tianbao is not a lot. I just don't know if Tianbao can seize this opportunity tonight. But having said that, the feeling of Yu Lao pulling Yuhi's line was quite fun. Interesting. However, at this moment, Violet seemed to have noticed something. Her expression changed, and she hurriedly ran in front of Li Yi. Almost at the same time, call out. A handful of black kunai fell from the sky and landed on the ground in front of Violet. Moreover, there are strange and complicated runes on the handle of kunai. This kind of rune made Li Yi feel very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. 2200 in the evening. The world continues to ask for silver ticket. Chapter 66 Namikaze Minato, Part 3. Violet stood in front of Li Yi. On the ground in front of Violet, there was a kunai. Just when Li Yi was wondering, call out, call out, call out, the sound of breaking the air sounded again. More than a dozen kunai descended from the sky and landed on the ground around Li Yi. Seeing this scene, Li Yi was slightly taken aback. Is the other party short-sighted? That's right, no way. Logically speaking, these afflictions should all fall on me, not on the earth. However, what made Li Yi puzzled again was that there were those strange runes on the handles of these kunai. Li Yi has an inexplicable familiarity with this peculiar rune. I must have seen this rune somewhere before. Li resolutely said, "Sir, the visitor is not good. You hide behind me and don't walk around." At this time, Violet in front of her spoke and said in a low voice. However, Li Yi hasn't replied yet. Swish, a figure instantly appeared in front of Violet. It's like a teleportation in space. No, drop the word like. It is space teleportation. Violet face changed, and she immediately wanted to step back. However, before she had time to step back, suddenly, a sharp kunai landed on Violet's neck. And this kunai is the kunai that was inserted on the ground before. Don't move. The other party put Kuu around Violet's neck and made a low voice. Violet slowly raised her hands in a state of surrender. In fact, she surrendered on purpose, and wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack, hold the other party, and let Li Yi escape. However, before she could do it, Li Yi's slightly surprised voice suddenly sounded. "Are you Namikaze Minato?" Oh, hearing Li Yi's word, the other party's eyes flashed and he asked, "You know me?" Li Yi smiled. "I know you. Why don't I know about you? With yellow hair and teleportation, anyone who has watched Hokage knows that you are the 4th generation of Hokage, Namikaze Minato. However, it's only 38 years of Konoha, and the 3rd generation Hokage is in the middle-aged period, so Namikaze Minato has not yet taken the lead." Looking at Namikaze Minato's handsome face, Li Yi said, "I'm also from Konoha Village." "You're from Konoha Village, so what are you doing here?" Namikaze Minato asked cautiously. Li Yi explained, "The country of of water captured nearly 20 people from our Konoha village, and I was one of them. I escaped to this village. The land of water. Isn't it the land of thunder? Namikaze Minato frowned and asked. This is the country of water's framing of the country of thunder, Lee Yi said, and then asked, however, what are you doing here? Why should I tell you? Namikaze Minato, obviously not believing Lee Yi, asked, I know even if you don't tell me. Lee Yi smiled and said, you have been chasing Uchiha Makoto, or the breath of Uchiha Yonchiang. That's why you came here, right? Hearing this, Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed, the kunai in his hand directly pressed against the surface of the skin on Violet's neck, and asked, that is to say, those two people from the Uchiha family have really stayed here before? Lee Yi didn't hide it, and nodded lightly. I've been there. Later, Lee Yi said again, it seems that you are here to save them. What about them? Namikaze Minato stared at Lee Yi and asked, with a dangerous aura all over his body. Lee Yi glanced at the kunai in Namikaze Minato's hand. This bitterness, if you go further, I am afraid it will cut through the white and tender skin of Violet. Lee Yi squinted his eyes and said, they have already returned to Konoha village. Go back. Namikaze Minato was stunned. Didn't they get caught by the Rain Kingdom? Who rescued them? It's the beauty in front of you who, together with me, rescued her, Lee Yi said lightly. Huh. Namikaze Minato was still a little unconvinced, staring at Lee Yi. I don't have to lie to you. Lee Yi shrugged nonchalantly and said, if you don't believe me, you can go back to Konoha village to see if what I said is true or false. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato removed Kui from Violet's smooth jade neck. Seeing this scene, Lee Yi smiled. Afterward, Lee Yi asked, how did you sense the aura of the two of Uchiha and find them all the way here? I have my method. Put away the kunai and said. Hearing this, Lee Yi's face became cautious, and he murmured softly, since you have a way, then the people in the land of rain must also have a way. No, this place can't stay. At the same time, Lee resolutely said, no wonder that after Uzumaki Kushina was captured, this guy was able to find her and save her. It seems that it was also because of this kind of ninjutsu. In the original book of Hokage, Namikaze Minato saved Uzumaki Kushina when he was 12 or 13 years old, and captured Uzumaki Kushina's heart with it. At that time, Lee Yi also thought, why only Namikaze Minato, a 12 or 13-year-old boy who didn't even grow his hair, could find Uzumaki Kushina, while other ninjas, including many Jonin, couldn't find him. Is this the so-called protagonist Halo? No, the protagonist's father Halo. Now it seems that it is because Namikaze Minato knows this unique ninjutsu. However, since Namikaze Minato can do this kind of ninjutsu, maybe there are people in the country of rain who can do similar ninjutsu. Therefore, can't stay in this place any longer. To see Lee Yi's concern, Namikaze Minato said, this is the forbidden technique invented by the second-generation Hokage adult. Except for the people in Konoha village, other countries will not use it, so you can rest assured. Lee Yi shook his head and said, it's hard to say. Since Senju Tobarama can invent this kind of ninjutsu, others can invent it too. Namikaze Minato frowned slightly, not only because Lee Yi doesn't believe him, it's more because the man in front of him actually called the second-generation Lord Hokage by his name. At this time, Lee Yi pulled Violet behind him, confronted Namikaze Minato, and asked, are you here with Uchiha Fugaku and others to rescue the two of Uchiha? Hearing this, a strange color flashed in Namikaze Minato's blue pupil. Oh, Lee Yi explained, I was in the Hokage office at the time. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato's guard against Lee Yi relaxed a little. He already believed in Lin Chen 70% to 80%. Lee Yi glanced at the kunai that was stuck on the ground around him. Yellow flash, the art of Horaishin, and the kunai in this circle. This is preparing to use the spiral flash super wheel dance and roar 3 style on me. Lee Yi secretly smiled in his heart. As a veteran Hokage fan, Lee Yi remembers these strange moves of Namikaze Minato, especially the moves with strange names. You know, in the last light, when Lee Yi suffered from secondary school illness when he was a child, he shouted the names of these moves all day long, and it was still the kind of non-stop. This is the 3rd update. Today's update is over. The world continues to ask for silver tickets. Chapter 67_ins and out Part 1. In the original Hokage, Namikaze Minato is a handsome man. Now, Namikaze Minato is in sight. Lee Yi looked at it carefully. Well, this man is really handsome. However, compared to myself, it is slightly worse. In fact, Lee Yi is not bragging. Lee Yi is indeed handsome too. However, this kind of handsomeness is completely different from Namikaze Minato's handsomeness. Namikaze Minato's handsome is a kind of sunny handsome, and Lee Yi's handsomeness is a calm and sophisticated handsomeness. The two have their own merit. All in all, Namikaze Minato is a handsome man, and Lee Yi is not bad either. Lee Yi asked, where's Uchiha Fugaku? Why didn't I come with you? Namikaze Minato basically believed Lee Yi now, so he replied, he is still staying near the rain country. I came here by myself. Hearing this, Lee Yi raised his eyes slightly. In other words, until now, you don't know that the two of Uchiha have left the land of rain. That right? Namikaze Minato nodded slightly. Did Akatsuki not inform you? Lee Yi asked. No. Namikaze Namikaze Minato shook his head slightly. We thought they missed the appointment. It's you who missed the appointment. Lee Yi corrected. The two of you had a good agreement to meet in the castle of the Kingdom of Rain, but you didn't even enter the gate of the Kingdom of Rain. The inspection of the Rain country is too strict, and my Hiraishin technique is useless at all. Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly. As long as there is his kunai in the country of Rain, he can sneak into the country of Rain. However, the country of Rain is under martial law, not to mention people, not even fly. Therefore, the technique of Hiraishin, which Namikaze Minato is best at, is not useful at all. Stop talking about that. Lee Yi shook his head lightly and said, the two of Uchiha went back a day ago. You can go back and inform Uchiha Fugaku and them. Okay. Namikaze Minato nodded slightly, then asked again, are you going back? Huh? Lee Yi narrowed his eye. Namikaze Minato exclaimed, I can take you back with me. His Hiraishin technique can return to Uchiha Fugaku and others in an instant. You can also take Uchiha Fugaku and others back to Konoha village in an instant. No need, I'll just go back by myself. Lee Yi shook his head slightly. That good. Namikaze Minato nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have remembered something, and said again, this time, saving the two of the Uchiha family is an A-level mission. After you go back, don't forget to report to Lord Hokage. Namikaze Minato is not a man of merit. This time, to save the two of Uchiha, he had almost no effort, so he would not be greedy for this gong. Lee Yi nodded lightly. Okay. In fact, even if Lee Yi didn't say it, after Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Yonchiang returned to Konoha village, they would tell Hokage the truth about what happened here, including some details of Lee Yi. Actually, Lee Yi is a little unhappy with Akatsuki's now. The three of you can just leave. Why did you tell Uchiha Makoto the whole process of the matter before you left? Originally, the two of Uchiha were hidden by Uzumaki Nagato, so they didn't know how they escaped from the country of Rain. However, in the days when Lee Yi was in a coma, they told everything. Because of this, the two of Uchiha knew the details of Lee Yi. Lee Yi now has 3 whole cards. 1. Dinghai Shenzhen, also known as the wishful golden hoop rod made by Sun Monkey. 2. Uzumaki 2 brothers and sisters. 3. Devil fruit. These 3 whole cards were obtained because of the system. If Uchiha Makoto's situation here is all told to the 3rd generation Hokage, then Lee Yi's 3 whole cards will be exposed. After all, the 3rd generation Hokage knew about the existence of Dinghai Shenzhen before. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the only way to be safe in 100 battles. Although I know their detail, I can't let them know my detail, because I can't tell when I will break up with Konoha village. Lee Yi rubbed his brows and seemed a little worried. What do you think? Seeing that Lee Yi's face changed slightly, Namikaze Minato asked with concern. Lee Yi shook his head. It's just some trivial things in life. So it is. Namikaze Minato did not doubt, but turned to look at Violet. Be precise, he was looking at the long Yuhi-colored hair on Violet's end. Namikaze Minato's face, he said. She, of course. Before he finished speaking, Lee Yi nodded. That's right, she goes to the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. No wonder. Namikaze Minato nodded. Then, Namikaze Minato asked again. She is from the land of Rain. Regarding this question, Lee Yi said with a smile, she will soon become a member of our country of fire. What do you mean? Namikaze Minato blinked. Even with his IQ, he was somewhat unable to react. Literally, Lee Yi said with a smile, she wants to go back to Konoha village with me, and she is called a citizen of Konoha village. Master Sandame is willing. Let the people of the enemy country become the subjects of your own country. Bullshit. If this person is a spy of the enemy country, wouldn't he lead the wolf into the house? Why? Namikaze Minato asked. I don't know. Lee Yi shook his head. Uchiha Makoto said that she is capable of handling this matter. It turned out to be Makoto. Namikaze Minato nodded. With her family's power, this matter can indeed be handled well. Hearing this, Lee Yi was slightly taken aback. The power of her family. How? Uchiha Makoto's parents and relatives, are they very powerful? Looking at Lee Yi's stunned expression, Namikaze Minato asked. You don't know. What do I know? Lee Yi blinked. He found that although Namikaze Minato's IQ is very high, he is often very cute, always saying these incomprehensible things. Uchiha Makoto's father is now the captain of the Konoha police force. Namikaze Minato said. Oh. Lee Yi's eyes twitched, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. He really didn't know about it. He knew was that Uchiha Fugaku would be the next captain of the Konoha police force. After all, in the original Hokage, there is no mention of Uchiha Fugaku's predecessor. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Makoto's father turned out to be the captain of the current Konoha police force. No wonder in the original Hokage, Uchiha Makoto ended up with Uchiha Fugaku. It is precisely because of father's death and son's succession, but the captain of this Konoha police force has only one daughter, Uchiha Makoto, so his position can only be inherited by his son-in-law. The first update. The next update is around 2030. The world is looking for Silver Ticket Tilda. Chapter 68 Uchiha Madara's Life Part 2. I really don't need me to take you back. Namikaze Minato asked again. From here, the trek back to Konoha village takes at at least 8 hours. And if Namikaze Minato uses the Hiraishin technique, he can return to Konoha village in just 1 second. Lee Yi shook his head. Thank you for your kindness. Okay, then I'll go first. You pay attention to safety. Namikaze Minato nodded slightly. He took a deep breath. Then, his body shook. Swish, disappeared out of thin air. Not even a breath was left. This is the art of Hiraishin. Flashed across Lee Yi's eye. It only takes a moment of effort to teleport in space, and he can space transfer at least a minute. The two are very different. However, Lee Yi did not underestimate himself, because he knew that Namikaze Minato's Hiraishin technique didn't have much room for improvement, and his devil fruit has great room for improvement. You know, the ability of the door fruit is comparable to that of Uchiha Obito's Kamui. It's a pity that you need a lot of physical strength to use devil fruit. Lee Yi is a weak chicken now, and doesn't have so much physical strength at all. It seems that I need to practice my physical strength. If not, this devil fruit will become a decoration for me, Lee resolutely said. Seeing Namikaze Minato's ability to teleport in space, Lee Yi strengthened his belief in improving physical strength. He believes that one day, he will be faster and stronger than Namikaze Minato. However, to get there, he had to pay a price. If you want to be famous in front of people, you must be involved in people behind. At this time, seeing Namikaze Minato leaving out of thin air, Violet asked, "My lord, is this Namikaze Minato believable? Should be credible." Lee Yi nodded. In the original Hokage, Namikaze Minato not only has high IQ and strong fighting ability, but also has a great sense of justice. Because of this, he can become the 4th generation Hokage. If Namikaze Minato hasn't changed in this world, then he can be trusted. Looking at Violet's hesitant expression, Lee Yi asked, "What's wrong?" "It's okay, I just think that person gives me a very dangerous feeling," Violet replied. "Of course," Lee Yi smiled. "In a few more years, the 3rd Ninja War will break out, and then Namikaze Minato will become famous. Namikaze Minato shines brightly in the 3rd Ninja War and is known as the Yellow Flag. It is precisely because of his outstanding achievements in the 3rd Ninja World War that he can become Hokage." All in all, the current Namikaze Minato has not fully revealed his ability. Only when the 3rd Ninja War comes, the world will completely remember the 4-word Yellow Flag. Of course, the 3rd Ninja World War does not necessarily happen yet. After all, Lee Yi came to this world. He knew that the main reason for the 3rd Ninja War was because Uchiha Madara was behind the scene. As long as the scourge of Uchiha Madara is erased, then the 3rd Ninja World War is probably over. You know, it's Konoha 38, and Uchiha Madara isn't dead yet. He is now living on Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, waiting for a suitable opportunity. That is to say, the current Uchiha Madara is too old to be a problem. As long as his body and soul are destroyed, no matter how awesome Uchiha Madara is, he won't be able to make any way. Lee Yi continued to think. He began to estimate the ages of Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. In the original book of Hokage, both of them were born in Konoha 34 years. It is now Konoha 38 years. In other words, they are now 4 years old. In 3 or 4 years, they will enter the ninja school. In another 3 or 4 years, Uchiha Madara deliberately designed Kakashi to kill Rin with his own hand. Obito was blackened because of this, and Uchiha Madara died of old age. That is to say, it will take another 7 or 8 years before Uchiha Madara will die. Therefore, Lee Yi thought in his heart, both Senju brothers are dead. Uchiha Madara must be too old now, and he is not a problem when he is old, and he can be killed at this time. However, the skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although Uchiha Madara is old and Rinnegan is gone, his ninjutsu and chakra are still there. Lee Yi touched his chin. Finally, he made 2 decisions. 1. Kill Uchiha Madara, but he will never interfere, nor reveal himself. 2. Do not kill Uchiha Madara. Keep him. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. In fact, Lee Yi prefers the second decision. After all, he was well aware of Uchiha Madara's plan. Uchiha Madara spent his whole life trying to prove Senju Hashirama wrong. Senju Hashirama created such a ninja world, but Uchiha Madara disagreed. What he wanted to create was a world of absolute peace and everyone could realize their ideal, that is infinite Tsukuyomi. In order to achieve this goal, he will use any means and use countless people. However, it has to be said that Uchiha Madara's starting point is a good one. All in all, whether to kill Uchiha Madara or not depends on the specific situation. If this world develops according to the time flow of the original book, then Lee Yi will not betray Uchiha Madara and keep him temporarily. However, if this world has a butterfly effect due to the arrival of Lee Yi, causing the timeline to become disordered, then Lee Yi will not hesitate to tell all the information about Uchiha Madara to the land of fire and water, the land of thunder and the land of thunder, the land of the wind. No exaggeration to say that Uchiha Madara is the enemy of the whole world. If you let them know that Uchiha Madara is not dead, then the 3rd Ninja War will break out. It's just that in this ninja war, all countries join forces to encircle and suppress Uchiha Madara. He did it so that he didn't even have ashes left. So, now, Uchiha Madara is not dead. The master is in Lee Yi's hand. It's just that Uchiha Madara himself doesn't know about it. The world very likely will undergo some subtle changes because of my arrival. Li Yi squinted his eyes and thought. In the original book, the Kingdom of Water did not frame the Kingdom of Thunder, and even if it was framed, it should be 3 or 4 years later. When the Third Ninja World War was about to break out, Uchiha Madara manipulate the country of water, add fuel to the flame, and promote the outbreak of the war. Not now. Thought for a moment. Li Yi is not sure whether this world timeline has changed. At this time, a gust of cold wind blew. Li Yi shivered. Come back to your senses. The moon and stars are sparse, and the night is dark. Violet stood quietly beside her. Before, Violet saw Li Yi thinking, so she didn't bother him, but stood by his side all the time, guarding him silently. Second update. There is one more update. Before 2200 of the next update. Ask for silver ticket. Chapter 69 _ what happened last night. Third more. The night is deep. Li Yi returned to the room. Violet wants to stay and vigil for Li Yi, but was sent away by Li Yi. Li Yi knew that Violet had not slept well for several days. People are not made of iron. How can they not sleep? Li Yi lay on the bed, holding the back of his head with both hands, thinking a lot. He knows 99% of the intelligence of this world. However, it is basically impossible to change the world just by knowing the information. The foundation of everything is strength. Only with great strength can you be qualified to change the world. Li Yi can't change the world now. Only change yourself. Just make yourself stronger. Then you can change the world. In fact, Li Yi does not intend to change the world. However, if people do not offend me, I will not offend others, and if anyone offends me, I will repay them tenfold. Just like Uchiha Fugaku, Li Yi has no grievances with him, but he always comes to bully himself. How can Li Yi endure this? Therefore, no matter how the world develops, Li Yi must have a strong strength. Otherwise, he won't even have a chance to save his life, and can only become a bullied dog all his life. No, not even a dog. I still have to improve my strength. Li Yi thought so. Thinking about it, a wave of drowsiness swept over. He also exercised all day today, and now he drank a little wine, so he couldn't hold it any longer. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep. Time always goes by quickly. Peace of mind all night. Noon the next day, Li Yi woke up slowly. Stretching, Li Yi sat up from the bed and let out a comfortable moan. After 2 or 3 days of rest and conditioning, Li Yi can be considered recovered. Cool. He looked towards the bed. There was no trace of Violet's nearby. Li Yi suddenly felt a little empty in his heart. I'm used to it. Does she exist? Li Yi laughed at himself. In the past, every time Li Yi woke up, the first thing he saw was Violet. And now, Violet is not around. But Li Yi didn't care. After all, Violet has a life of her own. Li Yi only needs Violet to work for herself at a critical time, and that's it. Stand up from the bed, get dressed and take a shower. Li Yi walked out of the room. It was noon at this time, and the bright sun hung high in the middle of the sky. I slept for so long. Li Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Without thinking too much, Li Yi was going to look for Violet. Time to go. However, when it comes to Cao Cao will arrive. A soft voice sounded not far from the left. Sir, are you awake? Li Yi turned his head to look. It was Violet who opened the mouth. However, Violet's body was carrying a small bag full of things. What are you wearing? Li Yi asked. Some household item. Violet replied. These things. Go to the village of Konoha and buy them. Li Yi said. And I have it at home too, so don't have to be so troublesome. No trouble at all. Violet smiled and shook her head, her voice soft, and said, anyway, Tianbao will carry these things for me, and he will give them to me after he arrives in the village. That's it. Li Yi nodded and said no more. He could see that Li Yi was a good girl who was diligent and thrifty. Li Yi asked, where's Tianbao? As soon as these words came out, Violet's cheek slightly swayed Yuhi, and said, Tianbao should still be at Sister Cow's house now. Oh, hearing this, a curious look appeared on Li Yi's face. It's noon. Tianbao is still at home with the cow. It seems that some unknown secrets really happened between them. Li Yi teased a smile, but at this moment, Tianbao's weak voice suddenly sounded not far from the right. Sir, I'm sorry. I drank too much last night and delayed your trip. I'm really sorry. Saying that, Tianbao ran over with an apologetic look on his face. No problem. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. I just woke up too. He stared at Tianbao. Tianbao was very uncomfortable being stared at by Li Yi's gaze. Li Yi wanted to see a clue from Tianbao's face or body. Everyone says that it only takes one night to grow from a boy to a man, but the temperament will undergo earth-shaking changes. Of course, the same goes for women. However, after Li Yi stared for a while, he didn't find a clue. As this rumor falls, Li Yi frowned slightly, thinking in his heart, or, this kid didn't drink and mess up at all last night. So, Li Yi turned pale and asked directly, Tianbao, did you do anything with Sister Cow last night? No. Tianbao shook his head. I was dizzy last night and slept until now. Although I live in the house of Sister Cow, nothing happened to us. When he said these words, Yuhi's face was not even breathing, and it seemed that he had rehearsed many times. Oh, Li Yi frowned. Really? Tianbao nodded. Li Yi rested his right elbow on his left arm and his chin on his right hand, squinting and staring at Tianbao. It wasn't that he didn't believe Tianbao. He knew that men, once drunk, would lose lose those powers. Tianbao, he knows he can't drink, but he still drinks so much. Isn't that stupid? Didn't he want something to happen with the cow? Although the appearance of the cow is slightly inferior to that of Violet, her figure is top-notch. If it were Li Yi, a master of flirting with girls, then he would definitely consider his alcohol intake and then use his slightly drunkenness to have sex with the cow. It's a pity that Tianbao is a fool. However, Tianbao's answer now is a bit too fluent. This made Li Yi a little suspicious. He stared at Tianbao's eye. Tianbao dodged a little, as if he didn't dare to look directly at Li Yi. Li Yi immediately understood when he saw Tianbao's appearance. This silly boy. Although nothing happened with the cow, but after Li Yi left, there must have been a lot of embarrassing things between them. As for what was embarrassing, Li Yi didn't know. However, the embarrassing things that happened to the two drunk men and women were not those. All in all, after sobering up this morning, in order not to let outsiders know about those embarrassing things, the two talked to each other. Once someone asked, "It is easy to answer." Li Yi patted Tianbao on the shoulder and said, "Young man, come on, work hard." Well, the word "dry" is very flavorful. On Tianbao's cheek, a faint trace of yuhi appeared. Afterward, Li Yi didn't say more, and let Tianbao carry Violet's line on his back, and the three of them set off toward Konoha village together. Konoha village. Lao Su, Li Yi, are back. The third update. Today's update N. Ask for silver ticket. Ask for silver ticket. Ask for silver ticket. And say important things 3 times. Chapter 70_wait. First more. 7 or 8 hours later, Li Yi finally came to the border of Konoha village. Li Yi stopped and said, "We're here." Violet turned to look at Tianbao, her voice off, and said, "Just send it here." "Okay, sister." Nodded lightly and put the line on his back on the ground. "You two brothers and sister talk a little bit, and I'll see if there is any danger around." After that, Li Yi left. He wants to give the two brothers and sisters some time to separate. Li Yi left. Tianbao said immediately, "Sister, you used to be from the Kingdom of Rain. After entering the Kingdom of Fire, you must conceal your identity. We hate the Kingdom of Fire so much, and the Kingdom of Fire hates the Kingdom of Rain. The same is true." Quote, "Don't worry, I understand." Violet head lightly nodded. "It's you. You are developing your own power outside. Do what you can, and don't be stubborn in everything." "Don't worry, sister, I understand." Tianbao patted his chest confidently. "Also, in the future, be nice to Sister Cow." Violet reminded again. She felt that Tianbao must have had that kind of relationship with Sister Cow last night. Otherwise, why did Tianbao not wake up until noon? It must be fall. Tianbao blinked. He said helplessly, "Sister, I'm innocent with Sister Cow. We really didn't do anything. No matter what you do or not, you have to be nice to her. If it weren't for her, then our siblings would have starved to death on the streets long ago." Violet said solemnly, "Sister Cow is our savior. You won't lose if you marry her." Obviously, Violet has already decided that last night there must have been a XX between these two people. Seeing that Violet's attitude was so hard, Tianbao knew that he couldn't refute it, so he nodded and said, "Sister, don't worry. I will definitely not treat Daisy Cow badly." "That right." Violet's face turned from cloudy to sunny, and she said with a gentle smile, "You are too old, and I have nothing to remind you. I hope that when we meet next time, you can bring your sister-in-law to me." On Tianbao's forehead, 3 black lines appeared. Because her parents died early, her eldest sister was her mother, and Violet didn't want to see her generation break up. Seeing Tianbao's helpless expression, Violet frowned and asked angrily, "Did you hear that?" I heard my sister." Tianbao had to surrender. Although Violet has a gentle and considerate personality, her eldest sister is a mother, and she is always strict with her younger brother. "Sister, you must also pay attention to safety. Lord Li Yi is very strong, and various methods are emerging one after another. Once you encounter a danger that you can't handle, run behind him," Tianbao said. However, before Tianbao finished speaking, Violet glared at her beautiful eyes and said angrily, "What are you talking about? As servants of the adult, we must always be ready to die for the adult. How can there be any reason to hide behind the adult?" "But sister, you are a woman after all. Whether I'm a man or a woman, I'm the servant of your lord. Come on, don't mention this kind of thing again." Violet waved her hand, her face pale. "Okay." Tianbao just nodded. He also didn't want to see an accident with Violet, and Violet didn't want to see anything happen to Tempo either. "I would rather have an accident on my own than an accident on the other side. It's understandable that the siblings are deeply in love." The two continued to talk. At the same time, Li Yi wandered around Konoha. There is a forest. It was now evening, and night fell. The forest was quiet and the breeze was blowing. Li Yi stretched his way. "This is the boundary of Konoha village, and the perception of Konoha village will cover this area. Therefore, Li Yi is not worried at all. There will be danger here. No exaggeration to say that Konoha village is the most powerful country in the world. Because of this, the law and order is quite good both inside and outside of Konoha village. Moreover, after the last disturbance in the land of water, Konoha village learned a lesson, and the security intensity must have increased a lot." So, Li Yi leaned on the trunk of a big tree, closed his eyes and rested. He left the Violet siblings 20 or 30 minutes to say goodbye. That is to say, after 20 or 30 minutes he will go back. Now, just rest here for a while. However, when Li Yi relaxed his vigilance, a rustling sound suddenly sounded from the grass not far away. Li Yi frowned, opened his eyes immediately, and turned his head to look. I saw a man emerge from the grass. On his forehead, he wears the forehead guard of Konoha village. Obviously, this is the ninja of Konoha village. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was the enemy. However, this man looked familiar. Must have seen it before. Li Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the visitor. However, Li Yi did not know the other party, but the other party knew Li Yi. He looked at Li Yi. He smiled, and said, Hee, I thought who entered the realm of our country of fire, but it turned out to be you. Li Yi, you are not dead yet. His attitude was very disdainful. Li Yi tilted his head and asked, I know you. Yes, you don't know me. The ninja nodded and said with a disdainful smile, a trash like you only remembers brother Fugaku, not me, and it makes sense. After all, it's not me who beat you the hardest. As soon as these words came out, a cold light flashed across Li Yi's eye. He remembered. The man in front of him, like Uchiha Fugaku, has been bullying him for years. This man is not from the Uchiha family, but he is a dog-legged son of Uchiha Fugaku. He used to follow a large group of people and bully Li Yi together. Were too many people who bullied Li Yi. Li Yi only remembered a few representatives, so for a while he didn't remember the man in front of him. Li Yi's face was slightly gloomy, and he said, is there something wrong? If it's okay, don't talk to me. Hee, Li Yi, you've been out for a while, right? Man laughed and said, the Kingdom of Thunder has captured 18 people from our Konoha village, but only threw back 17 heads. You are the only one without you. Do you think this is suspicious? Suspicious at? Li Yi scolded angrily. I survived and escaped, can't I? The current Li Yi will naturally not bear the burden of humiliation like before. Hee, it's really interesting. A Chunin didn't escape from the hands of the Kingdom of Thunder. You are awake, but you can escape from death. If you say it, who will believe it? Said the man. Smart people will believe it, but stupid people won't. Li Yi leaned against the tree with his arms crossed and cursed angrily. Okay, don't fuck with me here. What do you want to do? Tell me. I don't have time to waste my time with you. Before 21:30 of the next update, ask for a silver ticket plus a reward. Chapter 71_1 hit kill. Second more. As the so-called Comer is not good, Li Yi knew that the other party must be looking for trouble. Therefore, Li Yi was not polite to him. Look for a job. Look for your mother. No, look for your father. It just so happened that my heart was full of fire. Therefore, Li Yi scolded directly, angrily. Don't fuck around with me. Just tell me what you want to do. I don't have time to waste your saliva like a waste like you. As soon as these words came out, the face of the man opposite was like a dark cloud, suddenly gloomy. Okay, Li Yi, I've been out for a while. I've been able to endure it. Right. He directly took out a handful of kunai, held it in the palm of his hand, and said with a sneer, it seems that, as I expected, you must have been in the land of thunder. That's why you became so arrogant. You spy. Dare to go back to Konoha village. Quote. Hearing this, Li Yi understood. Turns out he was being treated as a spy. Think about it. In the eyes of the other party, you are just a weight, and you can't escape at all. You know, among the 17 people who died, there was a Chunin, but now, he came back safe and sound. If you don't know it, you will definitely feel suspicious. So it is. Li Yi nodded. Bye. How dare you go back to Konoha village? Today, if I let you into the village, I know that Izumi is not a human being. After finishing speaking, the man took the kunai and walked towards Li Yi step by step. Fuck you on the spot. Honestly, I can make you suffer less. If not, he. Having said this, the man smiled wryly, licking his sharp kunai with a hideous look. If I'm not a spy and you want to arrest me, then I can resist. Right? Li Yi asked. Of course. Izumi nodded, but then sneered. However, you spy of the Kingdom of Thunder. Even if I kill you here, Lord Sandemu won't blame me. Looks like we're running out of words. Li Yi shrugged. I have never spoken to a waste like you. Izumi's smile was extremely disdainful. This sentence, I also send it to you. Li Yi grinned at Izumi. In fact, Izumi is also a waste. Almost 20 years old and still a genin. You know, Namikaze Minato became a jonin when he was 14 or 15 years old. Of course, although Izumi is also a waste, he is not as wasteful as Li Yi. When others looked down on him, he looked down on Li Yi. Now, seeing Li Yi's harmless smile, Izumi's heart, for some reason, was a little terrified. His instinct told him not to provoke this man in front of him, but then, he told himself in his heart, what kind of ability can such a waste have? Today, I must catch this spy, make a contribution, and be promoted to Chunin. Izumi got more excited the more he thought about it, and in the end, he ran straight up and rushed towards Li Yi. The sharp kunai in his hand can break gold and crack stone. However, Li Yi smiled, then suddenly raised his right hand and flicked his finger at Izumi. Boom! Glittering gold. Because the golden light was too bright, Izumi couldn't help but closed her eye. But just after he closed his eye, boom! A huge force slammed into his chest. He only felt that he was hit by a crazy bull. No, not one, but 10. PFF. Immediately, Izumi spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew away like a kite with a broken string. In flight he opened his eye. However, he saw that Li Yi stood motionless on the ground, as if he had never shot. Moreover, there is a golden light in Li Yi's hand. But the next moment, the golden light disappeared. And when the golden light disappeared, Li Yi also disappeared from Clear Izumi's eye. After all, Ching Izumi has already flown far away, and I can't see Li Yi anymore. Watching Izumi, Li Yi shook his head with a wry smile. I'm still a little unsteady in control. The strength of the wishful golden who. He just wanted to beat Kyo Izumi seriously. He didn't want him to be killed. There is only one reason, that is, deterrent. Returning to Konoha village, there must be many people looking for trouble with Li Yi, especially those angry youth. Li Yi didn't want to be bothered by these unwarranted troubles, so he just wanted to deter him. Ching Izumi seriously, and if he was afraid of him, he would tell the story and then pass it on from 10 to 10. At that time, those angry youths will know that Li Yi is not easy to mess with, so naturally they will provoke Li Yi again. Li Yi is not a person who likes to pretend to slap his face, nor is he interested in pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. But now, Kyo Izumi is probably dead. This is also the result of Li Yi's effort to suppress the Rui Golden Hoop. If Li Yi hadn't suppressed the Sea God Needle, then the name Genin Ching Izumi is estimated to have become a meat-chan. You must know that the Dinghaishan Needle, which is the Rui Golden Hoop rod, weighs 13,500 jin. It seems that even if it's Dinghaishan Gen, there is still room for improvement. Li resolutely said, when can I control the power of the Sea Ding God Needle at will? This is a great achievement. Shaking his head, Li Yi no longer thought about it. Forget it. Let go, have a look. Li Yi walked forward. However, Li Yi hasn't taken a step yet. Call out. Call out. A cracking sound rang out. Several figures jumped over the branches, and finally all landed on Li Yi's side, surrounding Li Yi in a waterway. And in their hand, they are holding a kunai, full of hostility. Li Yi blinked. This is what the situation. Bold madman, dare to come to the country of fire to make trouble. Don't want to live anymore, right? The speaker was a female ninja, about 25 or 6 years old, with average appearance and average stature, and shouted at Li Yi at this time. Where did I make trouble? Li Yi blinked and asked, how dare you make excuses? Bring Kyo Izumi over here. The female ninja snorted coldly and said she had just finished speaking, and behind her, 2 medical ninjas carried Kyo Izumi and came over. Li Yi looked intently. Ching Izumi's chest was extremely sunken and looked very penetrating, but even so, his chest was still crouching, and he was clearly breathing. Oh, not dead yet. Li Yi was surprised for a moment, and smiled with satisfaction. It seems that his efforts are still very effective. Who the hell are you, and why did you hurt my ninja in the land of fire? The female ninja stared at Li Yi and asked with a sullen face. I am also from the land of fire. Li Yi said. Fart. How can the people of the country of fire hurt their compatriots? Female ninja roared loudly. Hurry up and call for it, or it will make you look good. The ninjas surrounding Li Yi took a step towards Li Yi, and the sharp kunai in their hands was also closer to Li Yi's neck. Li Yi patted his forehead helplessly. Should have asked Uchiha Makoto for a token to prove my identity. Before it was Namikaze Minato who didn't believe in themselves. Now it's these ninjas who don't believe in themselves, and they want to kill themselves. Beatlift 2200 in the evening. Ask for a silver ticket plus ask for a reward. Chapter 72 might die. Third more. At this point, Li Yi naturally wouldn't say nonsense like, I'm really from Konoha village, because it's useless. Therefore, Li Yi had to look around to see if there was a breakthrough point. If it's a big deal, use Dinghaishenzen to forcibly leave. Suddenly, Li Yi's eyes lit up, as if he saw something. Immediately, he put his eyes on the man behind him. The other party was wearing green sportwear, tied with a yellow scarf, and had black hair that looked like it was oiled, shiny, thick eyebrows and a thick beard. This outfit was very funny. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Yi asked directly, are you Might Die? Hearing this, the man was slightly taken aback. You know me. Why don't I know you? Li Yi burst into a smile. Might Dai's father, the big man who created the 8 inner gate. In fact, in the original Hokage, it is not said who created the 8 inner gate. However, Might Dai was the first to use the formation of the 8 inner gate. So, Li Yi tacitly agrees that Might Dai is the creator of the 8 inner gate. I'm Li Yi. Don't you remember me? Li Yi pointed to himself and asked. Li Yi. Might Dai blinked, scratched his head and said, so familiar name. Dai, do you know him? The female ninja frowned and asked. Might Dai shook his head. I haven't remembered. However, before he could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up. His left hand clenched his fist and slammed it on the palm of his right hand, and said, I remember. You are Li Yi. We used to drink ramen together. Yes. Li Yi smiled lightly. This guy can remember. Li Yi's daily staple is ramen. Might Dai also often drinks ramen. So, 2 years ago, they met, and they said a few words and introduced each other. Might Dai turned to look at the female ninja and said, Sister Mailing, he is indeed from our Konoha village. I can guarantee that. The female ninja nodded. She knew that although Might Dai was awake, he was a very real person. He doesn't lie. Then, the female ninja frowned again, stared at Li Yi and asked, why did you hurt your compatriot? I'm just in self-defense. Li Yi said, If you don't believe me, you can search his memory to see if I'm upright in defense. I don't know that evil ninjutsu. The female ninja shook her head, with a hint of contempt in her word. It's not ninjutsu that is evil, it people, Li Yi said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the female ninja's eyes lit up slightly. There is something in this sentence. Li Yi's identity has been confirmed. Several ninjas around him are not as cautious about Li Yi as before. Li Yi, why are you here? Might Dai patted Li Yi's shoulder and asked. I was taken away by the land of water. I finally escaped, and I hid outside for a few days. Li Yi said. It's you. Haven't you been back to the village these days? Might Dai nodded. Well, I've been out on a mission, and I just came back today. No wonder. Li Yi touched his chin. Might Dai was present when the 7 ninja swordsmen attacked Konoha village. Then the 7 ninja swordsmen would have lost at least 4. You know, Might Dai has a great sense of justice. Even if he sacrifices himself, he doesn't want to see others die. When the 7 ninja swordsmen came to sneak attack, he would definitely open 8 doors to protect the village, and instantly gain more than 10 times the power above the 5 shadows. At this time, the female ninja said, no matter what, you hurt our compatriot. It's your fault. Go back with me, and meet Lord Sandemu together, and ask him to decide this matter. Good. Li Yi agreed without hesitation. Anyway, the first thing he did when he returned to Konoha village was to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is he still alive? Li Yi pointed at Ching Izumi on the stretcher and asked. You made your own hand. You have no sense in your heart. The female ninja stared slightly and asked. Yes. Li Yi, shameless, nodded. 3 black lines appeared on the female ninja's forehead. He's hurt too badly. Female ninja said helplessly. Even if she can live, she probably won't be able to wake up. It's so serious. Li Yi blinked. It seems that you really have no sense at all. Female ninja said coldly. But then again, since you have such a powerful strength, then you are at least a chunin. But why haven't I seen you before? There are a lot of institutions in Konoha village and a lot of people you haven't met. Li Yi said lightly. Even if you are someone who stays by your side all day, you may not really understand. While speaking, Li Yi also gave Might Dai a deep look. However, the female ninja did not hear the implication of Li Yi's words. She only felt that Li Yi was looking down on her, so she smiled coldly. Hee, isn't you are really an arrogant man. Thank for the compliment. Li Yi smiled. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Let go. The village is right in front of you. The female ninja threat. Wait for me. I'll call someone. Li Yi turned around and left. The female ninja frowned. She was worried that Li would escape from the crime, so she said to Might Dai. Dai, you follow him. Might Dai scratched his head and smiled. Don't worry, mailing sister. Li Yi is very real and won't run away. However, before Might Dai finished speaking, the female ninja coldly shouted. Follow him. The tone is irrefutable. Might Dai had to keep up with Li Yi. Li Yi naturally went to call Violet. At this point, Violet and Tianbao had already said their goodbye. The 2 siblings are waiting for Li Yi. Seeing Li Yi come back, Violet immediately asked, Sir, are you alright? I heard the battle just now and thought it was you. It's me. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Huh. Violet opened her small mouth and asked in astonishment, My lord, who did you fight? Are you not injured? It's all right. Li Yi shook his head, then said, We should go. Good lord. Violet head tapped, wanting to pick up the row of Li bags on the ground. However, before she could reach out, Li Yi turned around, looked at Might Dai behind him, and asked, Brother Dai, do me a favor and hold Li. No problem. Happy to help. Might Dai gave Li Yi a thumbs up and grinned. The white and neat Kiba teeth reflected a bright light, full of fighting spirit. So, Li Yi and Violet walked in the front. Might Dai walked in the back with Li on his back, and went back to Konoha village with the female ninja and others. This is the 3rd update. Today's update is over. The world is looking for silver ticket plus reward. Chapter 73_straightforward. Part 1. Nightfall. Konoha is brightly lit. After all, it is the most powerful country in the world, and Konoha village is not comparable to other countries in terms of humanistic cultivation and technological level. Konoha village is guarded by ninjas all year round. To enter Konoha village, you must pass the certification of these ninjas. Li Yi was still worried before. How can he pass? Are you going to call Uchiha Makoto over? That would be too much trouble, right? And now, Li Yi followed Might Dai and others into the village without the slightest hindrance. This is the acquaintance effect. Li Yi smiled with satisfaction. Walked the streets of Konoha village. Looking at the surrounding environment, there was a hint of nostalgia in Li Yi's eye. Although he has only been out for 5 or 6 days, in these 5 or 6 days, Li Yi has experienced countless lives and death. Going back to this place now, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional in his heart. However, Li Yi's mentality has also changed. Before leaving the village, Li Yi had no strength and was always bullied, but he could only endure the humiliation and bear the burden and did not dare to say a word. And now back in the village, Li Yi will not be like before. Bull me, humiliate me, slander me, laugh at me, despise me, belittle my generation. Now, I will not forgive me lightly. Li Yi's hand clenched slightly. At this moment, Might Dai put his arms around Li Yi's shoulder and said with a smile, Li Yi, you have very little chakra, right? Li Yi nodded. Then are you interested in learning physique with me? Might Dai asked with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Li Yi's eyes lit up. Learning gymnastic. Is this guy trying to teach me the formation of the 8th inner gate? You want to teach me before I even speak to you? Li Yi gave Might Dai a deep look. What, are you interested? Might Dai grinned. The 2 rows of neat white Kiba teeth flashed a touch of light. Li Yi nodded. I am interested. Well, starting today, let's practice together. Might Dai gave Li Yi a thumbs up. Because you just started exercising, so take it easy. Do 100 push-up, 10,000 meter long distance running, 200 sit-up, and 50 pull-ups every day. So little is enough. Quote. Hearing this, Li Yi was done. This kind of training intensity, damn it, I'm afraid it will kill me. Might Dai patted Li Yi's shoulder, smiled brightly, and said, Li Yi, how can you see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? You are like me. Now you do 500 push-up, 50,000 meter long distance running, and 1,000 sit-ups every day, 850 pull-up every day. Quote. Li resolutely said, your formation of the 8 inner gates is very harmful to the human body. Of course it requires a strong physique, but I only need to evolve the 8 inner gate formation. Then, its requirements on the human body may not be so high, and I don't need to exercise like this. Li Yi thought about it, and finally decided, forget it, stop talking nonsense with him, and get straight to the point. So, Li Yi put his arms around Might Dai's shoulders and whispered, Brother Dai, do you have a nirvana move? As soon as these words came out, Might Dai's face changed slightly. Li Yi continued, I also know that if you want to use this nirvana, you must have strong physical fitness. Am I right? Might Dai didn't answer, but his face sank involuntarily. The 2 men were hugging each other, speaking in a low voice that no one else could hear. The female ninja walking at the forefront saw this scene and frowned slightly. What are these 2 big men doing? So mysterious. But she didn't care. Women have whispers between women. Don't men have whispers between men? She thought so. At the same time, Li Yi continued to ask, Brother Dai, you don't have to hide it from me. Is your nirvana called the 8th inner gate? Li Yi knew that Might Dai was an honest man. To deal with honest people, you have to use this kind of straightforward means. Sure enough, in the face of Li Yi's shameless attitude, Might Dai nodded his head with kindness. That's right. But Li Yi, how did you know? We have such a good relationship. Can I not know? Li Yi laughed. Might Dai was a little stunned, and Li Yi have only had a one-sided relationship, so the relationship is not good enough. Li Yi continued, Brother Dai, can you teach me the formation of the 8th inner gate? However, to Li Yi's surprise, Might Dai shook his head directly after hearing the word. No. Why? Li Yi was startled. Because you are not suitable to study the 8th inner gate. Might Dai said, to use the 8th inner gate, you have to have a strong physique, but you don't. I don't have it now, but in the future, maybe it will be. You teach me the 8 inner gates now. After I have a strong physique in the future, won't you just practice it? Li Yi said with a smile. However, Might Dai still shook his head. No, the formation of the 8 inner gates is too dangerous for me to teach you easily. Li Yi frowned slightly, feeling this guy just don't want to teach me how to practice the 8 inner gate. Think about it too. This unique secret skill can only be passed on to one's own descendant, not others. He has no relationship with him and no reason, and he has no reason to pass it on to himself. Do you want to use hard tactic? Li Yi narrowed his eyes lightly. Since soft is not enough, then hard. It's okay to say no, then I'll grab it. However, Might Dai said, you are just like me. You have very little chakra in your body, so you are only suitable for cultivating body art. You are also a fallen person from the end of the world. I will teach you the 8th inner gate. Hearing this, Li Yi blinked. Might Dai continued, but as I said before, to learn the formation of the 8th inner gate, you must first have a strong physique, and when you have a strong physique, I will teach you this physique. Is that so? Li Yi nodded. I thought that Might Dai was selfish, so he wouldn't teach himself the formation of the 8th inner gate. Now it seems that Might Dai is indeed a good person, a big good person. You know, even if Might Dai doesn't teach himself the formation of the 8th inner gate, it's a matter of course. However, the problem came again. If you want to learn the 8th inner gate, you must have a strong physique, and a strong physique cannot be obtained in a short time. Might Dai has been exercising since he was a child, and he has exercised for so many years before he has this physique. Can't you practice for 5 or 6 years and then learn the 8th inner gate? This time is too long. The first update. The next update is around 21:30. Ask for a silver ticket plus ask for a reward. Chapter 74_compromise. Second more. The 2 big men were talking to each other, and before they knew it, they came to Hokage's office. Standing in front of the office door, the female ninja said, please pay attention to me later. Don't say anything that shouldn't be said. Understand? Understood. Several ninjas under the female ninja all nodded. Female ninja looked at Li Yi and Violet again and said, and you too, don't make any small move, or I won't spare you. Li Yi had a speechless expression on his face. What little move can we do? We are great people. Besides, the strength of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the entire world is the existence of 3 competing for one. Even if we want to do small thing, we can't do it under his nose. Do you think we are stupid? Seeing that Li Yi and Violet acquiesced, the ninja raised her right hand and knocked on the office door. Boom, boom. Boom! Immediately afterward, in the office, a vigorous male voice came out. Come in. The ninja pushed the door and entered. Li Yi, Might Dai and others followed. The office is brightly lit. Third generation of Hokage was leaning on the chair, smoking a pipe, surrounded by clouds and mist. Nara Shikaku was on the side, packing up the document. Seeing everyone coming in, he just glanced at it lightly, and then withdrew his gaze, indifferent. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a hard puff on his pipe and asked back, reporting to the third generation. No one was injured in our squad. The female ninja nodded lightly and said, well done. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Then, the female ninja began to report this action carefully. I do not know how long it has been. The female ninja report is finished. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Well, you guys have done an excellent job this time. Thank you for your compliment, Sandaime-sama. The female ninja was delighted. It's getting late today. Go back first, and come back tomorrow morning, and I'll give you a reward. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a calm and powerful voice. Thank you, Mitsuyomi-sama. The female ninja nodded, greeted everyone, and turned to leave. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said again, Li Yi, and that little girl from the Uzumaki clan, you two stay here. So, Li Yi and Violet stayed, and the female ninja seemed to remember something, and immediately stopped, and wanted to speak. However, before she could speak, Li Yi said, Master Sandaime, I accidentally beat a ninja and seriously injured me outside the village. Please punish me. After speaking, Li Yi bowed deeply towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sincere attitude. Hearing this, the female ninja was taken aback. She just wanted to say this. Unexpectedly, Li Yi took the initiative to take the blame. At this moment, the way the female ninja looked at Li Yi changed. This guy is a man. So, the female ninja stopped writing ink, pushed the door and left the room. There were only 4 people left in the room. 3 generations of Hokage: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage Military Division Nara Shikaku, Li Yi, Violet. Hearing Li Yi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a hard puff on his pipe and said, I already know about this. Your actions, although they are self-defense, are a bit too self-defense. Yes, Li Yi nodded. Before, you killed that Uchiha Dashang, and it was too defensive. I wanted you to take the blame and make merit, but I didn't expect you to save Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Yonchiang, so the merit and the crime are worth. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, now, you accidentally beat Kiyoshi Izumi and seriously injured it, and it was too defensive. So, you have to continue to take the blame and make merit. Yes, Li Yi nodded. Suddenly I remembered that in my hand, there seemed to be a piece of information in the master's hand. So, Li Yi said, Lord Sandaime, the one who attacked Konoha village before was not the land of thunder. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen, S.I. And the smoking movement also stopped slightly. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Li resolutely said, it seems that Namikaze Minato didn't tell him about it. Before, Li Yi told Namikaze Minato about this. I thought Namikaze Minato would take the lead and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about this. It seems that Namikaze Minato is indeed not greedy for merit. Li Yi continued, the one who attacked our Konoha village before was actually the land of water. Oh, how can you see that? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Everything requires a piece of evidence. No evidence, just nonsense. Li Yi said, there are 7 ninja swordsmen in the land of water, and a total of 18 people from our Konoha village were arrested. I was among them, but I was lucky and I narrowly escaped. That's why I know. Tell me about the situation that day in detail. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a hard puff on his cigarette and said. Li Yi nodded, first sorted out his thought, and then told the situation of the day. After listening to Li Yi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped smoking and narrowed his eyes slightly, and Nara Shikaku on the side also stopped the movement in his hand, the pair of dead fish eyes staring at Li Yi, because they all know that if it is true as Li Yi said, then the whole ninja world is about to change. Why does the country of water frame the country of thunder and blame the country of thunder, and why do they want to attack our country of fire? Are they trying to provoke war like this? Are they trying to cause war again? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned gloomy. Everyone yearns for peace. Everyone hates war. Peace and development, isn't it fragrant? Why are there always some people who do not hesitate to destroy a beautiful and peaceful life but also start a war? Have a brain bubble. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaku were lost in thought. Seeing that both of them were thinking, Li Yi just stood aside quietly and did not disturb them. Suddenly, Nara Shikaku looked up at Li Yi and asked, among the other 17 people who were taken away, there was a Chunin who was stronger than you, but he couldn't escape, but you were able to escape. A little. I'm afraid it's not just luck, is it? Nara Shikaku, S.I. Apparently, like Kyo Izumi, Nara Shikaku doesn't trust Li Yi either. Li Yi smiled. It's really not just luck, but also my strength. Nara Shikaku stared at Li Yi and asked, but, as far as I know, you don't seem to have much strength, do you? What you know is the truth. There are so many people in Konoha village. Can you guarantee that you can understand everyone? Li Yi asked with a smile. Nara Shikaku frowned. Li Yi's words made him very unhappy. Nara Shikaku likes the feeling of developing and winning thousands of miles away, and dislikes the feeling of out of control. And now, the existence of Li Yi made him feel out of of control. There is one more update. Around 2300, the World's Eat Silver Ticket Plus Reward. Chapter 75 Observation Period. First update. Nara Shikaku always thought that Lee Yi was just the tail of a crane and had no strength. However, the truth is that Lee Yi almost killed a genin. This made Nara Shikaku have to reacquaint Lee Yi. This guy is not as simple as he imagined. It seems that we need to investigate again. Nara Shikaku stared at Lee Yi, thinking. Lee Yi did not talk nonsense with Nara Shikaku. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Lord Hokage, does this information count as credit? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Forget it. Then can I make up for it? Lee Yi asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of his cigarette, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Yes. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Lee Yi smiled with satisfaction. He didn't want to wear a sinner's yoke all day. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't seem to want to worry about whether Lee Yi is a spy or not. He turned to look at Violet Lan and said, the little girl of the Uzumaki clan. What's your name? Lord Hokage. My name is Uzumaki Violet. Violet replied softly. Violet, that's a nice name. It sounds nice. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. In our village, there is also a little girl from the Uzumaki family. Maybe you two know each other, but she is a little older than you. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Violet is a little girl of 15 or 16 years old. However, Violet's real age is already 19 years old. After all, she died for 3 years, and Uzumaki Kushina's age is about 20 years old. So Sarutobi Hiruzen will say Uzumaki Kushina is older than Violet. In fact, the two women are almost the same age. The Violet Dinger nodded lightly but didn't say much. Violet, I heard Makoto say you want to enter our country of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Violet head tapped. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a light puff on his pipe, thought for a while, and finally turned to look at Lee Yi and said, Lee Yi, you go out first. Lee Yi was startled. Why should I go out first? Could it be that the 3 generations of Hokage are going to personally question Violet? Without any hesitation, Lee Yi nodded lightly. Okay, Lord Hokage. After speaking, Lee Yi pushed open the door and walked out. On the way to Konoha village, Lee Yi had already told Violet what he should and should not say. Violet is smart and can't go wrong. Therefore, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old fritters, personally questioned, Lee Yi was not worried. Lee Yi stood in the corridor of Hokage's office, leaning against the wall, waiting patiently. About 20 minutes passed. Front Hokage's office was pushed open. Nara Shikaku's faint voice came. Lee Yi, come in. Okay. Lee Yi nodded and walked into the Hokage office. Soon as he entered the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Lee Yi, Violet is your friend and should live with you. Hearing this, Lee Yi blinked, because, according to the inherent routine, Sarutobi Hiruzen will say, but next. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, however, Violet is an outsider after all, and there is a 2-week observation period, so you cannot meet during these 2 weeks. Lee Yi frowned. Can't meet? Is it such a dog? However, Lee Yi didn't complain, but thought for a while, and finally nodded. Okay, Lord Hokage, I have no objection. People are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. Lee Yi lives in Konoha village now. He has to obey the rules of Konoha village, and more importantly, listen to the words of Hokage-sama. Lee Yi, you have completed the A-level task. Tomorrow morning, go to the financial side and collect the task reward. Sarutobi Hiruzen said again. The so-called task reward is actually money. Over the years, Lee Yi has been receiving pensions for the death of both parents, so he can drink ramen occasionally and make ends meet. Now, Lee Yi has completed an A-level mission, so there must be a lot of money. Thinking of this, Lee Yi couldn't help but look forward to, there are many delicious and fun places in Konoha village. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said again, Lee Yi, it's getting late for 10:10 today. Violet will stay at your house first, and I'll send someone over to settle her tomorrow morning. Okay, Lord Hokage. Lee Yi nodded lightly and agreed without hesitation, just to take advantage of this evening to explain some important things. Okay, I'm fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, leaned back on his chair, and asked, how about you? Do you have anything to do? I'm all right. Lee Yi shook his head slightly. How about you, Violet? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Violet. I'm fine too. Violet also shook her head slightly. So, the two left the Hokage office. Front, the door is closed. Office. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaku were left. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted and smoked a cigarette. Cloudy. Nara Shikaku stood there in a daze, motionless. Both were silent. I do not know how long it has been. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke suddenly and asked, Shikaku, what do you think? It too suspicious. Nara Shikaku didn't hide his thought, and said, if it is true as he said, it was the 7 ninja swordsmen from the land of water who captured them, then even a Jonin would not be able to escape the claws. Sarutobi Hiruzen corrected, the elite Jonin can't escape either. Glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, could it be that that guy has the strength of an elite Jonin? I don't know, but he has a weapon. It's very strange. It's very similar to my ape demon, but it doesn't have the spirituality of an ape demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I heard about that weapon too. Nara Shikaku nodded and said, it can be long or short. short, thick or thin, and can be changed in size at will. This kind of weapon is indeed rare, but can you escape with just one weapon? Didn't Makoto say that? That little guy has the bloodline boundary of space transfer. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. But Sister Makoto also said that Lee only used the space transfer ability twice. The first time was when he was very young, and the second time was to save Sister Makoto. In other words, from the 7 ninja swordmen, he didn't use the ability to teleport when he was on the run. Nara Shikaku retorted. How do you know he's not lying? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Nara Shikaku choked. This question stopped him. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Shikaku, many times, seeing is not necessarily believing, let alone hearing. Here, you must make your own judgment. And Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to his head, and he seemed to be inspired by something. In the end, he saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Shikaku has been taught. This is the first update. The next update is around 2100. Chapter 76 Uncle Ichiraku Part 2. Lord Hokage, what are you going to do? Nara Shikaku asked. My thoughts are the same as yours, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Then who are you going to send him to investigate? Nara Shikaku asked. Danzo-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Lee is not suspicious. There is no need to use Anbu's power. From tomorrow, I will let Uchiha Makoto live with him and investigate everything about him. You want Sister Makoto to live with him? Nara Shikaku was taken aback. That right. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. In fact, he still has a sentence that he didn't say, and this is what your Sister Makoto asked for. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Nara Shikaku had a good impression of Uchiha Makoto. What man doesn't like a beautiful, intellectual woman? In order not to hurt Nara Shikaku's heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not tell the truth. Lord Hokage, is it appropriate for you to do this? Nara Shikaku asked. Public is public, private is private. Lee is Uchiha Makoto's savior, and it is a wise choice for her to investigate Lee. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Okay. Nara Shikaku had no choice but to nod. After all, it was Lord Hokage's choice, and he couldn't object. Sarutobi Hiruzen said again. Right now, both Lee and the little girl from the Uzumaki clan are a little suspicious. I will separate the two of them and investigate for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, I will be sure that I know everything about these two people. That very good. Nara Shikaku nodded. Suddenly, Nara Shikaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, Lord Hokage, to be honest, do you think that guy is a spy? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think about it, and shook his head. I don't think Lee is a spy. However, everything is about a piece of evidence. Without evidence, it's impossible to convince the public. Lord Hokage, you've always been very accurate. Nara Shikaku said deeply. Hehe, Shikaku, are you flattering me? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. No, I'm just telling the truth. Nara Shikaku shook his head lightly. Okay, it's getting late. You can go back and rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Okay. Nara Shikaku nodded lightly, got up, and was about to leave. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen said again. Oh, by the way, tomorrow morning, someone will be sent to pick up that little girl from the Uzumaki clan. You should inform a few ninjas now. Don't wait until tomorrow morning. Nara Shikaku shook his head and refused. Lord Hokage, I'm off work. I'm going back to rest. Goodbye. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. Nara Shikaku ignored it, pushed the door and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. Oh, this little guy is still so troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a wry smile. Nara Shikaku leaves the Hokage office. He wanted to go straight home for dinner. However, in the end, he patted his forehead. Forget it. It's too much trouble to leave this matter until tomorrow morning, so I'd better go and inform it now. At the same time, on the streets of Konoha village, although it was late, the Konoha village was still crowded and brightly lit. Lee walked ahead. Violet followed behind. Grumbled Tilda. Suddenly, Violet's stomach made a hungry cry. Violet's cheeks a yuhi. Lee asked with a smile. Hungry? The Violet head tapped. Then let go eat. I'm hungry too. Lee patted his stomach and said with a smile. They hurried a day's journey, but only ate a few mouthfuls of dry food. Can they not be hungry? Do you like ramen? Lee asked again. My lord, I have never eaten ramen. Violet replied. That good. Try it. Lee smiled slightly and brought Violet to the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. Uncle, here are 2 ramen. As soon as the curtain was lifted to enter, Lee said. Ichiraku is sitting on the stage. Hearing Lee's word, Uncle Ichiraku's body trembled slightly. He turned his head sharply to look at Lee. Lee, are you still alive? Ichiraku asked, surprised and happy. The 7 ninja swordsmen arrested 18 people in Konoha village. 17 of them were dead, and only Lee was left, but they also disappeared. Previously, Lee had been included in the list of missing persons in the country of fire. Almost everyone felt that Lee must have died too, including Uncle Ichiraku. Now, seeing Lee come back alive, Uncle Ichiraku is very pleasantly surprised. Uncle Ichiraku, why am I listening? Are you cursing me with these words? Lee asked with a smile. How could I curse you? I'm just surprised. I can't believe it. Ichiraku hurriedly shook his head. Lee said. Seriously, Uncle Ichiraku, I'm back. Uncle Ichiraku only felt a sore tip of his nose. It's good to come back. It's good to come back. Uncle Ichiraku has a good relationship with Li Yi's parents. Since Li Yi's parents died, Uncle Ichiraku has taken good care of Li Yi. Every time Li Yi came to eat ramen, he didn't want to take Li Yi's money, but he couldn't resist Li Yi's persistence. It is only right and proper to eat people's food and give people money. Where in the world is there any reason to eat free food? So, Uncle Ichiraku had to accept Li Yi's money. Of course, Uncle Ichiraku will give Li Yi a discount even if he is charged. All in all, Uncle Ichiraku is nice to Li Yi. Ichiraku's daughter, Ayame, is also very good to Li Yi. Li Yi has always regarded Ayame as his own sister. Ichiraku's family treats Li Yi very well and gives Li Yi a lot of warmth. Li Yi asked Uncle Ichiraku, where is Ayame? The little girl is sleeping at home. After speaking, Uncle Ichiraku sighed again. Since you were taken away, she has been staying at home and never went out. As soon as these words came out, Li Yi's heart trembled. Ayame must have been so heartbroken that she didn't even do her job. Uncle Ichiraku, I'll go see her tomorrow. Li Yi said, no problem, no problem. Ichiraku nodded with a smile. Look at my brain. I've been talking to you. You've been here for so long. Are you hungry? Ichiraku suddenly slapped his forehead and said, I'll give it to you. You wait. Speaking, Uncle Ichiraku went to the back kitchen and went to pull down the noodle. Li Yi smiled lightly. Ichiraku's family are real people. Since Li Yi crossed over, Uncle Ichiraku's family has given him countless warmth. In Li Yi's mind, many memory fragments emerged. He was trapped in fond memory. Before you know it, a scent wafted into your nose, grumbled Tilda. Smelling this fragrance, Li Yi's stomach let out a cry of protest. He came back to his senses, looked at Violet Land, and said with a smile, the ramen from Uncle Ichiraku's house is delicious. Second update. There is one more update. The next update is around 2200. The world is looking for silver ticket plus reward. Chapter 77 _ Sensible Violet Part 3. 2 bowls of hot ramen were placed in front of Li Yi and Violet. The aroma hit the face, grumbled Tilda. Violet's stomach made a hungry cry again. She wanted to feast on it. However, Li Yi hasn't even touched the chopsticks yet. How dare she do so? Therefore, she could only swallow a mouthful of saliva and watch it eagerly. Thank you, Uncle Ichiraku. Li Yi looked at Uncle Ichiraku and said with a smile, don't be polite to me, eat quickly. Ichiraku smiled kindly. So, Li Yi no longer hesitated and started eating ramen. Seeing that Li Yi had moved his chopstick, Violet ate gracefully. As the saying goes, eat without speaking, sleep without speaking. When eating, it is best not to talk. Therefore, Li Yi and Violet ate ramen in peace. After 10 minutes, Li Yi can be considered to have finished eating, and there is not a single mouthful of soup left. The violets have long been eaten. After all, she's a girl with a small appetite, so she didn't finish a bowl of ramen. But even so, she had a feeling of support. How is it? Is it delicious? Li Yi asked with a smile. The violet stinger nodded lightly. Well, it's delicious. In fact, she also wanted to say, if you and I like to eat ramen, then I can learn it, and Tenten will give it to you in the future. But, in the end, Violet didn't say that. After all, in front of the ramen box, wouldn't she be ruining the game if she said such a thing? Although Violet is simple, she still understands some worldly ways. At this time, Uncle Ichiraku pointed to Violet and asked with a smile, aren't you going to introduce me? Oh, her name is Uzumaki Violet, someone I met outside the village. Li Yi introduced Uzumaki Violet. Ichiraku blinked and asked, so, she's not from our Konoha village. Uzumaki clan, before exterminating their clan, established their own country, the country of Vortex. After the country was destroyed, the survivors of the Uzumaki clan were scattered all over the world. There are people who go to Konoha village and become Konoha villagers, such as Uzumaki Kushina. There are people who go to the country of rain and become citizens of the country of rain, such as Uzumaki Nagato. All in all, the survivors of the Uzumaki clan are now all over the world. However, there is only one Uzumaki tribe in Konoha village, and that is the famous Uzumaki Kushina. Therefore, after hearing Violet's name, Uncle Ichiraku concluded that she was not from Konoha village. Regarding Uncle Ichiraku's doubt, Li Yi did not hide it, and nodded. That's right, we just came out of Lord Hokage's office, and Lord Hokage said that in 2 weeks she will be able to become a member of our Konoha village. Is that so? Ichiraku nodded. He knows that people from other places who want to become people in Konoha village need to go through a lot of processes, but he didn't ask much. After all, it's a private matter. Converse for a while. Uncle Ichiraku, it's getting late. Let go. Li Yi got up and said. Violet got up. Okay, stay safe on the road. Ichiraku reminded. Just finished eating hot ramen, and now the cool night wind blows, making Li Yi very comfortable. Li Yi's home is not too far from Ichiraku ramen restaurant. After a while, Li Yi brought Violet to the door. Li Yi took out a key from under a flower pot beside his right hand. It is the key to the door. Actually, it's a spare key. During these few days of running around, the master key on Li Yi's body was lost, so he can only use the spare key. Front, the door was open. A faint musty smell wafted out of the room. Li Yi frowned slightly. He has not been home for 5 or 6 days. The food in the house is moldy. Violet smelled the musty smell too. Li Yi looked back at Violet and said, "You wait outside first. I'll go in and clean up." However, as soon as Li Yi finished speaking, Violet Land said, "Sir, I'll help you clean up. You wait here." Violet is sincere. Li Yi thought for a moment, finally nodding. "Okay, trouble you. Doing things for the adult. Violet is not too troublesome." Violet shook her head gently, her voice soft and comfortable. Then, Violet walked into the room. Li Yi stood at the door waiting. In fact, there is nothing precious in this house. No money for money, nothing for thing, just a pile of moldy toilet paper. After all, Li Yi is a big man, and he also has physical needs. Violet cleans up quickly. 40 or 50 minutes later, after taking out the garbage, Violet walked over with a gray face and said, "Sir, I have finished cleaning up, and now I need to disinfect it, but you don't have disinfectant at home. Do you want me to buy it? It's getting late. The shops are closed. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Li Yi shook his head slightly. "Okay, my lord." The Violet head tapped. Li Yi walked into the living room. The living room has been kept spotlessly clean. Shiny shiny. Li Yi walked into his room again. Originally, there was a lot of toilet paper on the ground, but now, these toilet papers have been put into the trash can. Li Yi old face a Yuhi. Although he is thick-skinned, he is also a little embarrassed in the face of this kind of thing. However, Li Yi still sighed in his heart. To have such a sensible beauty to take care of, it's a goddamn peace of mind. "Sir, are you satisfied?" At this moment, Violet asked weakly behind her. "Well done." Li Yi smiled with satisfaction. Violet breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Violet gray clothes and her pretty face, Li Yi said, "Go wash your clothes and take a shower." Huh. Violet opened her small mouth, and her cheek instantly became Yuhi. "What wrong?" Li Yi asked. "My lord, I didn't bring any clothes." Violet rubbed the corners of her skirt. Her voice was low, her head bowed. Yuhi said with a face, "No clothes." Li Yi pointed to the bag at the door and asked, "Is there any clothes in there?" "Well, only one nightgown," Violet replied. Li Yi wanted to ask a question. "You are a girl, and you don't bring any clothes." However, in the end, Li Yi just said, "After taking a bath, you can just wear pajamas. If you feel inconvenient, you can put on my clothes first. I have a lot of clean clothes, all of which have been washed." "Okay, thank you, sir." Violet Yuhi agreed with a face. "Go ahead." Li Yi waved his hand. "Okay, my lord." Violet took out the toiletries from the Li box and walked into the bathroom. Li Yi sat on the sofa. Tilda. Although the door was separated, Li Yi could still hear the sound of Violet taking a bath. After all, he is a normal male, so in his mind, he can't help but start to imagine. The third update. Today's update is over. The world is looking for silver tickets plus reward. Chapter 78 _ Take a Bath Part 1. Women are always slow to take a bath. The same goes for Violet. 40 or 50 minutes later, Violet finished her bath. Li Yi had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Violet Yuhi walked out of the bathroom with a small face, wrapped in a bath towel. Seeing that Li Yi was actually asleep, Violet was stunned for a moment, but then heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone says that the allure of a woman after a bath is the greatest. Violet was worried that she would be forced by Li Yi in her current state. However, to be honest, in the bathroom, she was mentally prepared. Unexpectedly, Li Yi was already asleep. Li Yi was lying on the sofa, breathing evenly, apparently asleep. They've been on the road all day, and the adults are tired too, Violet thought. Afterwards, she intimately covered Li Yi with a layer of quilt. It getting cooler at night. Li Yi didn't cover the quilt and fell asleep like this. He would probably catch a cold. After covering Li Yi with the quilt, Violet walked into the bathroom again and went to do the laundry. 20 or 30 minutes later, Violet finished the laundry and hung it on the balcony. Standing on the balcony, the cool night breeze blowed. Violet's knee. On the fair skin, goosebumps arose all over. "It's so cold." Violet folded her arms and hurried back to the house. At this point, Violet's body was already dry, and she put on Li Yi's clothes. Her Yuhi hair, which was almost dry, was draped down to the tip of the tongue and looked gorgeous. Violet then called Li Yi up. "Sir, wake up and go to bed." Violet shook Li Yi gently, shaking him up. Li Yi slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Violet wearing her own clothes, Li Yi blinked. Afterward, Li Yi teased and said, "Is this dress a little big?" The clothes Violet was wearing at this time was a beige dress. However, because Li Yi is much taller than Violet, this dress is quite contrary to her. Violet replied, "It's a bit bigger, but it fits and is very comfortable. Just be comfortable to wear." Li Yi stretched his waist. "I'm also going to take a bath and then go to bed." After finishing speaking, Li Yi looked around and finally pointed to 2 rooms and asked, "Are you staying in my room or my parents' room tonight?" "Sir, aren't your parents at home?" Violet asked curiously. "They're all dead," Li Yi replied lightly. As soon as these words came out, Violet's expression changed and she hurriedly said, "Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Li Yi smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. In fact, to be honest, he treats the 2 parents without any affection." Before he crossed over, the couple had already died, leaving the original owner alone, who had been bullied in Konoha village. Therefore, Li Yi did not have the sadness that Violet thought. Violet looked up at Li Yi cautiously, found that Li Yi was indeed not sad. She breathed a sigh of relief. So, which room are you going to sleep in tonight? Li Yi asked again. Sir, if I sleep in your room, you will sleep in your parents' room. Violet asked. No, I'll just sleep here. Li Yi shook his head and patted the sofa. Ah, how is this possible? Violet shook her head immediately. Well, my lord, you sleep on the bed, and I sleep on the sofa. Li Yi didn't argue with Violet about such trivial matters, and nodded. All right, you can decide for yourself. I'll take a bath. Okay, my lord. The Violet head tapped. Li Yi stood up from the sofa and stretched again. To be honest, he slept well just now, and he was suddenly called up, which made him a little uncomfortable. However, he also knows that sleeping after a bath will greatly improve the quality of sleep. Sharpening knives does not miss woodcutters. So, Li Yi started taking a shower. Violet is sitting on the sofa. She wanted to wait until Li Yi finished taking a shower and then wash Li Yi's clothes. However, sitting on the sofa, she felt a little cold. Therefore, she put the quilt covered by Li Yi over her body. The warmth of the quilt enveloped the whole body. Comfortable. A drowsiness swept through Violet's mind. After a day of running around, Li Yi cleaned up the room again. Now that she has just finished taking a shower, the fatigue factor in Violet's whole body erupted at this moment. Therefore, Violet's eyelid drooped. Her hands spread out. She leaned on the sofa and fell asleep. 20 minutes later, Li Yi finished taking a shower. Go out of the bathroom naked. Saw that Violet had fallen asleep. Li Yi blinked, then smiled. Looks like she's too tired too. With a murmur, Li Yi walked towards Violet. Because Violet is now only equivalent to a 15 or 16-year-old girl, her body is very light. Li Yi picked her up without much effort. It seems that my physical strength has indeed improved a lot. Holding Violet in his arm, Li Yi smiled in satisfaction. Although Violet is indeed very light, it still weighs 70 to 80 jin. In the past, even if Li Yi tried his best, he might not be able to carry a 70 to 80 jin thing. And now, 70 or 80 pounds of things are in Li Yi's arm. And Li Yi didn't feel exhausted yet. This is a strong body. At this moment, Li Yi is looking forward to a stronger body. If his physique can be as strong as Might Dai, then, let alone something weighing 70 to 80 jin, even if it is 700 to 800 jin, it is probably as light as a feather in his hand. Li Yi wanted to be a gentleman and put Violet's on the bed. However, with Violet height, sleeping on the bed would be a waste of space. On the sofa, it really nice. And Li Yi's height, if he sleeps on the sofa, his feet may be hanging all the time. So, after thinking for a while, Li Yi took Violet back to the sofa again. You better sleep here. Li Yi gently squeezed Violet's soft and smooth pretty face and gave a wicked smile. Then, he covered Violet with a quilt. Violet didn't wake up, apparently asleep. After doing all this, Li Yi stretched and yawned again. Seeing Violet sleep so soundly, he is sleepy now too. Therefore, without ing, he returned to the room. The room has been cleaned by Violet, and the quilt sheet have been neatly folded. Li Yi threw himself on the bed and fell asleep. People say that time always flies by when doing what you love. For people who are extremely tired, sleeping and resting is something they like. Therefore, before Li Yi had enough rest, the early morning sun had already passed through the window and shone on his face. Li Yi slowly opened his eye. He wanted to sleep a little longer. However, the smell from the kitchen made him unable to sleep. The first update. The next update is around 2050. The World Seat Silver Ticket Plus Reward. Chapter 79 _ what chance. Second more. Violet is making breakfast in the kitchen. I have to say, Violet is very good at cooking. The smell wafting from the kitchen made Li Yi's stomach scream in protest. So, Li Yi got up and took a shower. When Li Yi finished packing, Violet finished cooking. She took her breakfast and walked out of the kitchen. Seeing Li Yi come out, she asked, Sir, when did you wake up? Did I mess with you? No. Li Yi shook his head slightly. It didn't bother me, but it smells good to me. That fine. Violet nodded lightly, and she put her breakfast on the table, then unbuttoned her apron with her hands behind her back. Sir, are you hungry? Breakfast is ready. Violet said. Well, I'm a little hungry indeed. Li Yi nodded lightly and sat down on the chair. Let's eat together. He greeted Violet to the opposite side. The two were eating and talking. During this period, Li Yi told Violet about his real situation. Before, Li Yi lied to Violet, saying that he was a medical ninja in Konoha village, etc. However, these lies will all be self-defeating once they come to Konoha village. Therefore, Li Yi needs to explain. Moreover, for the next 2 weeks, Violet will be taken to a place that Li Yi doesn't know, to be investigated and brainwashed in Konoha village. Li Yi did not want to lose such a precious subordinate. Therefore, before this departure, he would like to ask a few words. About an hour later, Li Yi and Violet finished eating. The conversation between the two also ended. That's all I want to tell you, Li Yi said. Do you have any other doubt? Violet rubbed between her brows, thought for a moment, then shook her head gently. Sir, I have no problem. That fine. Li Yi nodded lightly. Estimated the time. The ninjas of Konoha village should be here soon. Sure enough, the next moment, boom, there was a knock on the door from outside the room. It should be the one who picked you up, Li Yi said. Violet's delicate body trembled slightly. To be honest, she didn't want to leave Li Yi. After all, in this strange village she only knew Li Yi, but she didn't say much in the end. She didn't want to trouble trouble Li Yi. By this time, Li Yi had already stood up and opened the door. Front. The door was open. A faint scent of fragrance came to me. At this time, standing outside the room was a very beautiful woman. Uchiha Makoto. Li Yi frowned. Could it be that it was Uchiha Makoto who came to pick up Violet? Uchiha Makoto cut to the chase and asked directly, "When did you come back?" "Last night," Li Yi replied. "Why didn't you let me know?" Was a hint of reproach in Uchiha Makoto's tone. "Last night, after coming out of Lord Hokage's office, it was late," Li Yi said. "I mean, why don't you come to me after you're outside the village?" Uchiha Makoto asked. Because of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha family was disgusted by the second-generation Hokage, so they were expelled from the Konoha village, and the tribe lived outside the Konoha village. Before, Li Yi did plan to find Uchiha Makoto. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter the village with Violet. But unexpectedly, he met Might Dai and other. Therefore, he did not go to the Uchiha family. Now, when asked by Uchiha Makoto, Li Yi answered truthfully, "So it is." Uchiha Makoto nodded. Suddenly, her nose moved lightly. "Huh, are you ready to eat?" she asked. "I didn't do it. It was Violet," Li Yi said. "She's at your house now." Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eyes ranked lightly. "Yes." Li Yi nodded. Uchiha Makoto was silent for a while, then rolled his eyes and asked, "I haven't had breakfast. Can we have it together?" "But Violet only made it for two," Li Yi replied. "Don't worry, I have a small appetite." Uchiha Makoto smiled. Then, without Li Yi's consent, Uchiha Makoto squeezed into the room. Li Yi raised his eye. Afterward, Li Yi had to close the door. Because Violet's clothes are not dry yet, she is still wearing Li Yi's clothes. Uchiha Makoto consciously sat next to Violet. "Makoto's sister, do you want to eat too?" Violet had just finished her breakfast and asked. "Yes." Uchiha Makoto smiled lightly and nodded lightly. "I've got some in the kitchen. I'll get you." Violet is about to get up. Li Yi said. "Uchiha Makoto, if you want to eat it, take it yourself. The kitchen is over there." Uchiha Makoto gave Li Yi a deep look, but she didn't say much, just nodded lightly. Okay. 7 or 8 minutes later, Uchiha Makoto also finished eating. Wiping her mouth gracefully, she asked, "So, Violet won't be here for the next 2 weeks, right?" "That's right." Li Yi nodded. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly, touched his chin, and whispered to himself, "Well, this is an opportunity." "What chance?" Li Yi frowned. Uchiha Makoto was taken aback. She felt that her voice was so small that no one else could hear it. "But I didn't expect that Li Yi would actually hear it." Immediately shyly smiled and said, "Nothing, nothing." Li Yi felt something was wrong. He wanted to keep asking, but at this moment, boom, the knock on the door sounded again. Uchiha Makoto said, "It should be the person who picked up the violet." Li Yi got up and opened the door. Door stood 4 ninjas from Konoha village. Li Yi only knew one person, and that was the leader of the 4, Nara Shikaku. Seeing Li Yi, Nara Shikaku said immediately, "Li Yi, let's pick up Uzumaki Violet." Li Yi nodded cooperatively. "Okay." So, Uchiha Makoto took the violet and walked out of the room. Seeing Uchiha Makoto, Nara Shikaku glared and asked, "May, Makoto's sister, why are you here?" "It's morning. A woman staying in a man's house must have stayed for the night." So, Nara Shikaku was very shocked. Seeing Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Makoto said, "Oh, it's Shikaku brother. You are in charge of this operation." "No, that's right." In front of Uchiha Makoto, even a young and mature person like Nara Shikaku was a little flustered at this time, and he couldn't help but stutter. "In the next 2 weeks, treat Violet well and don't treat her badly." Uchiha Makoto patted Nara Shikaku on the shoulder, looking at Uchiha Makoto's little white hand. "Okay, Makoto-san, don't worry." Nara Shikaku seems to be greatly inspired, with high fighting spirit, and nod hard. Second update. The world is asking for a reward plus asking for a silver ticket. Chapter 80_cohabitation life begins. Part 1. In the end, Violet followed the 4. Watching the back of Violet leaving, Uchiha Makoto asked, "Will you be willing?" "What wrong?" Li Yi stood beside Uchiha Makoto, shaking his head with a smile. "If it were me, I would be very reluctant." Uchiha Makoto said. "So, that's the difference between the two of us," Li Yi said with a smile. "Really?" Uchiha Makoto gave Li Yi a deep look. "That girl obeys you. It's interesting." 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen let Uchiha Makoto monitor Li Yi. So, from now on, she will use various means to determine whether Li Yi is a spy. Li Yi replied indifferently, "I saved her life, and she obeyed me only as she should." "Oh." Uchiha Makoto didn't know about Violet. She pretended to be surprised and asked, "You saved my life too. Do you want me to obey you too?" "If you want that, then I won't say no," Li Yi said with a smile. Uchiha Makoto said no more, but stared at Li stubbornly. She wanted to see a clue from Li Yi's body. "Look at what I do. Look at how handsome I am." Li Yi patted his face and asked with a smile. Uchiha Makoto asked suspiciously, "You didn't do anything too bad to other girls, did you?" "What is excessive?" Li Yi spread his hand. "For me, killing and setting fires is too much. For you, what is the point?" "You know what I'm talking about," Uchiha Makoto said. Li Yi turned to look at Uchiha Makoto, tilted his head, and asked, "Why should I answer your question. I'm curious, Uchiha Makoto said. Then continue to be curious. Come on. Lee Yi patted Uchiha Makoto on the shoulder. Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly. She hates when people, especially men, have physical contact with her. However, for some reason she didn't feel disgusted with Lee Yi. Was what Lee Yi said that could always choke her. Lee Yi turned and walked into the room. Uchiha Makoto did not follow into the room but turned and left. But she left a sentence. Lee Yi, we'll see you in half an hour. Lee Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Back at home, Lee Yi sat on the sofa, squinting and touching his chin, his eyes flashing with light, obviously thinking, I escaped from the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and I still have several means. The 3 generations of Hokage will definitely suspect me and investigate everything about me. I just don't know. Who will he send to investigate me? Is it Nara Shikaku? Possibly. Or Uchiha Makoto? Possibly. Or Anbu? All in all, in the next period of time, I should honestly do my duty, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone catches the handle. After thinking for a long time, Lee Yi finally made a decision. 3 generations of Hokage do not believe in Violet's identity. In fact, they indirectly do not believe in themselves. If he believes in himself, then he will believe in Violet. Therefore, in the next period of time, he had to be honest, in order to gain the trust of the 3 generations of Hokage and others. Only by gaining trust can I do things more easily in this village. Lee Yi whispered to himself. Just when Lee Yi was thinking, boom, there was a knock on the door. Lee Yi came back to his senses, got up, and opened the door. Uchiha Makoto is here. He also carried a large bag of Lee in his hand. Lee Yi frowned slightly. Uchiha Makoto explained, didn't we agree before that after you go back to Konoha village, I will live with you and teach you how to use your bloodline boundary? Lee Yi asked directly, which room do you want to sleep in? This room belongs to my parents and this room belongs to me. I sleep with you. Uchiha Makoto replied without thinking. Actually, you can sleep in my parents' room. Lee Yi said. No, I'm going to sleep in your room. Uchiha Makoto shook his head flatly. In fact, no matter which world you live in, the living have a deep taboo on the dead. Lee Yi's parents were killed in battle, so Uchiha Makoto didn't want to live in the room where they live. She didn't want to touch this taboo. Lee Yi visually measured Uchiha Makoto's height. Shorter than yourself, taller than Violet. Lee Yi said. Actually, you can still sleep on the sofa. Sleeping on the sofa. Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eyes glared slightly. I am your guest. You actually let me sleep on the sofa. For Uchiha Makoto's question, Lee Yi just wanted to answer. I didn't ask you to come. Finally, after a heated discussion, the two decided. Uchiha Makoto sleeps on Lee Yi's bed. Lee Yi sleeps on the sofa. Looking at Uchiha Makoto who was cleaning the room, Lee Yi touched his chin. A look of doubt appeared on his face, and said in his heart, logically speaking, Uchiha Makoto should be a gentle, suave woman, full of wife attributes. However, until now, her marital attributes have not been revealed at all. Could it be that her character has changed, causing it to be different from the original? Or is it that the attributes of a wife are just her hidden character, which will only be revealed after marriage? Today, Uchiha Makoto's character is revealed, that is, a smart, clever, positive, optimistic and calm, but not suave, some medium heart. This made Lin Chen quite puzzled. At the same time, Uchiha Makoto took out Lee Yi's quilt and sheets and replaced them with his own. Her quilt and sheets are pink Yuhi color and look very warm. Tis girlishness. Lee Yi sighed. After about an hour, both are finished. Uchiha Makoto washed his hands and walked out of the bathroom. Lee Yi asked, you live with me now. What do your family say? According to Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Makoto's father is the captain of the Konoha village guard and the head of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Uchiha Makoto is now living with him, a young girl in bloom, living under the same roof with a big man. If this spreads out, it may damage her reputation. No, replace the word maybe with the word definitely. Lee Yi did not ask whether Uchiha Makoto's family agreed or not. Since Uchiha Makoto is here now, it means that her family must agree with this matter. But unexpectedly, after hearing the word, Uchiha Makoto shook his head and said, actually, they don't agree with this matter. They strongly oppose. Hearing this, Lee Yi blinked. Uchiha Makoto continued, if there is no accident, wait, the guards will send someone. Hear this. Lee Yi. The first update. The third update today. The next update is around 21:30. The world is asking for silver tickets for a reward. Chapter 81 _ look down on the guard. Part 2. What are they doing here? Lee Yi was speechless and asked. Uchiha Makoto replied, they came to investigate whether this room is suitable for us. How did they investigate? Lee Yi asked. I don't know either. Uchiha Makoto shook his head. Maybe they have a unique method. Lee Yi's forehead. To be honest, he doesn't want to deal with the guards right now, because he was worried that he couldn't help it and accidentally killed them. In the past few years, the one who bullied Lee Yi the most was being the guard. This revenge must be avenged. Moreover, the relationship between Lee Yi and the guards now is like fire and water, incompatible with each other. In their eyes, Lee Yi was just a piece of trash who actually killed Dashang Uchiha. This is tantamount to discrediting the guard. Therefore, the current relationship relationship between Li Yi and the guards is very simple. Li Yi will not treat them well, and they will not treat Li Yi well. And now, they are actually coming to the house. Li Yi was speechless. What's your expression like? Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly and asked, why? You don't want them to come to your house? Li Yi nodded directly. That's right. Why? Afraid of them bullying you? Uchiha Makoto asked. As soon as these words came out, Li Yi immediately glanced at Uchiha Makoto. That kind of gaze is like looking at a fool. Afraid they will bully me. Ha ha. Joke. Lao Su's current strength is equivalent to above Chunin and below Jonin. What's more, the development potential of Lao Su is endless. Will Lao Su be afraid of them? Seeing Li Yi's eyes, Uchiha Makoto nodded and said, Li Yi, I know that your relationship with us and the Chia clan is not good. Very bad. Li Yi corrected. Well, indeed, very bad. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly, but then changed the subject and said, I hope that from today onward, your relationship with us and the Uchiha clan will improve. Actually, I have no hatred with you Uchiha clan. Li Yi corrected again. I just looked down on the guard. Uchiha Makoto was speechless. At this time, she wanted to say something. Almost all of the guards are from Uchiha's clan. Okay. However, before Uchiha Makoto spoke, suddenly, a disdainful laughter appeared from the door. Hee, you look down on us. What right do you have to look down on us? What a big joke. Before he finished speaking, ha sounded again. I saw a black thread that got in through the crack of the door, then went all the way up the door and grabbed the door handle. Then, twist lightly. The door was open. 3 men stood outside the room. The man in the lead stretched out his right hand, snapped his fingers, and made a ha sound, and then the black line disappeared. Seeing this scene, Li Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Shadow mimicry. In the original work of Hokage, shadow imitation is a ninjutsu only used by the Nara family, and it is also the bloodline boundary of the Nara family. Now, the ninja used by the ninja in front of him is very similar to the shadow imitation technique. The 3 stood at the door, arrogant. Li Yi frowned slightly. However, before Li Yi could speak, Uchiha Makoto's face sank, and he lowered his voice and said, Who let you in? Do you know how to be polite? Are there any rules? Although her voice was not loud, it was invisibly exuding an oppressive aura. When the 3 heard her word, their expressions changed slightly. In the end, the leader of the 3 said, Sister Makoto, he insulted our Uchiha family. We can't help but fight back. Li Yi wanted to answer, I fucking insult you. What can you do to me? However, before Li Yi could answer, Uchiha Makoto said, he didn't insult our Uchiha family. He was just talking about the guard, and I don't think he was insulting the guard because he had the right to say this. Hearing this, the 3 of them choked. After holding it for a while, the leader said, Makoto sister, I think you look down on him a little too much. Uchiha Makoto said with a stern face, Li Yi is my savior. In the future, you should treat him better. Otherwise, Uchiha Makoto will not spare you lightly. Although her voice was not loud, her tone was extremely strong. The faces of the 3 were not very good looking. However, they did not dare to refuse Uchiha Makoto's request, so they had to say in unison, I see. But Uchiha Makoto pointed at Li Yi and said, apologize to him. The faces of the 3 changed. Apologize to a piece of crap. How is this possible? Kill me and I won't apologize to a rubbish. Seeing the hesitant expressions on the faces of the 3, Uchiha Makoto's face sank and he shouted, did you hear? Now, immediately, apologize to him. The 3 were still hesitant. They really don't want to be soft on Li Yi's trap. On the other hand, Li Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Actually, how could he not know the purpose of Uchiha Makoto? That is to resolve the hatred in Li Yi's heart. She knew that Li Yi was angry, and if he didn't let it out, then Li Yi and the Uchiha family would never be reconciled. So Uchiha Makoto will do it now. However, Li Yi didn't want to give them this chance, because Li Yi will never forgive those who once bullied him. If anyone offends me, I will pay it back tenfold. Therefore, before the 3 of them could speak, Li Yi said directly, you don't need to apologize to me. Hearing this, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this bastard is cowardly. Otherwise, I would really have to apologize to him. I don't want to do such a shameful thing. I just didn't expect that this waste is so weak and cowardly. With the support of Uchiha Makoto, how could he be so cowardly? Sure enough, trash is always trash. Lame. In the hearts of the 3, they looked down on Li Yi even more. However, when Uchiha Makoto heard Li Yi's word, his face changed. She has an ominous premonition. However, before Uchiha Makoto could speak, Li Yi smiled directly and said, don't say it's a verbal apology. Even if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I won't forgive you. If you apologize to me, I will feel very cheap. Quote, Li Yi's voice was not large. It was extremely clear, reaching the ears of everyone present. The 3 were still smug at first, and felt that Li Yi was cowardly and would always be awake. But now, after listening to Li Yi's word, the 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and then their faces suddenly sank. There is one more update. It is estimated that it will be late. The world is looking for silver ticket plus reward. Chapter 82 _ Insult the dog. Third more. The 3 thought that Li Yi was cowardly and did not ask them to apologize. Li Yi dare not accept their apology. Coward. But now it seems that their idea is so so wrong. Lee Yi actually felt that the three of them apologized to him and lost his pride. Don't say it's a verbal apology. Even if he kneels down and kowtows to apologize, will Lee Yi feel that the price has dropped? Too arrogant. So arrogant. The faces of the three of them suddenly turned gloomy like a dark cloud. What did you say? Leader stared at Lee Yi and said in a low voice, tell me if you have the ability. However, before he could finish speaking, Uchiha Makoto stood up from the sofa and said coldly, okay, don't talk anymore, just get down to business. She was worried that the situation would worsen and lead to bad consequences, so she spoke out to stop it. Lee Yi doesn't care. In fact, to be honest, he's a little itchy right now. He wants to know what level his current strength has reached. However, the leader said, Makoto's sister, you heard him too. I can't bear this tone. Uchiha Makoto said, don't forget your responsibility. However, before Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, Lee Yi interrupted, if you just talk and do and practice the fake hand pose, who can't brag since you can't bear it? Come on, are you a dog? You just bark and don't bite. Quote, as soon as these words came out, the leader's face instantly turned blue. However, before he could answer, Lee Yi continued, oh sorry, I shouldn't have called you a dog. The leader frowned. Why does this piece of shit say that? Did he confess? Hehe, even if you admit that you are cowardly, I will not let you go. However, the next moment, Lee Yi added, to say you are a dog is to insult the dog. You don't look in the mirror to see what you are. Lee Yi's voice was not loud. It was very clear and reached the ears of everyone present. Ha tilde. Uchiha Makoto burst out laughing directly. The next moment, she covered her mouth and stopped smiling. After all, in this serious occasion, laughing is a very impolite behavior. At the same time, the leader was completely furious, biting Kiba and roaring every word. You fine die. While speaking, his eyes began to change, and a blood color gradually filled his eye. Apparently, he's driving Sharingan. Lee Yi narrowed his eye. Come on, I want to see, is your Sharingan fast or my wishful gold hoop fast? Lee Yi was carrying both hands, and in his right hand, the golden light flickered slightly. However, before Lee Yi could make a move, Uchiha Makoto suddenly stood in the middle of Lee Yi and the leader, and shouted, enough, don't make trouble anymore. You all hurry up to perform the task, and leave immediately after completing the task. In the name of commanding you. Looking at Uchiha Makoto's face, the leader's expression changed slightly. Eventually, his face returned to normal and he said, okay, I'll listen to you. Having said that, he looked at Lee Yi behind Uchiha Makoto again, and threatened, this time someone will protect you. I won't touch you, but next time, don't let me meet you, or I will. However, before he finished speaking, Lee Yi smiled and said, no need for next time, just this time. Come on, whoever counsels is a dog. Oh no, calling you a dog is just scolding a dog. The leader's face darkened again. However, looking at Uchiha Makoto's face, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and his face returned to normal. He stopped talking to Lee Yi because he was afraid he couldn't help. Then, with a big wave of his hand, he said, brothers, check the room. Uchiha Makoto first rubbed his eye, then turned around, looked at Lee Yi, and said, Lee Yi, let them check. Let go out first. Don't we have to stay here? Lee Yi deliberately looked at Uchiha Makoto's eyes and asked, no. Uchiha Makoto shook his head lightly and explained, they just checked the room, not us. Let go out for now, and we'll come back after they finish checking the room. Lee Yi thought for a moment, then nodded lightly. Okay. The two walked out of the room. Looking at the back of Lee Yi's departure, the leader's gaze was extremely cruel. Damn it. Damn it. God damn it. 10,000 people. In his heart, he scolded Lee Yi countless times. He really wants to rub Lee Yi on the ground now. Lee Yi, who had already reached the door, suddenly turned his head and asked, what's your name? The leader blinked, then patted his chest proudly, and said, my name is Uchiha and Trustworthy. Breakfast. Lee Yi smiled and said, this name is really interesting. Leader could hear the sarcasm in Lee Yi's tone. What do you mean? The leader asked with a sullen face. I just thought your name was funny. Lee Yi said, what did your parents think at the time? Did they get watered up in their brain, and that's why they gave you such a funny name? This is good. Not only did Lee Yi scold him, but even his parents scold him. Uchiha's in trustworthy fury again. You can scold me, scold my parent. I will work hard with you. However, before Uchiha broke his trust, Uchiha Makoto suddenly took Lee Yi's arm and said, okay, don't say it anymore. Let go out quickly. Don't interfere with their mission. After that, Uchiha Makoto took Lee Yi and forcibly pulled him out. Boom. The door was closed. Uchiha lost his trust and failed to shoot again. At this moment, he had a feeling that all his strength was hitting the cotton. This feeling made him very suffocated. As the saying goes, if you have emotion, you have to vent. If you don't vent, you will get sick. This sentence is very suitable for Uchiha's untrustworthiness at this time. If it is not young and healthy, then, at this time, he may have vomited blood with anger. Even so, under the violent ups and downs of Uchiha's untrustworthy chest, his throat suddenly became sweet. Although he swallowed it immediately, Uchiha broke his trust and knew that it was blood just now. Damn bastard. Uchiha coughed in disbelief. His face paled, and he murmured angrily, brother, are you alright? The other two asked with concern. It's alright. Uchiha shook his head in disbelief. Start the mission. Don't miss any corner. At the the same time, outside the room, Uchiha Makoto looked at Lee Yi, breathed a fragrance, and said, Lee Yi, you deliberately angered him just now, but it's useless. You also know that with me here, you will not have any physical conflict. Lee Yi shook his head with a smile and said, actually, the power of emotions is very powerful. The third update. Today's update is over. The world is looking for silver ticket plus reward. Chapter 83 _ being monitored. First more. After 10 minutes, Uchiha broke their trust and walked out of Lee Yi's house. How is it? Uchiha Makoto got straight to the point and asked directly. Uchiha shook his head slightly in disbelief. No problem. That mean, from now on, I can live here, right? Uchiha Makoto asked again. That right? Uchiha's and Trustworthy 3 all nodded. Okay, sorry for your trouble. Uchiha Makoto smiled slightly and said, if that's the case, then go back. She has already started to drive people away. She didn't want to see Lee Yi clashing with the three of them again. Makoto's sister, if there is any problem, please inform us in time. Uchiha glanced at Lee Yi in disbelief and said, okay. Uchiha Makoto head tapped. Uchiha turned his head to look at Lee Yi again and said, Lee Yi, if you let me know that you dare to do something too bad to Sister Makoto, I won't let you go. Hehe, what is too much? What is too much? Lee Yi immediately laughed. Is it murder and arson, or violence against women? I've killed people, I've let go of fire, but I haven't experienced violence. Having said that, Lee Yi stuck out his tongue, licked his lip, and said with a smile, if I'm in a good mood, I might have to experience. You dare? Uchiha's distrustful eyes widened in anger, staring at Lee with determination, his eyes as sharp as knives. Okay, the three of you hurry back. It's enough to have me here. At this time, Uchiha Makoto waved at the three and said, Makoto's sister, you heard him just now. This kid doesn't speak human words. Uchiha said in disbelief. However, before he could finish speaking, Uchiha Makoto interrupted impatiently. Okay, what to do? I know better than you. The three of you hurry up and leave. Three can't figure out why Uchiha Makoto is so towards Lee Yi. Is it just because Lee Yi is her savior? But now, the situation is out of control. Therefore, they stopped talking, glared at Lee Yi, and then turned to Lee. You look good. I applaud you. Lee Yi smiled at the three of them, with a hint of mockery in his smile. The three left angrily. After the three of them left, Uchiha Makoto sighed and asked helplessly, Lee Yi, why are you mad at them on purpose? The power of emotions is very powerful. Lee Yi repeated this sentence again. That's right. From the very beginning, Lee Yi was deliberately mad at them. Lee Yi knew that with Uchiha Makoto there would never be a physical conflict between him and the three. However, even so, Lee Yi couldn't let go of them, and the method is to deliberately anger them. As Lee Yi said, the power of emotions is very powerful. An emotionally fragile person, once the emotional fluctuations are too intense, then it is very likely to lead to death. Since ancient time, are there still few people who have been mad to death. Therefore, Lee Yi will deliberately anger them. Even if they can't fight, Lee Yi won't make it easier for them. In fact, what Lee Yi didn't know was that he had already succeeded. Uchiha broke his trust. He had already been beaten by him just now, and he successfully blew a mouthful of blood. Afterward, Lee Yi and Uchiha Makoto walked into the room together. The room was neat and tidy and showed no signs of being damaged. Lee Yi said with a smile, I thought they were going to destroy my house. They dare not. Uchiha Makoto shook his head lightly. They just do routine things, and they won't do anything beyond the task. Lee Yi started checking every corner of the house, because he was worried that Uchiha would break their trust with them. Would he put a camera in his house? Although there is no camera in this world, there are many ninjutsu props similar to camera. If Uchiha breaks his trust with them and puts a camera in this house, then from today onward, his every move will be monitored. Lee Yi doesn't like this. However, after looking around, Lee Yi didn't find anything unusual. It seemed that they really just checked, and after finding that there was no problem, they left without doing anything in the house. What are you checking for? Uchiha Makoto asked. Nothing. Lee Yi shook his head slightly. Are you worried about being watched? Uchiha Makoto has a simple heart after all, so she can guess Lee Yi's worry. Hearing this, Lee Yi no longer concealed anything and nodded. They're just checking the house to see if there is anything dangerous. They won't leave anything in your house, so don't worry. Uchiha Makoto consoled. Lee Yi nodded. However, he always felt that something was not right. Makoto, as the princess of the Uchiha clan, is now living with a man. Logically speaking, any Uchiha clan will try their best to oppose it, so that the desire to protect is excessive. They are worried that Lee Yi will hurt Uchiha Makoto, so they will definitely try their best to monitor Lee Yi's every move. And now, Lee Yi didn't see anything out of the ordinary with the naked eye. However, this is the ninja world. In this world, there are many strange and fancy ninja tools. Some ninja tools cannot be seen at all with the naked eye. Therefore, Lee Yi is now suspecting that the three Uchiha distrustful people have placed some invisible surveillance ninja tools in his home. However, even if he doubted it, there was nothing Lee Yi could do. If only Violet were here. Lee Yi sighed inwardly. Violet is a perceptive ninja. She only needs to release her perceptive power, and if there is a ninja tool in this house, she will be able to find out. And now, Violet has has been picked up. Li Yi has never been one to sit still. Therefore, immediately he began to think of other methods. However, after thinking about it for a while, Li Yi didn't come up with any reasonable method. After all, he now only has 3 means. At this time, Uchiha Makoto asked, "When will we start training?" Li Yi came back to his senses and said, "You can start training now." "Okay." Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly. Then she sat down on the sofa and said, "Now, I want to get to know your bloodline boundaries. Sit down." After speaking, she stretched out her right hand and patted the side of her buttock. Although men and women don't give and receive, but now, since the woman is taking the initiative, then Li Yi is disrespectful. Therefore, he sat beside Uchiha Makoto, next to her soft and plump XX. "Stretch out your hand," Uchiha Makoto said softly. 21:30 in the next update. The world asks for silver ticket plus reward. Chapter 84 Uchiha Makoto S Pro Part 2. Li Yi did as he did. Uchiha Makoto held Li Yi's hands gently and said at the same time, "Next, I'm going to inject my own chakra into your body. The process may be a little painful, so bear with it." Hearing this, Li Yi frowned slightly. Inject chakra into your body. In other words, she wants to explore her own background. Li Yi first thought for a moment. His biggest secret right now is the infinite evolution system. Especially when he uses the infinite evolution system, a panel that only he can see will appear in front of him. However, this world is not an ordinary world. So, Li Yi was worried, would the infinite evolution system be seen by others? Li Yi has always had this concern. And now, Uchiha Makoto uses her chakra to probe her body. It's an opportunity. Li resolutely said, "I can take this opportunity to experiment to see if she can discover the existence of an infinite evolutionary system. Although this approach is a bit risky, it is worth doing so. If Uchiha Makoto can't discover the existence of an infinite evolutionary system, then everything is fine. If Uchiha Makoto can discover the existence of the wireless evolution system, then, starting today, Li Yi will start to arrange some means. The infinite evolution system is his biggest secret and his greatest confidence. It is the so-called boring hair and making a fortune is the last word. Before there is no absolute strength, Li Yi will find ways to hide the existence of the infinite evolution system. Everyone knows the truth that every husband is innocent, and he is guilty. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Li Yi nodded and said, "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Seeing that Li Yi agreed, Uchiha Makoto just started. She lightly grabbed Li Yi's hand, and the chakra in her body poured into Li Yi's body along her 2 white jade hands. At this moment, Li Yi's body produced a very subtle feeling. The whole body was crisp and numb, as if the current was passing through, but the current was not big, so Li Yi didn't feel much pain. However, with the passage of time, this electric current ran around in the body, causing the body to reject it, so a strange yuhi color began to appear on Li Yi's cheek. Uchiha Makoto didn't seem to notice. She closed her eyes and said softly, "Li Yi, try to call your bloodline boundary." "Okay." Li Yi did not refuse. With a thought, he began to condense the ability of the door fruit. To use the devil fruit requires huge physical strength. Therefore, after Li Yi started using the gate fruit, he could clearly feel that his power was rapidly draining like water. That feeling, as if I was running with all my strength. Li Yi's breathing began to quicken, and with the increase of time, his breathing became more and more rapid, and a trace of sweat appeared on his forehead. After about 7 or 8 seconds, "Okay, stop," Uchiha Makoto said softly. Li Yi immediately stopped using the power of the door fruit. He breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Makoto opened his eye, then slowly released Li Yi's hand, and said, "Your blood follows the boundary. It's a bit strange." "Oh, what's so strange?" Li Yi pretended to be surprised and asked. He wanted to see Uchiha Makoto's level. Uchiha Makoto touched his chin and said, "Your ability doesn't seem to use chakra." "Oh, not using chakra? What is that?" Li Yi asked again deliberately. Uchiha Makoto suddenly looked up and looked at Li Yi's face. Because the supply of chakra was stopped, the yuhi color on Li Yi's face had disappeared. Uchiha Makoto said seriously, "Use your physical strength." Hearing this, Li Yi's expression did not change. "But in my heart, I was stunned. Uchiha Makoto can actually see the ability of the door fruit. Is it using physical strength?" However, thinking about it is also relief. Because Li Yi ate the devil fruit, the power of the devil fruit had penetrated into Li Yi's blood. The ability of the door fruit is the ability of Li Yi's body. Uchiha Makoto can understand Li Yi's ability by probing Li Yi's body, which is reasonable. This little girl is indeed a bit level. Li Yi said, "I just don't know. Can she detect the existence of the system?" Li Yi intends to make Uchiha Makoto feel it again. However, before Li Yi could speak, Uchiha Makoto said, "Your body is a little strained. I have to study it carefully and do it again." After speaking, Uchiha Makoto stretched out 2 pure white jade hands towards Li Yi. Li Yi also reached out and took Uchiha Makoto's jade hand. Uchiha Makoto didn't grumble at all, and immediately mobilized chakra and poured into Li Yi's body. And Li Yi hesitated for a moment. "Do you want to open the system? Oneself is the host of the system. That is to say, the system is hosted in one's own body, similar to the existence of parasite. Once the system is turned on, then this parasite sight will be exposed. At that time, Uchiha Makoto may have a high chance of feeling the existence of the system. Lee Yi thought for a moment. Final decision, turn on the system. Instead of exposing it later, it is better to figure it out now. Therefore, Lee Yi said in his heart, open the system. Ding, go back to the host. The system has been opened. A crisp voice sounded in Lee Yi's mind. A translucent panel that could only be seen by Lee Yi appeared in front of Lee Yi's eye. Lee Yi opened his eyes, not looking at the system panel, but at Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto was closing his eyes at this moment, carefully feeling Lee Yi's body. I have to say, Uchiha Makoto is really pretty. The skin is fair, silky like jade, and the long and dense eyelashes are sparkling, which look very moving. Lee Yi suddenly had an impulse. Kiss her. However, this impulse was not as strong as it was for Conan at first, because at that time, the faces of Conan and Lee Yi were very close, and no matter how Lee Yi shifted his gaze at that time, they could not avoid Conan. And now, Uchiha Makoto's face is not close to Lee Yi. Moreover, as long as Lee Yi moved his eyes a little bit, he couldn't see her anymore. Therefore, he can suppress the impulse in his heart. Lee Yi has been driving the infinite evolution system. Uchiha Makoto closed his eyes, and on that beautiful face, a complex expression of doubt, puzzlement, surprise coexisted. Seeing this expression, Lee Yi couldn't help but feel anxious. Did this woman detect the existence of the system? Second update. The next update will be later. The world asks for silver ticket plus reward. Chapter 85_fitness code. First more. After a moment, Uchiha Makoto stopped the supply of chakra, and then let go of Lin Chen's hand. Yuhi color on Lee Yi's face disappeared as quickly as the tide ebbed. Uchiha Makoto took a breath, raised his right hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, your physique is indeed a bit drained. Lee Yi did not reply, but quietly waited for her next sentence. Uchiha Makoto continued, the general bloodline limit requires chakra to use, but your bloodline limit requires physical strength. So I think that the speciality of your bloodline limit is because of the speciality of your body. And just now, I seem to have a feeling that your body is different from that of ordinary people. What the difference? Lee Yi asked directly. Can't you just tell it? Uchiha Makoto shook his head slightly and replied, I'm not sure. I just have this feeling. A woman's sixth sense. Lee Yi smiled. So to speak. Uchiha Makoto has no objection. Lee Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. If it was because he turned on the system that Uchiha Makoto noticed something was wrong, then things were going to be troublesome. Lee Yi didn't want them to be aware of the existence of the system when he fought against Uchiha Madara, Six Halves Immortals and others in the future. Therefore, Lee Yi stretched out his hands again and said, can you sense it again? Maybe we can find the source of what's wrong. Uchiha Makoto said, my chakra is different from your chakra. After all, I have injected my chakra into your body 3 times in one day, which may cause harm to your body. What harm? Lee Yi frowned slightly. Dizziness, headache, body ache, muscle weakness, etc. Uchiha Makoto said, scare me. Lee Yi breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was a serious danger. It was just this. When I was still on Earth, after running the 1000-meter men's sport test, I would feel dizzy, sore, and weak in my limbs the next day. Therefore, Lee Yi directly said, firmly and seriously, come on, I'm not afraid, just let the storm come more violently. Actually, he was joking when he said that. He wanted to liven up the atmosphere. However, Uchiha Makoto felt that Lee Yi was serious. At this moment, she looked at Lee Yi's firm and serious face, and her heart moved lightly. It was as if a dusty string had been quietly plucked again. Looking at Lee Yi's handsome young and angular face, Uchiha Makoto can't help but be a little crazy. But the next moment, she hurried back to her senses, lowered her head slightly, and stopped looking at Lee Yi. She breathed a sigh of relief and asked herself, Uchiha Makoto, what's wrong with you? Why are you always distracted these days? However, Uchiha Makoto didn't think about it, but took a deep breath and gently held Lee Yi's hand. An invisible force, following her soft hand, entered Lee Yi's body again. Lee Yi had already shut down the system. Uchiha Makoto could still sense something was wrong after shutting down the system. This process lasted about half a minute. Uchiha Makoto's brows were slightly wrinkled. After half a minute, she took a deep breath, retracted the chakra, and released her hand. Lee Yi stared at her. Still something wrong, she said. Lee Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Uchiha Makoto is not aware of the existence of the system at all. Whether he turned the system on or turned it off, Uchiha Makoto felt something was wrong. So, she didn't notice the system. Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly, looked at Lee Yi and asked, why do I feel you are relieved? Lee Yi shook his head. Nothing. But he said in his heart, can I be relieved? You have input chakra into my body, but you still haven't noticed the existence of the infinite evolution system. Do you think I should be happy, or should I be very happy? Since I have understood your bloodline limit, then, next, I will formulate a detailed training method for you, and strive to use the bloodline limit in 2 weeks. Not to say that you are proficient, but, after using it, you will not faint. Quote, Uchiha Makoto said seriously. Lee Yi nodded. Thank you. No thank. But Uchiha Makoto shook his head, moved his butt slightly, moved away from Lee Yi calmly, and said, you are my savior. I also promised you that I will help help you train your ability, and I will do what I say. Then when do we start training? Li Yi asked. In fact, he can also train with Might Dai. But to be honest, in Li Yi's eyes, Might Dai is just a lunatic. He feared that under Might Dai's leadership, he would over-exercise, suffer from muscle lysis, and die. You must know that when he was still on the earth, he heard of many people who went to the gym the day before, exercised too much, and got muscle lysis the next day, and they became useless and die soon. Li Yi didn't know the similarities and differences between people in this world and people on earth. However, everything has to have a degree. Training with Might Dai is just too much. Therefore, Li Yi chose Uchiha Makoto. For Li Yi, Uchiha Makoto is a professional fitness coach. She will formulate a detailed, specific and comprehensive training method for Li Yi, which can not only ensure the training time, speed and efficiency, but also ensure the safety and health of the body. Uchiha Makoto stood up from the sofa and said, "After an hour, I will work out a training method that suits you. During this hour, don't disturb me. If anyone comes to me, you say I am sleeping. Let them come back later." Quote. After saying that, Uchiha Makoto twisted his little butt and walked into Li Yi's room without looking back. Looking at Uchiha Makoto's graceful figure, Li Yi smiled with satisfaction and said in his heart, "Sure enough, having a fitness coach to assist is easy." When he was on Earth in his previous life, Li Yi didn't exercise very often. Although he also went to the gym, the purpose of his going to the gym was to hook up with girls. You know, in the gym, there are many girls with beautiful faces and beautiful body. Li Yi still remembers that when he hooked up with a female fitness trainer back then, that feeling tis is really beyond words. Closer to home, now, Uchiha Makoto will formulate a scientific and systematic training method for Li Yi, so that compared to training alone, both training efficiency and safety are much higher. P.S. The first update. The next update is around 0:100. Today, a Wuhan pneumonia patient came to our hospital. As a doctor in the world, he worked overtime until more than 9 o'clock in the evening before going home. When he got home, he wrote this chapter. Chapter 86 _ how many previous hosts. Second more. Li Yi sat on the sofa and waited quietly. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Yi at this time is doing nothing and being bored. However, in Li Yi's eye, there is a panel that can only be seen by him. Host name, Li Yi. Age, 20 years old. Sex, male. Strength, mortals with relatively strong physical fitness. Weapon, Dinghai Shinpin. Mission, kill Uchiha Fugaku. Capture Uchiha Makoto's heart. Change Conan's attitude towards himself. Remaining chance to evolve. 1. How to use this evolutionary opportunity. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and thought. In fact, he had already prepared it before. That is, if Uchiha Makoto can perceive the existence of the system, then Li Yi will use this evolution opportunity to evolve the system. That's right, he wants to evolve the infinite evolution system. Since the system says that it can evolve everything, then it must be able to evolve itself. However, at the time, Li Yi did not ask this question. And now, Li Yi is free, so he asked in his heart, "System, can I use the chance of evolution to evolve you?" Ding, go back to the host. Logically speaking, this is okay. The crisp sound of the system immediately sounded in Li Yi's mind. "I don't want to listen to reason, I want to listen to reality," Li Yi said lightly. System replied. Back to the host. "The system doesn't know about your question." "Oh, why?" Li Yi asked in surprise. "Could it be that the people who used you before have not evolved you?" System replied. Go back to the host. "That's right, so it is." Li Yi nodded. "The direction of evolution is uncertain, both good and bad. Therefore, it is reasonable that the predecessors did not evolve the infinite evolution system. Oh, by the way, I've always been curious, how is your former host doing now? Has he become a big boss in all the world?" Li Yi asked. "It has only been 6 or 7 days since the infinite evolution system was obtained, and in these 6 or 7 days, he was in a coma for 3 days. So, in fact, the time for him to obtain the infinite evolution system is only 3 or 4 days. For 3 or 4 days, Li Yi had a lot of questions and didn't ask them. But now, Li Yi has freed up the space, so he will ask all the doubts in his heart one by one." System replied. Back to the host. "There are a total of 8 hosts who used the infinite evolution system in the past, and these 8 people are now dead." Hearing this, Li Yi's eyes widened. "Are all dead? You fucking tease me. With such a heaven-defying artifact, how could he still die?" However, there is no need for the system to deceive him, so Li Yi asked, "How did they die?" System replied. Back to the host. "The first host was killed in battle, the second host was assassinated while sleeping, and the third host was when he was having sex with a wife. Everyone died. The fourth host fell into the enemy's trap and died." The system said a long list. Li Yi was speechless. In his opinion, these 8 people are killing themselves. Toss yourself to death. With the infinite evolution system, I feel that I am the protagonist. I am invincible in the world. I am the most powerful, so I have no fear, and anyone dares to provoke. In Li Yi's view, this is an extremely stupid, mentally retarded, and stupid behavior. Yes, with the system, it is indeed possible to become the most invincible and powerful person in the world. However, it is only possible. You know, even if there is an artifact, it takes time to develop. Sun Wukong, Nua was bred out of the heaven patching stone. How awesome, but doesn't he have to learn art from a teacher. However, these 8 people did not have this consciousness at all, especially the third term. It's just nonsense. Do you think you are fucking Cao Cao? Even Cao Cao, before he became a trend, was still very cautious and very stubborn. Actually, in my opinion, you are an irresponsible system. After they get you, they swell up like this, so you won't persuade them. Li Yi said. System replied, return to the host, do not advise. Li Yi was speechless again. It seems that this system really only asks what to answer, just one tendon. Li Yi asked, why not persuade? System replied, back to the host. The system is not qualified or authorized to persuade the host. Li Yi frowned slightly and asked, why? System replied, go back to the host, because every host is a free individual. What they will become and what they will do with the system are their own decision, and the system has no right to interfere. Freedom. Li Yi smiled. Freedom without any restraint. Is it still called freedom? System replied, back to the host. I don't know. Li Yi was speechless. This system really asked an answer. Could it be that it didn't hear it just now? What I said was not a question, but a rhetorical question. Well, it really didn't hear it. Li Yi no longer wanted to talk to the system, and said in his heart, close the system. Ding. System confirms shutdown. With the crisp sound of the system, he exited his mind, and the panel in front of Li Yi's eyes gradually disappeared. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He still has another chance to evolve, so how should he use it? It is to keep and save, to prepare for the future evolution of your body, or use it now. Li Yi pondered. However, just as Li Yi was thinking, a knock on the door suddenly came from outside the door. Boom. The voice is not small. It sounds very violent. Li Yi frowned slightly. Who is this point? Li Yi got up, walked, and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a woman. She has beautiful long Yuhi-colored hair, a hairpin on the left bun, and a wrist guard on her left wrist. She looks incredibly beautiful. Li Yi opened the door. She stared at Yuhi on the other side of her. However, just after Li Yi opened the door, the Yuhi-haired woman frowned, looked Li Yi up and down, and then directly asked, Makoto is in your house? Li Yi nodded. That's right. Hearing this, Yuhi made the woman frown, then stretched out her right hand to push Li Yi, and said, get out of the way. I want to go in. Li Yi shook his head directly. Sorry, this is my house. You can't come in without my permission. Saying that, Li Yi grabbed the Yuhi woman's wrist and stopped her. For this kind of physical contact, Yuhi found that the woman was not bored by Uchiha Makoto, but smiled and said, dare to speak to me in such a tone. You are the second one. It is interesting. P.S. Second more. In the next chapter, the world will try to write as much as possible. I have to continue to see patients tomorrow morning. I thought I would be able to take the annual leave today, but I didn't expect that we also have patients here. Chapter 87 Guarding for girlfriend. First more. Hearing Yuhi's words from a woman, Li Yi couldn't help but wonder who was the first. However, Li Yi didn't ask such a boring question, but looked at Yuhi's woman and said lightly, Uchiha Makoto is sleeping now. I hope you don't disturb her. If you have something to do, talk to her after she wakes up. Not too late. Sleep. Yuhi raised the corner of the woman's eye. Sleep at this time? Are you kidding me? It's still morning, and in general, the people of Honoha village are already awake by now. However, Uchiha Makoto is actually sleeping now. Yuhi made the woman stare at Li with her suspicious eye, and said, did she spend the night at your house last night? From her point of view, Uchiha Makoto must have been tired last night, so she will only go to bed now. As for what she was doing, she didn't know, but she was curious. You know, a man and a woman live under the same roof, and there are only a few things they do at night. By Yuhi's woman's suspicious eye, Li Yi did not answer, but chose to remain silent. Moreover, Li Yi is still holding the wrist of the Yuhi-haired woman. Yuhi gave the woman a smile and asked, aren't you going to let go of me? Li Yi let go of her wrist. Is my skin slippery? Yuhi asked the woman with a smile while touching her wrist. Hearing this question, Li Yi first blinked, then pretended to be thoughtful, and said seriously, it's really smooth, but it's not the same as Makoto's. Makoto's skin is very soft, while yours is very elastic. Oh. Hearing this, Yuhi raised the corner of the woman's eyes slightly and said, have you touched her? Li Yi nodded with a smile, still holding hand 3 times. Yuhi looked at the woman and became suspicious again, thinking, this shouldn't be what kind of temperament Makoto is. I know very well, how could she let a man touch her body? Even if this man was her savior, she couldn't be so casual, right? However, there is no need for this man to lie to me. Yuhi-hair woman can't figure it out, but she didn't think much of it. She is straight-minded and violent. She didn't know about these intriguing things, and she didn't bother to know about them. She prefers to solve problems with violence rather than with words. Therefore, she looked at Li Yi, smiled, and said in a soft voice, if you don't let me go, then I'll be rude to you. After speaking, she slowly clenched her right hand, and Yuhi's hair full of hair seemed to stand up at this moment like a root of peppers facing the sky, and it's Yuhi-colored chili pepper. See this scene? Li Yi squinted his eye, then, a sideways, seriously, please come in. Yuhi made the woman startled and blinked. She didn't expect that Li Yi would be so cowardly. Is such a man really Makoto's savior? How on earth did he rescue Makoto from the land of wolves and leopards like the land of rain. However, Yuhi didn't think much about the woman but took a step forward and walked into Li Yi's house. Looking at the neat and spotless house, the Yuhifa woman blinked and said curiously, "It seems that you are a person who loves cleanliness very much." Over the top, Li Yi smiled lightly. If you let her know that it was not Li Yi who cleaned up the house but someone of her own clan, how would she feel? "Which room is Makoto sleeping in now?" Yuhi asked the woman to turn her head to look at Li Yi. Li Yi pointed to his room. Yuhi made the woman without the slightest hesitation and walked directly to Li Yi's room. Li Yi asked, "Are you sure you want to go in? She's sleeping now. If you wake her up, she'll be very angry when she wakes up." Hearing this, Yuhi made the woman stop. Then she turned her head, looked at Li Yi, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm good friends with her. No matter how bad she gets up, she won't text me." "Okay." Li Yi shrugged. Yuhi sent a quick word to a woman and walked quickly to Li Yi's room. However, when opening the door, Yuhi made the woman's movement obviously a lot more cautious. Obviously, although she said it easily in word, in practice she was still worried about disturbing Uchiha Makoto's rest. As expected of her best friend, this woman really cares about Uchiha Makoto. Seeing Yuhi's woman carefully opening the door without making any sound, Li Yi secretly smiled. At this time, the Yuhifa woman had already opened the door. Li Yi shrugged because he knew that his lies would be exposed, but he wasn't worried either. After all, this lie was told by Uchiha Makoto. Even if Yuhi made a woman angry, she wouldn't attack herself. However, Li Yi is well aware of Yuhi's temperament of women. Therefore, Li Yi had already anticipated Yuhi's Hidong lion's roar from a woman. However, the expected Hidong roar did not appear in Li Yi's ear. On the contrary, Yuhi sent a woman's gaze, and after looking around in Li Yi's room, she retracted it, and then she slowly closed the door, moving carefully without making any sound. After closing the door, Yuhi sent a woman to Li Yi, and his voice became very small, and said, "I thought you were lying to me, but Makoto was actually sleeping." As soon as these words came out, Li Yi blinked. "Really sleeping? How is this possible? Uchiha Makoto making a training plan for me. How could she be sleeping?" At this moment, two guesses emerged in Li Yi's heart. 1. Yuhi made a woman and Uchiha Makoto teamed up to play tricks on herself. 2. Uchiha Makoto immediately got under the covers when she heard Yuhi's woman coming. Yuhi made the woman consciously sitting on the sofa and brewed a pot of fragrant tea for herself. After taking a sip of tea, Yuhi sent the woman to put the teacup on the table, then patted the sofa next to her butt and said, "Little brother, sit here." Li Yi blinked. Why did these two sisters like this? Same location, the same action, really worthy of a girlfriend. However, in the end, Li Yi didn't move but stood there, looking at Yuhi and asking the woman, "What do you want to do?" "I want to get to know you." Yuhi made the woman smile and said. Li Yi shook his head. "It's no use getting to know me. You might as well get to know the enemy country." "No, it's useful to know you." Yuhi made the woman shook her head flatly and said, "You are Makoto's crush, and I am Makoto's best friend. My best friend is going to get married. As a best friend, I must give her a good check." P.S. Some readers in Wixen asked me if I was a real doctor. Answer: yes, the world is a respiratory physician. Before 2200 in the next update, ask for silver ticket plus ask for a reward. Chapter 88 Hook up with her, Part 2. Hearing Yuhi's words from the woman, Li Yi blinked. Then, he turned on the system. A translucent panel that could only be seen by him appeared in front of him. Mission: kill Uchiha Fugaku. Capture Uchiha Makoto's heart. Change Konan's attitude towards himself. Capturing Uchiha Makoto's heart. This quest still exists. Everyone says that best friends know best friend, but now it looked like that's not the case. I really thought Uchiha Makoto was in love with me just now. Li Yi turned off the system, looked at Yuhi's woman, shook his head and said, "Uchiha Makoto and I are just ordinary friends. I'm not his ideal." "Oh, ordinary friend." Yuhi sent the woman obviously in disbelief. "If it's just an ordinary friend, how could she live with you regardless of all objection? If it's just an ordinary friend, then why is she still sleeping now? You said, what did the two of you do last night?" "I am her savior." Li Yi replied. "This is true, but her attitude towards you now is not her attitude towards her savior." Yuhi said the woman leisurely. Li Yi narrowed his eyes lightly. He found that this Yuhi-haired woman was indeed different from Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto doesn't talk much. This woman has a lot to say. Uchiha Makoto has a relatively soft character. This woman has a very tough character. I have to say that these two women's personality, temperament, words and deeds are very complementary. No wonder they became best friends. Li Yi sat on the sofa opposite Yuhifa's woman and said, "I think you misunderstood the relationship between me and her. I and her are just ordinary friends. She lives with me just for quote." However, before Li Yi finished speaking, Yuhi sent the woman to pick up Li Yi's words and said, "I know, it's just to train you, right?" Li Yi nodded. "But that's not the reason. There are so many ninjas in our village. Every ninja has a teacher, and every teacher is training ninjas, but I don't see any students living with the teacher," Yuhi said to the woman. To this question, Li Yi replied lightly, "Uchiha Makoto wants to train me all the time and supervise me all the time, so he lives with me. Hearing Li Yi's answer, Yuhi touched the woman's chin. Well, the answer is very fluent. You and Makoto have said this before. No. Li Yi shook his head. It seems that you are a man of eloquence, Yuhi said to the woman. Li Yi narrowed his eye. He knew that Yuhifa woman was trying to understand herself. However, Li Yi didn't want to be understood by her, even if she is a big beauty. Therefore, Li Yi said directly, Uchiha Makoto is sleeping now, so I advise you to go. After she wakes up, it's not too late for you to come again. Yuhi heard this. The woman directly shook her head. No, I'll just wait here. Who knows if she will be sleeping when I come next time. Well then, whatever you want. Li Yi shrugged. Checked the time. Uchiha Makoto says she develops a training plan, which takes an hour. Now, there are less than 10 minutes until an hour. So, Li Yi estimated that in 10 minutes, Uchiha Makoto should come out. Li Yi sat opposite the Yuhifa woman and fell silent. Yuhi looked at Li Yi up and down, and after a while, she said, well, yes, you are really handsome, but it's a pity that you are too feminine, not my type. Because Li Yi has been weak since he was a child, and he doesn't bask in the sun often. His body is thin and his skin is pale, giving people a feeling of being weak. And this should be the femininity that Yuhi's hair woman said. As for Yuhi's comments on women, Li Yi smiled disdainfully. He knew that Yuhifa women like Namikaze Minato. As the saying goes, there is shishi in the eyes of the beholder. Namikaze Minato is a handsome and sunny guy, so of course Yuhi-haired women like sunny and handsome men. However, if Li Yi's years of experience are put on Namikaze Minato, then Namikaze Minato will probably become a calm and gloomy handsome guy. Only those who have experienced darkness know how terrifying the darkness is, and how precious the light after dawn. I remember, your name is Li Yi, right? Yuhi asked the woman again. Li Yi nodded slightly. That's right. Li Yi, there is something I have to tell you, Yuhi said to the woman. Lin Chen nodded. Yuhifa woman continued. In our village, there are many people who like Makoto. If you want to pursue Makoto, then you have to strengthen your competitiveness. Yuhi made a woman's expression very serious. Hear this. Li Yi just nodded and did not refute. Because of his attention, most of them are focused on the abdomen of Yuhi's hair woman. QB, 9 tails, is it sealed there? Li Yi knew that in the body of the Yuhifa woman, a tailed beast was sealed, and it was also the most powerful tailed beast in the world. QB, 9 tails, Kurama. To be honest, Li Yi now has an urge to pull QB, 9 tails, Kurama out of the Yuhifa woman's body, and then subdue it. You know, if you can gain the trust of QB, 9 tails, then you can start the cool QB, 9 tails mode. When Li Yi was watching Hokage, he was very envious of Uzumaki Naruto's QB, 9 tails mode and often fantasized about how great it would be if he could turn on the QB, 9 tails mode. However, at that time, Li Yi also knew that the QB, 9 tails model was his dream after all. No, delusional. But now, everything is different. Maybe he doesn't have the ability to realize this dream yet, but sooner or later, he will definitely realize this dream. At this moment, Yuhifa woman actually leaned on Li Yi's side, and even hugged Li Yi's shoulder. She smiled and said, don't hide it from me. What the hell did you do with Makoto last night? Li Yi frowned slightly. He found that this woman's character was really carefree. I don't care if the male or female is granted or not at all. But Li Yi also knows a truth. Carefree is a friend, and careful is love. It was precisely because she was so carefree that Li Yi knew that she had nothing to seduce herself. Say, what did you two do last night? Yuhi urges the woman all the time. However, Li Yi hasn't replied yet. Front. Li Yi's room was pushed open. Uchiha Makoto came out of the room. Seeing that Li Yi and Yuhi's woman were hooking their shoulders, Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly and asked, what are you two doing? Ooh, Makoto-san is jealous. Yuhi's woman hurriedly pushed Li Yi away, and at the same time didn't forget to make a joke. This is the second update. The third update is around 2300. Chapter 89_admit. Third more. Yuhifa woman immediately pushed Li Yi away, then stood up and hugged Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto stretched out his right hand, stood in front of him, and said, Kushina, what are you doing here? Yuhi made the woman stop and said, I'll come and see you, can't I? You don't have a job today? Uchiha Makoto asked. Yuhi shook her head, smiled and said, of course there is a task, but we will gather after half an hour. Before that, I wanted to come and see you, but I didn't expect you to be sleeping. It seems that last night you did some kind of hard work. When she was speaking, she also glanced at Li Yi, with a hint of cunning in her eye. Apparently, she was making fun of Uchiha Makoto and Li Yi. Li Yi frowned slightly. She felt that Uchiha Makoto would definitely refute. After all, this kind of thing is about reputation, but didn't expect Uchiha Makoto actually dipped his head lightly. Li Yi was taken aback. Yuhi made the woman also stunned. What does mean? Admit. Uzumaki Kushina swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a strange look appeared on that beautiful face. These two people, last night, actually did some unspeakable shameful thing. Actually, Uchiha Makoto didn't lie. Last night she had been exercising until late at night, which caused her back pain. She really did some hard work last night. After that, Uchiha Makoto looked at Lee Yi, pointed at the Yuhi hair woman, and said, Lee Yi, this is my good friend, Uzumaki Kushina. Long-awaited great name, Lee Yi said with a smile. Uzumaki Kushina finally recovered from the shock, blinked his beautiful eyes, and asked curiously, oh, you heard of me before? Lee Yi nodded lightly. In fact, Lee Yi also wanted to say, I have seen the way you looked when you died. Uzumaki Kushina laughed, patted his chest, and said proudly, it seems that I am quite famous, ha ha ha. Uchiha Makoto pointed at Lee Yi again and said, his name is Lee Yi, and he is my savior. Sister Makoto, you don't need to introduce us, we already met just now. Uzumaki Kushina smiled and said. Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly, because in her mind, unexpectedly, the scene of Lee Yi and Uzumaki Kushina, hooking shoulders and back, appeared just now. Thinking of that scene made Uchiha Makoto feel a little unhappy in his heart. Sister Makoto, this guy is not bad, but his strength is a little weak. Uzumaki Kushina gave Uchiha Makoto a sly smile and said. However, Uchiha Makoto said directly, his future strength will not be weaker than yours. Makoto-san, it hurts my heart when you talk about me like that. Uzumaki Kushina clutched his heart with a look of grief on his face. I'm just telling the truth. Uchiha Makoto said lightly. Okay, I won't be stubborn with you. Uzumaki Kushina waved his hand. Uchiha Makoto glanced at Uzumaki Kushina's lower abdomen. His face suddenly became serious, and asked, have you encountered any problems recently? No. Uzumaki Kushina shook his head slightly. It's been quite honest recently. That's fine. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly. If you encounter trouble, be sure to come to me. I will help you, and even if I can't help you, I will ask my father to help you. Hey, it's Makoto-san. You're good to me. Uzumaki Kushina hugged Uchiha Makoto. They didn't hide these words, but said them directly in front of Lee Yi, because they felt that Lee Yi must not understand what they said. However, how could Lee Yi not understand them? They must be talking about EPUB, nine-tailed. It is well known that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can control the tailed beast, and now, the most powerful tailed beast, EPUB, nine-tails, Kurama, is sealed in the body of Uzumaki Kushina. Once Kurama runs away, the Uchiha family can suppress Kurama. Lee Yi doesn't know if there is a Mangekyo Sharingan in the current Uchiha clan. However, Lee Yi is very clear that among the current Uchiha clan, there are 3 Tomo Sharingan. As long as there are 3 Tomo Sharingan, then, with a suitable timing, the tailed beast can be easily controlled. And now, Uchiha Makoto says, even if she can't help, her father can. The implication of this sentence, Uchiha Makoto's father has at least 3 Tomo Sharingan. At least, as the saying goes, 2 women play 1 show. Between women, there are always endless topics to talk about. Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina talking about the family words between women. The 2 women were sitting on the sofa opposite, and they were both beautiful women, looking particularly seductive. Uzumaki Kushina is 3 or 4 years younger than Uchiha Makoto, but this does not affect the relationship between the 2 of them. Although Uchiha Makoto's attitude towards Uzumaki Kushina is very bland, Lee Yi can still feel that Uchiha Makoto really cares about Uzumaki Kushina. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Uzumaki Kushina got up and said, Makoto-san, I'm leaving. Pay attention to safety. Life is the most important. Uchiha Makoto reminded. Don't worry, the vitality of our Uzumaki clan is very tenacious. Uzumaki Kushina patted chest and smiled. Then, she turned her head again and looked at Lee Yi. Her face suddenly became serious, and said in a low voice, Lee Yi, don't let your sister Makoto affect you. Lee Yi smiled brightly. Don't worry, I will definitely be better than you in the future. Uzumaki Kushina choked. The expectation she said was not this expectation, although this is also the expectation of Uchiha Makoto. However, the expectation she said was Uchiha Makoto's determination to entrust herself to Lee Yi. From Uzumaki Kushina's point of view, Uchiha Makoto must have liked Lee Yi very much, so he moved in with Lee Yi regardless of everyone's opposition. Uzumaki Kushina wants Lee Yi to treat Uchiha Makoto well, and don't let her resolve. But I didn't expect that Lee Yi would answer like this. Uzumaki Kushina can't help but get a little angry. This guy must be pretending to be stupid. HMPH. Next time I see this guy, I must take care of him and let him know how good I am. At this point, Uzumaki Kushina's full head of Yuhi's hair seems to be standing up. Uchiha Makoto knew Uzumaki Kushina very well, and seeing the change in her expression, Uchiha Makoto knew that she must be thinking about those things. Therefore, Uchiha Makoto said immediately, you hurry up and carry out the task. Don't waste time. After she finished speaking, she pushed Uzumaki Kushina straight out. Throw people straight away. Wuhan pneumonia outbreak. Everyone pay attention to protection. As a doctor, the world does not want to receive its own reader's patient. This is the 3rd one. Update ends today. The next update will be around 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. The World Seek Silver Ticket Plus Reward. Chapter 90 _ Who is more beautiful? First more. Uzumaki Kushina was kicked out. Uchiha Makoto closed the door and said, my My friend is just like that. She has a carefree personality. Don't worry about it or think about it too much. She has a crush on her. Lee Yi smiled slightly. Her crush is named Namikaze Minato, right? You know him. Uchiha Makoto was a little surprised. Have met one. Lee Yi said. Konoha village sent him to rescue you, but I was a step ahead of me. So it is. Uchiha Makoto touched his chin, and the head lightly tapped. If it hadn't been said by Lee Yi, then she probably would never have known about it. But then again, Lee Yi said again, are you and Uzumaki Kushina really close friends? We have known each other for many years and the relationship is not bad. Uchiha Makoto said. Then, Uchiha Makoto asked again, are you interested in her? I told you just now that she already has an interest. I advise you not to have any thoughts about her. I know she is very beautiful, but she is not you accessible. Hearing this, Lee Yi was taken aback and blinked. When did I say I was going to touch her? You know, even you. I don't want to get involved. However, Lee Yi did not refute Uchiha Makoto because he knew that this kind of thing, the more you explain it, the more chaotic it becomes. Therefore, Lee Yi directly changed the subject and said, you are right, she is really beautiful. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly. Lee Yi say such a thing. What does he want to do? Is he really interested in Uzumaki Kushina? And, for some unknown reason, she now wants to ask Lee Yi, is she beautiful or am I beautiful? Who is more beautiful, me or her? The next moment, Uchiha Makoto was frightened by his own thought. Uchiha Makoto, how can you have such a ridiculous idea? Immediately, she put this thought aside. Don't worry, I'm not interested in her, and I won't take a woman from Namikaze Minato. Lee Yi said with a smile. Uchiha Makoto breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lee Yi added, however, if she takes the initiative to send her to the door, then I will not refuse anyone who comes. After all, I am neither incompetent nor a fool eunuch. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto suddenly laughed, smile very disdainful. Take the initiative to deliver to your door. What a joke. You know, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato not only have a relationship for many years, but Namikaze Minato is also Uzumaki Kushina's savior. The two of them have experienced a lot of things time can witness. How could she possibly like you? Great joke. Unless the sun comes out from the west. No, even if the sun comes out from the west, she can't possibly like you. Of course, Uchiha Makoto knew that such words were hurtful, so she didn't say it, but just said, don't be delusional, she can't like other men except Namikaze Minato. However, for Uchiha Makoto's firm word, Lee Yi smiled disdainfully and said, everything is not absolute. Don't say it to death, because who knows what the future will be like. If Lee Yi hadn't come to this world, then everything would have developed according to the original plot. But now, there is the variable of Lee Yi. It is no exaggeration to say that the existence of Lee Yi has brought countless possibilities to the world. Besides, Lee Yi is not strong yet. Lee Yi becomes stronger in the future, then the world will be completely changed. Therefore, whether Uzumaki Kushina can continue this relationship with Namikaze Minato is uncertain. Of course, Lee Yi still sincerely wishes that the two of them can grow old together and give birth to a precious son early. All in all, Lee Yi will not take a shot at Uzumaki Kushina. Although Uzumaki Kushina is a big beauty, however, Lee Yi is not a big pig hoof that can't pull out his legs when he sees a beautiful woman. I hope the system doesn't send that kind of strange task this time. Lee Yi opened the system panel. There are still 3 tasks. Lee Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If the system allows him to capture Uzumaki Kushina's heart again, then Lee Yi will be speechless. He didn't want to open the harem. He just wants to improve his strength. Lee Yi is not that kind of stinky man with bad taste. Uchiha Makoto stood opposite Lee Yi and saw Lee Yi staring at her blankly. However, she felt that Lee Yi was not looking at her. Because Lee Yi's eyes are wrong. Uchiha Makoto raised his fair little hand, shook it in front of Lee Yi's eye, and asked, what are you looking at? Lee Yi came back to his senses. Look at Uchiha Makoto close at hand. Lee Yi blinked. He was looking at the system panel just now. Although it was only a momentary daze, it was still captured by Uchiha Makoto. Lee Yi can't always answer such stupid words as, I didn't see anything. Therefore, Lee Yi's brain twitched and he replied, I'm looking at you and Uzumaki Kushina. Who is more beautiful? As soon as he finished saying this, Lee Yi regretted it. How did you say such rascal words? Lee Yi immediately said, I finally came to a conclusion that you are both beautiful, each with their own characteristic. There is no one who is more beautiful than the other. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto's beautiful cheeks were not easily perceptible slightly. But then, her complexion returned to normal, and she said lightly, don't think about these things. It's better to empty your mind and think about how to become stronger. Hearing this sentence, Lee Yi just wanted to say, I'm thinking about this all the time. Okay. Uchiha Makoto handed Lee Yi a piece of paper. It's full of words. She explained, from today until 3 days later, you will exercise according to the above method. During these 3 days, no matter day or night, I will supervise you. Lee Yi took the blank paper and looked down. It says various sport, running, push-up, leapfrog, pull-up, and more. However, in the ninja world, the names of these projects are not the same as the names on Earth. For example, pull-up, but in the world world of ninja, it is only called pull up, and there is no word up. Li Yi glanced over it roughly. In the end, Li Yi frowned slightly, because he found that the training intensity on this piece of paper is very large. No, very big. For him, it was unbearable. Uchiha Makoto continued. After 3 days, whether you can stick to it or not, I will make a new exercise plan for you. The new exercise plan will only be more tiring than the current exercise plan. Hearing this, Li Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Uchiha Makoto said, I know, this plan is really tiring, and you may not agree to it. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. I really hope you can stick to it. Of course, you can also refuse. I understand you. The decision is up to you, your hand. However, before Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, Li Yi said with a smile, a fool would waste such a detailed and thorough training plan. The first update. The next one is around 2000 in the evening. Happy New Year to everyone in the world. Chapter 91_trust. Second more. I have to say that Uchiha Makoto's plan for Li Yi is indeed very detailed and thorough, including what exercise to do at each time, how many times to do exercise, or written in detail. Although the intensity of this exercise is very devilish, once he can persist, Li Yi's strength will definitely change by leaps and bounds after 2 weeks. Thinking of this, Li Yi can't help but look forward to what level his own strength will reach after 2 weeks. Is it Genin or Chunin? You must know that even though Li Yi's own strength is only a Genin, with Li Yi's existing means, he can exert a combat power similar to that of Jonin. After all, neither the Seeding Shen Needle nor the Devil Fruit are covered. However, in order to achieve this kind of strength, Li Yi had to stick to Kiba after 2 weeks of devil training. If you don't pay, how can you get anything in return? The infinite evolution system is really against the sky, but is it really reliable to rely only on the strength obtained by the infinite evolution system? Blacksmith need its own hardware. If all of Li Yi's strength and means are obtained through the infinite evolution system, then, once the infinite evolution system betrays, at that time, Li Yi will be beaten back to his original form. Since experiencing the darkness of human nature, Li Yi will never believe in anything else. Therefore, he will not believe in the infinite evolution system. Although the infinite evolution system is indeed his plug-in now, who knows if this plug-in will abandon him one day. Therefore, Li Yi had to be fully prepared for all this. In fact, if Li Yi completely believes in the infinite evolution system, then he can use the infinite evolution system to evolve himself. The big deal is to save a few more evolutionary opportunities. Even if the first evolution fails, and you evolve yourself into a scorpion, even if the second time you fail to evolve, you evolve yourself into a skeleton. But what about the third and fourth time? Li Yi doesn't believe that it can evolve and fail forever. As long as there is a successful evolution, then Li Yi's physical strength, chakra, and combat power can be greatly enhanced. However, Li Yi just hasn't evolved himself. The direction of evolution is uncertain, for one reason, and another because Li Yi doesn't fully believe in the infinite evolutionary system. It's not that you don't trust the system, it's that you don't fully trust the system. Once the infinite evolution system rebels, then the body that has worked so hard to evolve in the past will all disappear. At that time, Li Yi will become weak again, and once again live a life worse than a dog. Li Yi doesn't want to have that experience again. So, now, he has accepted this exercise program. Li Yi's voice was not loud. The firmness in his tone was self-evident. And after hearing Li Yi's word, Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly. It's good that you have this determination, but if you just talk and don't practice fake hand poses, only perseverance can you have a good harvest. Li Yi nodded. These big principles, he understands much more than Uchiha Makoto. You know, when he was on Earth, he was a 10-10 drinking chicken soup on Kuhu and WeChat. Li Yi asked, when will we start training? Now, Uchiha Makoto said. Where? Li Yi asked. Uchiha Makoto said, go and pack your thing, including water and dry food. We won't go back to the village until nightfall. We are leaving the village. Will there be any danger? Li Yi blinked and asked. Don't worry, all around Konoha village are ninjas. We are exercising outside, and we are all under their perception, which means that they are protecting us all the time. Uchiha Makoto said. Exercise under their noses. Li Yi raised his eyebrow. Just imagine, when you practice frog jumping, you are stared at by a group of people. So uncomfortable. However, other than that, there is no other way. Therefore, Li Yi had to compromise and pack up. Looking at Li Yi's back, Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Other people say you are a waif, a crane tail who knows nothing, but in my opinion, you are a genius, born with such a strong bloodline boundary, causing you to be in other aspects, including physical jutsu, ninja, weak in every way. So to speak, in the first 20 years, your bloodline limit has dragged you down. These words, Uchiha Makoto did not say, just the heart. She continued to think, but from now on, you will no longer be dragged down by your bloodline boundary. On the contrary, you will become a true genius, a peerless genius with the ultimate base ninjutsu. In Uchiha Makoto's view, Li Yi's blood following the boundaries dragged down Li Yi's development, so he was a waste in the tail of a crane. However, this point, Uchiha Makoto guessed completely wrong. Li Yi is actually a piece of trash, and it belongs to the kind of waste that can no longer be discarded. Not only is he a sick child, his physical strength is weak, but he has almost no chakra in his body and cannot learn ninjutsu. People like him are not suitable to be ninjas at all. However, from the moment he obtained the system, all the hidden illnesses of Li Yi's body were wiped out. His whole person was like a computer restart. Although he also didn't have much chakra, his body was healthy countless times. After a while, Li Yi finished packing, carrying a small bag and standing in front of Uchiha Makoto. Li Yi asked, "Are we going now?" "Good." Uchiha Makoto head tapped. Li Yi trained was outside the village, but it also falls under the jurisdiction of the village of Konoha. This is like cities and towns on the earth. The city itself is not large, but there are many towns under the city. Konoha, the terrain is wide and the view is great, perfect for training. Before reaching the destination, Li Yi asked, "Do you know where the violets are now being sent?" "I don't know." Uchiha Makoto shook his head slightly. "However, I can help you ask." "Thank you so much then." Li Yi directly thanked you. Third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want Li Yi to know the trace of violet, saying that it was for safety and confidentiality, but this did not mean that Li Yi would obey orders obediently. He still needs to know the location of violet, lest something unexpected happen. He is not prepared at all. Along the way, Li Yi just asked this question. At other time, there is silence. Finally, after walking for more than 10 minutes, Li Yi and Uchiha Makoto arrived at their destination. Second update. Happy New Year everyone. Today is New Year's Eve. The world is really busy, but there is still a third update, but it will be later. Chapter 92 Devil Training Part 1. I have to say, the place Uchiha Makoto chose is very suitable for exercise. Not only is the terrain flat, but the view is wide, and most importantly, there is a hill to the south. You know, when exercising, the most terrifying thing is not the intensity of the exercise, but the temperature of the surrounding environment. If you exercise against the sun, then Li Yi will definitely collapse. This will greatly reduce the efficiency of Li Yi's exercise. But now, there is a hill to the south, and at noon, the hill will block the sun and bring shade to Li Yi. It's still morning. The sun is not too hot, so Li Yi doesn't feel too hot. However, at noon, I am afraid that just standing there will be sweaty, not to mention that Li Yi will be dehydrated in a short while under the high-intensity exercise. At this point, Uchiha Makoto said, "We're training right here, following the plan on that piece of paper." Li Yi asked, "I exercise. What are you doing?" "I supervise you." Uchiha Makoto said, "Of course, in addition to supervising, I will also accompany you to exercise." Li Yi nodded. Uchiha Makoto is very talented. She is still young after all, and she has not experienced any hatred, so her strength is not wrong. You know, the evolution of Sharingan is related to hatred. The deeper the hatred, the stronger the Sharingan. However, Uchiha Makoto doesn't know this secret. She is currently suffering from not being able to improve Sharingan's ability, so she shifted her focus and focused on taijutsu. Since you can't improve Sharingan, you can improve your physical fitness, as long as you can enhance your overall strength. After that, Li Yi started exercising. According to Uchiha Makoto's plan, in the first step, he needs to warm up so that the cells of the whole body are activated and the whole person is in a state of excitement. In the second step, he needs to run, jogging for 10 minutes, jogging for 10 minutes, then jogging for another 10 minutes, and this goes on for 3 hours. In the third step, he has to stretch the muscles of the whole body through actions such as pull-ups and sit-ups. Li Yi began to warm up. There is no difficulty in the warm-up process, and it is easy to complete. Then, Li Yi started running. At the beginning, Li Yi didn't feel tired. However, under the alternation of speed and slowness, Li Yi gradually felt that his body was beginning to be overwhelmed. This kind of feeling is like pulling and pressing an iron wire. If you keep pulling it, it will be difficult to break it. If you keep pressing, it will be difficult to break it. Soon, this iron wire will break. Li Yi is now like this iron wire. The process of running fast for him is pulling. The process of jogging for him is stressful. Every 10 minutes, change the speed. After just 40 or 50 minutes, Li Yi felt that he couldn't hold it any longer. It should have been improved from jogging to fast running, but Li Yi's speed could not be raised no matter what. He is too tired. His whole body was already dripping with wet. Sweat all wet the clothes. Hurry up and speed up, or you will fall short. Uchiha Makoto urged on the side. Li Yi bit his head, and picked up the speed. Uchiha Makoto nodded in satisfaction. She knew that Li Yi's body didn't exercise very often, and now suddenly such a large amount of exercise would of course be too much to bear. However, the beginning of everything is difficult. No matter what you do, as long as you can do it well at the beginning and stick to it, then the work in the future will become much easier. So, no matter how tired Li Yi is, he has to persevere. This is for his own good. Time flies. After 2 hours, Li Yi's legs seemed to be filled with lead, so they couldn't run at all. However, according to Uchiha Makoto's plan, he has to run for another hour to reach the target. Li Yi asked in his heart, "System, can I evolve my absorption efficiency so that it can do more with less? For example, if I run for 2 hours, it is equivalent to someone else running for 3 hours or more." The crisp voice of the system immediately resounded in Li Yi's mind. "Go back to the host. No. Li Yi was taken aback. Cannot. Why not? Didn't you say that you can evolve everything? Why? Li Yi asked. Because what the host said is not an objectively real substance. System said. The infinite evolution system can evolve all things, but it is a real substance, not what the host said. Hearing this, Li Yi nodded. So it is. Absorption efficiency is a talent. For some martial art prodigy, they only need to run for an hour, which is equivalent to Li Yi running for 2 hours, because their body absorbs quickly. This is equivalent to fighting monsters and giving experience. Fighting the same monster, Li Yi can be upgraded by 1 level, but those who practice martial art can be upgraded by 2 levels, or even more. So, this is talent. And if you want to get this powerful talent, there is only one way. That is to change yourself and evolve yourself. Once the evolution is successful, you may acquire this powerful talent. However, the answer of the system was also affected by Li Yi. Talent is something you can't see or touch. It's not something that actually exists, so it's reasonable that the system cannot evolve. Alas, it can only come one step at a time. Li Yi sighed inwardly, bit Kiba, and continued to run. It is said that human potential is unlimited. This statement is not false at all. An hour ago, Li Yi couldn't take it anymore. However, Li Yi bit Kiba and held on. 3 hours of running time is over. Thump. Li Yi lay on the ground, his limbs wide open, panting, with a look of unrequited love, raised his head, and stared blankly at Shirakumo above his head. Damn, it's so tiring. And until this time, Li Yi finally knew how much Might Dai paid for training the 8 inner gate. Might Dai is also a crane tail, and there is almost no chakra in his body, so he specializes in physical art just to be able to successfully use the dead door among the 8. Only people who have experienced it themselves are eligible to comment. Li Yi is now exhausted like a dog after only running a few steps. It is conceivable that Might Dai has been suffering this pain every day for so many years. At this moment, Li Yi had a little admiration for Might Dai. Of course, admiration comes from admiration. Li Yi still wants his formation of the 8 inner gate. Whether it is robbing or stealing, he must master the cultivation method of the 8 inner gate formation. At this time, Uchiha Makoto's gentle voice entered Li Yi's ear. 15 minutes to rest. After 15 minutes, we will continue. The first update. The next update is around 2200. Ask for silver ticket plus ask for a reward. Chapter 93 _ Strange Personality Part 2. Time fly. Li Yi finally finished his workout. Day. Li Yi's whole body collapsed. Sunset. Li Yi lay on the ground, panting. His sweat had soaked his clothes. It is no exaggeration to say that he was sweating today and could pick up a pot. However, it is worth celebrating that he has already practiced all the sports on the list. Uchiha Makoto came over and asked, "Need a hand?" Li Yi nodded. It's not that he is hypocritical. He really doesn't even have the strength to stand up now. Uchiha Makoto stretched out a pure white jade hand. Li Yi weakly stretched out his right hand and held it with her. Uchiha Makoto pulled Li up from the ground with a slight force. Li Yi was unsteady and almost fell into Uchiha Makoto's arm. However, Uchiha Makoto was quick-witted and immediately stretched out his right hand to block Li Yi. Li Yi glanced at the jade hand on his shoulder, smiled, and said, "Sorry, the body is out of control. Can you go back by yourself?" Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly and asked, "If I can't answer, will you carry me behind your back?" Li Yi asked with a smile. "No." Uchiha Makoto shook his head. "Then I can walk back by myself," Li Yi said with a smile. "You don't have to force." Uchiha Makoto said, "If you really don't have the strength, I can ask the ninja who is watching here and let him carry you back. After all, we still have a training program at night." Hearing this, Li Yi blinked. "There are still projects." Uchiha Makoto's head tapped. "From today onward, you have to exercise both day and night. It's not that the daytime and nighttime training programs are different. At night, are you tired?" Li Yi's mouth twitched slightly and asked. Uchiha Makoto replied, "Tired, not tired. See yourself." Li Yi frowned slightly. "What are you going to do tonight?" There was no evening project on that list. After thinking for a while, Li Yi spread out his hands and said directly, "I'm running out of strength. I can't go back by myself. You can ask the ninja who is watching here to come and carry me." The words are simple and capable, without the slightest sloppiness. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto gave Li Yi a deep look. She wanted to say something at this time. Can we not be so shameless? However, in the end, Uchiha Makoto called out the ninja who was watching over here. Surprisingly, the ninja watching here is actually Uchiha Yangqiang. Uchiha Yangqiang. Li Yi blinked. He knew that Uchiha Yangqiang liked Uchiha Makoto, and he liked it very much. And today, this day, he was watching Uchiha Makoto and Li Yi flirting from a distance. You know, in order to guide Li Yi during exercise, Uchiha Makoto often has physical contact with Li Yi, and many times, Li Yi also liked to make joke with colors, and often makes Uchiha Makoto tease Yuhi. What are the words? Soft, big, soft, bound, and war. Lin Chen doesn't even have a face Yuhi when he talks about it. Uchiha Yangqiang actually watched the intimate interaction between the goddess and her rival from a distance. Afraid of being mad, Li Yi glanced at Uchiha Yangqiang's face. Although he tried his best to keep calm, Li Yi could still see that his mood was extremely bad. Actually, Naturally, this is the case. Uchiha Yangqiang didn't want to lose his temper in front of Uchiha Makoto, so he never looked at Li Yi since he appeared. He was afraid that he couldn't help but beat Li Yi violently, even if Li Yi is his savior. Uchiha Yangqiang looked at Uchiha Makoto and asked, "Makoto sister, you called me, is there anything?" "It true." Uchiha Makoto head tapped. Hearing her affirmation, Uchiha Yangqiang's face brightened and his eyes lit up. "I was actually needed by Sister Makoto." "Great." Makoto finally realized how important my existence is. "Then quickly end the nonsense with this weight, and then team up with me to do other tasks." Uchiha Yangqiang looked at Uchiha Makoto with a look of anticipation. Uchiha Makoto first pointed to Li Yi who was behind him, and then continued, "Help him back, please." Hearing this, Uchiha Yangqiang was stunned for a moment, and then, the endless fire of grievance in his heart blazes brightly. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Then, finally, Uchiha Yangqiang obediently put Li Yi on his back. Li Yi was a little surprised. Just now, he felt Uchiha Yangqiang's killing intent. He thought that Uchiha Yangqiang would reject Uchiha Makoto and even shoot himself, but I didn't expect that he actually did it obediently. Li Yi guessed that Uchiha Yangqiang would attack him while he was behind his back. However, I don't know if it was an illusion. Li Yi saw that when Uchiha Yangqiang promised Uchiha Makoto, there was a flash of excitement on his face. Li Yi's heart immediately gave birth to a bold guess. Generally speaking, a big man will definitely get angry after his self-esteem is insulted, but he is actually very excited. Is he a XX? So, in order to verify the guess in his heart, Li Yi let Uchiha Yangqiang carry it on his back. Even if his guess is wrong, even if Uchiha Yangqiang will attack Li Yi when he is carrying Li Yi is also not afraid. Li Yi fell on Uchiha Yangqiang's back. Uchiha Makoto leads the way. Uchiha Yangqiang carried Li Yi on his back and followed behind her. Looking at Uchiha Makoto, as graceful back, Uchiha Yangqiang's breathing was a little heavy. In his mind, he began to think about, because of this, his walking speed is very slow. Uchiha Makoto turned back and looked at Uchiha Yangqiang who was gradually distanced from her. Lu Mei frowned slightly and asked, "Why is it so slow? Can you be faster?" Uchiha Makoto tone. Uchiha Yangqiang's body trembled and nodded hastily. Okay. After he finished speaking, he carried Li Yi on his back and trotted to catch up with Uchiha Makoto. Li Yi, who was on Uchiha Yangqiang's back, raised his brow, because he found out that Uchiha Yangqiang seemed a little excited when he was reprimanded by Uchiha Makoto. Even breathing is heavy. An instant, Li Yi confirmed his guess. This guy is indeed an M. You know, the world is big, and there are no wonders. Some are S and some are M. Uchiha Yangqiang in front of me is probably an M. Thinking of this, Li Yi's vigilance is not as high as before. Li Yi was still worried that Uchiha Yangqiang might take the opportunity to sneak attack on him, but now, this worry can be completely avoided. After all, Uchiha Yangqiang's M character has already decided everything. This is the second update. It's a little late. I hope you will forgive me. I wish you and me a happy new year. Chapter 94 Ayame's Embrace Part 1. Uchiha Yangqiang carried Li Yi on his back and followed Uchiha Makoto back to Li Yi's house doorstep. Uchiha Yangqiang put Li Yi on the ground. Uchiha Makoto said, "Thank you." Uchiha Yangqiang frowned slightly. "Makoto-san, what are you doing to thank me? It's this kid who should be thanking me, not you." Li Yi was also slightly taken aback. He found that Uchiha Makoto always liked to steal his line. However, the two elders didn't think much about it. Uchiha Yangqiang asked, "Makoto sister, are you really going to live here tonight?" Uchiha Makoto head tapped. "Makoto, if you do this, you will ruin your reputation." Uchiha Yangqiang persuaded bitterly. Uchiha Makoto didn't speak, just shook his head. Attitude is very firm. Seeing this, Uchiha Yangqiang knew that he could not persuade Uchiha Makoto, so he sighed lightly. He turned to look at Li Yi. He wanted to say something harsh to Li Yi. However, after being glared at by Uchiha Makoto, the words he was about to blurt out were instantly held back in his stomach. Uchiha Yangqiang is very aggrieved. "I have performed so many missions with you, but instead of helping me, you help an outsider instead. Am I in your heart not as good as a kid who has only known each other for a few days?" However, at the same time of grievance, Uchiha Yangqiang still has a trace of excitement. "If you have nothing to do, you can go." Uchiha Makoto waved his hand and said. Uchiha Yangqiang was a little reluctant. However, he did not dare to disobey Uchiha Makoto. Therefore, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. However, before leaving, he reminded again, "Makoto, you must pay attention to your own safety. Living in the same room with a strange man, you must." However, before Uchiha Yangqiang finished his word, Uchiha Makoto interrupted. "I have my own measure. You don't have to worry." Uchiha Yangqiang only turned his head twice and left reluctantly. Li Yi joked, "He really cares about you." Uchiha Makoto said coldly, "But his concern is superfluous." Li Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "However, I didn't expect that Uchiha Yangqiang turned out to be an M." Li Yi sneered again, thinking to himself, "The world is full of wonders. brother. Some people are S, some people are M, and Uchiha Yongqiang is a genuine M. I don't know what S and M are. You can check it on Baidu. Of course, Li Yi didn't mean to look down on him. After all, it's not a disease, it's just a special hobby. Open the door, Uchiha Makoto said, his voice lukewarm. Good. Li Yi took out the key and prepared to open the door, but at this moment, crack, the door was pushed open from the inside. Uchiha Makoto frowned and took a half step back. The muscles in his whole body were tense at this moment, as if he would shoot at any time. Li Yi's face was also condemned. Which bastard dared to break into Lao Su's house without authorization? Under the gaze of the two, the door was pushed open, and a blank face of a beauty that had not yet opened appeared in their field of vision. Seeing this face, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Who do you think? Ayame, why are you here? Li Yi asked. That's right, the person in the room is Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, Ayame. Seeing Li Yi and Ayame's pure and beautiful eyes, tears flowed directly. 2 lines of clear tears fell down his beautiful white face. Li Yi blinked. Brother Li Yi tilde. Ayame let out a soft cry and threw himself directly into Li Yi's arms. Like a kitten that hasn't seen its owner for a long time, Ayame lay in Li Yi's arms, sobbing hard. Although she didn't say much, Li Yi also knew her intention. She must be worried that she is dead and will never see herself again, but seeing herself now, she is so emotional. Li Yi patted Ayame's back lightly and comforted. Okay, it's alright, I'm back. Uchiha Makoto saw the scene, and the tense muscles in his body gradually relaxed. She thought it was someone with bad intentions who broke into Li Yi's room without authorization and planned to attack Li Yi. It turned out not to be the case. However, the next moment, Uchiha Makoto's brows were slightly wrinkled. Ayame fell into Li Yi's arms and kept crying. Li Yi hugged her gently and patted her back. The posture of the two is very ambiguous. Looking at the ambiguous gesture of the two of them embracing each other, for some reason, Uchiha Makoto felt a trace of unhappiness in his heart. Immediately, however, the unpleasantness vanished, and even Uchiha Makoto himself did not notice. I do not know how long it has been. Ayame finally stopped crying. Li Yi gently pushed her away. Ayame was holding Li Yi, not letting Li Yi push her away. Li Yi smiled helplessly and said, Ayame, I chose to smell like sweat all over my body. Don't hold me. It's not good if it stinks. It's okay. I don't care. Ayame held Li firmly, fingers crossed, and stubbornness was written all over his face. Li Yi smiled. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Little girl, how do you have the key to his house? Of course it was given to me by brother Li Yi. Ayame said. Oh, he gave it to you. Uchiha Makoto gave Li Yi a deep look. Li Yi could explain. Ayame spoke first and explained. I used to help brother Li Yi clean up the room, so I have the key to his house. So it is. Uchiha Makoto nodded. But then again, big sister, who are you? Ayame blinked and asked. I'm his teacher now. Uchiha Makoto pointed to Li Yi. Teacher. Ayame blinked. Li Yi said. Her name is Uchiha Makoto. After I was kidnapped, I fled to the vicinity of the Land of Rain. She happened to be captured by the Land of Rain, and I happened to rescue her. In return, she is now guiding me. Uchiha Makoto. People of the Uchiha clan. Ayame's expression changed slightly. Over the years, the people who bullied Li Yi the most were the people of the Uchiha family. And now, the beautiful sister in front of me is actually a member of Uchiha's clan. Li Yi get involved with Uchiha's clan, and it looked like a good relationship. Ayame was shocked and puzzled. However, not only Ayame, but also Uchiha Makoto's expression changed slightly. Because Li Yi didn't hide anything from this little girl, she thought that Li Yi would simply explain it in a light-hearted manner, but she did not expect that Li Yi would tell all the details. The first update. The next update is before 2000. This year, the hospital's respiratory department will not be on vacation, and the world has not been worse for years. Chapter 95 The Way of Smart People, Part 2. After getting along for this period of time, Uchiha Makoto has basically understood Li Yi's character. She knew that Li Yi, although he looked careless on the outside, was actually very suspicious in his heart. What this kind of person liked to do the most is to talk about 3 points to everyone, and pay attention to the remaining 7 points. Therefore, Uchiha Makoto thought that, regarding Ayame's problem, Li Yi would definitely take it lightly and simply say it, that's all. But I didn't expect that Li Yi would tell almost all the details. Seeing that Li Yi trusts this girl, it can also be seen that this girl's status in Li Yi's heart must be very high. Thinking of this, Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but look at Ayame again. Ayame is young, she is very beautiful, and she is a full-fledged beauty. Her appearance, figure and temperament may not be as good as Uchiha Makoto now, but when she grows up completely, she will not be worse than Uchiha Makoto. At this time, Ayame asked, Brother Li Yi, how long will she be your teacher next? 2 weeks. Li Yi replied. 2 weeks. Ayame blinked. She took a look at Uchiha Makoto. At this time, Uchiha Makoto, wearing a light blue sportswear, outlined the perfect curve. Ayame's heart. The woman in front of her should have appearance, body and figure, and temperament perfect. Does Brother Li Yi like this kind of woman? In Ayame's heart, he couldn't help but be quite surprised. Tilda. As night fell, a cool breeze came blowing. Li Yi shivered. His clothes are all soaked, and now it blowing. Can it not be cold? Therefore, Li Yi said, let go into the house and talk. Into the house. Uchiha Makoto and Ayame looked at each other and seemed a little reluctant. At this time, Li Yi had walked into the house. Uchiha Makoto and Ayame then followed. In the living room, on the sofa, Uchiha Makoto, Li Yi, and Ayame were sitting in three directions. Ayame asked, Brother Li Yi, what has happened since you were kidnapped, and now, tell me what happened. Good. Li Yi nodded slightly and explained most of the specific situation. Ayame is one of the best people in the world for him, so Li Yi is not very wary of her. Of course, Li Yi was not stupid enough to tell her about the system. Hearing Li Yi's word, Uchiha Makoto and Ayame were both quite surprised. Uchiha Makoto was surprised was that Li Yi had never told her about many of these things, but now, he told Ayame. It seems that this girl is really important to him, Uchiha Makoto thought, and the reason why Ayame is surprised is because, in these short 6 or 7 days, Li Yi has experienced so many life and death parting. An instant, Ayame's eyes were Yuhi's, and her teary eyes were very distressing. Brother Li Yi, you have suffered, Ayame said with a crying voice. Li Yi smiled. Immediately afterward, Ayame's face was a little angry. She glanced at Uchiha Makoto, and said with a small face, in other words, from now on, you want to live with this sister for 2 weeks. That right? Li Yi nodded lightly. Ayame muttered in a low voice, although she is your teacher and wants to guide you, she doesn't want to live with you, right? For this question, Li Yi smiled and prepared to answer. However, before Li Yi could speak, Uchiha Makoto said one step ahead. The training program at night requires me to be by my side for guidance, so from now on, the two of us will be inseparable, no matter day or night. Her attitude, cold, indifferent, very indifferent. Hearing this, Ayame's eyes twitched slightly. She turned her head and glanced at Li Yi, as if she wanted to get Li Yi's denial. Li Yi nodded, affirming. Ayame was instantly furious, and the two little hands in the group sleeve clenched slightly. She wanted to say something. I want to live here too. However, Ayame is a smart guy after all. She wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Even if she can live here tonight, what about tomorrow night? The evening after tomorrow? The evening after tomorrow? She can't live here forever, can she? She still has work to do. So, Ayame rolled his eyes, changed his mind, and asked, Brother Li Yi, are you and Sister Makoto lovers? This question is very sharp. Li Yi blinked. Uchiha Makoto was also stunned for a moment, and immediately, her cheek was Yuhi. Li Yi didn't care. She smiled and asked, what do you think our relationship is? I don't know. That's why I asked you, Ayame said. Having said this, she changed the topic again. However, I think the two of you don't seem to be lovers, so there is a teacher falling in love with a student. Wouldn't that be unethical? Well, that makes sense. Li Yi nodded. Really? A smug smile flashed across Ayame's beautiful eyes. Smart people and stupid people are different. If Ayame is stupid, she doesn't want Li Yi to stay with Uchiha Makoto. She will definitely use stupid methods, such as deliberately slandering Uchiha Makoto, deliberately living with Li Yi, and so on. However, Ayame is not stupid. On the contrary, she is very smart. Why she just hold her to death and cut off Uchiha Makoto and Li Yi's backpack? That's right, Ayame didn't want Li Yi to stay with Uchiha's clan. No hope at all. You know, over the years, most of the people who bullied Li Yi the most were Uchiha's clansmen. Of course, there is another reason. That is, Ayame doesn't want Li Yi to live with other women. However, the gold content of this point is not large. It is only a secondary reason. Sure enough, after hearing Ayame's word, Uchiha Makoto's brows furrowed slightly. She could hear the provocation in Ayame's tone. In normal time, Uchiha Makoto would not pay attention to Ayame at all. However, at this time, for some reason, Uchiha Makoto just wanted to refute it. Uchiha Makoto has always been a strong woman who can control her desires. However, even so, in the end, she still said something. Li Yi and I are both teachers and students and friends, and after 2 weeks, he and I will no longer be teachers and students, and there is nothing wrong with him. Say, the second day of the new year. The second update. The world is asking for a reward plus asking for a monthly ticket. Before 2300 of the next update. Chapter 96 _ The Importance of Mind Part 3. Ayame has been staying at Li Yi's house since the afternoon, until now. During this period, she only did one thing, and that was to cook for Li Yi. She originally wanted to help Li Yi clean up the house. However, the room was spotless and tidy, nothing to tidy up. Ayame is very suspicious. Who is cleaning up the house? Certainly not Li Yi. You know, even she can't be so neat and ingenious. However, Ayame didn't bother about it. She heard from her father that Li Yi had returned safely, so she came to Li Yi to surprise him. Ayame made several dishes. Although it is not rich, the taste is still very good. Now, Li Yi has come back, and although he is with a woman, Ayame has no reason to drive away. So the three of them sat down at a table and began to eat. Uchiha Makoto reminded Li Yi, you still have a training program at night. Eat less. Li Yi nodded. Okay. Ayame made Hiba itchy. Uchiha Makoto eat gracefully. Although the three of them didn't eat much, in the end, there was was nothing left on the plate. After eating enough water, the three talk for a while. It getting late. The sky is cold as water at night. The bright moonlight shines on the earth. Lee Yi said, "It getting late. Ayame, it time for you to go back." Ayame was somewhat reluctant. However, looking at the time, it was really late. Therefore, Ayame had to stand up and prepare to leave. Lee Yi said, "I will send you." Although Konoha village is relatively safe, it is not absolutely safe. Just like the last time, Lee Yi was taken away by the 7 ninja swordsmen in Konoha village. In this world, Ayame is one of the best people for him, and Lee Yi doesn't want to see anything happen to her. However, before leaving, Uchiha Makoto suddenly said, "Come back soon. We still have a training program. We can't delay any longer." "Okay, I'll hurry and get back." Lee Yi smiled and nodded lightly. So, Lee Yi sent Ayame away. Ayame has been holding Lee Yi's arm, looking like a sticky kitten, while Lee Yi delivered Ayame to her door. "Do you still go in and sit?" Ayame asked. "Not going in." Lee Yi shook his head lightly, and then explained, "I originally planned to see you this morning, but I had a training program this morning, so I didn't go." "It's all right." Ayame shook her head slightly. Then she took out the key and asked, "Brother Lee Yi, do you want to give it back to you?" "No." Lee Yi shook his head. This key was given to Ayame by Lee Yi 2 or 3 years ago. Lee Yi had no reason to take it back. Ayame smiled happily and said, "Then I'll accept." With that, she put the key back in the kabuto. The end. Lee Yi and Ayame parted ways. Looking at Ayame's petite figure, Lee Yi smiled and shook his head, thinking, "This girl is as lively as ever." Lee Yi turned and left. It's really not too early now. However, there are few people on the street. A cool breeze blows. Lee Yi folded his arms and thought, "Let's go home quickly, lest we meet the 7 ninja swordsmen again. Sooner or later, he will go to the 7 ninja swordsmen for revenge. But not now, because he doesn't have that power now. But he believes that sooner or later, he will have this strength. If you want to have the strength of the strong, you must first have the heart of the strong." Lee Yi had watched many movies, animations, and novels. There were many protagonists in them, all of whom were idiots. As soon as he got the plug-in, he became too arrogant. Their hearts are very naive. In fact, it's a bunch of sling. In Lee Yi's view, those are just anime, novels, and movies, not reality. In reality, there is no protagonist halo. A person who hangs silk and is psychologically naive, even if the plug-in is too powerful, he will end up in the end. And those people with strong Xing, even if there is no plug-in, they are still strong. To put it bluntly, in reality, hanging silk is always hanging silk, and it is never possible to turn over. And if you want to turn over, first of all, you have to have the mentality of a strong man. The inner determines the outer, and the heart determines the action. Just like the father and son might die and might guide, they never cared about the opinions of others, and they exercised themselves every day. This kind of persistence, this kind of determination, this kind of perseverance is a kind of powerful character. Therefore, even if they have no plug-in, they can still shine the most dazzling light. When he was on the earth, Lee Yi once heard such a sentence: "When the heavens will send great responsibilities, the people must first suffer their mind, work their muscles and bones, starve their bodies and skin, empty their bodies, and disturb their deeds." So tempted to be patient, once did what it couldn't do. And Lee Yi's understanding of this sentence, there is only one point, that is, Xing. Heaven will give a great responsibility to this man, and he must first let him have a strong character. Only a person with a strong mind can achieve great things. People who are naive and weak at heart can't support the wall after all. Lee Yi believes that his character is not naive, and he also has the help of the infinite evolution system. Therefore, he firmly believes that one day, he will gain super strength, dare to beat the table with Senju Hashirama, dare to compete with Uchiha Madara, dare to cook wine with the sick halves immortal to discuss the strength of the hero. Lee Yi returned home, looking at the dining table. On the table, there are still messy cups and plates. Uchiha Makoto walked out of the bathroom. Because the towel was not too big, many parts of Uchiha Makoto's body were exposed. Lee Yi looked Uchiha Makoto up and down, as if admiring, while he said with a smile, "I thought you would help me clear the table. I'm not obligated to do this for you." Uchiha Makoto said lightly. "Okay." Lee Yi Wu shrugged. Uchiha Makoto said again, "After cleaning up, let's take a shower. After that, we will start formal training." "Okay." Lee Yi nodded. After cleaning up, take a shower. Lee Yi wrapped in a bath towel and walked out of the bathroom. Uchiha Makoto is not in the living room. Lee Yi glanced at his room. The door is closed. Apparently, Uchiha Makoto is inside now. Lee Yi didn't call her right away, but after getting dressed, I went to knock on the door. Uchiha Makoto came out of the room, and like Lee Yi, she was dressed. She went straight to the point and said, "Tonight we only practice one thing. This is the third update. The world is asking for silver tickets plus asking for a reward. Chapter 97_practice Part 1. Tonight, Lee Yi only practiced one project, that is base transfer. That is, the ability of the door fruit. Uchiha Makoto is very clear that she trains Lee Yi for only one purpose, that is to make Lee Yi familiar with this ability as soon as possible. Although Uchiha Makoto already knew that Lee Yi's ability is related to physical strength. Blindly enhancing physical strength is not the fundamental method. The fundamental method is to make Lee Yi familiar with the power of the door fruit. Hearing Uchiha Makoto's word, Lee Yi blinked. To be honest, he's exhausted now, especially after taking a shower. All the fatigue factors in the whole body poured out. He just wants to fall asleep now. However, Lee Yi also knew that with Uchiha Makoto here, he couldn't sleep for the time being. So he asked, "Then when can we rest?" Uchiha Makoto replied indifferently, "After you faint." As soon as these words came out, Lee Yi opened his mouth immediately. "What? After I pass out?" "Just kidding. Are you trying to exhaust me to death? Besides, once I faint, how can I wake up without 2 or 3 days of recovery? You made me faint. What about tomorrow's training?" Looking at Lee Yi's doubtful eye, Uchiha Makoto replied, "Don't worry, you are exhausted now. Just use a little strength. You will faint, and then tomorrow morning you will be able to wake up." Quote. Hearing this, Lee Yi curled his lips and said, "Even if I can wake up tomorrow morning, how can I continue exercising when my whole body is weak?" However, Uchiha Makoto said, "That's what it wants. Are you sure you won't hurt my foundation by doing this?" Lee Yi frowned slightly. There is no such thing as muscle lysis in this world, but there are symptoms of muscle lysis. Many ninjas, in order to quickly improve their strength, disregard their endurance and forcibly exercise, causing the muscles of the body to be unable to bear and suffering from muscle lysis, and they will die soon. And now, Lee Yi feels that if he keeps exercising like this, in a few days he may have muscle lysis. At that time, he will be better than dead. However, Uchiha Makoto shook his head indifferently and said, "Yesterday, I used chakra to find out your physique. Your physique is not bad. On the contrary, your physique is extremely malleable. Therefore, I am for you. The training plan you make is completely within your tolerance range, and you don't have to worry about hurting the foundation." Quote. Hearing this, Lee Yi narrowed his eye. He thought that yesterday, Uchiha Makoto injected chakra into his body just to explore the ability of the door fruit. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Makoto even probed his body. It seems that this woman is very good at layout. Seeing that Lee Yi was silent, Uchiha Makoto asked, "What? You don't believe me?" Lee Yi thought for a moment, and he slowly shook his head. "I believe in you. Since you believe me, let's do it." Uchiha Makoto said, "Start doing." Lee Yi's eyes twitched slightly. "Start to do? Doing what?" Always feel that Uchiha Makoto's words are easy to misunderstand. However, the current Lee Yi is exhausted and has no intention of making joke with color. Now he just wants to finish training quickly and go to bed. So he asked directly, "Where am I going?" "From near to far. From here to my room," Uchiha Makoto said. Lee Yi corrected, "That's my room." Uchiha Makoto immediately retorted, "But now, that's my room." Lee Yi no longer refuted, but took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and began to invoke the ability of the door fruit. A strange energy gathered around his body. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She thought about it first, and the next moment, her pupils rang, and she suddenly turned on Sharingan. In an instant, the environment in front of him changed color, and then, her pupils rang slightly, because in her eye, Lee Yi at this time is like a flame, and the space around Lee Yi, that is, the space around the flame, is slightly distorted. As for the rest, she couldn't see it. However, Uchiha Makoto can be sure that Lin Chen's ability must have other mystery. However, with her current pupil strength, she can't see it yet. Out a slow breath, Uchiha Makoto closed the Sharingan, but when she opened her eyes again, she saw that a translucent oval door appeared out of thin air in front of Lee Yi's eye. Lee Yi stood up staggeringly, ready to open the oval door. However, at this moment, Uchiha Makoto took the lead, stood in front of the oval door, and said, "I'll try it." After speaking, she stretched out her right hand and grabbed the handle of the oval door. Before, she had heard from Akatsuki's people that Lee Yi rescued her through this oval door that appeared out of thin air. At that time, Lee Yi opened the oval door. After they got in, they came to a brand new space. In this brand new space, there was also an oval door, but the oval door was open. At that time, they walked out through the oval door, left the land of rain, and came to Anning Village. To be honest, Uchiha Makoto didn't quite believe what Akatsuki said until he saw this oval door. After all, the oval door appeared out of thin air. What about entertaining children? But right now, fact speak louder than word. No matter how unbelievable Uchiha Makoto was, the fact was in front of her, and she couldn't tolerate her unbelief. She took a deep breath, stretched out her white and slender right hand, and placed it on the handle of the oval door. She wanted to pull the door open. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open the door. The end. Uchiha Makoto put his hands together. His feet were on the ground, and he leaned back hard, eating the force of eating knife. But even so, the oval door is still not loose at all. Uchiha Makoto had no choice but to give up. How heavy is this door? Why is it so difficult to open? At this moment, Lee Yi staggered over. He stretched out a finger, and it was the little finger of his right hand, and placed it on the oval door. Immediately after, crack, a crisp sound, the oval door was open. Inside the oval door, a space of alternating black and green appeared in the sight of the two of them. "I'll go first." After speaking, Lee Yi stepped into the oval door. The oval door in front of him is 1.7 meters high. Therefore, Yi only needs to bend over to walk into the door, instead of digging in like a car. Uchiha Makoto's face was full of surprise. Her height is only over 1.6 meters, so she can walk in the door without bending down at all. The first update, except for the hospital, other places have not started work. Alas. Finally, the world asked for a reward plus asked for a silver ticket. Chapter 98_Massage Part 2. The two entered the door. The oval door behind him disappeared. What comes into view is a space that alternate between black and green. Uchiha Makoto looked around and said, "How do I feel? The colors here." However, before Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, Yi said, "It looks like a watermelon, right?" Uchiha Makoto nodded. Yi shrugged. When Yi was watching Pirate, he complained about this on various posts. The door fruit ability is indeed very powerful, but the space in the door fruit is very low. The exterior color looked like a watermelon. However, Yi did not struggle with this. After all, practicality is the fundamental requirement. If it just look good but not practical, what is the difference between it and a vase? Yi and Uchiha Makoto. An oval door was erected. However, this oval door is open. Yi walked forward. Uchiha Makoto followed. When the two walked out of the oval door behind them disappeared instantly, and Yi and Uchiha Makoto have already appeared in Yi's room. Uchiha Makoto opened his small mouth lightly. You know, Yi's room is closed, and just now, they went from the living room, crossed the door, and came directly to the room. Obviously, this ability is space transfer. Uchiha Makoto knew for a long time that Yi had this kind of blood-following boundary, but after seeing this scene, Uchiha Makoto was still a little shocked. After all, space transfer is not a small ability. After the shock, looking at Yi's sweat-stained clothes, Uchiha Makoto asked, "Are you tired?" Yi nodded. Although it was only teleported from the living room to the room, the distance was very close, but Yi was already exhausted. How could he not be tired if he used the power of devil fruit now? Condensing the door, 3 seconds. From opening the door to leaving the door, another 3 seconds, a total of 6 seconds. Uchiha Makoto analyzed. Although this time is not long, it is simply not enough in a real master duel. Hearing this, Yi nodded. Master duel, just 1 second. You can decide life and death, win or lose. But it took him a full 6 seconds to reach the destination from the cohesion gate. Moreover, the distance between the starting point and the destination is still very close. If the distance increases, then the time will also increase. Just like when he went from the land of rain to Anning village, Yi gathered for more than a minute. However, Yi also knew that he was exhausted and not in a good state. If he is full of energy now, then, in 3 or 4 seconds, he can accomplish this in no need of 6 seconds. Uchiha Makoto said, "You'll have to take a shower later." Yi looked at the whole body. The clothes were soaked with wet again. Yi said feebly, "It's been a long lesson. I'll take a shower after I finish training tomorrow." Uchiha Makoto said, "Do you still have the strength?" "One more point." Yi said, "You know your body best." Therefore, Yi could feel that his physical strength was about to reach the brink of collapse. "From here, teleport to the living room. Is it okay?" Uchiha Makoto asked. "I'll try." Yi lowered his eyelids and nodded. He is very sleepy now. However, he still resisted the drowsiness and used the ability of the door fruit again. However, this time, the oval door did not appear in front of Yi, but at the feet of Yi. In the end, an oval door with a length of only 50 or 60 centimeters was formed out of thin air. Moreover, this oval door is open. Therefore, as soon as the oval door was formed, Yi fell into it. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Makoto was startled, and hurriedly ran forward with his mouth covered. However, he saw that Yi just fell into the door, and there was no serious problem. Uchiha Makoto let out a sigh of relief. Then, she also jumped down. The oval door disappeared out of thin air. In space, Yi jumped down. He couldn't bear it any longer and fell asleep directly. So, when Uchiha Makoto jumped down, Yi was already lying on the ground and fell asleep. Seeing this, Uchiha Makoto smiled helplessly. Then, she supported Yi and walked out of the space. Yi's body was already wet with sweat. He has fallen asleep now and can't take a bath by himself. Therefore, Uchiha Makoto had to bite Kiba, and then with a slight cheat, took off the clothes on Yi. Then, Uchiha Makoto supported Yi and walked into the bathroom. After that, it is a scene of sweet fragrant. A big beauty bathes a big gentleman in person. Can this scene be sweet and fragrant? Of course, because Yi is now in a coma. He doesn't know anything about what's happening now. Yi had already taken a shower before, so this time, it didn't take too long. Uchiha Makoto just washed the sweat off his body, then washed a few, not transparent enough, but that's all. Well, that's all. Uchiha Makoto doesn't like Yi's body, so Uchiha Makoto closes his eyes when he washes some places for Yi. After washing, Uchiha Makoto dried Yi, then supported him and put him on the sofa. Wrapped in a bath towel, Yi lay on the sofa and slept soundly. Uchiha Makoto rubbed his little hands together and let out a few breaths of heat. Then, he stretched out his hands and massaged Yi. She knew that Yi was active today and needed a massage. Otherwise, Tomorrow morning, Lee Yi's body is sore and weak. How can he train? Uchiha Makoto's massage technique is not only a massage between the skin and muscle, but also on her palm. There are chakras that flow in Lee Yi's body. Massage between the skin and muscles can relax the muscles and blood, and the flow of chakra, you can rest assured. Described in one sentence, a simple muscle massage is only to relax the body, while the flow of chakra can relax the soul. Only when the body and soul relax together can Lee Yi rest completely and recover quickly. The current Lee Yi needs efficient rest. I was already tired from training. If I didn't get enough rest, I'm afraid that within 2 or 3 days, Lee Yi would collapse. Uchiha Makoto didn't want to see that scene, so from now on, every night she will care Lee Yi like this, and this is the main reason why she lives with Lee Yi. After half an hour, Uchiha Makoto finally finished the massage. This is the second update. There is another update today, but it will be later. The world is looking for silver ticket plus reward. Chapter 99 _ unpalatable to the extreme Part 1. Slowly exhaling the aroma, Uchiha Makoto raised his jade hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Her face was a little pale. Obviously, although this massage only lasted for half an hour, it was also a kind of exhaustion for her. Lee Yi was already lying on the sofa, fast asleep. Uchiha Makoto covers Lee Yi with the quilt. Looking at the sleeping Lee Yi, Uchiha Makoto smiled in satisfaction. Logically speaking, Lee Yi was so tired today that he had to rest for at least 2 or 3 days before he could rest. But now, through her massage, she is confident that when Lee Yi wakes up tomorrow morning, his energy will be full again. This is the effect of massage. I'd better go take a shower. A fragrant sweat came out of his body. Uchiha Makoto took a few deep breaths and then walked into the bathroom. Because he had taken a bath before, this time, Uchiha Makoto only took 5 or 6 minutes to finish the bath. Lee Yi was still asleep. Uchiha Makoto looked at the time. The night is dark. Uchiha Makoto stretched, and a drowsiness swept over him. Humans are not machines. They feel both hungry and tired. Even someone as beautiful and strong as Uchiha Makoto can feel tired. Go to bed. Uchiha Makoto first checked the room, doors, and windows to make sure there were no safety hazards. Then he no longer hesitated and went to sleep in the room. All night. Time always flies by when doing what you love to do. For those who are tired, sleep is their favorite thing. Therefore, this night, Lee Yi felt that it was over in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Lee Yi was woken up by Uchiha Makoto. That's right. Uchiha Makoto gently patted Lee Yi's face with his 2 soft jade hands and woke him up. Lee Yi reluctantly opened his eye. Uchiha Makoto said, "Pack up, eat something, and then we go on to training." It dawned. Lee Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "The sun is out," Uchiha Makoto said. After speaking, she got up and opened the curtain. Sure enough, as she said, the sun has come out. Why does the night go by so quickly? Lee Yi muttered inwardly. "Come on over and have something to eat and then we'll go to training together." Uchiha Makoto pointed to a few simple meals on the table. Lee Yi looked at the table but frowned slightly, because the ingredients on the table are all things that he does not have at home. So, Lee Yi asked directly, "Where did you get these ingredients?" "Bought," Uchiha Makoto answered lightly. "Bought it? With whose money?" Lee Yi blinked and asked. "Use your money," Uchiha Makoto replied, and after she finished speaking, she took out a money bag from her bosom and explained, "You saved me and completed the task. This is your reward." Lee Yi frowned slightly. "Why is my money with you?" Night before yesterday, the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Lee Yi to go to receive the reward for the task yesterday morning, but Lee Yi went to exercise with Uchiha Makoto, so he didn't receive it. Lee Yi had planned to wait until later when he had time to collect the money, but I didn't expect that Uchiha Makoto would take the lead. Uchiha Makoto replied, "Yesterday, Uchiha broke their trust in them and gave this reward to me." Uchiha broke his trust. Lee Yi blinked and immediately understood. 3 generations of Hokage must have made Uchiha untrustworthy and handed the reward to Lee Yi in person. However, yesterday, Uchiha was ridiculed by Lee Yi in every possible way for his untrustworthiness. He was furious and didn't want to talk to Lee Yi, so he handed the reward to Uchiha Makoto, who then passed it on to Lee Yi. But I didn't expect that the latter actually used the money without authorization to buy ingredients. "I found you. This little girl is very assertive." Lee Yi stared at Uchiha Makoto and said deeply, "Why do I feel that you are not complimenting me with these words?" Uchiha Makoto asked with a smile. "Your senses are so sharp." Lee Yi immediately turned to Uchiha Makoto and gave a thumbs up. Hee. Uchiha Makoto smiled at Lee Yi with a gentle and moving smile. "This money is not much, but it is enough for our living expenses for 2 weeks." Uchiha Makoto weighed the purse in his hand again and said, "Then I will keep it for you. From today, until 2 weeks later, I will make breakfast, dry food for lunch, and dinner." However, before Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, there was a sudden poof. Lee Yi directly sprayed the food he just ate. Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Lee Yi wiped his lip with his left hand and held chopsticks in his right hand. He looked at the cyan black thing that looked like a rice cake on the plate in front of him and asked, What is this?" It's egg pie. Uchiha Makoto replied. Seriously? Lee Yi turned his head, looked at Uchiha Makoto, and asked equally seriously, have you ever done this before? Uchiha Makoto shook his head slightly. I haven't done it. That is to say, this is your first attempt. Lee Yi looked Uchiha Makoto up and down and asked. Uchiha Makoto hesitated at first, and finally nodded lightly. His voice was not loud, and he seemed a little shy. Lee Yi looked at Uchiha Makoto and found that there was a lot of ash on her body. He knew that Uchiha Makoto must have worked hard to cook the dishes in front of him. Lee Yi asked directly, when did you start making this breakfast? Uchiha Makoto replied, half an hour ago. Hear this answer. Lee Yi smiled, asked, how about a liar? That he couldn't hide Lee Yi. Uchiha Makoto answered truthfully, 2 hours ago. Sure enough. Lee Yi nodded. What wrong? Uchiha Makoto's delicate body trembled slightly, and then asked cautiously, that is it? Is it that the food I made is not delicious? Uchiha Makoto's cautious appearance is like a little bird that needs to be taken care of. Looking at Uchiha Makoto, Lee Yi first thought about it, and he shook his head flatly. No, it's not bad. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto's eyes lit up. His face was also slightly happy, and it became brighter. The next moment, Lee Yi said again, it's extremely unpalatable. The first update. The world asked for silver ticket plus reward. The world is a respiratory doctor. Because the epidemic situation is more serious this year, the world does not have annual holidays. Every day, I write novels after work. Chapter 100_High Emotional Intelligence Part 2. It horribly unpalatable. Lee Yi didn't hide it in the slightest, and directly told his inner thought truthfully. As soon as this word comes out, Uchiha Makoto's face turned pale. She knows that the food she cooks is really not very delicious. However, as long as you have a little emotional intelligence, you will not directly say that it is unpalatable, right? But Lee Yi is better. Not only directly said that it was unpalatable, but also said that it was extremely unpalatable. This is simply a deliberate insult. Uchiha Makoto suddenly felt a very wrong feeling. She did her best to make this meal. 2 hours ago, she went to the vegetable market, bought all the ingredients, and did her best to make the most delicious meal. At least it was the tastiest thing she could now. But now, this meal, in Lee Yi's eye, is still shit, isn't it? That's right. What Lee Yi said gave her the feeling that it was her food, not shit. Uchiha Makoto lowered his head in disappointment. However, at this moment, Lee Yi added, although it is extremely unpalatable, but compared to other people's first cooking, you did a great job. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto squinted. Lee Yi continued, I think, in terms of cooking, you are very talented. There is a lot of room for improvement, and you are more malleable. If you have some training, then, over time, your cooking skills will improve. It will reach an amazing level. Quote, in Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eye, there was a look of expression in an instant. Lee Yi said no more. In fact, from the very beginning, he did not tell lie, nor did he intend to, because he knows that a lie is always a lie and can never become the truth. Lie will only deceive Uchiha Makoto, and will only make Uchiha Makoto have an unwarranted self-confidence. Delicious is delicious, not delicious is not delicious. Don't talk about anything else. Lee Yi didn't intend to comfort Uchiha Makoto. What bullshit white lie. What the fuck. Lies are always lie. Let's be honest, so that she has self-awareness. Telling the truth is the real responsibility to her. If Uchiha Makoto has a talent for cooking, let her learn it and don't waste that talent. If Uchiha Makoto doesn't have the talent in this area, just cut the mess and give up now. Don't waste time. Because of this, from the very beginning, Lee Yi's words were very sharp. After listening to Lee Yi's words, Uchiha Makoto's face, although not happy, became brighter. The next moment, she raised her head and looked at Lee Yi with a look of anticipation in her eye. Lee Yi was taken aback. He could see what Uchiha Makoto was expecting. However, he didn't understand what was Uchiha Makoto expecting. Expect him to eat the meal? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This meal is so unpalatable. It is less than 1/10,000th of the violet. Even if I starve to death, die outside, and jump off a cliff, I will not eat this meal. Lee Yi has always been a man of his word. Say no to eat. Starve to death without eating. So, under the expectant gaze of Uchiha Makoto, Lee Yi slowly got up and planned to leave. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Makoto hurriedly gestured towards the table. Lee Yi raised his eye. She actually really wanted Lao Su to eat this table of food. Lee Yi patted his head, feeling a little helpless, and said, if you want to practice cooking, I can try the dishes for you. But if the taste is not good, then I will only try one bite. If it tastes good, then I will try the dishes for you. Eat them all, understand? Uchiha Makoto nodded thoughtfully. Well, let's get ready to go. Lee Yi stretched his weight. He barely ate the food on the table. What he meant was very obvious. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Makoto pouted his mouth slightly, and there was a hint of unwillingness on that delicate face. However, Lee Yi has made up his mind. So, looking at the still hearty meal on the table, Uchiha Makoto could only sigh quietly. However, the next moment, Lee Yi walked back and picked up the 2 cakes on the table. It's not a good habit to skip breakfast. Lee Yi smiled slightly and swallowed the cake one by one. Then, his brow brows furrowed slightly because it's really hard to eat, but you can also swallow. After eating the cake, Li Yi took a sip of water and rinsed his mouth. Go away. After clapping his hand, Lin Chen walked out of the room. Seeing the figure of Li Yi leaving, a strange color flashed across Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eyes. She is a smart woman. Therefore, from Li Yi's words and deeds just now, she can see part of Li Yi's character. I didn't expect this guy to have a knife mouth and a tofu heart. Uchiha Makoto smiled teasingly. Before, Li Yi criticized her cooking so much that it wasn't even bullshit. But in the end, Li Yi ate 2 more cakes. This made Uchiha Makoto instantly understand Li Yi's mind. Li Yi criticizes himself just to make himself better, not because he speaks straight and has no emotional intelligence. On the contrary, he is very emotional. It is precisely because of his high emotional intelligence that he criticizes himself. This man, as expected, is very different from other men. Uchiha Makoto whispered in his heart. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto's heart, as if another string was plucked, and almost at the same time, a task on the Infinite Evolution System panel suddenly flashed. But the task didn't go away, it just flickered, that's all. Under the company and guidance of Uchiha Makoto, Li Yi continued to train. In this world, almost no one likes overdrawn, devil-like training. Li resolutely did the same. Time flies by doing what you love. Do things you don't like. Time always goes by slowly. Therefore, on this day, Li Yi feels only 1 year has passed. Sunset. Night fell gradually. Li Yi was lying on the ground with his limbs stretched wide, his whole body soaked with wet. He was panting, pale, and clearly collapsed. Uchiha Makoto stood beside Li Yi, glanced at the sky, and said, "That's it for today. You rest for a while, and I'll have someone carry you later." Li Yi was weak and laughed. "Why do you have to let others carry me? Can't you carry me?" Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto was slightly taken aback. If she heard this yesterday, there are only 2 possibilities for her answer. 1. Relentless rejection. 2. Don't bird Li Yi at all. Directly ask people to carry him. But today, for some reason, that right, Uchiha Makoto didn't even know why. She didn't dare to answer. Chapter 101_Jealousy. Furthermore, for a time, Uchiha Makoto did not dare to speak. She didn't even know how she was feeling right now. It's pretty complicated anyway. However, before Uchiha Makoto could answer, Li Yi continued, "You let Uchiha Yunqiang come and carry me." Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto was first taken aback. "Why have you changed your mind? Didn't you just let me carry you back?" However, Uchiha Makoto didn't ask more, but called Uchiha Yunqiang directly. Li Yi is Uchiha Yunqiang's savior. To be honest, Uchiha Yunqiang really doesn't want to carry Li Yi back. Not only because Li Yi is his rival in love, but also because Li Yi is sweating all over. Who wants to carry a big man with a stinky sweat on his back? If it's a beauty full of sweat, that's fine. However, in order to establish a good image in front of Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Yunqiang had no choice but to be honest and carry Li Yi up on his back no matter how much reluctance he felt in his heart. Uchiha Yunqiang looked disgusted. Seeming to see Uchiha Yunqiang's mind, Li Yi said with a smile, "Tomorrow, you can push a car and put me in the car." Hearing this, Uchiha Yunqiang's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. So he nodded and agreed. "Well, good. Isn't it a good idea?" Li Yi was weak and asked with a smile. Uchiha Yunqiang just wanted to nod. But the next moment, Uchiha Yunqiang felt something was wrong. "Why do I think it's a good idea when I've been doing coolies all the time? The really good idea is that I don't do this kind of hard work." Uchiha Yunqiang bit Kiba's teeth viciously. Without answering Li Yi, Li Yi smiled without saying a word. Uchiha Makoto leads the way. All the way safe and sound. 3 came to Li Yi's door. Li Yi's physical strength has recovered a little. At least he can stand on the ground. So, Uchiha Yunqiang put Li Yi on the ground, then looked at Uchiha Makoto and asked, "Makoto, is there anything else I can help you with?" Uchiha Makoto shook his head. "Thank you for today. Go back." Uchiha Yunqiang was a little reluctant, but in the end, he left. "After all, people don't need you, so why are you still sticking up on your face?" Uchiha Makoto just glanced at Uchiha Yunqiang, then looked away, then looked at Li Yi and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I want to eat some meat dishes," Li Yi said. After this day's devil-like training, Li Yi lost a lot of fat and protein in his body, so he had to eat some meat dishes to supplement nutrition. Uchiha Makoto thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll do it for you." Hearing this, Li Yi shuddered immediately. Of course, Li Yi also knew that Uchiha Makoto was kind. However, before Li Yi spoke, suddenly, crunch, the door to the room in front of them was suddenly open. Ayame's delicate face stuck out from the door, and with her coming out, there is also a strong fragrance. Li Yi's eyes lit up. "Meaty, very fragrant meat." Seeing Li Yi, Ayame immediately shouted softly, "Brother Li Yi, you are finally back." After she finished speaking, she threw herself on Li Yi. Li Yi immediately stretched out his right finger, pressed it against Ayame's forehead, and said, "Wait until I take a shower." Okay. Ayame couldn't move forward, so he had no choice but to take a half step back and pout slightly. Li Yi found that Ayame had changed a dress. Yesterday, she was wearing a white dress. Today, she is wearing a pale yellow dress. I just don't know if she's wearing it. You know it when you lift it up. However, Lee was not so mad, but he always regarded Ayame as his younger sister. Moreover, instead of paying attention to this trivial issue, Lee is more concerned about why Ayame changed his clothes. The dress Ayame wore yesterday was new and clean. It stands to reason that she can wear it for 3 or 4 days and then change into new clothes. Lee knows that Ayame is diligent and thrifty and wears a piece of clothing for 3 or 4 days before changing it. And now, just 1 day later, Ayame has changed into new clothes. Obviously, this is because Ayame hugged Lee yesterday. Lee's wet stained Ayame's skirt, so she changed it to a new one. Lee doesn't want Ayame to do laundry every day. Why he stopped Ayame from hugging. Brother Lee, I know your training is very hard. Today, I will cook you something delicious. Ayame smiled sweetly and said, "Oh, what delicious?" Lee asked with a smile. Brother Lee, take a guess. Ayame pretends to be mysterious. There must be beef, right? Lee asked. Ayame didn't hide it and nodded. Lee continued, "Beef soup." Hearing these 3 words, Ayame pouted slightly and asked, "Brother Lee, how did you guess it?" Lee smiled and pointed to his nose. Well, I can't hide anything from Brother Lee. Ayame smiled, sweet and cute. On the other hand, Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly. She had planned to cook for Lee, but I didn't expect that the little girl Ayame would be the first to board. At this moment, Ayame turned to look at Uchiha Makoto and asked, "Makoto sister, do you want to eat the meal I made for Brother Lee?" While speaking, she also deliberately straightened her chest. Like that, it seems to be a demonstration. No, drop the word scene. Uchiha Makoto didn't change his face and replied lukewarmly, well, I spent a day with him today and I'm also hungry, so let's eat together. Ayame always felt that when Uchiha Makoto said the word stayed with him for a day, his tone was deliberately accentuated. Ayame pursed his lips lightly imperceptibly. Lee could clearly see the micro-expressions between the 2 women. He didn't say much. He just wants to eat now. Eat me. So the 3 entered the house. The beef broth is not yet cooked. Advantage of this time, Lee and Uchiha Makoto washed a little. After the 2 of them washed, the beef soup was also cooked. The 3 sat at the dining table. I have to say that Ayame is young, but his cooking skills are superb. Think about it. After all, her family is in a ramen restaurant. Can't she be superb in cooking? However, perhaps because of his younger age, Ayame's cooking skills are still 1 point worse than Violet. Therefore, the cooking skills of the 3 people, from high to low, are Violet, Ayame, and Uchiha Makoto. In terms of rank in a game, Violet is at least platinum, Ayame is gold, and Uchiha Makoto is bronze. No, black iron that is not even as good as bronze. Of course, Uchiha Makoto just can't do it now. Her potential is still great. After half an hour, water and food. The first update. There is at least 1 chapter today. The world is working hard to write. Ask for silver ticket plus ask for a reward. Chapter 102 _ I remember you. Part 2. Lee patted his bloated belly. This meal was the best meal he had eaten today. Cool. Brother Lee, are you full? Ayame asked with concern. Lee nodded. Makoto-san, how about you? Ayame turned to look at Uchiha Makoto again. Uchiha Makoto's head tapped. I'm full. Then I'll go wash the dishes. Ayame stood up, ready to clean up the endgame on the table. However, before she could do it, Uchiha Makoto said, I'll come, you rest. After that, Uchiha Makoto began to clean up the endgame on the table. Seeing this scene, Ayame blinked. Shouldn't I clean up? Why did you pack up? You taught Brother Lee for a day. So tired. Why do you still do such rough work? However, Uchiha Makoto was firm. Ayame had no choice but to look at Lee. Lee stretched out his right hand and pressed Ayame in the air, motioning her to sit down. Ayame was obedient and sat down slowly. Uchiha Makoto took a stack of rice dishes, walked to the kitchen, and washed it. Lee said, Uchiha Makoto has always been a very assertive person. Even if she decides 10 cows, she can't get it back, so you can let her go. Hearing this, Ayame nodded. Okay. Suddenly, Ayame frowned, stared at Lee, and asked, Brother Lee, I found you. You seem to know Sister Makoto very well. I don't know very well either. Lee shook his head. That means you know something. Ayame asked viciously. For this, Lee didn't hide it, and nodded directly. I'm not a fool. I've been with her for the past few days. Even if I don't want to know her, it's hard. Hearing this, Ayame pouted slightly. She wants to refute Lee. Reason, she just didn't want Lee to know about other women. However, she could not find a reason to do so. So, in the end, she had to pout her mouth with an unhappy look on her face. What time do you go home? At this time, Lee asked. Ayame replied, it's still early. I'll go back later. Hearing this, Lee just wanted to say, you think it's too early, but I still have a training program. I don't want me to pass out in the middle of the night. Lee knew that he would still faint tonight. Therefore, it is better to faint early than to pass out late. In that case, I can sleep a little longer. Oh, by the way, Brother Lee, next, are you going to train with Makoto's sister for the evening program? Ayame asked suddenly. Lee nodded. A look of anticipation flashed across Ayame's eyes, and he asked, Brother Lee, can I stay here and watch you practice? Hearing this question, Lee Yi didn't even think about it, just shook his head. No. Why? Ayame exclaimed anxiously. You can't stay here for no reason. Lee Yi shook his head and said, although his voice was not loud, his tone was very cold, like an order. Ayame pouted. But, nothing, you can't stay here. After a while, I'll take you back. Lee Yi has a tough attitude. Ayame didn't understand why Lee Yi did this. Ayame knew that Lee Yi would not do things without reason and meaningless. Since he didn't let himself stay here, there must be a reason. I just don't know what the reason is. Ayame is young, she has a thorough mind. Therefore, two kinds of guesses immediately appeared in her heart. 1. Brother Lee Yi and sister Makoto have to do some shameful things and cannot be seen by others. 2. What brother Lee Yi and sister Makoto are going to do is dangerous. Brother Lee Yi wants to protect me. Ayame was pondering in his heart. He did not ask much, because she knew that even if she asked, Lee Yi would not answer her. In fact, if Lee Yi knew about Ayame's thoughts and guesses, then Lee Yi would probably be surprised. Because of Ayame's guess, it's basically not wrong. Lee Yi didn't let Ayame stay here just to protect her. The power of the devil fruit is a fire, and the fire cannot be contained in the paper. Sooner or later, Lee Yi's ability, that is, the ability of the door fruit, will be made public. At that time, the power of this ability will amaze countless people. But because of this ability will attract countless trouble. Ayame is not a ninja and has no ability to protect herself, so Lee Yi didn't want her to get involved in this mess. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. The less you know, the safer you are. Therefore, Lee Yi will hide it from Ayame. Ayame knew nothing. She would not be in danger. This is Lee Yi's plan. How is your father's health recently? Lee Yi asked. Not bad. Ayame replied. The two of you are talking to each other. After a moment, Lee Yi got up and said, I'll take you back. Okay, brother Lee Yi. Ayame nodded lightly. Very well behaved. Lee Yi frowned. Because of Ayame's character, he is not well behaved but rather naughty. And now, Ayame is acting so well behaved. Why is that? When things go wrong, there must be demons. Lee Yi gave Ayame a deep look. Ayame's expression did not change. The two walked out of the house. The night was cold. There are many people on the street. Bright light. Lee Yi and Ayame walked side by side on the street. The two were speechless all the way. Lee Yi thought to himself, what bad idea is this little girl planning? That's right. As Lee Yi thought, Ayame is really making a bad idea right now. Ayame has a naughty personality, although Lee Yi has said it's so unfeeling before, but it doesn't dampen her curiosity. And now, she is thinking, how can Lee Yi and Uchiha Makoto not be discovered by the premise of investigating what the two did at night? What was it? The two have their own thought. At this moment, in front of him, a team came towards him. Lee Yi frowned, because Lee Yi knew them. They are members of the Konoha village guard and are both members of the Uchiha clan. In the past, they followed Uchiha Fugaku and bullied Lee Yi together. Seeing several people approaching, Lee Yi frowned slightly, and the team walked up to Lee Yi, and the leader asked, are you Lee Yi? Lee Yi nodded lightly. He felt that the other party should have come to trouble him. Well done. I just wanted to try it. The training results of the past 2 days. However, to Lee Yi's surprise, the leader said deeply, Lee Yi, I remember your fate. We still have a long way to go. After finishing speaking, the leader led the team away without any fuss. Lee Yi froze in place, blinking his eye. The world is not Wuhan doctors. The world is Shandong doctors. Respiratory department. The next update is before 2200. Chapter 103 _something is wrong Part 1. Lee Yi blinked. He thought that the other party was here to trouble him, but I didn't expect that the other party just said a cruel word and then left. What kind of shit is this? This person behaves like a keyboard warrior. Lee Yi murmured to himself softly. A keyboard warrior is a coward who only dares to speak ruthlessly on the internet, but in reality he is a coward who dares not even fart. And the man just now was like a keyboard warrior. Only dare to say harsh words, but dare not do anything. Coward. Lee Yi wanted to stop those people. He is not swollen, but his hands are really itchy now. However, that squad has gone far. Therefore, Lee Yi had to give up. Brother Lee Yi, what is a keyboard man? At this time, Ayame asked curiously. Keyboard warrior. That is to describe a kind of person. Lee Yi tried to explain. This kind of people only talk empty words, but their actual actions are extremely cowardly. They are giants with mouths and dwarf with action. Ayame blinked and then asked, Brother Lee Yi, are you talking about that person just now? So clever. Lee Yi smiled and touched Ayame's head. That is. Ayame proudly puffed out his chest, which was already quite small. The next moment, Ayame pouted again and said, however, Brother Lee Yi, I've grown up, so don't let your head off. Actually, your age is really not that old. Lee Yi said, seriously, where is it not big? Where is it not big? It's obviously big. Okay. When he said this, Ayame puffed out his chest on purpose, a gesture to prove himself. Lee Yi smiled without saying a word. Because that group of people didn't conflict with Lee Yi just now, no one around them paid attention to them. Lee Yi sends Ayame home. Ayame asked, Brother Lee Yi, do you want to come up for a drink? Lee Yi shook his head gently. No, you go up quickly. Okay. Brother Lee Yi, you should also pay attention to rest. Don't push yourself too hard. Ayame reminded. Lee Yi smiled smiled and nodded. Ayame then turned to Lee. Watching Ayame enter the door, Lee stretched his weight, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, Lee knew that his current reputation among the Uchiha clan was very stinky. Don't know how many Uchiha clansmen want to destroy him, and the few people just now were all from the Uchiha clan. Lee could see their hatred for him from their eyes and expression. Logically, they should do it. However, they didn't do anything, but just put a cruel word. They seemed to be afraid of something. Could it be because of Uchiha Makoto? As the daughter of the Uchiha patriarch, she, or her father, protected me, so these Uchiha clansmen did not dare to trouble me. Lee guessed in his heart. Or is it because of Uchiha Fugaku? These days, Lee has not heard from Uchiha Fugaku. Among the tasks sent by the system, there is also the killing of Uchiha Fugaku, so he has been investigating Uchiha Fugaku since he returned to Konoha village. However, until now, he has not received any substantial news. Uchiha Fugaku just disappeared out of thin air and is no longer in Konoha village. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. When you go back, ask Uchiha Makoto, Lee resolutely said. Afterward, Lee stopped the ink and returned the same way. At the same time, in the distance, in a remote corner along the way, two figures were staring at Lee perseveringly. Brother, this guy is going to pass through a no-light zone next. Shall we take this opportunity to avenge Dashong? A burly man asked. No, we're just following him. We can't deal with him. This is Fugaku's order. A thin man immediately shook his head and said, Brother Fugaku made it very clear that after he is done, he will get rid of this kid, and before that, we can't do it. Oh, alright. Burly man sighed lightly, with a pity written on his face. I wasted such a good opportunity in vain. But, eldest brother, what the hell is Brother Fugaku doing now? Why has there been no news of him? I don't know either. Thin man shook his head gently. Brother Fugaku only said that he will go out to practice for a while, and when he returns, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Brother, strength is accumulated little by little. How can it be possible to make rapid progress at one time? Burly man scratched his head and asked, and as I remember, Fugaku-san's eyes are already 3 tomo. Since they are extreme, how can they make rapid progress? I don't know either. The thin man shook his head, but he didn't bother about the matter. Okay, don't worry about these. We just need to complete the task that Brother Fugaku gave us, and everything is up to Brother Fugaku. Okay, big brother. The burly man nodded yes. The task of the two of them is to track and monitor Lee. Therefore, after that, the two quietly followed Lee. Lee returned home. Uchiha Makoto has already cleared the table. Lee said, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work. Eating people is short-handed, and taking people's hands is short. Uchiha Makoto shook his head slightly. Lee smiled and then asked directly, Uchiha Makoto, I want to ask you something. What the matter? Tell me. Uchiha Makoto said, do you know where Uchiha Fugaku is now? Lee asked directly without beating around the bush at all. Hearing the 5 words, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto's expression changed slightly, but then, her face returned to normal, and she asked, what did you ask him to do? More curious, that's all. Lee said lightly, I heard that he has found a way to increase his strength substantially and is now in retreat for that. Uchiha Makoto replied calmly, the way to greatly increase rank. Sharingan. Lee squinted his eyes and asked, I remember Uchiha Fugaku, already 3 tomo Sharingan, right? I don't know that. Uchiha Makoto shook his head slightly. I only know that he is better than me. As for how many tomo his Sharingan is, I don't know. Oh, really? You don't know? Lee teased a smile. Well, yes, I really don't know. Uchiha Makoto head tapped. However, when she said this, her eyes were somewhat dogged. It seems a little guilty. Well, then I'll take it for real. Lee shrugged and said no more. Uchiha Makoto asked, shall we start tonight training? Well, good. Lee nodded in agreement. Uchiha Makoto first set up a layer of enchantment to isolate audio and visual. Then, Lee began to practice. During this practice, Lee thought about a few things. There is one more update today, but it will be a little later. Thank you readers for your blessing. The world has received it. Chapter 104 will not let him go. Second more. Lee thought a lot. Uchiha Fugaku to quickly improve his rank, and that is to improve Sharingan. However, as far as Lee knows, Uchiha Fugaku's current Sharingan is already 3 tomo. That is to say, the next evolution direction of Uchiha Fugaku Sharingan is Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it be that Uchiha Fugaku is going to open Mangekyo Sharingan? In Hokage manga, Uchiha Fugaku does not have Mangekyo Sharingan, but in Hokage TV anime, Uchiha Fugaku does have Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, Lee has been unsure whether Uchiha Fugaku has Mangekyo Sharingan or not. However, one thing is for sure, Uchiha Fugaku doesn't have Mangekyo Sharingan yet. Even if there is, there will be later. After all, in this day and age, Uchiha Fugaku doesn't know the way the 3 tomo Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the steel of the Uchiha clan, it is written that the method of Sharingan evolution is hatred. To evolve Sharingan, you need enough hatred. However, the steel was tampered with by Otsutsuki Kagaya's 3rd son Black Zetsu. Many of the above are wrong, and if you want to see the text on the stone tablet you can only go through Mangekyo Sharingan. All in all, Uchiha Fugaku should have no idea how the Sharingan evolved. However, now he is retreating. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes are at least 3 tomo, and now, if he wants to quickly improve his strength in a short period of time, then he is going to evolve his eyes into Mangekyo Sharingan. However, in order to evolve from Santomo Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan, you need to have loved ones die before your eyes so as to inspire enough hatred. So, if Uchiha Fugaku is going to evolve Sharingan, then Lee Yi is curious which of his closest relatives is so dear to him that he hates him so much. Could it be Uchiha Daisho? Lee Yi killed Uchiha Dashong in front of Uchiha Fugaku. If the two have a good relationship, then Uchiha Fugaku will definitely be heartbroken. However, Lee Yi feels that the reason may not be this one. No matter how good their relationship is, they are not brothers after all. Even if Lee Yi destroys Uchiha Dashong, Uchiha Fugaku won't hate it to this extent. You know, trying to evolve the 3-tomo Sharingan into Mangekyo Sharingan, that kind of hatred can make the heart bleed. Lee Yi thinks that those people didn't trouble him before, but just said a few harsh words. The reason for this is probably because of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku is in retreat now. This group of people has no leader and no leader, so they dare not attack Lee Yi. Thinking of this, the corners of Lee Yi's mouth could not help but evoke a slight arc. This time is really a good time to develop. If Uchiha Fugaku hadn't retreated, then, with Uchiha Fugaku's character, I'm afraid he would keep looking for trouble for Lee Yi. By then, Lee Yi would not be able to sleep well, let alone practice. And now, Uchiha Fugaku is retreating, and Lee Yi is growing. Let's see who grows faster. All in all, Lee Yi won't spare Uchiha Fugaku. It is not too late for Kunzi to take revenge for 10 years. He has waited for 5 or 6 years, so naturally he will not be in a hurry for 1 or 2 days. He wants Uchiha Fugaku to experience the pain. While thinking, Lee Yi walked out of the door space, sweating profusely. From the living room to the bedroom, it took Lee Yi 7 or 8 seconds to cross such a short distance. Now, Lee Yi condenses the door under his feet, and as soon as the door appears, Lee Yi will fall into the door and disappear. From living room to bedroom, from bedroom to living room, back and forth. After 3 times, Lee Yi was overdrawn, his face was pale, his eyelids were heavy, and his whole body was drooping. Uchiha Makoto asked, "Can you do it again?" Lee Yi nodded. "Come on, you know your body best." Therefore, Lee Yi knew that if he moved from the bedroom to the living room, he would probably fall asleep due to excessive fatigue. Uchiha Makoto said suddenly, "Before this, there is something I want to tell you." "Say." Lee Yi nodded. Uchiha Makoto said, "Actually, Uchiha Fugaku is not a bad person." "Well, I know." Lee Yi nodded. "Uchiha Fugaku is not bad by nature, just an angry youth who likes to destroy ways, that's all. He can't see the ways in this world. He hopes that everyone in the world can have a strong strength so as to protect their own race and their own country." However, even so, Lee Yi would not forgive him. 1 yard owned by a yard. If you bully me once, I will bully you 10 times. If you bully me for 5 or 6 years, I will destroy you. Killing people to pay for their lives, paying debts and paying money, this is only right and proper. Uchiha Fugaku's nature is not bad, but that doesn't mean that Lee Yi will spare him. Now that you do something, you must bear the corresponding consequences. Uchiha Makoto continued with a soft voice. "Lee Yi, I know that there is a lot of conflict between you and Uchiha Fugaku, but I still hope that the two of you can reconcile." Hearing this, Lee Yi smiled. "Have a good laugh." Both rows of neat and white Kiba teeth were exposed. "What are you laughing at?" Uchiha Makoto asked with a frown. Lee Yi said directly, "I laugh at your ignorance." Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly. Lee Yi continued, "Okay, don't mention it again in the future. I will never stop with Uchiha Fugaku, and there is no room for negotiation." Uchiha Makoto continued to persuade. "Lee Yi, as a man, you have to think about the overall situation. Uchiha Fugaku is very talented, and his strength is not weak. He is a huge guarantee for Konoha village. Without him, then the village of Konoha will become a little dangerous, and so will the tens of thousands of people in the village of Konoha." Quote, "Hehe, you really think highly of him. He doesn't have such a big energy." Lee Yi smiled disdainfully. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto sighed lightly. She stopped persuading, because she knew that no matter how she persuaded, Lee Yi would not agree to her. In fact, think about it. How do people who have never experienced darkness know the horror of darkness? She, Uchiha Makoto, is not qualified to persuade Lee Yi at all. After all, this happened to Lee Yi, not her Uchiha Makoto. In fact, the main reason Uchiha Makoto persuaded Lee Yi was because she didn't want to see Lee Yi get hurt by Uchiha Fugaku. This is the second update yesterday. The world is asking for silver ticket plus reward. The epidemic is getting more and more serious, and the overtime work is getting late, but I still have to say, come on. Chapter 105 Call Me Makoto, Part 1. Uchiha Fugaku. As rank, Uchiha Makoto is known. After all, even her father admired Uchiha Fugaku as talent and strength, and even wanted to marry his daughter to Uchiha Fugaku. To be honest, Uchiha Makoto doesn't have much feelings for Uchiha Fugaku. That feeling of love at first sight she did not. Not only to Uchiha Fugaku, but to all men she didn't feel love at first sight, including Lee Yi. Lee Yi is her savior. She is not stupid, so how could she confuse the difference between kindness and love? All in all, Uchiha Makoto doesn't have much affection for Uchiha Fugaku, but there is no ill will. Because Uchiha Fugaku often visits her house, Uchiha Makoto still knows him a little bit. She knew that Uchiha Fugaku's nature was not bad, but he was impulsive and irritable. However, Uchiha Fugaku's ability is beyond doubt. Uchiha Makoto knows that Lee Yi has great potential, and his future strength will definitely amaze countless people. But later is later, now is now. The current Lee Yi is still a piece of crap. If the current Lee Yi matches the current Uchiha Fugaku, then, unlucky, must be Lee Yi. At least in Uchiha Makoto's view, Lee Yi can't beat Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Makoto didn't want to see the scene where Lee Yi was bullied by Uchiha Fugaku. Therefore, she would speak to persuade Lee Yi. She persuaded Lee Yi was not because she wanted to be a peacemaker, but because she didn't want to see Lee Yi get hurt. However, now, Lee Yi's attitude is very firm. Uchiha Makoto was speechless. Lee Yi said lightly, Uchiha Makoto, you can do something wrong, but you can't live by yourself. If you do something yourself, you have to take the corresponding responsibility. I hope you can understand. Uchiha Makoto froze for a moment, then nodded lightly. Although she had never heard of Lee Yi before, she knew that Uchiha Fugaku often bullied the waste crane tail of Konoha village. Lee Yi is among them, and he is also the most ruthless group that has been bullied. Therefore, it is only natural that Lee Yi has such hatred. Uchiha Makoto suddenly said, Lee Yi, I hope that from today onward you won't call me Uchiha Makoto. What's your name? Lee Yi blinked and asked, just call me Makoto. Uchiha Makoto said, don't add an older sister or younger sister. Lee Yi asked. Uchiha Makoto shook his head slightly. No, as you please. Lee Yi shrugged and didn't care. Then, he took a deep breath and began to use the power of the devil fruit. Added, as far as I know, Uchiha Fugaku is probably in retreat for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, he will come out. At that time, you have to do what you can. Hearing this, Lee Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't you know about him? Why did you say you didn't know before? Why deliberately hide it? However, Lee Yi didn't ask much, just nodded. Immediately afterward, an oval door appeared at the feet of Lee Yi, and Lee Yi fell directly into the oval door and disappeared instantly. Uchiha Makoto didn't go in, but opened the door and walked into the living room. Lee Yi was already waiting in the living room. He was sitting on the ground, sweating profusely and panting, apparently reaching the ultimate. Seeing Uchiha Makoto come out of the room, Lee Yi said directly, I can't take it anymore. After speaking, Lee Yi's scalp drew, and he sat on the ground and fell asleep. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Makoto shook his head with a wry smile. This guy is suspicious by nature, but he trusts me very much. Uchiha Makoto smiled secretly in his heart. She knew that Lee Yi was cautious, but now, Uchiha Makoto can kill him with just one finger, and it's his little finger. Lee Yi was not defensive at all. This made Uchiha Makoto feel a touch of emotion in his heart. She knew that only complete trust could do this. After that, Uchiha Makoto also had no ink and started repeating what happened last night. First, give Lee Yi a bath. Second, massage Lee Yi. Second time cook. Uchiha Makoto is already familiar with the road, especially when he is bathing Lee Yi. He is very clear about what to touch, what not to touch, and what to touch. After all, last night, Uchiha Makoto made an oolong out of curiosity. Bathing Lee Yi, Uchiha Makoto dried his body, put him on the sofa, and started massaging him. Time always goes by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed by. Lee Yi's body was meticulously massaged by Uchiha Makoto. Because of the fatigue, a trace of perspiration oozes out of Uchiha Makoto's forehead. She slowly exhaled a white breath, raised her hand, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lee Yi with the quilt. Uchiha Makoto took a shower. Women take a bath, always slower than men. Even if there is no dirt on a woman's body, it is the nature of a woman to like water more than a man. 20 or 30 minutes later, Uchiha Makoto finished washing. Glancing at Lee Yi lying on the sofa, who was already sound asleep, Uchiha Makoto smiled in satisfaction. Lee Yi again before going to bed, but at this moment, a strong drowsiness swept over. Uchiha Makoto yawned. The instinct of the body overcomes her desire to see Lee Yi. So, Uchiha Makoto started checking. The doors, windows, wall, all were correct. Uchiha Makoto turned off the light, walked into the room, and went to sleep. At the same time, Lee Yi's house. 2 figures were standing in the grass. One of the burly men stared at Lee Yi's house, and the other thin man was squatting on the ground with his eyes closed and his hands clasped, as if he was sensing something. After a moment, the burly man withdrew his gaze, his face a little ugly. The thin man opened his eyes, and his face was also a little ugly. The two looked at each other. Afterward, they both shook their heads lightly. Thin man sighed lightly. Alas, they have already set up a layer of barrier around the room, not to mention your vision. even my perception can't penetrate. Then what should we do? Brother, should we continue to monitor? The burly man scratched the back of his head and asked. Thin man thought for a moment, and finally replied, continue to persevere. Maybe with the passage of time, this barrier will be self-defeating. In short, we can't destroy this barrier, otherwise we will be caught inside. People realize that by then, we might not be able to eat kabuto and go, quote, okay, everything is up to you, big brother. The burly man nodded yes. So, this night, the two of them have been standing in the grass. This kind of hiding the grass behavior looked very wretched. The first update. There is another update today, but it will be later. People of the whole country, come on. Chapter 106 _ I will carry you, Part 2. The next day, early in the morning, Lee Yi was woken up by Uchiha Makoto again. Eyes. The first thing I saw was Uchiha Makoto's flawless pretty face. The faces of the two were very close. Lee Yi blinked. Awake. Seeing Lee Yi open his eye, Uchiha Makoto asked, then stood up straight. Get dressed when you wake up. Get ready. I'll cook. After saying that, Uchiha Makoto turned around, twisted his sexy little ass, and walked away. Looking at Uchiha Makoto's uneven back, Lee Yi admired it. It's beautiful. Lee Yi nodded secretly in his heart. It wasn't until Uchiha Makoto entered the kitchen that Lee Yi looked back. As the so-called beautiful and delicious, I have to say that appreciating a beautiful body is a great enjoyment for a big man. Then, Lee Yi sat up. Weakness, back pain. The pulling of the muscles made Lee Yi gasp in breath. My body, if I keep exercising, I'm afraid it will collapse. Lee Yi frowned and thought to himself, however, my physical strength has indeed increased a lot. Lee Yi can clearly feel that his body is undergoing a rapid transformation. Moreover, this is only the effect of 2 days of training. It is unimaginable that after 2 weeks, as long as the body does not collapse, what kind of level will his strength reach? I am really looking forward to it. Lee Yi's mouth evoked a slight arc. Then, Lee Yi stood up from the sofa. At this point, he was completely naked. Lee Yi glanced at his body, touched his chin, and said to himself, it's been 2 nights. Since yesterday morning, Lee Yi has had a suspicion. How did he get raped? And there is no trace of sweat all over the body. You know, these 2 nights, when he passed out, he was wearing clothes and sweating profusely. Logically speaking, when he woke up the next morning, he should also be wearing clothes, and because of sweat, he would be sticky and uncomfortable. But now, his whole body is smooth, without the slightest sweat, as if he had been washed again. No, it's not light, but it's just been washed. Thinking of this, Lee Yi couldn't help but look up and glance at the kitchen. I really feel sorry for this girl, Lee Yi said secretly. He knew that after he passed out, Uchiha Makoto must have given him a bath. However, Lee Yi did not know that Uchiha Makoto gave him a massage. Lee Yi, for Uchiha Makoto, is very simple. However, massaging Lee Yi is exhausting for her. However, about the massage, Uchiha Makoto never told Lee Yi. Didn't think much about it. Lee Yi got dressed and stood on the ground. The soreness from the pulling of the muscles all over the body made Lee Yi gasp for breath. After a little activity, Lee Yi went to wash up. Uchiha Makoto also finished cooking. Looking at the food on the table that was already yellow and blue, exuding a dangerous smell but already had some fragrance, Lee Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. You know, cooking, pay attention to the color and flavor. First, it has to taste. Second, it has to be scented. Lastly, there is the exterior. Under the expectant gaze of Uchiha Makoto, Lee Yi picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the dish. Chew it in your mouth. It's pretty nasty, but it was better than yesterday. So, under Uchiha Makoto's expectant gaze, Lee Yi chewed the food and said indistinctly, it's hard to eat. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto was a little disappointed, but not too disappointed, because she knew that Lee Yi must have something else to say. Sure enough, at the next moment, Lee Yi swallowed the vegetable in his stomach and said, but it can be eaten. Uchiha Makoto's eyes lit up. Uchiha Makoto cooked a total of 3 dishes, 2 snacks and 1 main meal. Lee Yi tried them one by one. Although the staple food was edible, it was difficult to swallow, so Lee Yi only took a few mouthfuls. Snacks and pastries are okay. Although they are hard to eat, they can fill the stomach. Therefore, Lee Yi ate 4 or 5 pastries to fill his stomach. After eating, Lee Yi asked, aren't you going to eat? Uchiha Makoto shook his head. Lee Yi said, skipping breakfast is not good for the body. Uchiha Makoto still shook his head and said, I've already eaten it. Oh, Lee Yi frowned. Has this girl eaten her own meal? It was so hard to swallow. How could she eat it? Is a cruel man. No, more than a ruthless man. A werewolf. Let go to training, Uchiha Makoto suggested. Lee Yi nodded in agreement. The two left side by side to start today's training. Today is almost the same as yesterday and the day before yesterday. Lee Yi's muscles are sore and weak, and he walked lightly. However, after the devil's workout for the first 2 days, Lee Yi actually felt a little more relaxed about today's training. Of course, Lee Yi was still lying on the ground panting and sweating profusely when he exercised into the evening. Tool man, Uchiha Yonchiang. He is here again. It's troublesome. Uchiha Makoto bowed slightly to Uchiha Yonchiang. No trouble, no trouble. Uchiha Yonchiang immediately shook his head, then patted his chest, showing a righteous look, and said, it's my honor to be able to work for Sister Makoto, and I'd like to be Sister Makoto, your horse and horse horse for the rest of my life. Uchiha Yangqiang's tone was sincere and unpretentious. Li Yi, who was lying on the ground, raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, but Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly, but she didn't say much, but just said, "Thank you." So, Uchiha Yangqiang carried Li Yi on his back, followed Uchiha Makoto, and went back to Li Yi's house together. The so-called tool man is a tool that is thrown away after you. Li Yi on his back, Uchiha Yangqiang left. Back home, Uchiha Makoto's first sentence is, "From tomorrow, Uchiha Yangqiang will not back you." "Oh, why?" Li Yi pretended to be surprised and asked. "He has other assignment." Uchiha Makoto replied. "Oh, really?" Li Yi teased a smile. "Of course it's true." Uchiha Makoto head tapped. However, when she said this, her eyes were a little evasive. Li Yi teased again. However, he did not ask more, but jumped to another topic. "Then who will carry me from now on?" "I'll carry you." Uchiha Makoto thought for a moment, and finally said, "You carry me." Li Yi frowned. In fact, Li Yi does not object to this suggestion, but agrees very much. But let a woman carry a big man is something inappropriate. During the epidemic, all readers take precaution. Come on. Chapter 107 Being bullied. First, more. You know, even with Uchiha Yangqiang carrying it, Li Yi is a little uncomfortable. After all, from outside the village to Li Yi's house, this section of the road will be seen by many people. However, what Li Yi wants is the inside, not the face. He doesn't care about face. So, even if he was a little uncomfortable, he accepted it. But now, Uchiha Makoto actually said that from tomorrow, she will carry Li Yi on her back. This made Li Yi somewhat unacceptable. Although he doesn't care about fate, what kind of decency is it for a woman, or a beautiful woman, to carry a big man on her back? Seeing that Li Yi didn't answer for a while, Uchiha Makoto frowned and asked, "Why? I'm carrying you. You don't want to." "Well, I really don't want to." Li Yi didn't hide it, and nodded directly. "Why not?" Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly. In fact, Uchiha Makoto has a smart mind and has already guessed the reason why Li Yi rejected her. That is the fear of losing fate. However, Uchiha Makoto feels that for a man, face is the least valuable thing. Having the strength and the inside is the greatest fate. Everything else is bullshit. In fact, the reason why Li Yi rejected Uchiha Makoto was not just because of fate. Moreover, Li Yi also knew the reason why Uchiha Makoto did not let Uchiha Yangqiang carry him. She didn't want to owe Uchiha Yangqiang too many favors. She knew that Uchiha Yangqiang liked her, but she didn't have any feelings for Uchiha Yangqiang. She just took him as a friend, that's all. She doesn't want to owe Uchiha Yangqiang's love anymore, because the love she owes will be repaid sooner or later. Uchiha Makoto was thinking. Li Yi said, "Actually, it's not you, but me, who owes Uchiha Yangqiang affection. After all, it's me that he is carrying." Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto shook his head. "I called him here." Her meaning is obvious. If it weren't for her, then Uchiha Yangqiang wouldn't do such dirty work. Therefore, it is her who really owes Uchiha Yangqiang's affection. Hearing this, Li Yi frowned slightly. "This girl is a bit rigid," Li determinedly said. "However, this girl, at least not a scumbag. The so-called scumbags have countless spare tires, and they always enjoy the sacrifice of these spare tires, but do not repay them at all." Thinking for a while, Li Yi said, "You can wait until I have a good rest before leaving. It will take at least half an hour when you have a good rest." Uchiha Makoto said, "Besides, the distance between the two places is not close. If you walk slowly, you have to walk for at least half an hour. This is an hour. It is better to save this hour and use it for other things." Uchiha Makoto is right. What Li Yi lacks most right now is time. Li Yi may not know, but Uchiha Makoto is very clear that in 2 weeks, Uchiha Fugaku will be out. At that time, he will start to deal with Li Yi. Uchiha Makoto doesn't want to see something happen to Li Yi, so, let alone an hour, even a minute, she doesn't want to waste it. Seeing that Uchiha Makoto's attitude was firm, Li Yi did not refute, but said, "Let's see tomorrow. Let's talk about tomorrow." Anyway, as a man, he doesn't want to be carried by a woman. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Boom. Immediately afterward, Ayame's soft voice came from outside the door. "Brother Li Yi, are you back?" Li Yi was sitting on the sofa at this time. He was weak and didn't want to get up, so he gave Uchiha Makoto a look. Uchiha Makoto understood, walked to the door, and opened it. Opened the door. What caught his eye was Ayame's pretty face. However, seeing Ayame, Uchiha Makoto frowned. Because of Ayame's breathing, it was a little short, and there are a few stains on the clothes. "Are you all right?" Uchiha Makoto asked. "It's all right." Ayame shook his head slightly. Uchiha Makoto was a little unconvinced, because Ayame made her feel like she was just bullied. Uchiha Makoto didn't ask much, though. After all, that's just how she feels. Her analysis: Ayame is a girl and not a ninja, so no one should bully her. So, she turned sideways and let Ayame walk in. Some ingredients in his hand. Ayame walked up to Li Yi and said with a smile, "Brother Li Yi, eat lotus root tonight. I'll do it right away." After that, Ayame took the ingredients and walked into the kitchen. Li Yi frowned. Because of how Ayame made him feel, something wasn't quite right. Ayame walked into the kitchen. Li Yi asked, "Makoto, do you feel that something is wrong with this little girl. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto couldn't help being a little surprised. She had previously felt that Ayame was not quite right. It was just her sixth sense as a woman. However, Lee Yi is not a woman, yet he still senses something wrong. This shows that Lee Yi must have observed something. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly and said, "Something is wrong. I'm out of breath and my clothes are a little dirty, but I can't guess the reason." Lee Yi touched his chin and said, "It must have been bully." As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Makoto's pupils shrank slightly. She thought before that was Ayame being bullied. However, that was just her sixth sense, without any evidence. And now, Lee Yi has directly spoken out about her sixth sense. Could it be that Lee Yi is also a woman? If not, how did she observe it? Therefore, Uchiha Makoto asked directly, "How can I see it?" For Uchiha Makoto, as question, Lee Yi just answered lightly, "I know this little girl very well." Hearing this answer, Uchiha Makoto nodded. Since Lee Yi knows Ayame very well, Lee Yi can detect any abnormality in Ayame, and even guess the reason. Uchiha Makoto said, "If that's the case, then I'll ask her later. She won't say it." Lee Yi shook his head and said, "Then what are you going to do?" Uchiha Makoto frowned. If Ayame is being bullied as Lee Yi said, then she can't just sit back and watch. But if Ayame insists not to say it, what can she do? You can't always be with her and protect her, right? Under Uchiha Makoto's inquiring gaze, Lee Yi pointed to his heart and replied, "If you want to understand the situation, you can't just look at what she says, but also what she's thinking. There is indeed a respiratory doctor in the world, and I don't want to see any of my readers infected. Readers, take precaution. Come on. There is one more update today, but it will be later." Chapter 108_Plan Part 2. You can't look at what you say, but what you think in your heart, huh? Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto narrowed his beautiful eyes slightly. Immediately afterwards, she looked at Lee Yi's eyes and became even more curious, because what Lee Yi said was too right. Humans are emotional creatures, born with 7 emotions and 6 desires. People's words and deeds will be controlled by emotion. Many times, what a person says and does is completely different from what he thinks in his heart. But, under the control of his emotion, he did just that. Therefore, if you want to truly understand a person, you can't look at what he says or what he shows in his action, but the real thoughts behind his words and deeds. This kind of thing sounds simple, but in practice, it is as difficult as the sky. There is a word well said, unpredictable. The human heart is the most complex thing. To see through a person's heart, one must have extremely powerful observational power, and this kind of observation power can only be possessed after reaching a certain age. However, the man in front of him was only in his early 20s. In his early 20s, when he was young and frivolous and high-spirited, how could he have such a keen insight? So, Uchiha Makoto is very curious. What does he want to do? So she asked, "So, what are you going to do? When it's time for dinner, I'll ask her a few questions and give her a side-by-side look." Lee Yi said, "Well, good." Uchiha Makoto head tapped. Lee Yi said again, "If it really doesn't work, you can use demonic illusion again." In fact, in Lee Yi's eyes, demonic illusion is the most powerful ninjutsu in the world. In the original Hokage, the ultimate ninjutsu, Infinite Tsukuyomi, is demonic illusion. Just imagine, when you are fighting against the enemy is instantly pulled into the illusion, and the enemy still does not know what is going on, and is still fighting in the illusion. However, outside the fantasy world and in reality, his body has long been frozen in place. At that time, no matter how strong the enemy is, they will still be slaughtered by others. All in all, demonic illusion is very powerful. So, Lee Yi decided, if he couldn't ask anything, then let Uchiha Makoto use Sharingan and release demonic illusion for Ayame. As long as you hit demonic illusion, then Ayame will tell everything about it. However, with demonic illusion, it is a last resort. You know, demonic illusion can hurt a person a lot. Even the most common demonic illusion can affect a person's spirit, let alone Sharingan's demonic illusion. Ayame is just an ordinary person. Lee Yi has always regarded her as her sister. He didn't want her to get hurt. So, Lee Yi won't let Uchiha Makoto use demonic illusion unless he has to. Uchiha Makoto thought for a while, and finally nodded slowly in agreement. Well, good. Suddenly, Uchiha Makoto changed the conversation and said, "Lee Yi, I found that you seem to know our Uchiha clan very well. Is there?" Lee Yi asked Yuhi breathlessly, "Where did you get the information about the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Makoto asked. "It well known." Lee Yi spread his hand. In fact, at this moment, Lee Yi just wanted to say, not to mention your Uchiha family, any race in this world, or even any individual, is extremely well understood by Lao Tzu. Hearing Lee Yi's perfunctory answer, Uchiha Makoto thought for a while, then asked, "Do you know my Sharingan? How many tomo is it now?" Lee Yi shook his head. 2 tomo. Uchiha Makoto did not hide it, pointing to his beautiful eye. Hearing this, Lee Yi nodded calmly, thinking, it seems that this girl has also experienced pain. Sharingan requires hatred and pain. From ordinary eye, it has evolved into 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, and even Mangekyo Sharingan, and the pain and hatred required in this are stepped up. Uchiha Makoto has 2 tomo Sharingan. It means that she has experienced experience pain or hatred at least twice. Uchiha Makoto continued. But I don't know how to evolve into 3 Tomo. Lee Yi nodded. She doesn't know how. And it makes sense. You know what? Uchiha Makoto asked. You are from the Uchiha family. You don't even know it. Do you think I can know? Lee Yi smiled and asked. Hearing Lee Yi's question, Uchiha Makoto thought for a while and finally stared into Lee Yi's eyes and nodded lightly. I think you know. Lee Yi smiled again and asked. Why do you think so? Uchiha Makoto shook his head lightly and said, I don't know either. Maybe this is a woman's sixth sense. I really don't know. Lee Yi spread his hands and shook his head. If you don't believe me, you can use demonic illusion on me. Under demonic illusion, I won't lie. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto shook his head. My demonic illusion is of no use to you. You don't seem to notice it yourself, but you seem to be naturally immune to demonic illusion. Innately immune to demonic illusion. Lee Yi narrowed his eye. In the original Hokage Haruno Sakura, that is, Sakura is a physique that is naturally immune to demonic illusion. However, Lee Yi is not. Lee Yi is immune to demonic illusion is because of the existence of the system. In fact, the demonic illusion principle is very simple, which is to block the flow of chakra of the ninja. Demonic illusion can be disarmed by disturbing the flow of chakra a little. For example, the human Jinchuriki column force heals the tailed beast in their body. Once the human Jinchuriki column force hits the demonic illusion, the tailed beast will release a trace of chakra to disturb the demonic illusion, thereby helping the human Jinchuriki column force to remove the demonic illusion. The same goes for the system. Before, Uchiha Makoto released demonic illusion to Lee Yi. Lee Yi lifted the demonic illusion in just 2 or 3 seconds. Because of this, Uchiha Makoto felt that Lee Yi was born immune to demonic illusion. However, Lee Yi is not going to tell Uchiha Makoto the method of evolving Sharingan now. So, he said, I don't know if I am naturally immune to demonic illusion as constitution, but I really don't know how to evolve Sharingan. You are asking the wrong person. Having said that, Lee Yi stood up from the sofa and stretched his weight. I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a shower. After speaking, Lee Yi dragged his heavy body and walked into the bathroom. Looking at Lee Yi's back, Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. This man, I really can't see through it more and more, but he is by no means ordinary. Uchiha Makoto whispered in his heart. 2100 of the next update. Chapter 109 Forcing good to be a prostitute. First more. 3 people eat. Ayame eat very little. Lee Yi asked, what's the matter? Are you uncomfortable? Ayame didn't answer, but continued to eat with his head down, without saying a word, as if he hadn't heard. Lee Yi asked again, Ayame, what's wrong with you? Ayame come back to his senses. His body trembled slightly. He looked up at Lee Yi, and forced a smile. No discomfort. Brother Lee Yi, you think too much. Hearing this answer, Lee Yi didn't ask any further question, but continued to drink lotus root soup. Ayame is really delicious. Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly and glanced at Lee Yi. She knew that Lee Yi was going to smack Ayame next, so she just wanted to see what Lee Yi would say. Under the gaze of Uchiha Makoto, Lee Yi said, Ayame, do you have any boys you like? Huh? Hearing this, Ayame opened his mouth lightly and looked at Lee Yi with a stunned expression. Lee Yi smiled slightly and continued to ask, is there any boy you like? Ayame cheeked Yuhi, and hurriedly shook his head. How is it possible? I don't have a boy I like. You're not too young. I thought you had a boy you like. Lee Yi said with a smile. How is it possible? It's impossible for me to fall in love with someone else. Having said this, Ayame slammed, and then hurriedly changed his word. Anyway, it is impossible for me to have a man I like now. And, brother Lee Yi, why is it a boy? I don't like boys. I like men. I'm not a little girl. Speaking, Ayame also stiffened his chest. Seeing Ayame's angry face, Lee Yi smiled and continued to ask, I thought you had a boy you like. How is that possible? Brother Lee Yi, why do you think so? Ayame asked angrily. Because you today give me a different feeling from yesterday and the day before yesterday. Lee Yi said, that's why I thought, maybe you have a boy you like. That's why you do this. As soon as these words came out, Ayame's body trembled slightly, but the next moment she regained her composure and said, why is it different? I've always been like this. Hearing this, Lee Yi smiled without saying a word, and in Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eyes, a strange color passed by. Sure enough, as Lee Yi said, it was impossible for Ayame to tell the truth. Then continued to watch Lee Yi's next performance. Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but look forward to it. She found that although Lee Yi's age was almost the same as hers, Lee Yi's heart was indeed like an old fried dough stick, very cunning. Lee Yi continued to ask, Ayame, the feeling you gave me today is indeed different from before. Tell me, did you kiss the boy you like? How is that possible? Ayame immediately shook his head and retorted, brother Lee Yi, I really don't have a man I like. Okay, whatever you say is okay. I won't be stubborn with you. Lee Yi smiled and waved his hand. However, there was an expression of, I know everything, on his face. Seeing Lee Yi's duplicitous expression, Ayame suddenly became angry, and his voice became a little louder. Brother Lee Yi, I really don't have a boy I like. I'm different today. Yes, because of what? Lee Yi immediately asked. Because Ayame Ayame's eyes were dotted, and he stammered as if he was afraid. Because of what? Lee Yi continued to ask questions. However, in the end, Ayame replied, "Oh, brother Lee Yi, I don't have a boy I like anyway." Oh, Lee Yi nodded. That is to say, today's you is indeed different from before, right? Hearing this, Ayame choked. Reason, she felt that Lee Yi had been tricking her. She has been led by Lee Yi by the nose. Uchiha Makoto is the bright boss. She did not expect that Lee Yi would use this step-by-step method. Let Ayame admit that something is wrong first, and then force him to ask why it is wrong. Step by step, gradually deepen. Thinking of this, Uchiha Makoto's gaze towards Lee Yi was even more different than before. At this time, Lee Yi asked, "Ayame, what happened?" "Nothing happened." Ayame shook his head hastily. "If nothing really happened, would you be so wrong?" Lee Yi asked. Ayame immediately defended. "Oh, brother Lee Yi, you are thinking too much. I just made a slip of the tongue, and there is nothing wrong with me." Hearing this, Lee Yi turned a Byakugan. "Okay, I don't know you yet. Come on, what happened? If you don't say it, you're not good. I don't like bad girls." Quote, Lee Yi's words, although a bit nauseous, were very much in Ayame's favor. However, after hesitating for a while, Ayame still shook his head. "Brother Lee Yi, this is my private matter. You can leave it alone." That is to say, there is something wrong, right? Lee Yi smiled. Step by step. Let her admit that it is different first, then admit that something is wrong, and finally ask what it is. Ayame had no choice but to nod. Lee Yi asked, "What private affair? You still don't let me manage. In this world, there is nothing that I can't manage." This is very arrogant. However, such words do not fit Lee Yi's character. Of course, for Ayame's sake, let alone say such domineering words. Even if he does such domineering thing, Lee Yi won't even blink his eyelids. Ayame was still hesitant, bowing his head and saying nothing. Lee Yi waited quietly, but at this moment, Uchiha Makoto suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Sister Ayame, your brother Lee Yi is very good now. If you really have any difficulty, you must tell him. He will definitely help you solve it. Your brother Lee Yi is not what it used to be." Quote, hearing this, Ayame's body trembled slightly, and his eyes lit up slightly, as if he saw hope. On the other hand, Lee Yi gave Uchiha Makoto a thumbs up behind his back and said, "God assist." After that, Lee Yi and Uchiha Makoto played both hard and soft on Ayame. Lee Yi is a hard measure, pressing Ayame. Uchiha Makoto is a soft measure that break down Ayame's psychological defenses from the bottom of his heart. Of hard and soft, in a short while, Ayame disarmed and surrendered. She sighed lightly, and explained the ins and outs of the matter. "It's like this." After a moment, after listening to Ayame, Lee Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "That is to say, there is a boy who likes you, but you don't like him. His family has a lot of power. In order to pursue you, he put pressure on your family and wanted to force him to become a prostitute." "Right, well, almost." Ayame head tapped. "Slightly late. The world is asking for silver ticket plus asking for a reward." Chapter 110 Go to Bed Lexus Part 2. Seeing Ayame nodding, Lee Yi frowned slightly. In fact, in his impression, Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant is a very powerful force. Perhaps in the past life, I read a lot of jokes on the internet, so Lee Yi always felt that Uncle Ichiraku was a very scary character. You know, on the internet, everyone is called Uncle Ichiraku Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Although Lee Yi knew that this was just a joke, in Lee Yi's subconscious, he still felt that Uncle Ichiraku was a very powerful character. However, after arriving in this world, Lee Yi realized that Uncle Ichiraku is actually an ordinary person. He has no ninja talent, and he has no blood-following boundary. The only advantage is that he is a good ramen. No matter which world you are in, if you have a skill, you will never starve to death. Same goes for Uncle Ichiraku. The ramen he makes is so delicious that no one in Konoha can match. No, even in the entire world, I am afraid that no one can compare to him. This is his core competitiveness. Therefore, in the original work of Hokage, from the period of the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama to the period of the seventh generation Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, the business of Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant is very hot and evergreen. Because of this, everyone respects Uncle Ichiraku, and naturally no one bothers Uncle Ichiraku. No matter where you are, if you have a skill, you will be respected. And Ayame, as the daughter of Uncle Ichiraku, also dipped in Uncle Ichiraku's light. Although she has no ninja talent, no one dares to bully her, let alone trouble her. Unlike Lee Yi, when his parents were still there when he was a child, he was not bullied very much. Since his parents left, he has been bullied by Byakugan. Back to the point. Logically speaking, no one dared to bully Ayame. It will not do such a forcing the good into a prostitute. If there is such a stupid family that dares to force Ayame to be a prostitute, then, in the entire Konoha village, countless people will stand up against. Damn, do you still want to drink ramen? Most of the people who have tried Ichiraku ramen find it delicious. If something happens to Ayame, Uncle Ichiraku will definitely fight with each other. At that time, countless people will stand up and protect Uncle Ichiraku. I have to say that Uncle Ichiraku's connections are still very strong. General forces would never dare to provoke Uncle Ichiraku, and naturally they would not dare to provoke Ayame. So, when he saw Ayame nodding, Lee Yi narrowed his eye. What kind of power is the other party who dares to do such a bold thing? It seems to be a big deal. Lee Yi is going to ask in detail. However, before Lee Yi could speak, Uchiha Makoto patted the table lightly and said, Sister Ayame, who on earth dares to do such an outrageous thing to you? Uchiha Makoto can't spare him. After speaking, Uchiha Makoto clenched his hand tightly, although his face did not change much, but the anger in his tone was self-evident. Lee Yi raised his brows and glanced at Uchiha Makoto curiously. What the matter with this woman? Why all of a sudden? Could it be that the heart of justice is bursting? Ayame also blinked and glanced at Uchiha Makoto in surprise. Come on, Sister Ayame, I'll do justice for you. Uchiha Makoto patted his chest and said. Ayame glanced at Lee Yi. Lee Yi nodded. Ayame say, his name is Xuanxi Lingzi. I don't even know which family he belongs to. I only know that his family is very powerful. Go to bed, Lexus. Hearing these 4 words, both Lee Yi and Uchiha Makoto raised their brows slightly. Lee Yi is surprised as because the surname turning bed is rare in Konoha village, but it is very famous. Konoha village that Lee Yi knows. There is only one person with the surname turn to bed, that is Haharu Utatane, the high-level advisor of Konoha village, the woman who decides important matters in the village and manages the Konoha government agency. In Lee Yi's memory, she is the only one whose surname is turn to bed. And now, the scumbag who bullied Ayame is also named turn to bed. It looks like it should be a family. Lee Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking. The reason for Uchiha Makoto's surprise is almost the same as that of Lee Yi. When he heard the word turn to bed, the face of Kaharu Utatane appeared in Uchiha Makoto's mind. You know, even her father, Uchiha Gen, is quite afraid of the woman Kaharu Utatane. Kaharu Utatane is a medical ninja. She is very scheming. If anyone dares to provoke her, then in the end, I am afraid that she will not even know how she died. That's right, she especially liked to calculate others. Otherwise, she would not be the senior advisor of Konoha village, let alone help Lord Hokage decide a series of major events in Konoha village. Of course, before confirming the identity of the other party, Uchiha Makoto did not dare to ensure whether the turning Lexus and Kaharu Utatane that Ayame said were related. Maybe it's just a surname. How old is that Lexus? After that, Lee Yi asked. Ayame replied, he's about the same age as me, 14 or 15. Dare to force a good person to be a prostitute at the age of 14 or 15. How arrogant. Lee Yi smiled. In the smile, there is a trace of disdain and 2 points of ridicule. Ayame's face was a little sad, and he said, Brother Lee Yi, he said that his family is very powerful, so you should leave me alone. However, before Ayame finished speaking, Lee Yi smiled and said, it's not a big problem. After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto head tapped. Lee Yi retracted his gaze. Although there is no verbal communication between the two, but the eye contact, they understand each other. Lee Yi gave Uchiha Makoto a look, just wanting her to investigate this transitional Lexus of contact. The current Lee Yi is not as good as Uchiha Makoto, so it made sense to leave this task to Uchiha Makoto. And Uchiha Makoto also knew what Lee Yi meant, so he nodded in agreement. After these 3 days of inseparable training, Lee Yi and Uchiha Makoto have long had an invisible tacit understanding. After taking his eyes back, Lee Yi looked at Ayame and said, Ayame, are you busy tomorrow? Ayame didn't expect Lee Yi to suddenly ask this question, and couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she nodded. Tomorrow is the weekend, and the ramen restaurant is quite busy. Then you will be busy in the ramen restaurant tomorrow morning. Stay by Uncle Ichiraku. Sighed honestly, and I will come over in the afternoon. Lee Yi said. Ayame didn't know what Lee Yi wanted to do. She didn't ask much, just nodded. Okay, Brother Lee Yi. Lee Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a cold light flickering in his eye. Before neck 2200, Chapter 111 Rapid Progress Part 1. After eating, Lee Yi sent Ayame home first. Then go home. Uchiha Makoto is sitting on the sofa. Lee Yi asked directly, when do you plan to start the investigation? Uchiha Makoto replied, starting tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. Lee Yi nodded. Uchiha Makoto continued, tomorrow morning. It's your day off. I don't care what you do, and it just so happens that I have to go home too. Day off. Lee Yi's eyes lit up. Can you really rest? Well, that's right. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly, but then changed the subject. But I can only rest for one morning. All morning. That's fine too. Lee Yi nodded. One morning is a short time, but it is better than nothing. In the past few days, he has been overdrawing his physical strength. If he does not rest for a while, he will definitely collapse. Uchiha Makoto continued, you have a good night's sleep tonight, and I'll call you back at noon tomorrow. Just in time for tomorrow morning. I'll investigate the Lexus that was transferred to bed. Good. Lee Yi nodded in agreement. In fact, Lee Yi can see that Uchiha Makoto seems to be very concerned about Ayame's incident. After Lee Yi's observation during this period of time, Uchiha Makoto is a very rational woman, not emotional. But now, Uchiha Makoto feels to Lee Yi like being emotional. The reasons for this are worth thinking about. Actually, Lee Yi asked can guess the reason. Makoto is the princess of the Uchiha family. Although she was born noble, she also has her difficulty. That is the bond of the family. Her future cannot be decided by herself, but can only be obeyed by the family. For example, if the Uchiha clan wants to stay young, they will marry their daughters to talented clansmen, or marry into other clans through marriage. Many people envy Uchiha Makoto's good luck and was born the daughter of the head of the Uchiha clan. However, as the saying goes, every family has a hard-to-read scripture. No matter how good the family is and how big the background is, there are still trouble. Uchiha Makoto can't control her own destiny. This is her heart knot. But now, as an ordinary person, Ayame is forced to be a prostitute and cannot control his own destiny. This way, Uchiha Makoto has an emotional resonance. So, Uchiha Makoto attacked. Of course, these are just Lee Yi's guesses. Lee Yi did not intend to ask Uchiha Makoto these questions. So, Lee Yi just said, "Tell me after you find out all the information about the transfer of Lexa." Good. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly, and then asked, "You seem to be very interested in that little girl Ayame." "I've always regarded Ayame as my sister." Lee Yi replied indifferently, "Whoever dares to bully my sister, I will have a hard time with him, that's all." "You really are a straight man." Uchiha Makoto smiled. Lee Yi shrugged. "That's what he is now. People don't offend me, I don't offend people. If anyone offends me, I will pay it back tenfold." Ayame is the person that Lee Yi valued, and now, someone dares to attack Ayame's idea. Lee Yi was the first to refuse. Whether using violence or intrigue, Lee Yi must ensure the safety of Ayame. After that, Uchiha Makoto went straight to the point and said, "Let's start training." So, Lee Yi began to train the ability of space transfer, or move from the living room to the bedroom. Although the distance is not far, only more than 10 meters, on the first night Lee Yi opened the door between the two, which took half a minute. And now, in just 2 or 3 seconds, Lee Yi opened the door, and Lee Yi is still very tired. If Lee Yi is in his prime now, then, in just 1 second, Lee Yi can open the door. This is the training effect of Lee Yi these 3 days. Before and after, Lee Yi used a total of 6 space transfers. Exhausted, Lee Yi was sitting on the ground, completely weak, with his head drooping, as if he was about to fall asleep in the next moment. Uchiha Makoto said, "Can you do it again?" Lee Yi's consciousness was no longer sober, and he replied in a daze, "I try. When people are in a daze, they speak very interestingly, slowly and leisurely, like an old man. Lee Yi is like that now." When he finished speaking, a door appeared under his body and above the ground. Immediately afterward, the door expanded rapidly. Lee Yi's body was about to fall into it. However, the diameter of Lee Yi's body is 40 to 50 centimeters, while the diameter of the oval door is only 20 to 30 centimeters. Therefore, before Lee Yi fell in, the oval door slammed and disappeared. Lee Yi's body swayed for a while, then fell to the ground and fell asleep. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Makoto squinted his beautiful eyes slightly. With a distance of more than 10 meters and 6 space transfers, "I am exhausted." There was a satisfied smile on her beautiful face. To be honest, the speed of Lee Yi's progress surprised her a little. Things go on like this. After 2 weeks, Lee Yi's overall strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Afterward, Uchiha Makoto began to bathe Lee Yi, and then gave Lee Yi a massage. Time flies. When Uchiha Makoto finished taking a shower, it was dark. After checking the doors and windows, Uchiha Makoto went to sleep after confirming that it was correct. When the door of Uchiha Makoto's room was closed, Lee Yi, who was on the sofa in the living room, slowly opened his eyes. It's just that those eyes are extremely tired. However, right after that, Lee Yi closed his eyes again and fell asleep. In fact, let alone Uchiha Makoto, even Ayame and Violet, Lee Yi doesn't believe it. He only believes in himself. Therefore, it is impossible for him to be unguarded in front of Uchiha Makoto. During these 3 days, when Uchiha Makoto bathed and massaged him, Lee Yi kept in a light sleep state. Although he didn't know what Uchiha Makoto did to him during this time, but once the danger is encountered, the system will detect it and wake up Lee Yi immediately. Lee Yi no longer believes in others, so he is wary of anyone. And now, Uchiha Makoto has fallen asleep, no threat. Therefore, Lee Yi closed his eyes and went into deep sleep completely. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. I have to say that today's sleep is the happiest and most comfortable time he has slept in the past few days. Lee Yi was always woken up by Uchiha Makoto every morning, and this time, Lee Yi went straight to sleep and woke up naturally. One word: cool. The world is asking for silver tickets plus asking for a reward. Chapter 112 The Story of Dog Blood Part 2. Lee Yi slept until he woke up naturally. It was noon the next day. He sat up from the sofa and stretched. Although he was still sore all over, his body no longer felt powerless. Lee Yi shouted, "Makoto, are you there?" Got no response. Lee Yi knew that Uchiha Makoto was not here now, so he was naked and stood up from the sofa. Stretch out a body. The soreness of the muscle pulling made him gasp. However, after a few days of exercise, Lee Yi has already adapted to this kind of soreness. Turning his limbs on, Lee Yi got dressed and went to wash up. Lee Yi has changed a total of 4 clothes in the past few days. Change 1 a day. The clothes for the first 3 days have not been washed but piled up in the bathroom. Lee Yi originally thought that Uchiha Makoto would wash his clothes. However, Uchiha Makoto is not a Uzumaki Violet. If Violet was there, he would definitely take the trouble to wash Lee Yi's clothes. In the bathroom, looking at the pile of smelly clothes, Lee Yi frowned and murmured, "I really miss Violet." Lee Yi didn't want to do laundry. However, if these clothes are piled here again, they will definitely stink. Soak them in water first. Therefore, Lee Yi brought a basin and soaked the clothes in the water. If only there was a washing machine. Looking at the plate of smelly clothes, Lee resolutely said, "However, in this world, there is no such thing as a washing machine so far." In the original work of Hokage, the technology of the ninja world has developed rapidly. From nothing to the emergence of computers, it took only a few decades. You must know that during the first Hokage Senju Hashirama period, there was no computer, and everything was primitive, and during the 7th generation Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, there was a computer, and Uzumaki Naruto worked on the computer. If it were on Earth, it would take at least 300 or 400 years from nothing to the appearance of a computer. However, in this world, it is only a few decades. Of course, Lee Yi can also guess the reason for this. On Earth, science and technology are the primary productive forces, and science drives the development of the world. But in this world, ninjutsu is the primary productive force, and various ninjutsu drives the development of the world. On Earth, technology is the most important thing, and with technology, there are other things. But in this world, technology is only an accessory of ninjutsu. With ninjutsu, all kinds of technology will accompany. For example, building houses, Mokuden, wood style, ninjas build houses, and can build hundreds of houses in just one day. In the original book of Hokage, Yamato, the first generation Hokage Cell Transformer, was very good at building houses. When Konoha village was destroyed by pain, Yamato restored Konoha village to its original state in just a few days. Therefore, in this world, ninjutsu is the primary productive force, and technology is just an accessory of ninjutsu. It is precisely because of this that the technology in this world can develop rapidly. It is estimated that in another 7 or 8 years, things like washing machines will appear in the world. Lee resolutely said. Finished washing up, Lee Yi came out of the bathroom. Gollum. There was a hungry cry in the stomach. Checked the time. It's already afternoon. Lee Yi can cook. He is lazy and doesn't want to cook by himself, so he is going to eat ramen. Although ramen is a kind of junk food, it is delicious. However, as soon as Lee Yi opened the door, he saw the beautiful figure of Uchiha Makoto. "Yeah, I can't eat ramen anymore." Lee Yi shrugged. Uchiha Makoto walked up to Lee Yi and asked, "Where are you going?" "Go and eat," Lee Yi replied. Then he asked, "Has something been investigated?" He is a person who never talks nonsense, and cuts the mess with a quick knife. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly. "The investigation is done. Is it related to Kaharu Utatane?" Lee Yi asked. "Yes." Uchiha Makoto nodded while looking around and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let go in." Lee Yi nodded. "Well, okay." The two entered the house. Uchiha Makoto set up a layer of enchantment to isolate audio and visual. Lee Yi sat on the sofa. Sitting across from Lee Yi, Uchiha Makoto said, "He's Kaharu Utatane's younger brother." Lee Yi nodded. For this answer, Lee Yi was not surprised. Kaharu Utatane is a figure from the same era as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. That is to say, Kaharu Utatane is only about 40 years old this year, just at the peak of his career. Lee Yi had guessed before that Lexus was either Kaharu Utatane's son or Kaharu Utatane's younger brother. Uchiha Makoto continued. Kaharu Utatane's parents died early, and in her early years she struggled in the cadres of Konoha village, and she cultivated a lot of scheming. However, it was precisely because she was all focused on her own career, so she was negligent. He disciplined his younger brother and developed a domineering character. Quote, "Well, it bloody." Lee Yi nodded and commented. The parents died early, and the elder sister is like a mother. But the elder sister only cared about her own career and neglected the discipline of her younger brother, so she developed the rebellious character of her younger brother. This kind of bloody plot will only appear in novels, movies, and TV series. Uchiha Makoto doesn't understand what the word dog blood means. He also knows that it is definitely not a good word. She said, "Kaharu Utatane is a very powerful woman. She has a lot of credit for Konoha village to achieve such splendor as it is today. However, as a human being, there are strengths and weaknesses. Although Kaharu Utatane is a very powerful woman, but she also has her own shortcomings, and that is family." However, before Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, Lee Yi said, "I can guess this kind of bloody plot. Even though Kaharu Utatane is a career-oriented strong woman, but she doesn't know how to manage herself. Brother, she only knows how to pamper and love her brother, but she doesn't know how to criticize her brother. She is very protective of Cav. If we shoot Lexus, then Kaharu Utatane will shoot us indiscriminately, right?" Hearing Lee Yi speak fluently, Uchiha Makoto glared slightly and asked in surprise, "How did you know that?" "I've seen this kind of shitty plot in TV dramas a lot." Lee Yi smiled disdainfully. "TV? What that?" Uchiha Makoto blinked. Lee Yi did not explain. explain. After all, in this day and age, there is no such thing as TV. However, in the next 7 or 8 years, the technology of the ninja world will develop rapidly. Whether it is TV, washing machines or air conditioners, they will all appear one by one. Seeing that Li Yi did not explain, Uchiha Makoto said, "The information I have investigated is almost the same as your guess. So what are you going to do next?" The next update is around 2100. The next update is around 2100. The next update is around 2100. Chapter 113 Playing tricks with her. First more. What are you going to do? Uchiha Makoto asked. What else can we do? Li Yi spread his hands and asked. When someone punches you, do you fight back or endure it? This is the scoring situation. Uchiha Makoto said with narrowed eye. Then let me put it this way. You did nothing wrong, but someone liked to pee on your head. What would you do in such a situation? Li Yi asked with a smile. So, what do you mean? Uchiha Makoto narrowed his eye. It's very simple. He harassed Ayame once. I beat him once. He harassed Ayame twice. I beat him twice, until he didn't dare to harass Ayame. Li Yi spread his hands and said lightly. It seems that you didn't hear what I said to you before. Uchiha Makoto sighed lightly. If you dare to turn around to sleep with Lexus, then his sister will deal with you, and even with younger sister Ayame. Then, not only you, but also Uncle Ichiraku's side will have no peace. Then let Kaharu Udatane be convinced. Li Yi said. You don't have this strength yet. Uchiha Makoto shook his head. Although Kaharu Udatane is good at scheming, she is also an elite jonin. Let alone you now. Even in 2 weeks, you will not be Kaharu Udatane's opponent. Who said I was going to fight Kaharu Udatane? Li Yi smiled and asked. Hearing Li Yi's words, Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly. What on earth are you going to do? As for Lexus, it's very simple. Just beat him until he's convinced, until he doesn't dare to harass Ayame. Li Yi said. For Kaharu Udatane, it's easier. Just play trick with her until she's convinced and until she doesn't dare to mess around. Are you going to play trick with Kaharu Udatane? Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly. Are you serious? I never tell lies. Li Yi shrugged. Uchiha Makoto stared at Li persistently. To be honest, she doesn't agree with Li Yi's idea, and is even very opposed to it. You know, what Kaharu Udatane does best is scheming. Playing trick with an old fried dough stick. I'm afraid that in the end, I don't even know how to die. As the saying goes, to deal with a person, we must start with his weakness. But Li Yi is better. Instead of starting from Kaharu Udatane's weaknesses, he confronts Kaharu Udatane's strength head-on. Isn't this stupid? But Uchiha Makoto knew that Li Yi was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely smart. Since he dared to do it, it meant that he must be somewhat sure. Li Yi asked, are we still training this afternoon? Training. Uchiha Makoto head tapped. That's fine, but before that, I'm going to the Hokage office. Li Yi said. Lord Hokage is very busy and may not have time to receive you. Uchiha Makoto said. He wasn't too busy. He gave Narashikaku the job. Li Yi shook his head and retorted. Among the original works of Hokage, among the Hokages of all dynasties, the most difficult ones are the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Both of them are reincarnations of Asura. They are wise and foolish. No matter what they do it themselves. Compared with the two of them, the other Hokages are relatively easy. They will push most of the things to their secretary. For example, the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen like to push most of the affairs to Narashikaku, and the 5 generations of Hokage Tsunade like to push it to his secretary Shizuka. Of course, this is just a comparison. In fact, no matter which Hokage it is quite busy, but it is not as busy as the 1st Hokage and the 7th Hokage. What are you doing at the Hokage office? Uchiha Makoto asked. To do useful things, of course, Li Yi said. From Li Yi's tone, Uchiha Makoto knew that he wasn't going to tell himself the truth. However, Uchiha Makoto is very curious. She wants to use demonic illusion on Li Yi, so asked. But, in the end, Uchiha Makoto didn't do it, because she knew that her demonic illusion was useless to Li Yi. Uchiha Makoto had no choice but to remind Li Yi, in front of Lord Hokage, don't be presumptuous, let alone play trick. Lord Hokage has seen everything, and your tricks are nothing in front of him. Li Yi nodded. I know, Gollum. At this time, the hunger of protest came from Li Yi's stomach again. Li Yi got up and said, I am starving to death. Let's go to eat. I'll do it for you. Uchiha Makoto asked. Li Yi immediately shook his head and refused. No, I'll just eat ramen. But ramen is instant junk food, and I don't recommend you eat it regularly. Uchiha Makoto frowned and said. For Uchiha Makoto's question, Li Yi just wanted to say, but the ramen is delicious. However, in the end, Li Yi just said, ramen is done fast, but you are slow to cook. Oh, by the way, have you eaten yet? Uchiha Makoto shook his head slightly. I haven't eaten yet. Then let's eat together. Li Yi said with a smile. The ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku is still very delicious, and it is guaranteed to make you love it. Uchiha Makoto was no match for Lin Chen, so the two went to eat ramen. Today is the weekend and many ninjas are out of quest, so business at Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant is booming. Li Yi and Uchiha Makoto were sitting together, eating a large bowl of ramen. moment. Ayame and Uncle Ichiraku were busy, so they didn't have time to talk to Lee Yi. Uchiha Makoto glanced around and said softly, "There are a few very powerful people." Lee Yi drank the ramen and said inarticulately, "What do they do? Let's eat our food. They don't come to provoke us, and we don't provoke them either." Well, good. Uchiha Makoto was able to eat ramen with peace of mind. When I first started eating, Uchiha Makoto was a dislike for ramen. After eating ramen, Uchiha Makoto still has a dislike for ramen. However, the dislike of the past is not the same as the dislike of the present. The previous dislike can make Uchiha Makoto not eat ramen once, but the disgust now makes Uchiha Makoto look forward to eating ramen next time. Uchiha Makoto is a girl after all and eat very little, not finishing a bowl of ramen. But Lee Yi didn't even have any soup left. After the two finished eating ramen, they were ready to leave. But just eating here, the curtain of the ramen restaurant was lifted, and a figure with an explosive head walked in. Seeing this man, Lee Yi blinked, then grinned, turned his head to look at Uchiha Makoto, and said, "God is really an assist. Person here is the secretary of the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku. The world's eat silver ticket plus reward. The world's eat silver ticket plus reward. The world's eat silver ticket plus reward." Chapter 114 _ You Know Me Well, Part 2. Lee Yi looked at Nara Shikaku with burning eye. Nara Shikaku frowned, feeling uncomfortable being stared at by Lee Yi. "What the matter with you?" Finally, Nara Shikaku stood at the door of the ramen shop and asked. Lee Yi asked with a smile, "It's such a coincidence that you also come to drink ramen." Hearing this, Nara Shikaku directly flipped through a Byakugan and thought, "I'm not here to drink ramen, so I'm still a prostitute." Lee Yi smiled and said, "I'll invite you." Nara Shikaku frowned. Lee Yi to invite him to the 3 Treasures Hall. Nara Shikaku is a person who is very afraid of trouble. He didn't want to entangle with Lee Yi, so he said directly, "What do you want to do? Don't beat around the bush, just say it directly." Lee Yi laughed. "Haha, I can't hide anything from Shikaku-san. Don't talk nonsense." Nara Shikaku said angrily, "What he hates the most is beating around the bush. Hurry up if you have something to say. Let your fart go, and be straight to the point, can't you? Why make it so troublesome?" Lee Yi said, "Brother Shikaku, let's eat ramen first." Nara Shikaku frowned again. He always felt that when Lee Yi was looking for him, there must be trouble. Nara Shikaku is most afraid of trouble. Therefore, he turned around immediately and wanted to leave. He didn't want to fall into the troublesome Uzumaki. However, as soon as Nara Shikaku turned his head, Lee Yi said, "Uncle Ichiraku, let's have another bowl of ramen. If you want a big bowl, add more meat." "Okay." Ichiraku's deep voice came from the kitchen. Nara Shikaku stopped. Lee Yi turned to look at Nara Shikaku, pointed to a seat not far away, and said with a smile, "Brother Shikaku, can you sit down?" Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Nara Shikaku patted his head, let out a long breath, and said helplessly, "It's really troublesome." Having said that, however, Nara Shikaku sat down. Lee Yi and Uchiha Makoto sit in front of Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku has never seen Uchiha Makoto once from the beginning, because he has a crush on Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto is about 20 years old, and his Nara Shikaku is only 15 or 16 years old. Nara Shikaku is mature and he doesn't like women who are almost the same age as him. He prefers an intellectual big sister, such as Uchiha Makoto. Of course, men are all a virtue, and so is Nara Shikaku. In front of the goddess he had a crush on, Nara Shikaku didn't dare to look at her at all, and was extremely careful. Nara Shikaku had no choice but to look at the big man Lee Yi and ask, "What's the matter with you?" Lee Yi asked in a low voice, "Is Lord Hokage in the office now?" Nara Shikaku frowned slightly. "You want to see Hokage-sama?" Lee Yi smiled and nodded. Nara Shikaku asked curiously, "What do you want to see Lord Hokage for? If you have anything, just tell me, and I will relay it for you. Lord Hokage is busy with business and may not be able to receive you." Hearing this, Lee Yi just smiled and asked, "How many times have you said this sentence?" Nara Shikaku frowned slightly. Lee Yi smiled without saying a word, because Lee Yi knew that Nara Shikaku's words must be dealing with people. Lee Yi was on Earth. He was a wealthy second generation who had seen the world, so he could tell Akatsuki what he said was sincere and what was polite. Lee Yi stared at Nara Shikaku with a smile on his face. Stared at by Lee Yi, Nara Shikaku was very uncomfortable, so in the end he patted his forehead and said helplessly, "It's really troublesome." "Okay, I won't hide it from you. Hokage-sama is not here now. The office, he's out." "Then when will he be back?" Lee Yi asked directly. "I don't know either." Nara Shikaku shook his head, spread his hands and said, "I'm just Lord Hokage's secretary, and I'm not Lord Hokage's personal nanny. I don't know when he will come back. Maybe a day, maybe 10 days, 8 days. Who can say such a thing? Are you sure?" "When did Lord Hokage leave?" Lee Yi asked again. Nara Shikaku said, "Yesterday. I said I was going to the Land of Water to do something, and then I left." "The Land of Water?" Lee Yi narrowed his eye. At this time, Ayame came over with the ramen. "Guess you are ramen now, Tilda." Ayame's voice was very gentle and put the ramen in front of Nara Shikaku. "Thank you." Nara Shikaku Shikaku polite thing. Guess please enjoy tilde. Ayame smiled back. Afterward, Ayame didn't talk to Lee much. The two just made eye contact, and then Ayame turned around and left without a trace of ink. After all, the business in the store is very hot now. Ayame has to do both ramen and serving dishes. One is busy, so how can he have time to gossip with Lee? Nara Shikaku folded his hands together, closed his eyes, and said silently, I'm starting. After speaking, he opened his eye, picked up chopstick, and prepared to eat ramen. But at this moment, Lee suddenly said, you are lying to me. Nara Shikaku just picked up a few sticks of ramen. Hearing this, he stopped for a moment, looked up at Lee, and asked, what do you mean? Why did I lie to you? Master Hokage must be in the office now, Lee said with a smile. Nara Shikaku didn't speak, but looked at Lee with a frown, waiting for Lee's explanation. Lee smiled and said, you are a person who is very afraid of trouble. You are worried that I will do something unfavorable to Lord Hokage by going to Hokage's office, so you just made up a reason. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku dismissed it, put the ramen noodles on the chopsticks in his mouth, and while eating the ramen noodle, he said indistinctly, I am indeed a person who is very afraid of trouble, but there is no need for me to lie. Because after I finish eating ramen, I have to go back to the office. When the big deal happens, I will take you on the way. It's not a hassle. Also, I didn't make up my mind. Hokage-sama is really not in the office right now. Okay, Shikaku, don't pretend. At this juncture, how could Lord Hokage go to the land of water? He must be in the office now, and you can take me with you later, Lee said with a smile. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku stopped eating ramen for a while. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Lee with determination. His eyes were as sharp as knives, as if they could penetrate people's hearts. Lee smiled without saying a word. In the end, Nara Shikaku just said deeply, it seems that you know me well. For this question, Lee just wants to say, I not only know you, but also your future son. However, on the surface, Lee shook his head and said, it's not that I know you, but your character, who in Konoha village doesn't know who doesn't know Akatsuki. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku was stunned for a moment, then touched his nose and said with a smile, that's true. Before the neck change 2300. Before the neck change 2300. Before the neck change 2300. Chapter 115 against Kaharu Utatane. First more, Nara Shikaku's signature move is to slap his forehead. Once he slaps his forehead, it means he's in trouble. And now, he has patted his forehead a dozen times in a row. Why on earth do you want to see Lord Hokage? Nara Shikaku stopped eating ramen, patted his forehead, looked at Lee, and asked. Lee just replied, don't worry, I have no intention of harming anyone, and I will not do anything unfavorable to Lord Hokage. If you don't believe me, you can let Lord Hokage make a general arrangement first, and then see me again. Lee knows that every time Lord Hokage meets people in the office, he will arrange it. In order to prevent being attacked, Hokage is the spiritual branch of Konoha village. Jinchuriki column. No matter how weak Hokage is, nothing can happen. Otherwise, internally, the faith of Konoha villagers will collapse, and externally, other countries will ridicule the Fire Nation. Moreover, the strength of the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is extremely strong, and is called a ninjutsu professor. 3 generations of Hokage can't go wrong. So, let Hokage arrange it first, and then see Lee. It's not too late. Hearing Lee's suggestion, Nara Shikaku thought for a while, and finally said, that's fine. Actually, you can also see the shadow clone of Lord Hokage. Lee nodded. Then, he added again, I really have something important, even more important than the last time I got the land of water. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku's pupils shrank slightly. To be honest, last time, when Lee uttered the 3 words, land of water, he was really taken aback. He always thought that the country of thunder was the one who attacked Konoha village last time, and he had already discussed with Lord Hokage about the countermeasures against the country of thunder, and it was only a matter of time before he would strike. However, 4 days ago, when Lee returned to Konoha village, the first sentence was, it was not the land of thunder that attacked Konoha village, but the land of water. For the past 3 or 4 days, all departments in Konoha village have been investigating this matter. All evidence shows that the one who attacked the village of Konoha seems to be the country of water. That is, Konoha village almost fought a meaningless war. And now, Lee actually said that what he is going to tell Lord Hokage next is more important than the water country. What the hell is going on? Could it be another major event related to the pattern of the ninja world? The information you know seems to be extraordinarily large. Nara Shikaku looked at Lee and said deeply. Lee smiled. I can't help it. After staying outside for a while, I always know more information. In fact, Nara Shikaku wanted to use the transformation technique to turn himself into an adult Hokage, and then receive Lee. After all, the safety of Hokage-sama's life cannot be missed. But now, Nara Shikaku has no plans to do so. If what Lee is going to say next is really more important than the last sneak attack, then such a big event can only be told to Lord Hokage in person. This man is too mysterious. Nara Shikaku glanced at Lee again. After that, he didn't say much, but worried about eating ramen. After 10 minutes. Sufficient water and food. Nara Shikaku prepares to check out. Lee Yi said, I'll invite you for this meal. Nara Shikaku frowned slightly and said, I don't like to owe favors. I invite you. This is of my own free will, and there is nothing human to speak of. Lee Yi shook his head. Even if there is affection, then why don't you invite me to drink ramen necktie? I won't ask you for other thing. 1 yard is 1 yard. You can rest assured. Lee Yi's insistent. Nara Shikaku nodded and agreed. Okay. 3 left the ramen and went to the Hokage office door. Nara Shikaku looked at Lee Yi and said, you wait here for a while, and I'll go in and inform Lord Hokage. Lee Yi nodded lightly. Okay. Nara Shikaku pushed the door and entered the office. Lee Yi immediately turned his head, looked at Uchiha Makoto, and asked, is this demonic illusion? Uchiha Makoto shook his head. It's not demonic illusion, it's the real world. Lee Yi breathed a sigh of relief. To deal with Kaharu Udatane, you must use the power of Hokage-sama. Therefore, he must meet Hokage-sama in person. Why he told Nara Shikaku just now that what he had to say was more important than the last Konoha attack. Front. The office door was open. Nara Shikaku came out and said, Lee Yi, you come in. Lee Yi nodded. Uchiha Makoto stood still. Nara Shikaku asked, Makoto-san, aren't you coming in? Uchiha Makoto shook his head gently. I won't go in. I'll just wait outside. Okay. Nara Shikaku nodded. The door was closed. Uchiha Makoto stood outside, leaning against the wall, waiting in peace. Meanwhile, in Hokage's office, 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on a chair, smoking a pipe, and asked, Lee Yi, what information do you have? Lee Yi first asked the system in his heart. System, is this Lord Hokage in front of you real or fake? A clone or the main body? The crisp voice of the system immediately reminded in Lee Yi's mind. Ding. Back to the host. The system doesn't know. What the use of asking you? Lee Yi was speechless and immediately shut down the system. Afterward, Lee Yi didn't care whether the Lord Hokage in front of him was real or not. He took a deep breath, organized the words in his mind for a long time, and said them all in one breath. And these words are the key to dealing with Kaharu Udatane next. Uchiha Makoto waited bored outside the door of Hokage's office. It's been 30 or 40 minutes. Why hasn't that guy come out yet? She sat on the windowsill, shaking a pair of slender legs. This scene is like a beautiful picture. Perhaps it was what he thought. The next moment, the door of Hokage's office was open. Lee Yi walked out, stretched his weight, and said, let go to training. Finish. Uchiha Makoto jumped off the windowsill and asked curiously. Lee Yi nodded. Are you all right? Uchiha Makoto asked. Lee Yi went out and succeeded. Lee Yi patted his chest and said with a smile, so confident. Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly. That it. Lee Yi nodded with a smile. Uchiha Makoto stared at Lee persistently, and in those beautiful big eyes there was a gleam of curiosity. What do you see me doing? Lee Yi asked. Uchiha Makoto said, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that you are more confident now than you were 3 days ago. I've never felt inferior. Lee Yi shrugged and said, really? Uchiha Makoto's beautiful eyes flashed lightly. Lee Yi said disdainfully, if you don't even look down on yourself, how can you expect others? Stop being funny. To declare, the world is not a doctor in Wuhan, it is a doctor in Shandong, a doctor in the respiratory department, specializing in the treatment of Wuhan pneumonia. Chapter 116_test the training effect Part 2. Uchiha Makoto was curious about what Lee Yi said to the 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Or, Uchiha Makoto also knows Lee Yi will definitely not say more, so Uchiha Makoto didn't ask any further. The 2 started training today. Today is the 4th day of training. It was still the empty place outside the village of Konoha. Lee Yi walked side by side with Uchiha Makoto. The latter said, there is only one task today, and that is to test the training effect of the first 3 days. After speaking, Uchiha Makoto moved his right foot a little, and his body floated towards the back like a swallow. In the end, she stood 7 or 8 meters away from Lee Yi and said, attack me with all your strength. Lee Yi smiled and said, are you testing the training effect? He moved his shoulders and his face became expectant. To be honest, these days, his heart has been itching, because he also wanted to know what kind of level his own strength had reached. He could clearly feel that his strength had skyrocketed by leaps and bounds, but he didn't know Akatsuki exactly to what extent. And now, Uchiha Makoto is going to play against him and test his strength. This made Lee Yi very much looking forward to it. Uchiha Makoto's strength, they know, although weaker than Uchiha Fugaku, but also a quasi-jonin. Her eyes are already 2 Tomo Sharingan. If one day she can open 3 Tomo Sharingan, then she will become a jonin, even an elite jonin. Competing with her to test her strength is a wise choice. However, before shooting, Lee Yi first opened the system page. Host name, Lee Yi. Age, 20 years old. Sex, male. Strength, a mortal with strong physical fitness. The line of strength has changed. Before, he was a mortal with relatively strong physical fitness, but now he is a man with strong physical fitness. Although this is only the effect of 3 days of training, only Lee Yi knows that his 3 days are equivalent to other people's 30 days, or even more. Close the system page. Hot tilde. Lee Yi let out a sigh of relief slowly. Those Li's eyes also became extremely firm at this moment. His hands were clenched slightly, and he thought, if so, then try it. At this time, Uchiha Makoto's moving voice came from a distance of 7 or 8 meters and said, Li Yi, are you ready? Li Yi nodded slowly. Ready. Come on then. Uchiha Makoto said. Li Yi slowly walked towards Uchiha Makoto while twisting his wrist. Today, he slept until he woke up naturally, and his physical strength basically recovered. Although he is still sore all over his body, he is not in his peak state, but he is not far from his peak state. He walked towards Uchiha Makoto, getting faster and faster, and finally run like the wind. Almost in the blink of an eye, Li Yi came to Uchiha Makoto. So fast. Li Yi's eyes lit up. To be honest, he is amazed at his speed now. However, although he was surprised, in action, Li Yi did not hesitate at all, clenched his right hand and punched Uchiha Makoto's beautiful face. Wherever the fist passed, the air exploded, showing the explosive power of this punch. The punch was beautiful. Uchiha Makoto nodded and said, it's a pity that the back force is not enough. I just need to pull a distance and I can suppress you. Uchiha Makoto took a half step back and instantly opened the distance between him and Li Yi. Although Uchiha Makoto had already said so, Li Yi still kept going, punched like a tiger, and rushed straight to Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto shook his head, then shot quickly, bent his left arm, blocked Li Yi's wrist with his forearm, and raised Li Yi's fist up, then immediately stretched out his right hand, grabbed Li Yi's arm, and turned around beautifully, resorted to over-the-shoulder throws. Li Yi didn't even realize what happened. He only felt that the world was turned upside down for a while, and then with a bang, his back slammed heavily on the ground. Uchiha Makoto clapped his hands and said, although your punch is very beautiful, the flaws are too large, and the back force is particularly insufficient. If you can hit a punch, it's okay to say. If you can't hit a punch, then you will fall into a passive situation. Quote, Li Yi lay on the ground and blinked slightly after hearing Uchiha Makoto's word. Uchiha Makoto said, stand up and keep attacking me. Li Yi stood up, rubbed his aching arm, and asked, are you teaching me physical exercises? Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly. It can be said that, but the main task is to test your strength so as to formulate the next training plan. Hearing this, Li Yi smiled. It seems that you have a lot of experience in training people. Uchiha Makoto blinked and explained, some time ago, Hokage-sama asked me to be a teacher. I agreed to him, so I learned the experience of teaching people, but because of some things, I failed to fulfill my promise. So it is. Li Yi nodded. Uchiha Makoto is nearly 20 years old and really qualified to be a teacher. No wonder it's so experienced. Uchiha Makoto stepped a little with his right foot, stepped back, and finally stood 8 or 9 meters opposite Li Yi and said, keep attacking me. This time, I will not fight back against you. Hearing this, Li Yi nodded reassuringly. Uchiha Makoto is a female class. He is also a battle-hardened person with a strong sense of battle, and Li Yi has almost no sense of fighting. Therefore, the current Li Yi is no match for Uchiha Makoto at all. If Uchiha Makoto keep fighting back, then Li Yi will probably be beaten all afternoon. Fortunately, Uchiha Makoto is only to test Li Yi's strength, not to beat him. Therefore, Li Yi nodded and agreed. Okay. After speaking, Li Yi ran out again, like a cheetah, running towards Uchiha Makoto. Still a punch. This time, Uchiha Makoto didn't block, but folded his hands and caught Li Yi's punch from the front. Li Yi only felt his fist, as if it fell on cotton, without any focus. Other hand, Uchiha Makoto, although his face remained indifferent, his body involuntarily took a half step back, releasing Li Yi's fist. Uchiha Makoto prayed, the strength is good. It has reached the standard of genin. Then test the speed. Run from here to there. Run with all your strength. I want to see your speed. So, following Uchiha Makoto's instruction, Li Yi started running. This afternoon, strength, speed, endurance, agility. Li Yi has been testing these items. Time flies. When all the items were measured, the sun had already reached the west and became Yuhi. The next update is around 2100. The next update is around 2100. The next update is around 2100. Chapter 117 _scumbag Part 1. Li Yi lay on the ground again, sweat all over the body. Are there any other projects? He asked breathlessly. Uchiha Makoto shook his head slightly. Strength, speed, endurance, agility have all been tested, and there are no other test items. That's fine. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He's collapsed now and can't test anymore. Even if you bite the kiba and test it, it's not the real level. Uchiha Makoto stood beside Li Yi's head, touched his pointed chin, and said thoughtfully, actually, your strength, speed, endurance, agility have all reached the genin standard. Oh, in other words, I'm a genin now. Li Yi smiled. Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly. Actually, it's true. Li Yi opened the system panel again. Host name, Li Yi. Age, 20 years old. Sex, male. Strength, a mortal with strong physical fitness. In the field of strength, he is still a mortal with strong physical fitness. If he has reached the genin level now, then the strength line should become the extraordinary first order. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto's words changed. However, your fighting awareness is not strong enough. In the next 3 days, I will focus on training your fighting awareness. Li Yi closed the system panel and asked, that is to say, my physical fitness has reached the genin Genin level, but my fighting consciousness has not yet reached the Genin level, right? Uchiha Makoto nodded lightly, so to speak. No wonder. Lee Yi nodded inwardly. No wonder his strength has not yet reached the extraordinary first order. It turned out to be a lack of fighting awareness. In fact, fighting awareness is also easy to cultivate. You just need to fight unremittingly and train your combat awareness during the battle, and that's it. At this time, Uchiha Makoto said again, "You surprised me. You were just a weak ordinary person 3 days ago, but now, in just 3 or 4 days, your physical fitness has reached the level of Genin. Shows that your body is perfect for exercise." Quote. Hearing this, Lee Yi smiled without saying a word. But Uchiha Makoto asked, "You haven't thought about exercising your body in the first 20 years. Your body is so suitable for physique. Even if you only exercise a little, it won't be as bad as it is now, right?" Hearing this, Lee Yi still laughed without saying a word. In fact, for this question, Lee Yi just wanted to say, "Before I got the system, I was a sick child. Once I exerted force, my internal organs might rupture. How could I exercise physical skill? Lao Su has a system and his body has improved, so he can make such a big leap forward in just 3 or 4 days." However, Lee Yi did not intend to explain this reason. After all, this is Lee Yi's own secret. Uchiha Makoto said, "Lee Yi, to be honest, you are a genius. I didn't expect that you can achieve such great results in just 3 or 4 days, which surprised me and made me very happy." Hearing this, Lee Yi smiled. "Thank you for the compliment. I didn't expect your mouth to be so sweet." Uchiha Makoto blinked, touched his chin, and said, "Next, I will change my training strategy. I am confident that in 2 weeks, you will become Chunin." Chunin. Lee Yi's eyes lit up. If his own strength can reach the level of Chunin, then, combined with the 2 magic weapons of Rui Golden Hoop and Devil Fruit, his strength can at least reach Jonin. This makes Lee Yi very much looking forward to it. However, Lee Yi also knows that the next exercise will definitely be more difficult. The rainbow comes after the storm. Uchiha Makoto glanced at the darkening sky and said, "It's time for us to go." Lee Yi nodded. Uchiha Makoto asked, "Do you need me to carry you?" Lee Yi shook his head. "No, my physical strength has recovered a bit." After speaking, Lee Yi supported the ground with his right hand and stood up from the ground. "Can you run?" Uchiha Makoto asked. "Can." Lee Yi nodded. Today is just to test his training effect. There is no devil-style training, so Lee Yi's physical exertion is not too big. Although it has collapsed, it is not as strong as the previous 3 days. Lee Yi trotted back to the village alongside Uchiha Makoto. As everyone knows, in the distance, a figure has been watching the two of them since the afternoon. This person is Uchiha Yangqiang. At this time, Uchiha Yangqiang, with a look of frustration, lowered his head and said to himself, "Sister Makoto doesn't need me anymore. Am I redundant? Am I no longer able to approach Sister Makoto?" Suddenly, Uchiha Yangqiang raised his head and looked at Lee Yi's slender back, which was gradually receding, and a ruthless look suddenly flashed in his eye. "Originally because you are my savior, I want to remind you, but now, I will never remind you, since you dare to rob my sister Makoto, then, whether you live or die, and what's the matter with me?" Uchiha clenched his palm tightly and said to himself, "Today, someone will shoot you. Only a few people know about this matter. Makoto's sister doesn't know. I want to see if you can return to the village alive today." Uchiha Yangqiang's heart is not bad, but at this moment, his heart has been shrouded in jealousy, so he waved his sleeves viciously and turned away. "Originally, I wanted to remind Lin Chen to let him take more precaution. Now it seems, remind the fart. Just let him die. As long as he dies, Makoto will change her mind and I will be able to pursue Makoto with peace of mind." What? I really want to hear Makoto's domineering scolding and criticism. Uchiha Yangqiang's face was full of excitement. At the same time, Lee Yi and Uchiha Makoto side by side trot back to the village. Although he was trotting, Lee Yi found that not only did his physical strength not decrease, but it was still increasing little by little. "That feeling is as if I am not trotting now, but sitting on the sofa to rest. It seems that my body is gradually adapting to this high-intensity exercise." Lee Yi's mouth twitched slightly, seeming to be a little proud. Uchiha Makoto asked, "What for dinner tonight?" Lee Yi is in a good mood now, so the ruffian is also coming up, so he smiled and replied, "No matter what you do, I like to eat it." As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Makoto was done, and then, on her beautiful face, a beautiful yuhi flower appeared. Lee Yi also realized that his answer seemed a little too frivolous, but he didn't think much of it. After all, when I was on Earth, I was a proper scumbag with countless girls, so it was understandable to subconsciously answer such a sentence. Come on, come on, come on. Chapter 118 Here comes the mission, Part 2. In fact, Lee Yi really hoped that the system can assign another task. He only has 3 tasks now. 1. Kill Uchiha Fugaku. 2. Change Konan's attitude. 3. Capture the heart of Uchiha Makoto. None of these 3 tasks can be completed in a short time. Although Lee Yi is working hard on the 3rd task, to be honest, Lee Yi is not very interested in this 3rd task. Chubby man who has never seen the world. When he was on Earth, he had flirted with countless women, such as the royal sister Loli, the flight attendant, the police flower, etc., etc. He has experienced at all. So, even though Uchiha Makoto is a big beauty, he doesn't have much interest. As for the other two tasks, even if no one can see it, how can they do it? Therefore, Lee is now looking forward to the system to distribute another task to him. He only has one chance to evolve now, and he doesn't dare to evolve himself rashly. Otherwise, once it evolves into a skeleton, or other bad thing, it will be a big deal. And as long as there are two opportunities for evolution, Lee dares to try it. Even if the evolution direction is wrong the first time, it's a big deal and try again. It can't be the second evolutionary direction, right? You shouldn't be so unlucky, right? That's what Lee is thinking now. However, the task is triggered randomly, even if the system wants to send a task to Lee. But if Lee has not encountered a special event, how could it be possible to trigger a task related to this event? In the past 3 days, I have always been 2 points and 1 line, either at home or in training, and I have hardly been to other places, so it is reasonable that I did not encounter special events. Lee thought to himself. However, the trigger of special events is not only up to me to find them. Maybe someone comes to me, and they can also trigger special events. Lee trotted while thinking, and the scarlet Yuhi color on Uchiha Makoto's face has disappeared. She looked at Lee, who had nothing on his face, and for some reason, an inexplicable irritability suddenly rose in her heart for no reason. You said that frivolous thing to me just now. How can you still be so nonchalant now? Is this guy so irresponsible? Of course, this thought only flashed in Uchiha Makoto's heart for a moment. Uchiha Makoto didn't even notice this feeling. Immediately afterward, her mood returned to normal, and she no longer thought about it. However, the distance between her and Lee was invisibly narrowed, and because of this, when the two passed through a dense forest, not good. Uchiha Makoto's expression suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he immediately ran towards Lee, hugged his body directly, and then the two fell to the ground together. Lee could react. His back was already on the ground, and Uchiha Makoto's fragrant and soft body was pressing on him. Almost at the same time, swish, 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 several sharp air-breaking sounds suddenly sounded. A handful of black kunai flew out from the woods on the side, dozens of them, and stabbed straight on the ground. Fortunately, Lee and Uchiha Makoto got down in time, otherwise they would have been shot into a sieve by now. Lee frowned, a little surprised. Someone attacked. You know, this is the site of Konoha village, and there are many ninjas from Konoha village guarding it. Moreover, it is very close to the gate of Konoha village, so someone dares to attack the people of Konoha village. Audacious in the extreme. Don't want to live, do you? Which Tai Hanhan is that? At this moment, in his heart, Lee had already labeled the enemy two fools. At the same time, Uchiha Makoto was lying on Lee's body and asked in a low voice, someone attacked us. We now have two choices. One is to fight back, and the other is to flee back to the village with all our strength. Which one do you choose? Lee has always been a very cautious person. To put it a bit harsher, he is very stubborn, so he wants to answer, run away. However, for some reason, his heart was always a little itchy. He wants to make a move. He wants to use actual combat to test the training effect of these 3 days. With Uchiha Makoto was fun, but something was missing. That is killing intent. Lee has no intention of killing Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Makoto does the same. Lee and Uchiha Makoto was just a competition. No, it wasn't even a competition. After all, Uchiha Makoto was just to test Lee's rank, and now, there is just a chance to kill and kill, right in front of him. Lee wants to fight for real. However, Lee's nature is go. He didn't want to take risks. Therefore, Lee suppressed the urge in his heart and said, it better to run away. However, before the word run was uttered, suddenly, a crisp sound of ding sounded in my mind. Immediately afterward, the crisp voice of the system came. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Kill the enemy ninja and get the secret roll. Lee was taken aback. In other words, I can't run away. Lee is very stubborn and doesn't like doing risky things. If this risky thing has its own unique value, then Lee will definitely do it. Lee is stubborn. He prefers to weigh the pros and cons. Therefore, when he heard the system's word, Lee's expression became a little expectant. I just wanted to try my strength, but I didn't expect a living target. Suddenly, Lee felt that the world was spinning. It turned out that Uchiha Makoto was holding Lee and rolled a few times on the ground. In their original location, a few sharp kunai were stuck on the ground, and the surface of the kunai seemed to be quenched with poison, because one of the kunai fell on a small grass, and in an instant, the grass was wilted. The other party is aggressive and the killing intent is obvious. Let run. Anyway, it's not far from the village, so there's no need to fight with the other party. The faces of the two were very close, and Uchiha Makoto breathed a fragrance toward Lee's mouth and whispered. Uchiha Makoto felt that he knew Lee and thought that Lee would definitely agree with her decision. But unexpectedly, Lee shook his head when he heard the word. If someone does not commit me, I will not commit the crime. If someone commits a crime, I will pay back 10 times. Today, since he dares to kill me, then I will let him stay forever here. After that, Lee hugged Uchiha Makoto and stood up from the ground suddenly. By Lee, Uchiha Makoto's face was slightly yuhi, and his expression was also a little surprised. She thought that Lee Yi would definitely agree with her idea, but I didn't expect that Lee Yi would make such a risky decision. The end. Though Uchiha Makoto didn't object, she sighed and said, if that's the case, then I'll accompany you. Uchiha Makoto had closed his eye, and when he opened it again, there was blood in his eye. Before the neck change 2200. Before the neck change 2200. Before the neck change 2200. Chapter 119 Hyuga Vine Eagle Part 1 Sharingan On. Uchiha Makoto's Sharingan is the second Tomo Sharingan, capable of not only unleashing demonic illusion but also seeing the enemy's action. Sharingan. The enemy's actions are as low as a snail. Uchiha Makoto turned around, back to back with Lee Yi, and looked around. There was no sound around, as if there was no one at all. However, the bodies of the two of them were slightly tense at this moment, as if they were facing a great enemy. The other party came with the heart to kill them, so no matter how weak the other party is, it cannot be underestimated. The two stared at each other. Now that the other party is in the dark, I am in the light. I am at a disadvantage, so I can only stop by stillness. There was silence all around. Not even a single bird chirped. Quietly weird. I don't know how long. A gust of wind blew in the hair of Lee Yi and Uchiha Makoto. Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the same time, dozens of kunai came flying from all directions, overwhelming the sky and shooting at Lee Yi and Uchiha Makoto. However, in Uchiha Makoto's Sharingan, there is no kunai in front of her. In other words, the kunai in front of her are all fake, demonic illusion. Uchiha Makoto immediately turned his head and looked at Lee Yi. Kunai in front of Lee Yi. It's all true. That is to say, the other party did not come to kill her Uchiha Makoto, but to kill Lee Yi. Although he didn't understand why the other party did this, Uchiha Makoto still did not hesitate at all. He pulled Lee Yi directly behind him, then hand sealed with both hands, and shouted, Kaden Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. An instant, the chakra in Uchiha Makoto's body gathered at the throat, and then Uchiha Makoto spit forward. A huge fireball spurted out from her small mouth, like a scorching sun, instantly smashing all the kunai, all submerged in. The high temperature swept away. The fireball was extremely bright, and the entire forest seemed to be illuminated at this moment. However, the oncoming force was fierce and the castration was fast. The next moment, this huge fireball disappeared, and the kunai, which was submerged in by the fireball, lost its previous impact and fell to the ground. Uchiha Makoto drove two Tomo Sharingan, stared straight ahead, and shouted, Who the hell are you? Lee Yi stood behind Uchiha Makoto. Protected by the woman, Lee Yi touched his nose. However, at this moment, behind Lee Yi, a figure in black suddenly appeared without warning. This figure held a kunai in his hand, walked without the slightest sound, and slowly approached Lee Yi. Lee Yi still didn't notice, and looked ahead together with Uchiha Makoto. The corner of the black-clothed figure's mouth opened with a ferocious arc, and he raised the kunai in his hand without showing any mercy, and dropped it directly towards Lee Yi's heavenly spirit cover. Lee Yi didn't notice it at all. So, this sharp kunai was inserted into Lee Yi's heavenly spirit cover. Crack! It sounded like a cracking sound of broken bone. A successful smile appeared on the face of the black-clothed figure. However, before his smile solidified, bang! Lee Yi exploded directly on the spot, turning into a cloud of white mist. Not only Lee Yi, but Uchiha Makoto in front of Lee Yi turned into a cloud of white mist. The black-clothed figure's expression changed, and he exclaimed, Substitute. In the white fog, a stake fell to the ground. At the same time, Uchiha Makoto's faint voice suddenly sounded not far behind the black-clothed figure. Why are you attacking us? The figure in black immediately turned to look. Saw Lee Yi and Uchiha Makoto walking side by side. The face of the figure in black became extremely gloomy at this moment, and he asked in a low voice, When did you use the substitute technique? Uchiha Makoto first glared at the man in black with Sharingan calmly, and then said, You are wrong. We use not only the substitution technique but also the transformation technique. Hearing this, the man in black narrowed his eyes and asked, That is to say, that kid just now was changed by you, and then you successfully avoided my fatal blow by using the avatar technique. You, just a doppelganger of you, right? Hee smart. Uchiha Makoto smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up to the man in black. Sure enough, the people of the Uchiha clan are not cowards. The man in black sighed. Lee Yi who was killed just now was actually not Lee Yi himself, but Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto used the transformation technique to turn into Lee Yi's appearance. The man in black killed her with Huwu, and she used the substitute technique to escape. And the drinking Uchiha Makoto is just a clone of Uchiha Makoto. As for when did Uchiha Makoto arrange this? Obviously, Uchiha Makoto had set it up from the moment the two were attacked. Uchiha Makoto is only a female class, but after all, he has experienced 100 battles and has a very strong sense of battle, so it is reasonable to be able to make such a reaction in an instant. The man in black gave a grim smile and said, You little girl from the Uchiha clan, do you know who I am? Uchiha Makoto shook his head. The man in black took off the robe and hat on his head, revealing a ferocious face in his 30s or 40s. The reason why this face is hideous is because it is full of scars, and there is also a shocking scar on the neck neck, which is extremely scary. Li Yi immediately laughed and joked, "Your face is perfect for scaring children. It will definitely scare one crying and one quasi-er. Haha, I'm going to die soon, and I'm still in the mood for a joke. I'm starting to admire your concentration," the man in black said with a grim smile. "The mouth is on me. I can say whatever I like. You can control it. What are you?" Li Yi flipped a Byakugan and retorted angrily. Hearing this, the man in black furrowed his brows, obviously a little angry. However, in the end, he laughed in anger, but Kiba, and said with a smile, "It seems that you really don't know who I am. Since that's the case, then I'll just sign up for one name. My name, Hyuga Fujiha." Quote, hearing the word Hyuga Vine Eagle, Li Yi blinked, obviously not heard of it. However, Uchiha Makoto's face changed suddenly. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately pulled Li Yi and started to back away quickly. At the same time, she stared at the man in black with her Tomo Sharingan, and roared in a low voice, "Are you Hyuga Vine Eagle?" Uchiha Makoto, who was so gassed, the man in black laughed proudly. "It seems that although so many years have passed, my Hyuga Fujiha's prestige is still the same as before. Ha 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 ha. Once again, the world is a doctor in Shandong. A doctor in Shandong. A doctor in Shandong." Chapter 120 _ to gain time. Second more. Hyuga Vine Eagle, one of the biggest missing nin in Konoha village. 20 years ago, Hyuga Fujitaka was one of the most powerful ninjas in Konoha village. He even competed with the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for the position of Hokage, which shows his power. Hyuga Fuji Eagle not only has great strength but also has terrible connection, because he is from the Hyuga clan. At that time, the voice of the next Hokage heir in the village was even higher than Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, in the end, the position of the 3rd generation Hokage still fell on the head of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This made Hyuga Fujiha dissatisfied. So, in the process of performing an A-level mission, Hyuga Fujiha suddenly defected and killed 2 Jonin and 3 Chunin in Konoha village, and lived after being chased and killed by Konoha village. Floating light. In the past 20 years, in Konoha village, I have never heard of Hyuga Fujitaka. Everyone thought he was dead or had been secretly dealt with by Anbu of Konoha village, but I didn't expect that today he appeared in front of me again. Uchiha Makoto took Li Yi's right hand and kept stepping back, while lowering his voice and said, "This guy is very scary. We are definitely not his opponent. Hurry up to use your blood and follow the limit. I will buy you time." Li Yi asked, "Should the ninjas around have noticed it?" This is the site of Konoha village, which is very close to the gate of Konoha village and is guarded by many ninjas. As long as they sense the existence of Hyuga Eagle, then Hyuga Eagle is not a problem. 1 Jonin can't beat you, so 2, 3, 4, 100. How powerful you are. I don't believe that you can escape at the hands of 100 Jonin," said. Hyuga Fujitaka is extremely cautious. "We may have entered his barrier now, and the surrounding ninjas may not be able to help us." Hearing this, Li Yi blinked. "Little guy, accept your fate. I, Hyuga Fujiha, want to kill a person. There is no unsuccessful time." Hyuga Fujiha looked at Li Yi and said, "Don't worry, I will let you die without the slightest pain. Just a moment of effort will pass, so give up unnecessary resistance. Treat you, me, and her good." Hyuga's voice was hoarse, as if there was sticky phlegm in his throat, which made it sound very uncomfortable. Li Yi smiled and asked, "Hey, if you ask me to resist, I won't resist. Isn't it that I have no fate? It's almost dead." "What the fate?" Hyuga Fujiha also smiled lightly, but because his face was too hideous, his smile was very scary, and he continued, "The most important thing for a man is fate. How much face is worth? What is there to fate? You, just like me, I was very face-saving back then, and because of this, I missed the Hokage position." Quote, the end of the day, Hyuga Tengying has already started to roar, and his face has become ferocious and terrifying. Obviously, failure to become Hokage has hit him hard, and it is the pain of his life. Uchiha Makoto said, "You didn't become Hokage. It's your own reason. Can anyone else be to blame?" Uchiha Makoto gently clenched Li Yi's right hand, signaling for him to use the power of Huiji boundary quickly. Hyuga Fujiha said, "He can't blame others. Little baby, what do you know? If I am the apprentice of the 2nd generation Hokage, then what about him, Sarutobi Hiruzen? In terms of talent, I am 10,000 times stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen. In terms of strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is on a par with me. In terms of contact, I am a member of the Hyuga family and have the support of the entire family. What am I worse than him and what is weaker than him?" Quote, "It's just what you think." Uchiha Makoto had already retreated to a distance of 20 or 30 meters, and shouted to Hyuga Fujitaka, "If you want to become a Hokage, you not only rely on your strength and connection, but also on your quality. You don't have the quality of Hokage, so you will always become a Hokage. No Hokage." Quote, Uchiha Makoto is a very smart woman. She is now deliberately angering Hyuga Fuji Eagle just to buy time for Li Yi. Uchiha Makoto knew that Hyuga Fujitaka would definitely argue with her, and the time to argue was the time she bought for Li Yi. As long as they can enter Li Yi's fate, then they will be safe. Sure enough, after hearing Uchiha Makoto's word, Hyuga Fujitaka directly retorted, "Quality. In terms terms of quality, how could I be weaker than him? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Little girl, I tell you, this is the era of winners, and the winner is justice. He Sarutobi Hiruzen wins. So, whatever he says, you believe, and I Hyuga Fujihawk lose. So, whatever I say, you don't believe. Uchiha Makoto frowned slightly, because what Hyuga Fujitaka said was definitely not wrong. This is the age of winners. History is written by the victor. The winner is justice. Hyuga Fujihawk continued. The little girl, with a radius of 300 meters, is in my barrier. Now, you can't run away, and people outside can't get in. I know, you just wanted to release demonic illusion to me. However, you forget that I am a member of the Hyuga family. Your demonic illusion has long been seen by me. Quote, hearing this, Uchiha Makoto's face instantly turned gloomy. That's right, she glared at Hyuga Fujihawk calmly just now, just wanting to use Sharingan's power to release demonic illusion to Hyuga Fujihawk. However, who would have thought that the other party turned out to be Hyuga Fujihawk? Hyuga Fujihawk, the genius of the Hyuga family 20 years ago. A pair of Byakugan can penetrate the falsehood. You want to use Sharingan to release demonic illusion. You have to bring chakra into your eye. This process must be seen by Hyuga Fujihawk. So, before Uchiha Makoto unleashes the demonic illusion, the Hyuga Fujihawk is out of the way. Hyuga's mood has returned to normal, and there is no hysteria before. He continued, little girl, today, I will only kill that boy, not you. Don't try to fight against me. Little girl, you are not my opponent. Uchiha Makoto frowned and asked, he has no favors and no grudges against you. Why did you kill him? There is no mercy and no resentment indeed. Hyuga Fujihawk nodded lightly, but then changed the topic. However, he angered the Kingdom of Rain, so the Kingdom of Rain sent me to kill him. Hearing the three words, Land of Rain, Uchiha Makoto understood. Li Yi rescued her and Uchiha Yongqiang in the Land of Rain. He thought this was a perfect thing, but he was found out by the Land of Rain. Uchiha Makoto's breathing was a little short, apparently from nervousness. Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but feel even more nervous when he realized that Li Yi hadn't used the power of the bleeding boundary. However, just as the atmosphere became more oppressive, Li Yi, who was standing behind Uchiha Makoto, suddenly spoke up and asked, Hyuga Fujitaka, right, can I ask you a question?